Good morning. Different show today. Jim Costa with Jeff Rieger. Heather Park, Gov, and Greg behind the glass. As we settle in on a Tuesday, a back-to-school Tuesday. Happy
For
first
some.
day.
For some.
For my kids.
Oh, happy back to school.
Yeah. They're pumped. Well, Brooks has no idea. He doesn't understand. But Emily went to bed, and the last thing she said was, I'm so excited for school. So I'm pumped. She's excited. I'm glad.
Change.
Is that how
I
you
hope
were?
it doesn't. I hope she always loves school.
Oh, please.
I mean, I know when you get older, you're not pumped to wake up early and go through the whole... But for like all of elementary school, you should be excited.
The first
Really?
week, usually. Like Olive told me the other day, she's like, Daddy, I'm excited for the first week. I'm like, why? She's like, I have a whole week's worth of clothes, and I get to meet my new friends, and we don't do anything for the first week. I'm like, what about the second week? She's like, yeah, I don't want to go. So that's what you have to look forward to.
I hope not. I hope she always loves school. And Brooks, too.
So what's the routine with Colin getting them ready?
It's so funny because, I mean, for years to come, he's going to be the one getting them ready for school, which I'm bummed about. I'm bummed that I don't get to see them off. I'm bummed I don't get to like get them ready and do their hair, at least Emily's hair. So that was one of our big things we talked about was how is he going to do her hair? He's got two things he can do. Brush it and just wear it down or one ponytail. But he can't do like a half ponytail or a braid or...
Jeff, as a father of a daughter, is that acceptable?
Yeah, I had my wife do it.
Oh, okay.
No.
Are you
I
capable,
cannot,
though?
No, I'm not. I can do one ponytail.
Yeah, that's what he can
it.
do.
Or I can do the double with it coming out of the side of the head.
How are you with the part, though?
I'm awful. I'm
See,
awful. I try to stay away from all of it.
He
but
could
you,
do that too, but he can't like make a straight part if he was going to do like pigtails.
He could scar this poor girl going to school.
See, I don't think so. They're too young.
Oh, okay. So what
Yeah.
age would you be scarring your child going to
Like,
school?
I don't know, 7, 8, right? Like, the kids
Yeah.
of your children's age, they're not judging. They're not going to bully. You're
She
fine.
doesn't care, but I do. I
Right.
probably care more than she does. I want her to look put together and
I
look
understand
nice
that.
going into the school at least.
When my daughter was in preschool, I used to just take her to school. I didn't brush her hair or anything like that. And my wife always found out about it from the teachers. So it's a big deal. You have to take care of the kids.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
Are you trying
Must
to break some
groom
news?
them.
You have to take care of your children.
No,
this is
you
breaking.
take, but I didn't think it was a big deal. Like, Olive, let's just go. I got a tea
Jeff's
time.
like, they're breathing. What more do you
Tea
need?
time.
Yeah, you ate eggs. You ate a healthy breakfast. I mean, so what? Their hair's
Hydrated.
not brushed.
There you go.
But I understand now.
So
Yes.
were you someone who dreaded the start of school, or were you excited?
When I was a kid,
Mm-hmm.
oh, God, I hated it.
You did?
You know, I was an awful student. I
I
couldn't
love
wait for it to be
school.
over. What about
You
you?
to go see your friends. I was excited. It fades very quickly. To Olive's point, the expert on the matter.
Yeah, exactly.
But you are excited when you first go back.
Right,
You got
like
your
the
new
first
routine, your
half day.
schedule. Yeah.
Yeah, but then you realize, oh crap,
Gotta do
there's like
work.
192 days left of this.
Yeah, but then you get to like try out for sports. And I love school. I loved all of school.
Oh my God.
There's things about school I didn't like. Like I didn't like studying for tests and doing all the
Homework.
work, right? But
Yeah.
I did like the social aspect
Yeah, I mean, I like gym class, and I like snow days.
and
That was pretty much
recess.
the
You like
extent of it.
lunchtime?
Yeah, I mean, that was
Art.
really it.
So I dreaded it,
Of course.
but I love school. I like school actually.
Yeah.
But that first day, that night before Labor Day night, I was so depressed. Oh. Because we just played outside all summer. We
I know.
played baseball, football outside, and it's just like this is all coming to an end. And then after that, it was okay. But that Labor
that
Day
night.
night, like 6 o'clock, I just remembered, no.
Well, some of it too, like in high school, I was playing high school football. So you're kind of already in your routine a couple weeks out because practice starts in August. So you're
Right.
just like, all right, this is just going to be another thing on the plate at that point. But when you're younger, you don't even have that. You're just excited to get back to it. No?
Yeah.
This
no,
is
I don't
depressing.
I don't think any kid's excited. I'm just saying. Maybe it's just
out there,
my
you-
kid.
parents got to be excited, right? You don't have to
Okay,
take care
yes,
of them anymore.
Parents
are excited.
are
Oh my God,
thrilled.
it's the greatest. Look at Greg. Everybody's thrilled.
Yes.
Oh, it's the best. It's so great. You get your me time back during the day. You get to see the kids at night. It's fantastic.
Yeah, Greg, you sent, I think, a tweet out yesterday. It was like, parents, we made it.
Yeah, we're back. It's big.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes the summer's tough because you got to find stuff for them to do the entire summer. Then they go back to school. It's beautiful.
Yeah, about August 15th, everything's been done. And you're kind of
Yeah,
just sitting
exactly.
there and you're like, what are we going to do?
And they
they're
want to
being
watch
annoying.
the phone.
You have these cat problems?
Back to school for the cat? No. But it is funny, Rieger, you're talking about things to do with your kid.
Yeah.
Later in the show, you are going to call out bad parents.
Oh, yeah. I'm an expert. I'm not one of them. But I think
You've observed them.
Yeah, I mean, I think you might be one, despite you not being a
I
parent.
don't even have kids, and somehow
Are
I'm
you
a
just
bad
predicting
parent.
his future?
Well, I
If
kind of
you
understand.
do have kids, you'll be an awful parent.
I think
I
Tom
agree with
disagrees
him.
with me too, and you two agree with each other. I think that's bad parenting.
And I
We'll
think
get to
Heather's
it.
going to be on our side. I think you're going to be on an island later in
No,
the show.
Heather definitely will not be on your side.
We'll see.
We will see.
I will bet you.
Don't do this. You get in trouble betting stuff. There's a long storied history with you and making bets and having to pay him off.
Yeah,
and-
sometimes you'll win them though.
Do you win them?
Every now and then.
Tigers last night. That's the other thing I want to start the show
winning,
with.
not so much.
Not so much. What do you make of it?
So it's weird, right? Tigers lose 8-3 yesterday. They get a 3-0 lead for Tarek Skubal, and he coughs it up. But you look at his stat line, and he struck out 12. He didn't walk anybody. He went damn near 7 innings, and he only gave up one earned run. He gave up a grand slam, so he gave up 6 total. But Zach McKinstry had 2 fielding errors, or throwing errors rather, one of the 5th and one of the 7th. So he gave up 6. Only one's charged to him. His ERA goes down, but he has only 1 win in his last 9 starts. Think
Which
about
goes
that.
back how far? That goes back to what, like June?
Yes, like July.
Early July then, yeah.
Yeah, think about that. Like Tarek Skubal, everybody's always like, you got to win Skubal starts. And they've won some of those games.
Yes.
Just he's not picking up the W. But for some reason or another, he's fine. He's still probably going to win the Cy Young. But he's not getting victories, which is just weird.
Well, you brought up pre-show this Crochet. The odds are very close. Skubal is still the favorite to win the Cy Young, but Crochet's like plus 125.
Yeah.
He's right there with them. And you and I were forecasting, who knows what's going to happen. The last series of the year, the Red Sox play the Detroit Tigers.
Right.
And we could see whether it's head-to-head, that'd be an incredible theater, but both pitching in that series, very likely. Maybe the Cy Young's on the line in the last series of the season.
No question. I mean, listen,
It's the way we talk about Skubal, I may be breaking news to people, but Crochet is nipping at his heels.
Well, I heard you ask Trammell yesterday, is Skubal the MVP? And I'm like, interesting. I never thought about that. And you think about the big dumper, you think about Aaron Judge. And like, you're right, Tarek Skubal is super valuable to his team, obviously. He's their one legitimate ace.
He's a 6-WAR player on the best team in baseball.
It's gone down a little bit since yesterday, but still.
5.8. Look at this guy nitpicking me. Fine.
But if you look at him versus Garrett Crochet, it is way tighter than anybody wants to talk about in Detroit. Like the ERA, very close to each other. Strikeouts, very close to each other. WAR is 0.2 away from each other. So I agree with you. I think down the stretch, Boston might need that series more than Detroit because Detroit should have already clinched. Like it could be a Crochet Skubal matchup for the Cy Young. And I know it's a big deal to win back-to-back Cy Youngs.
What was the moment with Skubal last night in the lights?
So in the 3rd inning, Skubal gets squeezed by another god-awful umpire.
Can we get the robo? I'm sorry.
Oh, my God. This umpiring is so bad. It goes bad both ways. But he gets squeezed, and then he's pissed about it.
Yeah.
He starts jawing with the umpire. AJ has to come out and calm Skubal down. Skubal's fine. AJ's fine. The umpire, to his credit, allowed the conversation to take place. Skubal then strikes out Langoliers.
Yeah.
Who's the dude that hit the grand slam?
Yeah.
Yes. But before in that bat, it looked like he went yard. So he hits a ball to left field. It goes left of the foul pole. In Oakland, Sacramento, wherever the hell they play, that little minor league ballpark, they think it's gone. So they turn on the lights, like the home run celebration. Skubal gets pissed and starts muttering to himself and pointing to the lights. Then they turn him off. He strikes him out. And then the Tigers, when Gleyber Torres hits a homer, goes on Twitter and say, oh, turn the lights on. So they're mocking the whole situation. Then it turns out in the 7th inning, he gives up a grand slam to the guy
Langoliers.
that he struck out earlier. Didn't work out so great.
No, that is a little rinky-dink ballpark out there.
Yeah, it's kind of fun to watch, though, a little bit, right?
So I heard Benetti reference, they don't do ballpark data for it because it's like a temporary home.
Yes.
But the implication is everybody hits home runs at this ballpark.
Yes, it's Coors Field and this ballpark,
Yeah.
number 1 and 2 for offensive scoring. So it was a tough loss yesterday. It's a bad loss, but with that being said, what are you going to do?
And the Royals lost. So they're still up 10 and a half.
You're not watching that anymore, are you?
No, I'm not scoreboard watching, but
Right.
I was curious just to see, is it under 10 now? Because I know, Jeff, if this gets within 6 or 7, the
you're
audience
gonna
is
feel
going to, you jinxed them. Guys, they're going to win the division. Say it with your chest. Believe in your baseball team.
I will tell you this, a little bit of bad news. The Blue Jays won, though.
Right.
So that means it's only a half-game separator between the Tigers and Blue Jays for best record in the AL.
Either way, you get the bye.
Correct.
1 and 2.
As long as another team doesn't come up and catch you.
And they have the tiebreaker with Houston.
Yes.
So, no, all in all, like,
Not Seattle, though.
not Seattle.
So if Seattle were to overtake Houston, they're like a game out.
Yeah.
And if they were to catch Detroit or even tie Detroit, then Detroit would be 3 if Toronto surpasses them, too.
Yeah. If Seattle was buoyed by a big bat that maybe they added at the deadline, if he were to heat up or something, that would
He's been better of late.
certainly make an impact. Anyway, 248-539-9797. I said it'd be a different kind of Tuesday. We are bringing back Greg Palm. It is the kickoff. It is week 1 of the college football season. The top 12 teams in the sport from the brain of Greg Hargrave. We'll do it every Tuesday throughout the college football season. You have the cuts from the Lions expected to be finalized today by 4 p.m. Hendon Hooker, he gone. That's a top 70 pick for Brad Holmes. Is it his biggest mistake, and is it something you are going to hold against him? We've got the 2 Grand Slam at $725, a chance to win $2,000. It's 97.1.
Hey, what's up, Detroit? It's your girl, Heather, and I'm always looking for ways to stay on top of my game, right? Well, listen, you know how much I rely on my phone for everything. That's why I got to tell you about this insane deal from Verizon that'll help you be your best self, too. We're talking a low price on the best 5G in Detroit. Seriously, whether I'm blasting my favorite tracks on the morning commute or snagging those last-minute tickets to the hottest new flick. Check this out. You can switch today and pay just $50 a month for a single line. You heard me right, $50 a month for the best 5G in Detroit when you bring your own phone on the unlimited welcome plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. That's a no-brainer, people. Visit your nearest Detroit Verizon store today to lock in this incredible deal. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
That's the moment you were talking about, Rieger. Langoliers getting his moment at the end of that game.
Yeah, by the way, there's a picture on social media. You should go in search of it if you want. It's Langolier hitting the grand slam and Skubal immediately knowing it's gone. And he's just turning and in pain. But he couldn't be in that much pain considering he only got one earned run charged to him.
Very weird line. He struck out 12?
12, gave up 6 runs, but only 1 earned.
And the stat from you, he hasn't won. He's won 1 start.
One start in his last 9.
Wow.
Which is kind of crazy. I mean, they've won some of those games. But
Yeah, where are you at with the Tigers, by the way? Because John and I have done this whole thing where, like, we think they're going to win the division. You know, I have my whole declaration and everything. But postseason-wise, I think that's the great unknown.
Yeah, I keep going back and forth. I'm what AJ hates. I ride the roller coaster of the season. So, like, right now, their bullpen looks pretty damn good, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you have to throw Finnegan and Vest back-to-back,
You love it.
and Tyler Holton is your lefty high-leverage dude, like, I have faith in that a little bit. But then again, you see other, like, days like you saw yesterday, and you see the day before, and that bullpen looks awful. And you're like, oh, man, they're going to be an early knockout.
Well, it's about that mushy middle, right? If you get the postseason and your starter can only go 4 or 5 because you don't want him seeing the lineup the third time over, it's the bridge to Finnegan and Vest. And that's where ultimately we'll find out, was Scott's gamble. You know, he didn't want
you're
it.
right.
He wanted to keep his prospects and kind of do this on reclamation projects and trusting their process. If he's right, they'll bridge the 6th and the 7th inning, and he'll get, obviously, credit for Finnegan.
A ton of credit, yes.
But if they have an issue where Flaherty, yo-yo, good start, bad start, good start, bad start, has a bad start, Mize, who he battles, he's a warrior, but he's far from an ace at this point, and you have to bridge those innings, and you're looking around going, where is it? Or if they get in a big postseason situation where the bats go cold and you're looking around going, where's that extra bat we didn't add? That's the gamble. And look, they could do it without making those moves.
Yeah, but what's
in
the
a wide open
expectation?
American
What do they
League.
have to do so idiots like us can't go back at Scott Harris if they get knocked out in the postseason? Like, honestly, if they don't have to play in a wild card, cool.
Yeah.
You got to win the ALDS.
Yes.
You got to get to the ALCS. And I would say in this weak American League, you got to win the ALCS. Like, you got to get to the World Series.
If they lose the only 7-game series they play, having been the best team in the American League all year, I think it would be fair to look back and say,
yes, you didn't do enough.
Could they have done more, and should they have done more? If they're in the World Series and they lose to the Dodgers or the Phillies, I mean, there's an argument it wouldn't have mattered.
I heard you ask Tram yesterday. You're like, Tram, you asked it really well, about like, who's the Tiger's second starter at a playoff game? And it's such a great question because who is the Tigers' second starter? Is it going to be Uncle Charlie?
Yeah.
Is it going to be Casey Mize? I would not think it's going to be Jack Flaherty. I mean, it's not going to be Chris Paddock.
And he said Morton, right?
Yeah.
Which I think today it is Morton. And he'll pitch today. And if he struggles, then it won't be him.
It's going to be somebody else.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. It is a back-to-school week. Yesterday for some, today for some, next week for Olive, correct?
Yes, Tuesday.
Okay. Tuesday.
Tuesday, my tea time is on Wednesday, 9:30.
A great time of year for parents.
Oh, it's amazing.
By the way, that's how it should be. Post Labor Day, that's when school should start.
Yes.
Not this like weird like half week, 4-day week.
Oh, I thought you were talking about like that's how it should be. Good day for parents.
Oh,
yes,
sure.
That's how it should be.
That's your relief.
Yes.
You get through the summer, and there you go.
It's hard to get through the summer.
Just in time for football season.
Exhausting.
Greg Palm coming up at 6:35. Hendon Hooker cut. Are you holding it against Brad Holmes? We are going to talk about the Lions later in the show. Has the pessimism gone too far? Hear what Dan Campbell says about his roster, and we've got the 2 Grand Slam. But first, Heather with the news.
Well, the man who killed his ex-wife at Henry Ford Hospital in Detroit has been arraigned, and a second person has also been charged. So Mario Green has been charged with first-degree premeditated murder, as well as, discharge of a firearm in a building causing death, aggravated stalking, and several other things as well. Now, there's another man who has also been charged with accessory after the fact and lying to a police officer. So he was apparently there to help Green flee the scene afterward. So that's some new information we didn't have. During the arraignment on Monday, Green stood completely quiet. A plea of not guilty was entered by the court on his behalf. Here's an interesting story. A female wrestler is suing Okemos Public Schools and her coach for negligence and unsafe practices after she was severely injured during a practice. So the injury took place back in December of 2024 when this girl who weighs only 90 pounds, right, a small girl, was paired against a much larger boy for practice and was body slammed 3 times.
Oh, my.
And the lawsuit is seeking a jury trial, monetary relief for damages that include medical expenses, procedures. It's a pretty crazy story. They also say the girl was not provided medical treatment at the school. She did go see a school trainer, but that was about it. Because after she was body slammed the 3rd time, she started vomiting. She said she was experiencing breathing problems. Like, it was clear she was in distress, according to this lawsuit.
Yeah.
So it sounds like her mom said, you know what, that's not enough. I'm taking her right to the hospital. And they found that she had serious injuries, including a liver laceration. She had to be transferred to a pediatric intensive care unit. So anyway, I understand where her lawsuit is coming from.
It's awful. When I first saw the headline, I thought, oh, well, she's kind of signing up if she's going to wrestle with boys. But then you read the details and you go, this is ridiculous.
Well,
how did they allow that to happen?
On that particular day, the wrestlers she typically faces weren't there. So
Yeah.
the coach was like, oh, that's all right. Here's, Bobby, who's
What's
like
the
10
weight
times your
difference?
size. I don't know how much this boy weighed. I just know that she was 90 pounds. She was in the featherweight,
Sure.
He was much
What
bigger,
kind
significantly
of boy
larger.
is that? The body slam a 90-pound girl 3 times. Come on.
Yep.
That's ridiculous.
An Ypsilanti driving school has been suspended and banned from providing classes after the state discovered numerous violations. So an investigation discovered that this school, Coach Richmond's driving school, failed to use the prescribed curriculum, did not maintain student records, exceeded the fire marshal's class capacity, and then was also having students drive in uninsured vehicles. So
Yikes.
that's bad. So the suspension is indefinite, pending, obviously,
Of course.
investigation. So
Funny story, my driving school is
Yeah?
no longer around either because they gave me a license. Yeah, they suspended them.
yeah.
They screwed up there.
The popular Slows Barbecue will be opening a new location in Ann Arbor this fall. Very, very soon. It was announced on social media on Monday that Ann Arbor will be home to the 3rd Metro Detroit location, open this fall, like I said. It's going to be located in the former Blue Tractor Barbecue and Brewing location on East Washington Street. And it's going to be a full restaurant, full service, sit-down restaurant. Also, obviously, carry-out, delivery, catering available as well.
Cool.
New place to go.
Fan of
I
Slows,
think
yeah.
so. Yeah. I feel like we should all be a little bit offended by this next story. So obviously Labor Day right around the
Yes.
corner.
Yep.
And an annual study for Labor Day has found the hardest working states and the least hardest working states in all of America.
What are they
And
going to say? We're lazy?
and they looked at things like employment rates, hours worked, average commute, how much free time people have in general. And Michigan, dead last.
Wait a second.
Dead
Hold on.
last.
We're blue collar. We put the world on wheels and we're dead last.
Yeah, no kidding. Right? Are you offended by this?
I am
was a little
offended by
offended by this because I was like, I saw this article and my eyes didn't even go to that. Because why would we be in the least hardworking?
You should be offended. You worked last night and now you're already up this
I
morning.
know.
You guys
You're
should
the
be
hardest working
offended.
guy in radio.
You guys get up so early. I mean, they should know about you guys.
Seriously.
But all our factory workers and
I mean, that's a good point.
Then I go home and work hard at home too.
So
Gosh darn it.
They're just calling us lazy as a
Yes.
state.
Yes.
Why?
So
though?
the 10 hardest working
Yes.
states.
What are they?
Can't
North
wait.
Dakota,
Oh, please.
Okay, fine.
They got nothing else to do but work.
Alaska,
they're working the field.
Again, same
South
deal.
Dakota,
Oh, the
Texas,
Dakotas work their
Hawaii,
asses
yes,
off.
Virginia, New Hampshire, Wyoming, Maryland, and Nebraska. Michigan, dead last.
Okay, so none of those places, for the most part, have pro sports. So they got nothing else to do but work.
Work the day away.
Who wants to work all their lives? I'm
Apparently
actually
no
kind
I
of
one
like how
in
you're spinning this. You know what?
Yeah.
That's the spin on this.
Yes, we
These people
enjoy
are-
our lives more.
They're breaking their backs.
Right. And we're just, here we are, the laziest state. But you know what? We enjoy the hell out of ourselves. We drink
That's right,
more
that's
and we
right.
golf more and we watch more sports.
There you go.
Yeah.
I guess I shouldn't be so offended.
No.
Should be
Lazy's
patting
not a
myself
bad
in the
thing.
back.
That's
How
right.
about
Go
this?
us.
Good job. Good
Lazy's
job.
not a bad thing if you can get away with it.
Okay.
You said that very confidently.
That's appropriate use of effort, Rieger. Not laziness.
That's a good point.
All right, Heather with the news. Coming up next, Greg Palm, top 12 teams in college football. Week 1 is here. It's 97-1. All right, guys, it's also football season for the Detroit Lions. It's time to roar louder than ever. The 2025 season is kicking off, and the ultimate way to celebrate is with 1800 Tequila. The world's most awarded tequila is back as the official tequila of our Detroit Lions. From pregame tailgates to postgame celebrations, 1800 Tequila brings smooth, bold flavor to every moment. Sip it in a sideline margarita or enjoy it straight. Either way, you're raising a glass to a championship season. Make 1800 Tequila part of your game day lineup all season long. Victory never tasted so good. 1800 Tequila, official tequila of the Detroit Lions. Please drink responsibly. It's back in time for week one. Set the tone, Greg. Lay it out.
Let's start with the trivia question. Do you guys remember, and Jim obviously more than Jeff, when we adopted Greg Palm's current methodology last year?
I don't know. Right around the time the playoff came out, November?
Yeah, November 12th, week 12. So that was pretty late in the season. This year, we have a true full season of Greg Palm right from the jump. The board is set. The matrix is all right. The teams are in their places. Did want to mention we have 2 new friends making the jump to FBS in 2025. Delaware and Missouri State, both in Conference USA. Brings our total up to 136.
I don't think we're going to hear Delaware or Missouri State again for Greg Palm, but welcome.
I'm just curious, how did he do last year? If you adopted it late, did you nail all top 12 teams?
No. His goal is to not predict the 12 teams.
Oh.
His goal is to give an unbiased ranking.
Oh, I got you.
of the teams.
It was more opinion-based until November.
Yes.
Understood.
But now we're going with data. Greg, lay it out to kick off the season.
Actually, before we get to the rankings, I do have a little surprise for you.
It's the Greg Palm Game of the Week.
Now, admittedly, I'm going to cheat here because I said I want this to involve at least one top 12 team. We don't have a top 12 team involved. That's because I've been looking forward to this game since I knew it was on the schedule 3 summers ago. And for this game, let's give you a little history lesson and go back to the magical year of 1990.
I thought Sony wasn't on the show anymore.
An absolutely nutso year in college football. Colorado and Georgia Tech split the national title after Georgia Tech wins the coaches poll by 1 point. They are playing this week. It is the Friday night primetime game on ESPN. And not only have they not played since 1990, this is the first time they will have played each other in each program's history.
So this decides the 1990 national championship.
Took long enough.
Fair enough.
Unless next year they split and because they got the return game in Bobby Dodd next year.
Okay, points for the sounder. We will have a Greg Palm Game of the Week every week. I don't know why you picked this one given all the other ones, but I respect
historical
your quirks. Yes. Let's go through this. I'm dying to get the list. What do we got?
Okay, Jim. Number 12, we got LSU. Garrett Nussmeier returns at quarterback. A lot of promise for this LSU team to make the college football playoff. Did you know they have lost 5 straight season openers? And you know, when I try to break a season opener losing streak, I go and play at Clemson in week 1.
Yeah, go ahead and make that 6.
All right, number 11 is Michigan. Time to see if we carry that end-of-season momentum into 2025. Did they find something? And it is finally official. Bryce Underwood is behind center.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, he's still a true freshman quarterback. I think this is ambitious putting Michigan at 11. I would be shocked if they make the college football playoff this season. I think there's going to be at least a couple losses that you can attribute directly to freshman mistakes. And I think you're okay with it if you're a Michigan fan. Get it out of your system. Develop the guy, and then maybe next year you're like a Florida, South Carolina, straight to the moon with your great young quarterback.
I mean, when you look at the losses, though, what are your for sure losses?
I think they're losing to Norman in week 2.
I would agree.
I think they're losing to Nebraska early in the season on the road.
Okay.
And Ohio State can't lose every year, right?
I mean, that's a fair point. You go 9-3, you're probably not making it, but 10-2 gets you in.
Number 10 is Miami of Florida. Cam Ward is out. Number 1 draft pick to the Titans. Carson Beck is in from Georgia. They host Notre Dame on Sunday. Number 9 is Boise State. Look, they lost Ashton Genty to the NFL. Basically, if this is typical Boise, got a 2-game season at Notre Dame in week 6 and UNLV hosting, Boise State hosting UNLV, who just had a tough game against Idaho State.
I would make a note that Boise State is on upset alert this week, Thursday night.
They will
go
Florida.
South Florida, heat, humidity, 90, sticky. And while South Florida got their ass kicked a bunch last year, they return an offense that scored more than 30 points per game. The nuts and bolts are there. Upset alert for Boise.
Number 8, the Georgia Bulldogs. Interested to see them under Gunnar Stockton. Alabama, Tennessee, Texas, Ole Miss, they're all on the schedule. This week they start with Marshall at home.
No, I agree with you. I mean, I can't see Georgia even making the playoffs. The O-line last year was the worst in Kirby Smart's era. I'm not sure how much that's going to be better. They lost a ton of talent to the NFL, one of the youngest rosters in the SEC. You mentioned Gunnar Stockton. I think this is a year that Kenny Cott's going to be pissed. Georgia's going to be way down.
Number 7, Alabama. They're returning 8 starters on the defensive side of the ball, and Ryan Williams without Jeremiah Smith would have been the best freshman wide receiver in the country last year. So big game for them. They are at Florida State. A true road game in Tallahassee to start the season. Number 6, we've got the Oregon Ducks. They're only returning 5 starters from last year's Big Ten championship team. Remember, in the portal, last year, they got Dante Moore. He's going to be starting now at quarterback. And Mekhi Hughes from Tulane will be starting in the backfield alongside Moore. Number 5, Clemson. maybe not so dead anymore. Do they have the championship formula? Jim, you've addressed this quite a bit. An elite quarterback, skilled outside weapons, and a destructive defensive line. They've got that huge Saturday night matchup hosting LSU.
The Battle of Death Valley.
Number 4, Ohio State. I had to remind a friend as little as 2 weeks ago that, yes, Matt Patricia is their defensive coordinator.
He looks good, by the way.
They are hosting Texas.
Hold on. He lost some weight. There's a difference between him looking good and he lost some weight.
Saying he looks good compared to how he used to
He'll always
look.
be a bozo.
But don't you feel that the Buckeyes are going to be a tad overrated? They got a redshirt freshman in Sayin as their quarterback. They lost 11 dudes to the NFL. And they lost dudes, Jim and Greg. They lost Henderson and Ibukwa. And their schedule, work with me. Texas, probably loss. At Illinois, potential loss. At Nebraska, tricky. At Michigan,
No gimme.
and then at Washington, too, which I understand nobody believes in Washington. Kind of a tough trip. I think when it's all said and done, the Buckeyes are going to be a tad disappointing.
I like you fading Georgia and Ohio State.
One thing I do want to mention about Patricia is look, part of the reason why he failed with the Lions is because he was kind of a douchey tyrant. Is there more leeway to act that way in college?
Oh, because the kids have to listen to him.
Yes. Urban Meyer was the way he was in college, was one of the best college coaches of all time and failed in the pros because of that. Interesting to take a look at.
I want to clarify, Patricia didn't just fail with the Lions. He also went to the Eagles and ruined their defense the year before they won the Super Bowl.
And I'm sure you know what? I'm very upset with myself because that should have been the number one reason why you fade Ohio State, because of Matt Patricia, despite looking good.
All right,
the
number
beard is
3.
still really scraggly, though.
Yeah.
Number 3 is Texas. They are the highest ranked team that still has an over-under at 9.5. It's still on the upper end of that, but still at 9.5. Number 2, Penn State. Now, depending on your sports book, they have the best odds of any team to finish over 10.5 wins. What I found was minus 105 are the odds for that. They will start with Nevada.
Okay, so I'm a dope. I know everybody says Penn State. James Franklin, 4-20 against top 10 teams. This is the year, Jim.
Oh, God.
This is the year, Greg. Drew Aller, a third-year starter. They're going to the postseason. Their toughest game is at Ohio State. Not quite sure how good the Buckeyes are going to be. They get Nevada this week. They're a 44.5-point favorite. This is the year for the Nittany Lions in Crappy Valley. I truly believe this.
Is it because you and James Franklin have the same haircut?
We do. We both look good.
I'll believe it when I see it. I know they have all the advantages. Soft schedule. They host Oregon in what's going to be a whiteout at night. I just don't believe it till I see it.
But they're going to make the playoff.
Oh, they'll be in the playoffs.
Okay, and
James Franklin, by the way, in some ways is the best college football coach for bettors. You know he'll win the games he should,
Yes.
and you know he'll lose the games he should.
He was kind of like Harbaugh before cheating.
Got to find his stallions.
Guys, if you're filling in the blanks, you know who's coming in at number 1. Everyone's favorite independent, Notre Dame. There is significant separation, actually, between them and number 2, Penn State. The difference between them and Penn State is actually greater than the difference between 2 and 6.
Based on what? Why are they number 1?
Their over-unders at 10.5. They have the most expected wins
Okay.
of anybody outside of Penn State, and their schedule is quite difficult. Greg Palm will reward you for a difficult schedule. Got to see it play out, but that is what we are rewarding Notre Dame for.
Early in the schedule, they play at Miami. They're going to get A&M early.
Yeah, that's a huge test. That's kind of how they opened last year.
Yeah.
Was big primetime road game. Do want to mention O-line is one more year experience across the board. They're replacing Riley Leonard with C.J. Carr, and we mentioned that game at Miami to start the season.
The thing I'd say about Notre Dame, C.J. Carr will be a different quarterback than Leonard. The offense will have to be different. Can they get some verticality to the passing game? Can they have a balanced offense? They're going to run the football. I have no doubt about it. They're going to be in the college football playoff. I have no doubt about that.
I have no doubt about that
But I don't know
either.
if they're winning it with a freshman quarterback, albeit a redshirt freshman.
I just like that Greg Hargrave, he rewards you for having a tough schedule. I enjoy that about Greg Palm.
You get credit when you beat good teams.
Yes, I dig that.
That's how it should be.
Tell that to the SEC
2026 are going to get with it.
eventually.
That's Greg Palm. Yeah, one of these days. It's 97-1. The only 3 runs they'd get, 8-3 loss to the A's last night in Sacktown.
Yeah.
Jeff Rieger in for John
Minor league
Jansen
stadium.
today. Yeah, it is a minor league ballpark. Hey, Lions are going to make their cuts by 4 p.m. today. Already some names have come out. Dan Skipper, Hendon Hooker among those names.
Broderick Martin.
Yes. So Holmes has cut 2 of his top 100 picks now. Broderick Martin and Hendon Hooker. Hendon Hooker 68th overall. Pour one out for Jamar and Westland. There will be no more Hendon Hooker texts, which, hey, we can move on. It was time to move on. Dan Campbell had forecasted that. And by the way, they telegraphed it at the end of last year when they added Teddy Bridgewater. It told you everything they needed to know about Hendon Hooker's development. Didn't get any better. He gets cut. Rieger, what I want to know is this Brad Holmes' biggest mistake, and do you hold it against him?
Okay, so when you say do you hold it against him, does that mean you're angry? Does that mean, I don't know, he's not perfect? Because, yes, that's a third-round pick, and it was 68 overall. At the time, they did need a quarterback.
Well, that's the thing. I think people are leaving it out. There's a lot of revisionist history here.
Yeah, I remember being on the air. It was on a Friday in the second day of the NFL draft, and I was happy they took a quarterback. And, of course, I'm like, okay, well, Brad took his guy. Now, it didn't work out, and it failed miserably, and I understand why you would look back and say, what a god-awful pick. But at the time, nobody was quite sure about Goff. They had yet to extend him, and people were wondering, who the hell's your backup? So it wasn't a bad idea to get a project. It just didn't work. So I don't hold it against him considering he's got so many other third-round picks right.
That same draft, he took Gibbs, Campbell, Laporta, and Branch.
Right. Which is an unbelievable draft.
Right. And at 68, he took a gamble. That's what this is. He gambled on the most important position in football when he had not made a decision on Goff. And they could say we always believed in him, but the reality is they hadn't extended him. He hadn't appeared in a playoff game. They hadn't won a playoff game. And it made sense to hedge your bet a little bit. Mobility, quick release. Now, in hindsight, that offense in Tennessee does not prepare guys for the NFL. And it blows up in his face. But I'm willing to take a risk every so often, especially when my quarterback hasn't been extended. Like, best case scenario, it was Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
Right? Jalen Hurts was a day 2 pick when they already had Carson Wentz. And when the Carson Wentz thing blew up, they had Jalen Hurts ready to go. That's why you make that draft pick.
I mean, listen, he hasn't been great on third-round picks unless you go back to, Lee McNeil.
And Kirby Joseph, right?
And Kirby Joseph.
Yeah.
So he's been a great GM, and I understand that people are going to want to nitpick Martin and Hooker, who get released on the same day from the same draft.
Yeah.
Both third-round picks. With all that being said, I don't hold it against them. Not at all. Do you?
No. Is this his biggest mistake? I would say yes.
Probably. Yes.
What else would be on the short list of?
I mean, you would go maybe
Levi Onwuzurike
because he can't stay healthy, and that was a second-round pick. Other than that, Broderick Martin, a third-round pick. And
has he signed a bad contract since he's been here? I don't think so.
Broderick Martin, you could tell from the get-go. I would make the case you could tell Broderick Martin was going to fail before you knew Hendon Hooker was going to fail.
And they traded up to get him.
Correct.
And
yeah, but you're talking about 3 picks. Who else? Who else did you hate? James Houston? He was a 6th-round pick.
Yeah.
Right?
I don't think there's really a lot of
Josh Paschal? He was a second-round pick. They believed in him, and another dude that just continues to get injured. I mean, are you ready to say that Ennis Rakestraw is a bad pick?
No, it's too early, although his career's off to a very lousy start.
Yeah, I mean, Terrion Arnold wasn't great last year. Was that a bad first-round pick?
No, I think some of that's baked into being a rookie corner.
Right.
I mean, is it a movie he hasn't made? Is the biggest mistake a movie he hasn't made?
I would argue that Marcus Davenport's his biggest mistake. Now,
the reliance
we can
on
let
him?
that play out this season, and that can change. But I think right now, like if you're looking at this Super Bowl window, this could be the biggest mistake if he gets injured again. So we'll see about that. I hold Hooker against him because I didn't like the player. I just thought it was garbage. Like, I don't know the evaluation process, how they thought, well, maybe he could be Goff's replacement when you didn't know if you're going to extend Goff yet. He was a one-read quarterback out of college. It was a gimmicky offense, and I think he fell in love with a guy because he had a couple flash games. Like Broderick Martin, after the draft he had that year, I didn't mind the project pick, because you're kind of either home running it or it's going to just blow up. But at that point, you made 4 great picks, and that makes the Hooker pick not as bad as well. But the importance of the position, like they could have done several different things here over the last 3 years with their backup situation, and instead they bought into that. And I just didn't get the evaluation process from the get-go.
But I don't know how much it hurt him in the sense that when push came to shove, they brought Teddy Bridgewater back for the playoffs, and Teddy Bridgewater actually appeared in that playoff game. And even this season, Kyle Allen's the definition of a backup quarterback in the NFL. It's not like they go into this year without a backup quarterback. Kyle Allen started games. He's thrown more touchdowns than picks. He can do the part in the preseason, and in a quarter, a series, a half, he can play.
But I just think it
hasn't
shows you,
hurt them.
I think it shows you how good Holmes is, considering we're left in year 5 of Brad Holmes talking about, well, who's the backup? And is he good enough? I mean, that's all we're talking about right now. As far as misses, what he didn't do, the only one I can think of, and I don't know too many people that would have made this move, would you rather have Jalen Carter instead of Jameer Gibbs?
It's Gibbs and Laporta, though. It's Gibbs and Laporta.
That's true.
Which I think makes it a tough call. Like, I'd rather have Carter, I think, than a running back who's splitting carries as dynamic as Jameer is. But you throw in Laporta, and it's close enough where it's not something I'm going to bicker about.
Exactly. The problem is, though, and I do mean if, I was listening to Lions Review yesterday, and Dapper Dan Miller's like, I want to see that defensive line, and I want to see if they can kill some quarterbacks. He's like, I don't care about pressures. I want sacks. And then, of course, Wojo chimes in, and maybe some fumbles, too. The point is, if that defensive line in this year with a healthy defense doesn't work out, then that's what you bitch about Brad Holmes about. Like this, he took a chance. I'm not going to kill him for it.
Yeah, I don't think it's as big as I mean, I think that's still a down the road conversation with Jalen Carter. I know we toyed with that a little bit after the Super Bowl because of the Super Bowl that Jalen Carter had.
To do.
You know, ESPN came out with their top 100 yesterday, and Laporta was in the 80s, 83, I think. Gibbs was in the 20s, and then Jalen Carter, I think, was 17, right behind Hutch.
Yeah.
So if you had Jalen Carter, you had 3 top 20 players, according to them.
But they would never do Jalen Carter because they believe in the culture thing. And if we go back to Jalen Carter with the workouts and trouble with the law, I mean, yes, you should say you should do it, but we know how they roll, and they're not going to.
I don't think he was a serious consideration for them in that draft. Just from everything we had read. I mean, Campbell's comments about we don't want turds. I think Carter was even quoted as saying he could have worked harder, which to me was like, well, okay, you're not even on Dan
remember
Campbell's
his
board.
Workout that everybody totally, I think you did. I think I did. We all trashed him for it.
Yeah, and I fought Rico about it. Now he's cashing receipts because Carter's a great player. But
Rico's doing that? No.
Not Rico.
Not Rico.
He liked all those Georgia defensive linemen. They got Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter, and they won a Super Bowl. Yeah, I can show you my text with him. But in terms of the biggest mistake he's made, you're right. Like, we're looking at a third-round pick or a move they haven't made.
Yeah.
And I do think when you're picking guys in the top 100, when you're picking a guy at 68, you want more than they got out of Hendon Hooker. So if you're mad about the pick, you can be mad about the pick. I understood it. I understood at the time why they made the move.
The problem is, if anybody wants to say, like, hey, what's his biggest failure? And you can have the conversation, but it's so nitpicking because in 2 to 3 years, they have to make a decision on Hutch and Branch and Laporta and who am I missing? J-Mo and Jack Campbell. Did I get everybody? You got 6 dudes that you want to extend. You're not going to be able to extend all of them. Think about how great of drafting that is.
And in that
because
way,
you want to bring them all back.
His real rubber meets the road moment is, who do you let go from that group?
So I did this topic the other day.
Yeah.
And I was talking to a couple people that know a hell of a lot more than me. Of those 6 guys, you're re-signing extended Hutch, correct?
Oh, yeah, no doubt about it.
So let's say my belief is you can sign 2 of the remaining 5 of Branch and Laporta and J-Mo and Campbell and who am I missing? Gibbs. So
see, with Gibbs, I'm tempted to just go, hey, I'm going to go your 5 years and then a franchise tag if necessary.
And then say goodbye. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, Jack Campbell is the green dot linebacker, and he's going to have a great year, I think, and which will make his price go up. You got to bring him back.
Yeah, I would think, especially if you're letting Anzalone walk after this season. That's kind of the writing on the wall.
So who's the second?
I love Branch. I hate that they already paid Kirby Joseph because it seems silly to pay 2 safeties record-breaking deals. But Branch is more than a safety. He's a guy who can play cover corner. He's a player who's elite against the run, coming up and making plays in the backfield. He's a blitzer. They like to blitz in this defense. I just love Brian Branch, the football player. But I know that means I'm losing J-Mo and Laporta in your scenario.
Yeah, I mean,
but maybe that's where Tesla comes in.
Well, I think Tesla eventually, I said this on the air the other day, people got very upset. I said maybe he eventually in 2 years is the replacement for J-Mo because you can't afford him. People don't want to see J-Mo go. People don't want to see any of these dudes go.
Well, it's why you need
And
to
that's
win.
why they're saving on to the or holding on to the money.
Well, it's why you need to win the next 2 years while you have them all.
Oh, that'd be nice. That's a good idea.
And
They
then
should do that.
Yeah, that's a great play. Hey, Brad, just go win a Super Bowl this year or next, and then if guys have to leave, I mean, we understand the business of football. It would be heart-wrenching, gut-wrenching, because the fan base does get attached to these guys. If they lose 2 and 3 and 4 of them.
Oh, it's going to be like the World Series with the Tigers all over again, where they had 5 Cy Young winners and they couldn't win a World Series. You're never going to forget about it.
Say that. Worst move that Brad Holmes made. Do you hold the Hendon Hooker pick against him? He's officially cut. It's 97-1. All right, phone calls, ticket text 248-539-9797. Hendon Hooker cut. Jamar and Westland, we're awaiting your text this morning.
Are you getting grief? I heard the afternoon show. Guy's giving it to you.
At the time, it made sense to draft a quarterback, and I will die on that hill that we're doing a lot of revisionist history today.
Now,
they did not make a decision on Goff yet. He hadn't appeared in a playoff game. He didn't win those 2 playoff games yet. And once he did it, he won me over. But until they extended him, until he had those moments, it made sense to hedge your bets. And they didn't nuke a first-round pick on the guy or even a second-round pick on the guy. They made 4 picks in the draft before rolling the dice on a quarterback with some mobility and a quick release. Now, we get it. He can't read defenses. Tennessee didn't require it. He can't do it at the NFL when the speed's faster, and they had to make the decision to release him. And by the way, credit to them for not sitting there and milking this and saying, well, he's our guy. They cut him. They cut him. It's a bad pick. It's easy to say now. At the time, I think people are lying to suggest they shouldn't have made the pick.
No, I love that Brad Holmes cut him. And he did with Broderick Martin, too. I mean, he admitted, listen, I'm not perfect. I'm not infallible. The one thing about Hendon Hooker that I remember thinking at the time, and I liked it. I was on the air when it was going on. I said, good, you need a backup quarterback. They trust this guy. Let's see what happens. But the one thing I remember thinking is, well, if you're not going to take a backup quarterback or even a quarterback with a first-round pick, then is it really going to work out in the 3rd round? You know what I mean? So I wonder, wouldn't you have been better off taking a different position in the 3rd round where the success rate would have been better? But
although the 3rd-round pick they took that year in addition to Hendon Hooker was Broderick Martin, which didn't work either.
Exactly.
So some ticket text on this. Is this Holmes' biggest mistake? And that's quite a statement if this is the biggest mistake.
Yeah, it's pretty good tenure so far.
Pretty good resume. And do you hold it against him, this pick? Ticket texters say Hooker equals Darko, terrible pick, waste of a good resource.
That's
you
asinine.
cannot compare
That's
the two.
asinine.
Cannot
Come
compare
on.
the two.
He's not Dwayne Wade.
Number 2 pick in the draft versus the 68th pick. Come on.
Carmelo. Come on.
After releasing Lynn and Martin, it almost has to guarantee Za'Darius is coming back, doesn't it, boys?
Feels that way, doesn't it? So it was more than them, though. They released yesterday. Here is it was Miles Adam, defensive lineman, gone. Broderick Martin, gone.
Those are interior guys.
Defensive end Nate Lynn, gone as well.
Yeah.
So I agree. I mean, I think Za'Darius is just waiting for the time to come back.
Tex says his biggest mistake is not signing Za'Darius yet. knowing that that's a critical need. But does he think it's a critical need? I mean, we've had that conversation with him.
If Marcus Davenport stays healthy, I know it's a huge if.
Yeah, he's played 6 games over the last 2 seasons.
Yeah, last year it was a game and a half before he got injured. The year before that was 4.
Yeah.
If he stays healthy, are you good? Is everybody good? I actually do think the defensive line with those 2 defensive ends, Hutch and Davenport, could be effective if the dude stays healthy.
But failure to prepare for the injury is the issue because his history is documented.
I mean, it can't happen again, right?
Sure. Texter says, it was a terrible pick to take Hooker. He was injured. The offense he ran in college was not conducive to the Lions offense. It is by far the worst pick of Holmes' tenure. Another says Hooker was a big mistake, but still the correct pick given the situation at the time. It was worth the risk. That's from Sid. Yeah, like every gamble's not going to pay off by definition.
I mean, I think a really strong case can be made for Owens Enrique. I mean, was the 50th pick in the draft, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you're at a point early in the rebuild. Like, what were you seeing there? I know John was highly critical of that pick in the moment. I think a strong case can be made for Rakestraw. He hasn't seen the field. The position you already drafted.
Doubling down.
I mean, they could the secondary could be the strongest part of their defense.
I think it is right now.
Yeah, and I think the thing where I have a problem with that more than anything is I really like Rosengarten from the Ravens, the guard/tackle. He's a starting player for them.
And instead of rolling a rookie this year, you'd have someone who had already been in the system, the pipeline, working with Hank Fraley.
Replenishing that line when you knew Ragnow was probably going to call it quits within a couple years.
Text says, you just can't sweep Hooker and Martin picks under the rug. Those are top 100 picks. Neither will contribute. They're gone after 3 years. 2 wasted picks. Can't sweep it under the rug.
Okay, first of all, it's a tad asinine. It really is. Brad Holmes has built this team. I'm not saying to bow down to him, but my goodness, the 2 to 3 years of drafts that he had that excelled, we just talked about all the guys you want to keep, that should be celebrated. So you can't forget about it. You can't forgive. Give me a break. It's nonsense. By the way, quarterbacks that were taken before Hendon Hooker, C.J. Stroud, Bryce Young, Anthony Richardson, Will Levis. You weren't getting any of those guys anyway.
Yeah, I never liked Levis. I was intrigued by Richardson. That's my cross to bear. And I liked Stroud, but you never had a chance to pick him. He went before the Lions were on the clock.
Exactly. So all in all, you needed a quarterback. They took the highest on their board. It didn't work out. I find it funny that people are really upset about this pick. What is it about this pick? I mean, he screwed up on other third rounders that same draft.
It's the high-profile quarterback position, but I would argue that's why you make the pick, because the payoff is so big. Jalen Hurts is the payoff. You make that pick with the possibility that he's Jalen Hurts. And you also understand that because it's a third-round pick, it might not work out, and you're okay with that gamble. At least I was at the time. And by the way, it's not like they've sat there and been refusing to accept reality. The reality is he's not good enough.
Well, that's the biggest thing. I mean, usually, like Dave Dombrowski, for instance, every move that dude made, and he usually was really good, he never admitted he was wrong. He never got rid of the evidence. You know what I mean? Brad Holmes understood he had 2 third-round picks that didn't work out in Martin and Hooker, and he said, sorry, we got to go win a Super Bowl. Take care. Adios. I mean, that shows a pretty mature GM in itself.
Get some more of these ticket texts. We have 2 Grand Slam and Heather's News quickly to Jake in Grand Blanc. Jake, good morning.
Hey, good morning, everyone.
Hey, good morning.
So I totally agree that it was a good pick at the time. We got him because he slipped down because of his injury. He would have been a second or late first round pick. He was killing it. And we picked him up. We took a chance. Hopefully, I don't know about you guys, but I thought the problem was going to be his injury. And that never panned out to be the case. He just didn't have the skills to stay on the team. I don't see the problem with it at all.
I think the issue, too, is the injury hurt him in this way. It speeds up the timeline. You're an older prospect. You get less leash when you're, already, what?
True.
20. How old is he now?
He's like 27.
Yeah.
But to be fair, it also bought him some time because nothing was expected from him that first year.
Yeah.
So we get a full year to kind of sit there and take it all in. And then the second year even, I mean, they weren't going to cut him after the whole Teddy Bridgewater debacle. So I actually would argue that it bought him some time. He just couldn't make it work.
This was the preseason he had to show it. Like they put him on notice last year when they brought back Teddy Bridgewater.
And he was so horrendous. I mean, I felt bad. It's not too often that you watch professional athletes and you actually feel bad for them, especially a guy like me. I'm so negative. I felt bad watching Hendon Hooker, especially this last game where the Lions get the turnover and he just sails a pick to give it right back to them.
It was futile. Ticket texters, 248-539-9797 says Holmes should be hammered due to the level of reach for those third rounders. Signed, Gary. Guys, are we going to brush past the fact they cut Skipper? That's the one that surprised me most. I wasn't surprised. He's been cut a bunch. And as the roster gets deeper, they know he's not going to get claimed. It doesn't mean he couldn't play for the Lions down the road here.
Well, I do believe since he's been in the league for 4 years, he can now choose what team he wants to go through.
Okay.
So he doesn't have to go through waivers, but he's 30. He's not the most athletic guy out there. And it just is a good sign that they have better athletes in their mind.
Yeah.
So I think what they said last year, that everybody's not going to make this team, and we have a deep roster, I think this is proving it by getting rid of Skipper.
Didn't they cut Skipper the year they were on Hard Knocks?
I don't know.
I think they did. Like, they've done this before. Other teams have cut him. He's barely I know he's like a cult hero,
Right.
and
Of
we all
course,
like him, but
for the
like,
whole Dallas
from
thing.
a football standpoint, this was not a guy who should be a lock to make the
Right.
roster, and he still could play for them this season if they have to.
It's like the equivalent of Trey Holloman leaving Michigan State. When he protected the Block S, you never knew. You never thought he was going to transfer. Dan Skipper, he reported eligible, bro. They made T-shirts. They're not going to cut that guy.
He'll drink for free forever.
It's a Spartan head at center court at Breslin.
Okay, whatever. I like that those Michigan players try to screw that tradition up.
And I think they were ridiculous to do so, but
It worked. Michigan went on a 5-game winning streak.
that's what
they won the Big Ten
what
tournament.
do you mean it worked? Yes,
It worked.
that's why they went on a win streak.
I
Is
think
that how
so.
your brain works?
Well, they were on a 5-game losing skid. Don't forget.
And that's what
they
got
couldn't
them
win
winning.
to say. Yeah, I think so. Great job by Dusty.
Shador and Milrow would have been steals for backup quarterbacks. Holmes should have made those picks instead. They've looked good this preseason. Hold on. Shador has not looked that good this preseason.
Well, he did in the one game that he got injured.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah. Is he going to get cut? No.
no.
Yeah.
They traded Kenny Pickett, and they're going to
Okay.
carry 3. It'll be Flacco, Gabriel, and Shador.
What a quarterback room.
Yeah, I know. The envy of the league. Not every prospect's going to hit. Hooker made sense at the time. Didn't work out. I'm not mad at Brad. No, at the time, it was a dumbass pick, Josh and Warren says. He had a bum leg. He was pushing 30. It was stupid from day one. People who hated it then feel vindicated because they were right all along.
How many people called you guys, called Wojo and I as well, and said, Hooker over Goff? Somebody texted in and said,
No, famously, Jamar in Westland is our guy. He's the big Hooker guy.
he's the big Hooker guy, right?
I don't know how yes.
Yeah, he's
I think
big on
so.
hookers. Okay.
Yeah, that's his
Fair
thing. I don't know if he's a
all
married
good.
man or not. Whatever he wants to do.
I don't judge people.
We were just in Vegas. Anyway, we've
A
got
lot of hookers there?
So they say.
Vegas.
Jeff, I wouldn't know. I'm
Oh, you
happy,
wouldn't. Well, you guys were only there for one night.
Yeah.
That's usually like a 2-night thing.
You think so? You speaking from experience?
No, I don't have that kind of money.
We've got Heather with the news coming up next, plus the 2 Grand Slam. We're going to get to Dan Campbell's comments. He loves this roster. Has the pessimism gone too far? That's at 7:35. It's 97.1.
Hey, Detroit, it's Heather. Did you know military veterans in our area are holding on to millions in debt? That's why Verizon is partnering with the Detroit Lions to tackle it head on. At Verizon, they know how valuable veterans are. They employ over 8,000 of them, and they don't want to see veterans held back by financial debt. So they're stepping up, committing to eliminate up to $1 million in veteran debt in the greater Detroit area this year. Plus, for every Lions win, an additional $100,000 will be eliminated. And that's not all. Verizon is giving active military and veteran families a special mobile plan discount starting at just $25 per line a month for 4 lines on unlimited welcome. And they're backing it with a 3-year price lock guarantee. Verizon is freeing some of our best from financial burdens. Stop by a Verizon store to learn more and see how they're honoring our veterans today. Discount for personal lines only for military and veterans. Approved verification documents required. Auto pay and paper-free billing required. In times of congestion, your data may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply.
All right, before the 2 Grand Slam, Heather in the news.
There we go. There was a man who was doing landscaping work in Sterling Heights who died on Monday after touching a power line. Yeah, police say a 41-year-old man of Grosse Pointe Park touched a power line while he was on a mechanical lift doing work near Metro Parkway and Mound Road. He was unconscious after touching the power line. When officials arrived, he was still up in that lift. They did perform, life-saving measures, CPR, taken to the hospital in critical condition, but later passed away from his injuries.
That's horrifying.
I know. 2 men have been charged in connection to the fatal shooting of Latricia Green. That's the employee at Henry Ford Hospital in Detroit. So the alleged shooter and her ex-husband, Mario Green, is facing premeditated murder charges. And then there's another man who was also charged who apparently helped Green hide and get away. He's facing felony charges as well. Green faces up to life in prison if he is convicted, which... he should be.
Yeah, it sure feels like it, yeah.
A 90-pound girl on the Okemos boys wrestling team who says she was critically injured during a practice last year is now suing the school district and her coach. So this teen says that she was paired with a much larger boy during this practice, and she was body slammed 3 times to the point where she was vomiting, having trouble breathing, I'm sure experiencing other symptoms as well. The lawsuit says that at the time she wasn't provided medical treatment beyond an athletic trainer kind of making sure she looked okay, I guess, because it sounds like she went to the hospital where it was determined, no, she was suffering from really serious injuries, including a liver laceration. She had to be transferred to the hospital's pediatric intensive care unit. And it just sounds like they didn't take the proper precautions at this practice. The people that she normally wrestles with were not there.
Well, see, and that's big. Like, was she wrestling someone of appropriate weight?
So no.
And if the answer is no, well, that's
According to
problem
this.
1. And then the bigger problem is injuries are going to happen when you're competing. You have to take care of these kids.
And also maybe after, it sounds like after the first body slam, the
Stop.
coach just said, hey, take
Right.
it easy over there. Like, let's... And of course, the boy didn't and did it 2 more times.
But what's up with the boy body slamming a girl that I would assume, 100 pounds less than you?
I mean, he probably... I agree, but I'm guessing he thought, okay, well, coach paired me with her. I'm going to do what I do. Yeah, I'm guessing.
It's on the adults.
I think so, too. Lil Nas X was hit with 4 felonies for allegedly attacking cops when they spotted him strolling through Los Angeles naked last week. Did you see any images of this? I saw this all over social media. Police say that the rapper charged at officials when they approached him. He also allegedly punched an officer in the face twice. He had to be taken to the hospital. He was accused of battery on a police officer. He pleaded not guilty and was ordered to attend some drug rehab meetings. His father did release a statement saying that his son was very remorseful and that he's going to get the help he needs. There's been I don't know if drugs were involved or if this was just some sort of a mental breakdown. They haven't released that. I'm sure they did toxicology reports and stuff at the hospital.
His father's Big Nog at Stacks.
Yes, Big Nas X, for sure. So we know sugary, fizzy drinks aren't really great for our health, right? We all know that.
They taste good, though.
They do.
We just choose to drink them anyway.
Sure.
But now we're learning that they're also not great for our hair either. So a new study suggests that sugary sodas, fizzy drinks could raise your risk of hair loss.
That's why I
Jeff?
lost my hair.
Yeah. Yes.
Is that it? Were you a big, pop drinker? Soda drinker?
I like the diet. So does that count?
It's probably even worse.
Oh,
I
the
am too.
aspartame killing my hair?
Diet soda as well, so I'm the same. But
But
researchers,
now that my hair is gone, I can drink as much as I
yeah,
want.
go for it. Just
Yeah.
go because it's not bad for you in other
Can't
ways.
lose any more hair.
Yeah, researchers found that people who drink a lot of these types of drinks were more likely to have thinning hair or hair loss. And basically, they say this extra sugar, this too much sugar is linked to poor circulation, inflammation, and that can weaken hair follicles and contribute to hair loss. They found a whole lot of other things too. They say if you want to try to get your hair growing well again, you need to make sure you're taking vitamin D. Do you take vitamin D?
I don't think so.
You get it from the sun.
Iron?
Outside, you golf.
I'm
There
outside
you go.
all the time.
Perfect.
Yeah, I'm
Maybe
tan.
you do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you think that's going to bring my hair back?
I don't.
I don't
but
think I don't
The
need my
prescription
hair.
is golf. Go get some vitamin
They
D.
say
and then
iron
you get
is
your hair
good.
back.
I mean,
Do
I
you
like
eat your
that prescription.
veggies?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Well,
Heather,
I guess
do you
you're
not
doomed.
think I look good bald? Why
no,
are you
I think you look much better bald.
No, why are you trying so
I think
hard
it's-
to
I think you
make me
look
get my
great.
hair back? Oh, thank you.
I'm not, but you're the only one. Well,
Well,
yeah,
you can
well,
talk
you
to
could
Tom.
get it done, yeah.
Look at Tom.
Tom knows that ship sailed.
Yeah. I mean, Tom and I don't care about our hair. We're married guys. Who do we have to impress? We
Oh,
don't
you
care.
hung on about 7 years too long.
I know I did. I look at pictures and they're bad. And I wish somebody would have told me. Get rid of it.
I told you once.
I know.
You
I don't
just
want to
thought I was
believe
being
you.
a hater.
I don't want to believe you. But it's the worst in this studio. These lights just glare through your scalp into your brain.
I think you look
Thank you.
better bald. I think
Thank
you look great.
I wasn't looking for a compliment, but thank you.
You do. Let's play the 2 Grand Slam.
Let's
It's
do
got
it.
weird.
I just wanted to see how that awkward tension would play out. But yes, let's give away some money. $2,000. If you can get all 10 right, you get 60 seconds, $25 for each correct answer. Heather, I explained it well enough?
You did pretty good.
Okay.
I think so.
All right.
I think this is easy.
Oh, don't say that.
don't
Oh,
jinx
he's-
our contestant.
This is the thing. He fills in and he doesn't know. We don't say that out loud because then they feel bad if they get like 2 correct.
Oh, no. This is so easy. They'll at least get 6.
Just don't lower the bar if a woman calls in.
I like it when Gator does it because I
Does
just
what?
like that part.
Okay. Our contestant this morning is Dan in Trenton. Dan, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, Dan.
What's up, Dan?
You sound
Hey.
fired up.
Oh, yeah, I'm real fired up.
Have you played before?
Yeah, like a year and a half ago.
All right, so you know the rules. If there's one you don't know, say pass, and if there's enough time, we're going to get back to it. But Dan, your time is going to start as soon as I start reading the first question. Here we go.
right.
Who leads the Detroit Tigers in home runs this season?
Green.
Who played
Riley
Sonny?
Green.
Who played Sonny Weaver in the 2014 movie Draft Day?
Kevin Costner.
Who does Michigan football play this coming Saturday night?
Pass.
Who does Michigan State football play this coming Friday night?
UCLA.
Who was the number 1 pick in the 2025 NBA draft?
Pass.
Who is the owner of the New England Patriots?
Oh, I know him. White guy with white hair. Pass.
Roseville is located in this Michigan county.
Wayne.
This team currently leads the National League East.
Braves. Pass. Braves.
This rapper had the 2012 hit Swimming Pools.
Pass.
Who is the starting quarterback for the Texas Longhorns?
Pass.
Who does Michigan football play this coming Saturday night?
Fuck. I know that too. Pass.
Who was the number 1 pick in the...
Dan, you are one of my favorite contestants we've ever had. This was an entertaining round. We are going to put you on hold. You got 2 correct answers on the 2 Grand Slam.
Don't look at me.
I'm looking at you, Rieger. He was a colorful individual. We're good. And we're good. And we're going to go through it, all right? So with 2 correct answers, he got $50.
He started off strong. I
Yeah.
thought, here he goes.
I really thought we were going to see greatness.
So let's go through it then, Jeff, because his answers were awesome. Who leads the Tigers in home runs this season?
Riley Green.
Riley Green.
Yes.
Sonny Weaver. Who played him?
Kevin Costner. He
2
got
for
that
2.
one.
There we go. Who does Michigan play this coming Saturday night?
I believe he said the F word.
Which is not who they play.
New
And you
Mexico.
hope you're not saying it at all Saturday night. You're 37-point favorites. It's New Mexico. He was so confident that Michigan State plays UCLA on Friday night. Like
Oh,
the
it
way
is a
he
Big
said
Ten
it.
affair.
Yes.
Western Michigan.
Yes, Western. The number 1 pick in the 2025 NBA draft was
The great Cooper Flag.
the owner of the New England Patriots.
The white guy. He
With
said.
the white hair.
With the
The
white,
white
hair.
guy with the white hair. Yeah, Robert Kraft.
Then what do we have? It's Roseville is located in this Michigan county. He said Wayne.
Macomb.
We were
I
looking
thought that
for
was going to be the
Macomb.
tough one.
Yeah. Who currently leads the National League East? It is the Philadelphia Phillies. He said pass, then no, then Braves, then pass. He needed Phillies there. The rapper that had the 2012 hit Swimming Pools is Kendrick Lamar, and the starting quarterback for the Texas Longhorns is Arch Manning.
And by the way, the 2 Grand Slam brought to you by Femininio Law.
Yes, your 2 Grand Slam on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Your next chance is Thursday at 7:25. Coming up next, I feel like the Lions have become one of the most polarizing teams in all of sports. We had the story yesterday that everybody's betting on them to miss the playoffs. Then Dan Campbell comes out and talks glowingly about this roster, gushing. This is the best roster he's had. So what is it? What do you choose to believe? It's next, 97.1. Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa with Jeff Rieger in today for John Jansen. We got Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass, Luke Sloan on the updates. Late night last night for the Tigers. They lost to the A's 8-3 in some theatrics, a light show of sorts. Tarek Skubal gives up what they thought was a home run to Shane Langoliers. They start playing their lights. Hey, it's a homer. One problem, it's a foul ball, and Skubal would strike him out and then reference, hey, yeah, go ahead and play your lights.
Yeah, Skubal was annoyed.
Only to have Langoliers come up later in the game and hit a grand slam, and then they flash the lights in that tiny little ballpark out in Sacramento.
Well, it wasn't a good look either that the Tigers on social media kind of trolled the A's when Gleyber Torres hit a solo shot. They're like, turn on the lights. And everybody's like, oh, my God, that's so funny. Ha, 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 ha.
Oh.
And then, Langoliers grand slam. Tigers lose.
And the Royals lost as well, so anybody who's waiting on a collapse to give me a hard time.
Oh, will you
Sorry,
stop?
it's still
Nobody's
10. They're
not
fine.
collapsed.
These jackals on the ticket text.
They gained one in the magic number even by losing.
There you go.
The magic number is like 22.
Perfect. Okay. I don't know what to do with magic number. Until it gets in single digits, cool. Sounds good. It's going the right direction. 8 o'clock, Rieger's going to call out bad parents. What he thinks are bad parents. And you're convinced Heather's going to be with you. I don't think she
Tom
will
is
be.
not with me. You're not with me.
But I don't have kids, so my opinion
You're allowed
is...
to comment.
Okay.
I'm not one of those people. I think Greg will be with me. The majority of people listening will be with me.
I think you're going to be on an
people-
island on this show.
No, I know people love to disagree with me, but on this one, they'll agree with me.
Okay.
Yeah.
You put it pretty strongly. We'll get to it at
I'm
8
confident.
o'clock. All right, Dan Campbell versus everybody. Let's talk about this. We have audio from Dan Campbell yesterday talking about the roster, and he was gushing. I mean, he loves this team. Back-to-back division titles. 1 seed last year. Roster better than it's ever been. As deep as they've ever been. High floor. Don't see some kind of collapse happening. Yet, they're the most bet team to miss the playoffs. And there is a degree of, well, what about this? And what about this? And what about... I feel like the Lions have become one of the most polarizing teams in the NFL. People that expect this big step back versus fans that are dug in and entrenched like, no, damn it, we're going to be right in the mix to compete for a championship again. And we want to know what you choose to believe as we count down the days until Green Bay hosts the Lions week 1. 248-539-9797. To me, I think the pessimism has gone too far. The schedule's tough. They also have the best rest edge in the NFL, meaning they're going to have the most off days compared to their opponents to account for some of these challenges on the schedule. They lose Ben Johnson. Well, it's a good thing they bring back most of the personnel offensively. They lose Aaron Glenn. It's a good thing Aiden Hutchinson's healthy. I understand a step back. What I don't understand is the pessimism surrounding this football team. I'm glad Dan Campbell said what he said. They do feel like they're another loaded roster competing for a championship.
You know what it's like? It's almost like Republican, Democratic talking points. Whatever side you're on, you adopt the talking points. The negative talking points are crazy. Bitch of a schedule. Impossible. You got to go to Kansas City early. You got to go to Baltimore early. You got to start at Green Bay. That's going to be very difficult. People talk about the new coordinators. People talk about the interior offensive line because Frank Ragnow retired. Everybody's talking about the negatives. It's wild because nobody, and Wojo and I did this yesterday, nobody talks about the fact that you still have elite talent. You still have, as you mentioned, the number one offense coming back from last season. But more than anything, the defense is back and healthy. And have you even looked at the defensive depth chart? Like, let's say you're not satisfied with the edge situation. Whatever. Okay, cool. The defensive line should still be okay. And you add Tyleek and you wait for Aleem to come back. Your linebackers are pretty good. Fair?
Yes.
Your secondary situation's very good. Fair?
Very, very good.
So you lost last year to the Commanders because your defense was decimated by injuries.
In part.
Yeah, I think mostly. You still scored 30
yeah,
points,
5
even though you turned
turnovers.
over the ball 5 times. But you still scored 30 points. I'm telling you, even if you had that same offensive game plan and you still screwed up like you did, but you had a healthy defense, I still think you win that game. I guess the point is, the defense is so much better than it will have been last season. I don't get the negativity. I don't. And this is from a guy like me that's usually negative.
Yeah. So which camp are you in? 248-539-9797. What do you choose to believe? This belief that attrition and the loss of coordinators and the trenches and edge and the schedule and miss the playoffs? Step back? Is this team going to fight to win 10 games? Their over-under is set at 10.5? Or you have the belief, like, this team's going to still win this division. They're going to win like 12 football games. Like, they're going to go out there and beat people up. They're a problem. They're going to have a top 5 offense and a top 10 defense. And if the offensive line gels, they can win the whole Super Bowl.
Right. More than anything, you just hit the nail on the head, right? Like, it's going to probably start a little shaky.
Yeah.
And people are going to be like, uh-oh, Jared Goff, uh-oh, not protected, pressure. But the end of the schedule, kind of easier.
Yeah.
They will have a whole season to kind of get it together. Your words gel. And I wouldn't want to see the Lions in the postseason. Listen, I don't think they're going to win 15 games. I don't think they're going to win 13 games. But you know what? They're going to make the postseason. You get in. Nobody cares about the 1 seed anymore. No. Nobody cares about winning the division. Nobody cares about home field throughout. Get in the tournament, see what happens. But so many people are like, no, this is like some dude on Colin Cowherd. I forget the guy's name.
McIntyre.
Yes. He went on yesterday and
said the window's closed.
Window is closed. A lot of people believe that. I don't get the negativity.
I don't either. It's like, you've been given a license to acknowledge the Lions won't win 15 games, and you've just taken it to the extreme. Well, they're going to win 9.
Right.
They're going to win 8. It's going to be a collapse. Where is that coming from?
So Dan Miller had an interesting point. He said, is it fair to say there's like a malaise of Lions fans right now?
Maybe.
Okay. So like you go back a couple years ago, 2022. They finished 8-2. They should have made the playoffs. They got screwed in that Rams Seahawks game, right?
Yeah.
But you were excited for the next year. You're like, this team's going someplace. Mm-hmm. Next year, NFC title game. And even though you blew it, 17-point lead, second half, Kindle Valdor face mask, you thought, couple tweaks, you're going to win the Super Bowl.
Yep.
Or at least go there.
They were on the cover of Sports Illustrated, hanging out in the car, ready to go. Super Bowl pick from many hosts on the station.
And you went 15-2.
Yep.
Now that you lost to the Commanders, it's almost like the momentum is stalled, and it's almost like, geez, we've tried everything, we've done everything, we've made it maybe to the highest ceiling. What do we do now? And I think it's a good point because I think the feeling this year is nothing matters except getting to the big game.
Yeah, look, I still want home field. I still want one less playoff game to play. I know people are scarred from it. I just don't know that it's going to happen. I would concede that point, that they're not going to have the 1 seed given the schedule they play.
Right.
All the tough games are on the road. And I know they were road warriors last season, but they're going to lose some of those games, whether it's at Kansas City, at Philadelphia, at Baltimore. Right. Then throw in,
at Philly.
The next tier is your Commanders and your Bengals, and if those quarterbacks have a hot day and you can't keep up, they're going to lose some games. I don't know that they'll be the 1 seed. But to your point, all that matters, the only thing that will define this football team is once they get in the playoffs, are they able to beat people up? Can they win the Super Bowl? And I still feel like they can win the Super Bowl today.
Like, even if they're 3-3 after 6.
Yes.
I think Detroit will freak out collectively. But I'm not certain that you should, considering the tough schedule early on. I mean, hell, at least you're playing these teams like at Baltimore in the good weather as opposed to the crappy weather. Like, if they were to lose to Cleveland at home, or if they were to lose to Ben Johnson in Chicago at home, if those two things were to happen, then yes, freak the F out. But I don't think those things are going to happen.
Like, I think Baltimore's a matchup nightmare. I think they have
I don't think they win that game.
The back 7 to cover the skill players in Detroit, and they can run the rock and keep you off the field, and it's at their house.
Yeah.
But what does that mean? The season's going to go off the rails? I don't.
So what do you think the biggest thing is for people? Is it the schedule? Is it the coordinators? What talking point is it that really has people afraid?
248-539-9797. I'm looking over there. We got calls. We got people who want to weigh in on this. What do you choose to believe? Dan Campbell says this is the best roster we've had in our 5 years. We have a high floor, and we don't even know what the ceiling is. Yet they're the team most bet to miss the playoffs. It's 97-1. Jeff Rieger in for John Jansen today. We're talking Lions. I think they've become one of the most polarizing teams in football. They're a very popular fade team, the most bet team to miss the playoffs. At the same time, Dan Campbell's telling you this is the best the roster's ever been. A roster that won 15 games last year, had the 1 seed, and had a path paved to the Super Bowl.
Can I ask you a dumb question before we get to the calls?
Yeah.
So for the Lions to miss the postseason, it's like plus 165.
It's not a big payout.
It's not even worth it.
Well, I think that tells you, though, if people are betting it, they're not doing it because they're getting some ginormous payout.
They
They're
just
doing
believe
it
it, I
because
guess.
they
Good
believe
point.
it. And I said to you, I thought we banished a lot of the doubts.
So you know what it is?
What?
It's going back to old Lions behavior. It really is. And I understand we want to believe we're new and we're the new fans that go to Meyer every Sunday in our Lions gear. And, we weren't watching 10 years ago, but we're watching now. But I'm telling you, we're still very fragile as a fan base. So the second things might go wrong, people go back, they revert to how it used to be, where it's like fetal position every Sunday. We're going to lose. We're never going to go to the Super Bowl.
Well, let's talk
about it. And
about
they're kind of back to that.
Well, let's talk about it. I think there's a few concerns that people reiterate often. One is the schedule.
Yeah.
It is brutal.
It's a bitch.
A lot of big games and a lot of big road games. One thing that's not getting talked about enough is this rest edge. The Lions have the biggest rest edge in the NFL. What does that mean? It means you're going to have more time to prepare than your opponent on average. You're going to get an extra day here, an extra day there. Comes out to 13 over the course of the season. That's a big deal. That's going to help you navigate what is a gauntlet. When you want to play the physical style of football the Lions play, having an extra day here and an extra day there is going to help neutralize some of what is a tough schedule. What's the other complaint? Ben Johnson. Well, when Ben Johnson left, he said, you guys got the keys. It's turnkey. You've got all pros everywhere. Now, that was before Frank Ragnow retired, but the belief was, I still got the tools to be a top 5 offense in the NFL with or without Ben Johnson. And then the defensive coordinator leaving, Aaron Glenn, well, last year he helped the team stay together with all the injuries.
Yes.
You shouldn't have that many injuries on defense
I
this
agree.
year. In fact, the defense should be much better with Aiden Hutchinson playing a full season.
Defense should pick you up. That's the thing. If it takes the offense some time to get her going, the defense should be there for you to pick you up and hopefully steal a couple games that you might not win if they weren't there for you. The one thing I do believe is I do believe in the Ben Johnson thing, simply because if you look over the coordinators that Goff has had, he's never been better than with Ben Johnson. So I do believe he might take a step back. And we all know, too, that if pressure gets in his face, the interior line breaks down, Goff's dead.
That is the biggest concern I have because it does ruin everything.
Oh, the QBR drops from like 82 to 17 when pressured.
If he gets pressured specifically up the middle where there's no escape hatch, he's dead.
Yes.
And the offense is dead. And that's the valid fear I have. That's the thing that's keeping me from saying they're winning the Super Bowl. But it's gone way too far now. I feel like we're too pessimistic about this football team where now we're going, they could miss the playoffs entirely. It doesn't feel like that's grounded in any reality. It's grounded in a lot of the doom and gloom of yesteryear that I thought we had banished.
Oh, please. You don't banish that until you win a Super Bowl.
Clearly
Jim,
not.
2 years ago, they choked away their best chance to go to the Super Bowl. All our hopes and dreams could have been accomplished in 30 minutes, and Reynolds couldn't catch a pass, or the ball goes off Vildor's mask, or Dan Campbell goes for it on 4th down. So people remember this stuff. You can't expect Lions Nation that has been kicked in the balls so many times over the course of their life to just be confident when they're facing a little adversity. Now, once they start winning, I think you go back to the confident Lions fans.
But there's going to be some more losing this season.
Yeah,
And
which is fine.
And people, I think, look, they're going to learn from it. They're going to grow from it. They're going to have a chance to grow in that second half of the season. But how will people handle it? I think we're already getting a taste of how people are going to handle it.
People are really negative, which is way more negative than me. By the way, if they were to miss the postseason, that would be one of the top 5 most shocking Detroit sports things in the last, 20 years? Would you agree?
Yes.
I would be floored. No, Greg, no? I'd be floored if they missed the postseason. Floored.
I don't think you should be making lists of Detroit's shocking things when you put Javi Baez starting the All-Star game at number 2.
Most shocking thing ever.
I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I just want to grab Lions fans and be like, you're good enough, you're smart enough, and
Gosh darn it, people like
people like you, but I don't know if people like you right now. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Steve in Detroit. Steve, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, Steve.
I just think there's 2 camps of Lions fans. There's the one camp that have been long suffering and like, oh my God, here we go again. And then there's the other camp that are informed football fans and look at the entirety of the league. Look how long Josh Allen has been good, and he won the MVP last year, and everybody's talking about how good Buffalo is. Look how good San Francisco is. Detroit roster, even now, can't touch that roster that San Francisco had when they were rolling with Brock Purdy and whoever they put at quarterback. And they still didn't win the Super Bowl. Look at Lamar. Lamar hasn't won the Super Bowl. It's not a guarantee if you're an informed fan. You're looking at the overall picture of the league, and you're saying it's very tough. Everything went right last year up until it didn't. You went 15-2.
And
You
still
had
didn't
home
win.
field advantage, and
Yep.
you still didn't capitalize on it.
Steve, these are two different conversations. Saying, like, I don't know if they're going to win the Super Bowl is not the same thing as they're missing the playoffs.
Yeah, but where was Steve at? Because at first I thought like he was kind of bashing fans that thought they would miss.
Yeah.
But then he kind of said, oh, look at last year. Everything went right until it went wrong. It should teach you a lesson.
I think he kind of gave us the full spectrum in one phone call. Let's get to Larry in
It was
Kalamazoo.
illuminating.
Larry, what's up?
Hey, guys.
Hey, Larry.
So I'm in the positive camp here. I got a couple of reasons. The first one is I think at the end of the day, players make plays. And the Lions have one of the most talented rosters in football, right? Everybody wants to point to the replacing both coordinators. Well, replacing both coordinators doesn't mean you fall off a cliff. The Philadelphia Eagles replaced both coordinators, and the first time they did it, they lost 3 more games. They didn't fall off a cliff. They still made the playoffs.
That's why you don't give Patricia one of those jobs.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. If they hadn't hired Patricia, who knows?
And then, they also don't talk about is the Eagles replaced both their coordinators last year and won the Super Bowl.
Also, good note. Yes.
And
Replacing
so
coordinators isn't inherently a bad thing. It's going to be dependent on did you replace them well.
Right. And then I think at that point, I really think it comes down to the base question is, do you trust Dan Campbell? Right?
And the answer is yes.
Because if you trust Dan Campbell to hire the right guys and to make the right decisions, then this isn't even a conversation.
Right. And they promoted from within on defense, and Morton had been here previously. So it's not going to be radically different. They're going to be doing a lot of the same things that made them the number one offense in football. Can they get away without having Ragnow and Zeitler? I think that's the only question I have.
That's the biggest question.
Yeah.
Because if they can't, they're not going to go anywhere. But
Well, they'll still make the playoffs, though.
yes, because they're going to beat a lot of bad teams at home.
And they'll win this division, I would think.
I don't know.
Okay.
If the offensive line doesn't work out, I don't know that they win the division. Now, with that being said, I mean, who will? Are you sold on the Packers? I'm not sold on the Vikings. I'm not sold on the Bears.
Right. 17-3 the last 20 games, Dan Campbell in this division. I think they're winning this division.
Okay.
If the offensive line doesn't, my word was gel, if the offensive line doesn't figure it out, they won't win a Super Bowl. They won't advance far in the postseason. But I think the conversation is not even about the Super Bowl to some of these people. It's like a complete collapse, which I don't understand.
No, that's insane. That's the part that's crazy.
It's like they've added it all up. They go schedule plus coordinators plus offensive line plus Davenport equals disaster.
Right. Plus, you didn't get an edge. No, you're absolutely right. The funny thing is, I am an SOL-ologist. I feel I'm an expert at the history of same old Lions.
Don't laugh. He is, people. It's certifiable.
I believe in it. I have books on it. My first bestseller's coming out very soon on it. And even SOL would not write you out of the postseason. You get in the postseason, you get popped by 50. That's SOL. You're not missing the postseason.
And again, the people making these bets aren't getting paid 10-1.
But that's the crazy thing,
Like,
too.
they're not
Why
even being
make the
rewarded.
bet?
Yeah, because you truly believe they're going to take that big a step back. And it's funny. I'm looking
Or
down
it's
at
just the best odds of a good team missing, and it's still plus 165, so it's even money or
Well,
plus money.
How about this? We'll let the people explain themselves. I'm looking down, and I got positive, I got negative. I got positive, I got negative. What do you choose to believe? It's 97-1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. The Tigers collapsed late, falling to the Athletics 8-3 last night in the series opener in Sacramento. Entering the 7th, it was 3-1 Tigers with Tarek Skubal cruising. Then a solo shot from the A's Colby Thomas and the big blow off the bat of Shea Langoliers. Dan Dickerson on the call there. Skubal still striking out 12 in his fourth loss of the season last night. The Tigers' runs came in the sixth, a solo home run for Gleyber Torres and a two-run double from Wencio Perez. That's back-to-back losses now for the Tigers. Charlie Morton takes the ball tonight in Sacramento looking to turn things around. The Lions have until 4 o'clock this afternoon to finalize their 53-man roster ahead of the opener. The cuts so far include tackle Dan Skipper, quarterback Hendon Hooker, receiver Jackson Meats, linebacker Anthony Pittman, and defensive tackle Broderick Martin. The Cleveland Browns are trading quarterback Kenny Pickett to the Raiders for a fifth-round pick. Pickett will back up the starter Geno Smith while Aiden O'Connell's out. Joe Flacco is in line to start for the Browns this year. Vegas receiver Jacoby Myers also requesting a trade this week. And the new co-owner of the UFL says he's working to find a solution to keep the Michigan Panthers from moving out of Detroit. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
What do you choose to believe? A lot of people believe they're going to miss the playoffs entirely, the most bet team to miss the playoffs. And you're not getting 10-1 or 5-1 or even 3-1. It's plus 160. So if you're doing it, you believe it. And at the same time, Dan Campbell's telling you, I love this roster, man. This is the best roster I've had in 5 years. We got a high floor. And who knows if they can win the Super Bowl. He's not promising it. It's the goal. It's the expectation. But I feel like for some fans, the pessimism's gone too far.
Maybe, but what about devil's advocate, Jim? And you know where I stand.
Yeah.
I choose road positive. I'm a glass half full kind of guy.
Right.
You know me. I'm very positive. But maybe Campbell, he's no dope. He understands the overall feeling about this team. By listening to that cut that we played a couple segments ago, you could make the case that maybe he went over gushy.
I don't think so.
To try to sell his team,
he
understanding that
no.
There's a lot of people that don't believe in this team.
He doesn't sugarcoat.
Okay. That's still one of my favorite radio moments with you guys.
It's incredible.
Can I read you this quick ticket text?
Yeah, and then I do want to get these calls.
Okay, sorry about this, but I think this could be a point. I think people are protecting their emotions, scared to be let down. So if you set yourself up for missing the playoffs and you miss, then yeah, you're going to be bummed, but maybe not as bummed as last year when everybody thought they were going to the Super Bowl.
No, because what I think you've done is you've banished yourself back to the dark ages where we were just hoping to get in. Like, don't do that to yourself. This team doesn't deserve that. This team has earned a higher bar, earned trust. The question was, do you trust Dan Campbell? I do trust that he's going to replace both these coordinators. I do trust the personnel, the all-pros on both sides of the ball, are going to have this team playing as one of the best in football. And will they lose more games? Yes. Will they be better for it at the end of the season?
I think so.
Yes. And do I think they have a chance to win the Super Bowl? Yes. And I don't know why people are afraid of that. Why protect my emotions?
Yeah, but
Dan,
hold on a
I've
second.
waited for this my whole life. I'm not protecting these emotions.
Again, devil's advocate, though, let's say they do the unthinkable and miss the postseason.
Yeah.
This fan base will never get over it.
It will be awful.
Exactly.
I just question, like, people, what kind of radio is being done in Baltimore, Buffalo? After the doors they've knocked on year after year after year here for 4 or 5 years, and they can't get through. But yet there's this, Buffalo's going to run away with it. Ravens are going to, they're going to win the Super Bowl. It's like the confidence isn't there, and the roster's every bit as good as those teams. I would argue it could be better.
I agree with you. The roster, people are not giving them credit for how good this roster is.
Get to a couple calls from our neighbors to the south.
Oh.
Brandon in Toledo. You're on 97.1.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up?
Hey, Brandon.
First of all, I took the alternate under 7.5 for the Lions this year. I have them winning only 6 games. And I'm using my personal history with my team. I know it sounds funny, but I got a little bit of a reason. I'm a 49ers fan. In 2019, we went to the Super Bowl. Everything looks great coming back into 2020, and everything went wrong. We had a similar situation where our center left the team. We had another offensive lineman leave. We had lost a coordinator. We also had a tougher schedule, and we went 6-10. I'd see some similarities with the schedule being a little bit tougher. Now, I'm a 49er fan, but I want to see Detroit win.
But Brandon, can I point something out very quickly?
Go ahead.
That year,
please
there
do.
was a boatload of injuries, correct? Is that fair for your Niners? Okay, last year, there was a boatload of injuries for the Lions, and they still went 15-2, and they still got the 1 seed. You know what I mean? So
they can't possibly be more injured this year.
Right. There's no way. I mean, there's going to be injuries, but their entire defense, they're not going to pick up Jamal Adams off the streets to play in that Thursday night Green Bay game. You know what I mean?
I I agree. Here's my pushback, though. Can we agree the Lions in the 15 games, there's probably 3 or 4 wins in there that the way history suggests they don't win, like 2 of the games that won, I think, with 4 and 5 turnovers.
Sure, Brandon. Let me give you this. Let's say they should have only won 13 games.
Like
with
lose the Texans game.
Heavily injured roster. Yeah, on the road, 5 interceptions for Goff. That's one they probably should have lost. They'd still would have been a 13-win team with all those guys injured.
And won the division, and I think still get the 1 seed, right?
Well, depending on who you lost to, because Minnesota was nipping at their heels. But I do not believe they will be as injured as they were a year ago. I feel like the defense will help pick up any slack the offense gives losing Ben Johnson and missing a couple guys in the interior.
What would be more shocking? Lions missing the playoffs or the Lions get that many injuries to their defense again?
Let me ask it this way.
There's no way.
And maybe we should have asked this when we started the topic. Are they more likely to make the Super Bowl or miss the playoffs?
Make the Super Bowl or miss the playoffs?
I would say make the Super Bowl.
Make the Super Bowl or I would agree with you.
Okay.
God, I'm so positive.
I would agree with that as well. I would also say, too, to the point of, they should have lost the Texans game last year.
Yeah.
They pulled that one out of their butts. But
They did.
They should have won the Tampa game, and horrific play calling at the goal line at the end of the half cost them. Yep. So those things equal out, too.
To be fair, though, devil's advocate, they don't get the luxury of playing the Titans, the Cowboys, or the Jags this year when they beat them a combined 5,000-2.
Mm-hmm. Don't check his math on it. He's right. Let's get to our sound-alike. Corin in Columbus, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. So, to me, it comes down to Jared Goff, man. Whether either you believe in him or you don't. 10-year veteran. He's taken 2 teams to the NFC Championship game, went to a Super Bowl. He's a veteran quarterback who's still getting better. So if you don't believe in his team, then you don't believe in him. And one thing I will say about the coordinators, it's very easy to call. I don't say easy, but it's a lot easier to call plays when you have Jahmyr Gibbs, Amon-Ra, St. Brown, Jamison Williams, and the second or first best offensive line in football. So there's a lot of people that can call plays, and it looks good, not just Ben Johnson. So
hey, Corin,
this team
or should I say, Brad, is Za'Darius coming back? When do you think that's going to happen?
Is who coming back? I'm sorry to hear you.
Zadarius Smith?
Well, I hope so, man. Listen, we've been talking to him. I mean, Brad's been talking to him. He's had good communication with him, and hopefully, we'll work things out.
Get him over here.
We need to see it happen, right? Corin, appreciate the thoughts as always.
He does only call when people are questioning things.
Yeah.
I like it. I'm surprised he didn't call earlier when we were talking about Hendon Hooker.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the follow-up question. How did it feel to cut 2 third-round picks on the same day?
Damn it, we should have asked him. Call back.
Yeah, Brad, call back. I mean, Corin. Wow, he does sound like Brad Holmes.
He really does. It's eerie, man.
I like how he played along.
Now, I'd say he goes, it'd be easy for anybody with Gibbs, St. Brown, Laporta, a top 2 offensive line. I don't think they have a top 2 offensive line right now. That's the biggest source of questions and doubt.
But I do think all it's going to take is one good performance, and all the doubters, all the cynics, all the negative Nancys out there are going to be back on board. Like, do you remember early in training camp where all the press was about how bad Goff looked, the defense looked better, and they were really struggling? Then the Dolphins came to town.
Oh, yeah.
And those joint practices, and you start reading the observations, maybe you went down there, and you realize how much freaking talent this team has. Like, I think people forget how talented the roster is.
I came in the next morning and I said, look, they didn't win any playoff games yesterday when they faced the Dolphins at joint practice, but for a day it felt cool to be badasses again. Like, we forgot how badass this football team was because of all the headlines.
I mean, Mike McDaniels was so bummed he couldn't stop, like, jaw-jacking about Eminem.
I think probably the most important thing is actually, I'll get more specific with the offensive line, it's the pass protection. Like, there's a world where I'm open to where this thing could be a disaster in terms of protecting Goff up the middle. He can't be running for his life. Like, I'll point out, like, remember Joe Burrow's rookie season? Mm-hmm. He can't have an O-line in front of him like that. And we haven't seen this thing come together. And so I don't think that'll happen. I think they'll have struggles there at time. And the way you get around that is you get rid of the ball quick.
Or you're going to have to run the ball and help those young offensive linemen out. Yeah. Some ticket texters. Mark this on the calendar. Jeff has a positive take on the Lions. Wow.
That's right. And what's not? Dude, have you watched this team over the course of the last 3 to 4 years? Come on.
Ticket texter says, wow, Rieger actually sounding smart today.
Is that because I'm being positive?
Maybe that's the association.
Or maybe I'm just smart.
Jeff and Jim, I've been fascinated with these fans for years. This is a sickness I don't think that can be cured. The Lions players are never as good as other teams' players, and if all else fails, with the shred of rationale, they simply won't win because they're the Lions. There are too many people that feel that way.
But hold on a second. Last year, it was the complete and utter opposite. Everybody was giving them the Super Bowl. It was like a right to go to the Super Bowl.
Why
so
did things change?
you're on.
But why did it change so dramatically?
I think it changed
Does Ben
so dramatically.
Johnson carry that much power?
No, I think it's the overall compounding of the negative
everything?
talking points. It's everything. And there's a lot of stuff to worry about. There is.
I really think the only thing I'm concerned about is the interior of the offensive line. I'm not worried about the schedule. I'm not worried about the schedule. I'm really not.
I mean,
I'm not really worried about. I'm not worried about losing
either
either coordinator. I think the coordinator stuff's overblown.
Okay, let me just put a scenario out for you. Let's say they lose to Green Bay.
Yeah.
And the next week they lose to Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson.
Now you're staring down.
There is no way in hell that you're coming on your show at 6 a.m. and says, "Guys, I'm still confident." If that were to happen, not saying it will, then this entire city is going to freak out. So let's not say the schedule isn't an issue. You know what I mean? Like, it's not just the offensive line. It is other things. Those other things do matter. I just don't think they matter as much as having a great roster.
You just put me in a weird spot because now I'm picturing 0-2 with Baltimore
It'd
looming.
be good radio.
0-3.
Yeah. How would that sound? Go ahead.
Mentally, I'm not prepared for them to lose to the Chicago Bears at home.
Well, John, we just lost to Ben Johnson. Not to mention, Ben Johnson would be so smarmy. Think about it.
Oh, he absolutely would be. We'd have to smarm alarm him.
He'd be ripping on Jared Goff. I told you guys, it's nice to have a quarterback that can move. Could you imagine?
Don't do this.
That is the worst. I mean, listen, those
People, he couldn't be positive for an hour.
Those ticket texts said I was too positive.
You're balancing it out. We do have Greg Palm later in the hour. We're also going to get to you calling out bad parents. It's 97.1. All right, guys, I've been telling you about KG Law. If you're injured in an auto accident, take control with the law firm that cares about you. Get personalized care, guidance, and full legal representation from the Michigan law firm that has won over 5,000 personal injury cases. 98% success rate. KG Law knows how to win your case. It's spelled K-A-J-Y. It's a law firm that cares about you. Down-to-earth, approachable people, not your stuffy lawyer types. And again, they win. The phone number is 877-KG-CARES. Online at kgcares.com. That's K-A-J-Y, kgcares.com. What am I missing? You're gesturing to me.
Nothing.
Okay. Jeff Rieger's in for John Jansen this morning. We asked you guys, has the pessimism gone too far for the Lions? Dan Campbell came out gushing about his team, said it's the best roster I've had in my 5 years here. High floor, yet they're the most bet team to miss the playoffs. What do you choose to believe? Let's get to the people. Keith, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
What's up, Keith?
Keith,
you there?
good morning. Sun's out, shining. Beautiful day.
Keith says he believes in the Lions.
Well,
I wanna hear
not enough to tell us. Tim in Sterling Heights, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, Timmy.
The one thing that worries me is the middle of the offensive line. I mean, that's what you said, and I totally agree. But I have this feeling that Mahogany and Radlich, I mean, they're going to probably start out adequate, and as time goes on, they'll probably get good. But Glasgow, I mean, terrified might be a strong word, but in the context of football, I'm terrified he's going to get hurt. And I'd be shocked if not shocked. I'd be surprised if he didn't miss 4 to 5 games. And who's going to be in there?
Yeah, what happens in that scenario? They probably move Ratlich to center, and then they're bumping up a backup guard.
Now, Tim, if that happens, you have every right to be a little nervous. But here's what I would say. Everybody that calls up just because they had so many injuries last year, I don't think it's fair to not feel good about the season because you're predicting somebody to get hurt. And I know we do it with Davenport all the time, but like the odds of him getting hurt, yeah, maybe. And I know he went down with a leg injury and it turned out to be minor, not a big deal.
You're saying Glasgow, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like we're going to predict injuries. Like if you want to be, if you are negative because of the schedule or the coordinators or the retirement of Ragnow, I get all that. But like to be upset or worried because, so-and-so is going to get injured, that seems weak.
Ticket Tech says the probability to win the NFC is 14%. The odds to make the playoffs, 38%. Another one says more likely to see a Super Bowl berth than miss the playoffs. That's Delulu out in full force this morning. That was the most ridiculous thing I've heard on the ticket in a long time. More likely to make the Super Bowl than miss the playoffs. You're smoking crack. So there are people that like seriously see the doubts.
Yeah. Are you, by the way?
Smoking crack?
Yeah.
No.
I'm just curious.
Okay. For some of these fans, and I'm surprised they're not blaming ownership as usual. Their takes are old and worn out. Thanks, Jim in a car.
Yeah, so you said, Jeff, about, if they miss the playoffs, people are going to freak out.
Yeah.
If we dare go there and we get into an offseason where we're taking the phone call, nothing's going to change until the Ford sell the team, I'm going to lose my mind. I am.
It just all reverts back.
It's single-handedly the oldest bit in Detroit sports radio.
Well, now that Sergey is getting his number retired, it is the oldest bit.
It is anyways. It was more
older
than that.
Yeah.
It is the oldest bit of all time.
Could you imagine? I didn't even think about that.
What?
Could you imagine
that off season?
You get a call saying, I got to tell you, I told you from the get-go, as long as the Fords own the team,
nothing's going to change.
Sheila's no different than Martha, no different than
she
William
didn't learn
Clay.
from her parents. No way.
Apple doesn't fall far from the tree. It's so funny because all that stuff went away and should have gone away.
Yeah. Except for SOL. That still exists until it's killed.
Well, you're an SOLologist. Book coming out.
I'm just saying.
Yeah. We got Greg.
That's when it all changed.
We got Greg Palm coming up at 8:35 at his week 1 of college football. And then, we had to push the conversation, but I still want to get into it. Rieger calling out bad parents. That's at 8:50. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, Ohio State is banning one of its biggest haters from the shoe. Dave Portnoy, who is set to be an analyst on Fox's Big Noon Kickoff this season, has been banned from entering Ohio Stadium for Saturday's season opener against Texas. So he's still slated to appear on the show earlier in the day, but when all of his coworkers go inside, as the atmosphere is building, he's going to have to stay outside.
So he
can't follow him in.
This is a mistake because he's just going to use it to be more of a martyr. It's going to play into his bit more, and it looks soft for Ohio State.
Well, he loves this, but think of it from this side. They hate Portnoy.
Mm-hmm.
I think it adds to the rivalry. Like, he's still going to be able to do the show. He just can't walk in the shoe. And Ohio State's stance is, listen, you can talk all the crap you want, but not at our stadium. I kind of think it adds to the rivalry. Soft, absolutely, but I think it plays. I dig it.
Should Michigan retaliate? No Urban Meyer at the Big House?
I think so.
Yes. It's stupid.
In his new documentary, Stands, Eminem is opening up about a lot of things, but one particular scary moment that he had with fans and kind of changed the way he saw and did his life. So he explained that when his daughter was pretty young, very young, he took her to the mall, like a lot of parents do, right? Let's take our kid to the mall, go buy some clothes, whatever they're getting. And he said every time they would walk out of a store, the crowd would just get bigger and bigger and bigger. And then he said that at one point they were basically chasing him. He felt like he was being chased out of this mall by a massive group of people. He said it was they were walking faster and faster, and he's got his daughter with him, which I think is why this situation seemed a little scarier for him and also for her at the time. He says that was the last time he went to the mall as himself, meaning like if he's going to go now, then in disguise.
So I saw Stans.
You did?
My
How
wife
was
and I
it?
saw it. It was pretty good. It was like a limited weekend at one of the movie theaters. We went to go see it on a Sunday. It's about all the super Eminem fans.
Yeah.
They dress up like him. They want to be like him. And I
Yeah.
think he meets some of them towards the end of the movie. But it's wild, the lengths. I mean, tattoos of Eminem on their body. Wow. It's crazy the lengths of fandom that the Stans have.
I believe it.
They love this man.
They do. They really do.
I don't know that I'd go that far.
Well, you're not a super fan.
Who do you think at 97 won the ticket? Who do you think that people are super fans of? Like the stands of a radio host here. Who do you
I don't think anybody has any.
You don't think somebody's walking
What
around with
about
a
Wojo?
Valenti tattoo?
I don't think so.
It's a layup.
weird
It's Stoney
question.
with Bruce.
That's
No,
coming.
he's saying
Well, I'm
like,
talking
he's
about
saying
the
the
other way
host
around.
is the person.
Yeah,
Yes,
like
I'm
who's
talking
obsessed
about-
with what host here?
Most listeners are obsessed with a certain host. Who do you think it is?
Probably Valenti. I mean,
Yeah. A Dearborn man is facing charges.
all the impersonations.
Okay.
Whoa.
Tattoos?
You should see when he's out at a gate A.
Yeah.
Frank from Rochester got a tattoo on my ankle. Whoa, it's a me. Whoa. Yeah, it's on my chest.
A Dearborn man is facing charges after he intentionally hit a man who was walking across Michigan Avenue and then drove away. So this 38-year-old has been charged with assault with intent to murder, as well as many other charges. Officers say that when they arrived at this crosswalk, they found the victim unresponsive with life-threatening injuries. Taken to the hospital, he remains in critical condition. Police say that as the man was crossing the street, the driver, who was heading westbound, crossed into the eastbound lanes and then accelerated to hit this victim, like purposefully hit this man. The driver then abandoned his car, fled on foot. Later that day, though, called 911 to turn himself in. And it sounds like the two have a long storied history. According to the driver's attorney, the victim used to work for the family, let go a few months ago, had been making threats towards the family. However, then there's also the news that's going around that the victim was actually at the police station the day before, has video of it, claiming that somebody was trying to kill him. Well, lo and behold, it seems like maybe it was this man all along. So pretty crazy story there. The Lions will have another new look next year. So as part of the NFL's recently launched Rivalries program, each team in the league is going to roll out a new uniform, and it will be worn in home games against a division rival.
Do we know what it looks like? Any hints?
Yeah, so Rod Wood said they have seen it. It's still progressing. I don't think it's the finished product yet, but he says they like what they've seen. They said it's a bit more modern, has a modern twist to it, but he said the fans will like it. So we're going to see some of them this year. So some teams will get them.
Oh, okay.
Like they're going to roll out, I think, over a 4-year span.
And ours are next year.
And ours are next year. So we'll see them then.
It's not going to have that really slender lion, is it? That lion freaks me out.
Some people love that, man.
No, it's too skinny. Like
It's not nourished.
It's a football team.
Yeah.
Yeah,
well
and you're setting that lion out there?
Yeah. Well, it's a hungry lion, though.
Well, that's the lion of losing.
That's a lion that needs to eat.
Yeah, I like the ferocious lion.
Okay. By the way, the Twitch comments think that Dan Miller has the biggest cult following of anybody at the station.
Oh, somebody says Ken Kale, too. I would say that's accurate.
I think it's Dan Miller. It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, Greg Palm, 97.1. All right, Jeff, you want to call out what you perceive to be bad parents.
I don't know why you have to phrase it like that from the get-go, because people, they hate me. They're just going to side with you. But
I don't even have kids. I'm not allowed to have an opinion on this.
Oh, wait, you are. I hate that. I hate that stuff. Anyway.
But I don't think Heather's going to be with you. I know Tom's not with you, and I'm undecided on Greg Hargrave.
Greg's going to be with me because he's a good father. So just very quickly, a week ago today, I went to Cedar Point. It was Olive's first ever time at Cedar Point. Her first ever ride, roller coaster, Iron Dragon. She went in the corkscrew. She was totally freaked out. I tried to get her to go on the big rides, like the Gatekeeper and the Siren's Curse and, all the big ones. And she didn't want to, which I totally understand. But my brother and I went on some of the bigger rides. And as we were getting off the rides, I noticed a trend. A disgusting trend, if I do say so myself. A bunch of kids, my daughter's age, 8, 9, 10 years old, going on these rides for the first time, all had one thing in common. Getting off the ride, going to the exit, all their parents, guardians, were waiting for their kids, meaning they allowed the kids to go on the roller coasters by themselves. And you see all these parents, they look to be in good shape. They're not pregnant. I don't think they have heart issues. They wouldn't go on the big rides with their kids. And I know their kids asked them. I even heard one kid say, Daddy, will you come with me? And he said, no, not today, maybe next time. And it was the freaking Magnum with the big drop and everything. So I made a determination, and I'm not wrong. If you don't go on rides with your children, the roller coasters, even if you don't want to, especially their first times and second times, you are a scumbag parent. It's that simple. You're a bad parent, and maybe they should take your kids away from you. Now, if you're pregnant or have a medical condition, I understand. But can you imagine taking your child to Cedar Point, a tradition in the Midwest, for the first time, and they want to go on the big rides with you? They're already scared. They're so high up, and you say no? Go with your friends? Go with your brother? Go with your sister?
Go by yourself?
But yet, the fact that you and Tom disagree with this, it hurts my soul. That's why our country is headed into the wrong place.
Because of people like me and Tom.
Yeah, go ahead.
Heather?
Well, listening to that scenario,
yes.
If it is legitimately those kids' first time ever on a roller coaster.
First or second time. They're very scared, petrified children.
I would 100% be on that roller coaster with my child.
Boom.
I wouldn't even probably suggest going if I didn't like roller coasters in the first place. If I was going with if the kids were going with a big group of friends, all of their cousins, and then it's okay. But I love roller coasters. I can't imagine taking my kids to Cedar Point and saying, go have fun. I'll sit here and watch you and twiddle my thumbs for the hour wait while you stand in. Like, they go in line with their kids, or they're waiting at the end?
No, they're waiting at the end. The kids are in line. The kids are all by themselves.
They stand there for an hour by themselves.
And I've heard kids ask their parents, Daddy, Mommy, please come with me.
What age
and they
say
no.
What age are we talking about here?
We're talking 9, 10, 11, 8.
So that's where I think you're wrong on this. Like,
I am not wrong on this.
So some people did this, took the kids, and they weren't even old enough, at least our youngest, to go on a lot of the rides at first. So anyways, once they become like 7, 8, 9 and they're tall enough to ride the rides, you have to go with them at the beginning. But once they hit like 10 or 11, I think it's okay not to.
That's fine. Well, if they're
and I agree with
enough.
you. That's why when he set it up and said it was their very first time ever on a roller coaster, I think, you go with them. They want to feel
that
safe.
Story you just told is pathetic, I think. Like where that guy wouldn't go with his kid.
But my whole point is, as a parent of a child, it's fun to go on a roller coaster, even if you hate it, even if you're scared of heights, even if you don't want to be there. You got to suck it up, dude. You got to do it for the kids. How many things do you do for your kids already? So you got to do this for your kids.
Well, no, there comes a thing though here where there is like, you get uncomfortable in certain things, and I am getting to an age now where there's a few rides I won't go on anymore. Like I'm just like the Skyhawk. Seriously, the last time I went on that, and you go flipping way up in the air, and you're literally staring down 100 feet at cement, and you're just strapped in with the shoulder strap and the seat belt. I'm like, nah, I'm done. I was like, I'm not doing this anymore. I'm just like, it's uncomfortable.
I went to not Cedar Point or an amusement park, but it had a Ferris wheel. We were the only ones on it, and about one loop through, I said, get me off this thing. They stopped it, and I got off, and Colin and Emily finished it.
Did your kids want you to stay?
Nope. Colin was there. I wasn't leaving. I would never leave her alone.
Heather?
But I was like, I don't like this.
I'm not judging you. I'm not, and I'm not judging these ticket texters. But I will say this. You got to power through that. You got to power through the motion sickness. You got to power through the being afraid of heights.
If the kid's old enough to ride the ride and it's safe for the kid to ride the ride and the kid's having a good time, you don't have to be on the ride with the kid.
Yes, you do.
Now, them going alone or some weird stranger sitting by him, that ain't happening.
Well, you risk
and
that.
That's
you don't know who's going to sit next to him.
That's the thing. Like, I do think you have to go through line with the kids.
Yeah, for sure.
Agree.
You make sure they're on their safety, and then you go and wait for them at the end.
And then, like, at the very top, you look like a wuss of a parent. You're like, all right, Johnny. All right, Becky. I'm just going to go on the other side. I'll wait for you afterwards.
You know that crazy swing, too, that's on the Lake Erie shoreline?
Oh, yeah.
Super high. I won't go on that anymore either. The temperature actually changes. You go so high. It's like, no, I'm not doing this anymore.
Listen, all I know is I'm almost 50. I'm an old man, but it's freeing to go on those rides. When you get so high up and you take a look at the view and you think to yourself, oh, this could be it for me. It's freeing. You get a certain peace.
That's freeing to you?
Yes.
That it can all end right now?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it would, but...
Do we need to call someone for you?
That's fun to experience with your children, I think.
Okay.
Near-death experiences with your child.
No, you're not going to send your kid on a ride that's too dangerous.
Right.
I don't think.
Now, Greg Hargrave, I didn't know what to make of you with this whole thing. Where are you at?
Rieger, I see your point. I disagree with your judgment.
My judgment?
The judgment of...
My
I believe
judgment
the
is I'm
quote
a
was,
trooper.
Quote, these are scumbag parents.
Yeah. Oh, you think I was a little too harsh?
I am going to praise parents rather than cut them down.
So you want to give credit to the parents who do ride with their kids,
Yes.
but if they don't, no big deal.
Yes.
I think you should be ashamed of yourself if you're a parent not riding the coasters with your kids.
No.
That's all.
That's extreme.
Shame.
If I were to go to Cedar Point now, I think I could probably only ride a couple of the rides and I would be done because of my back issues. Like, I'm not sure. I haven't been to Cedar Point in a long time, but I do think if I go on the older ones, the Magnum, I don't even know if they have some of the older ones still there. Like,
They do.
I don't
They
think
got
I
them
can
all.
handle it anymore.
I mean, they still got the Gemini. They got the
I
Blue
love the
Streak
Gemini.
kicking.
They have the Blue Streak still? Isn't that the first roller coaster there? Like
I think
the original?
It is. It's such a cool place. They have so many new rides. The newer rides are very smooth and you go so high up. That Siren's Crossing. Have you guys seen this?
This is a new
yeah,
one,
that
right?
It gets stuck
Siren's
basically
Curse.
every time.
Siren's Curse. I'm sorry. But yeah, so it like dangles you out, and then there's a chance the track doesn't meet up, and maybe you plummet to your death. I don't know. It's exhilarating.
That sounds exciting. Plummeting to your death.
Sign me up. Ticket textures coming from the guy who celebrates half birthdays with his kids.
We did it a couple times. My daughter was born on Christmas.
I know, they never let you live.
Trying to make her feel special. How dare you people?
Jeff, nobody ever agrees with anything you say, and you suck at golf, but you're 100% correct here. That's Scott in Carlton.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
Why is it?
Why do you preface it that way?
Yeah, why can't you just say, I'm with him? Yeah. Why do you have to say, like, Rieger's the scum of the earth, and you're the worst, and you're ugly,
And you suck
have
at
a
golf.
weird-sounding voice, and you suck at golf because Gator beat you by 11 strokes. But this one little tiny bit, I agree with you.
Rieger, it's a credit to you. It's that good of a point. That's what that text is saying.
Yes. Scott's saying through all of it, through all the adversity that would be agreeing with you, he found a way anyway. That's how right you are in his mind.
Do you like roller coasters?
No, not really.
You don't?
No.
Oh, that's a red flag, too.
That's a red flag to not like roller
Oh,
coasters?
Yeah.
that totally is. Like, so let me get this straight. You would go to Cedar Point, and what do you do?
She's going to
He
stop
wouldn't
dreaming
go to
about
Cedar
you, Jim.
Point.
Yeah, I haven't been to Cedar Point since I was in like high school.
Okay, so let's say a
Okay.
group of your friends go to Cedar Point.
My current group of friends in
Yes.
our 30s. I'm not going to Cedar Point with you.
When
What's
you went to
beneath you?
Cedar Point in high school, did you ride the roller coasters?
Yeah, I've been on roller coasters.
Okay.
Yeah. It's just
Would you go skydiving?
no, I would not want
Would
to
you
go.
go
Or
bungee
bungee jumping?
jumping?
No.
I think I would do
I'm
both.
surprised you knew what Cedar Point was.
Oh God, what's
That's actually a good point.
Where's it at again? Is it Ohio?
Sandusky.
Okay. Ticket text 248-539-9797. We have more feedback on this. Are you a scumbag parent if you won't
That's
ride
right.
the roller coaster with your kids?
Especially their first times, people. Come on. Show your kids a good time. Be a sport. What's the matter with you?
Get some Lions football in the next hour, too. It's 97-1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. The Tigers fall apart late in an 8-3 series opening loss to the Athletics in Sacramento last night. They made it 3-1 in the seventh after a solo home run from Gleyber Torres and a double more from Wencio Perez. Dan Dickerson on the call there right here on 97.1. Things would then unravel for Tarek Skubal in the 7th. A solo shot from Colby Thomas, then a grand slam from Shea Langoliers to blow this one open. That's back-to-back losses now for the Tigers. Charlie Morton starts tonight in Sacramento. The Lions face a 4 o'clock deadline to cut their roster down to 53 for the opener this afternoon. Some cuts so far: tackle Dan Skipper, quarterback Hendon Hooker, receiver Jackson Meeks, linebacker Anthony Pittman, and defensive tackle Broderick Martin. Michigan State's preparing to face 2 quarterbacks during its opener against Western on Friday night at the Woodshed. The Broncos have a competition between redshirt sophomore Brock Lowry and JUCO transfer Brady Jones. Western coach Lance Taylor says both quarterbacks will play Friday. Pistons free agent guard Malik Beasley is drawing interest from a couple Eastern Conference rivals after it was announced he's no longer under investigation for gambling. Reports say the Cleveland Cavaliers and New York Knicks have interest in Beasley. They can both offer him a veteran minimum contract. And St. Louis Cardinals first baseman Wilson Contreras had perhaps the most dramatic ejection of the year against the Pirates in St. Louis last night. Tossed for arguing balls and strikes, Contreras tried throwing a bat at an umpire, accidentally hitting a coach in the process, and he also threw a bucket of gum on the field. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I've got some thoughts on some of the Lions cut, including Hendon Hooker. We'll get to that. We have feedback on the roller coaster conversation. Jeff, before I get to these texts, you have selected a couple that stand out to you?
Yes, like this one. Jeff, what's wrong with you? Some parents may be petrified of heights. Now, that being said, I'm terrified of heights myself. But if my kids get on, I'm getting on. Dad's got to be the hero, not the villain. Jay in Waterford. See, that's all I'm talking about.
But Dad's not the villain if he takes the kid to an amusement park and watches the kid ride the rides.
I have one more for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. It says, why not just allow your kids to sit on the couch and watch phones if you're not going to take them anywhere and be a part of their lives?
Hold on.
I would agree.
You could take them there and not ride the roller coaster and
Then
be
why
a good
are you
parent.
Going?
To reward your kid, because it doesn't have to be about you. It's about your kid.
By the way, I think your kid loses all respect for you.
You think your 9-year-old is like, oh.
If my 9-year-old says, Daddy, go on the Top Thrill Dragster 2 with me, and I said no, I would feel guilty and awful for the rest of my life. I listen, I can have thousands of bad takes on the sports radio, and I don't feel that bad about it. But if Olive asked me to go on a roller coaster and I said no, I would never live that down, I feel.
Some ticket text.
Yes.
110% have to go on the rides. These are fun memories that you would treasure forever while you're hanging out with your kids.
Of course.
Says, Jesus, Jeff, no, these are not bad parents. You continue to prove you're a terrible human being. Why don't you go harass more employees at Chipotle?
I don't
Is that
harass
something you do?
them. No.
An extra scoop of chicken. I said extra.
I get extra rice, too.
Oh, okay.
No. I pay for the extra chicken if I'm going to get it.
Do you do the thing where once they've already started to scoop the one, then you call for a second one?
No. Dude, I'm a great patron. How dare you? What's the matter? I'm not this monster that people make me out to be, I don't think.
Tex says, I understand where Rieger's coming from, but I can't do roller coasters. I get motion sickness. Generally speaking, I try to participate with my kids, but I can't do carnival rides or coasters. Am I a bad parent?
Isn't that something to take medicine for?
You can, like with the Dramamine?
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Jeff just keeps upping his awful takes games. Kudos. You really got to give it to him. Let's get to Joe in Madison
is this an
Heights.
awful take?
Joe, what's up? Because you said it.
Fair.
Good morning. How are you guys doing today?
What's up?
Yeah, I'm 65 years old, and I belong to a roller coaster club called American Coaster Enthusiasts. And the first thing you want to do, you're not a bad parent if you let them ride alone. What you want to do in the front of the park, they get measured out. Every coaster has a requirement as far as safety. So they'll put the wristband on you. I think it's 48 and then up to 52 inches.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the first thing. It puts everybody at ease, including the kid. It's not dangerous at all. But the coasters I would not go on, you're going to scare the kids to death. The Magnum is one of the worst. Us coaster geeks, I went on what you call the magic seats, the most airtime in the park, but it's like a train wreck. Do not put them on the Magnum.
Don't put the kids on the Magnum. The Magnum's amazing, Joe.
But it's so rough.
I know,
it's really
but it's
rickety.
that awesome
not
climb
in
up.
3 it isn't. In
What?
the magic seat, row 3, it was like a train wreck. But Magnum is great. But
I see.
I would put
I got you.
The ones I would put them on is like Millennium Force, Seat 2. It's real smooth there.
Seat
no problem.
2.
Siren
How about the level of
magic
detail
seat.
here?
Yeah.
You really are. What did you say? Coaster what?
Enthusiast.
Well, he's telling us the
Enthusiast?
magic seats.
Yeah.
The magic seat. Yeah.
How do you find those out before you go? Can you Google those?
Oh, just talking to the coaster geeks. We like airtime. We like being off our seat more than on it. So
See, that, my friends, that's a risk taker. That's like somebody on the old blue streak when you loosen the seatbelt and you put it very loose and
So
then you
it's-
can
yep.
fly out of the seat as you're going over the hill. It's good stuff.
Steve in Belleville. Good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. First time, long time.
Awesome. Good morning.
My son was 7 when we went on to Millennium Force. And on the first drop down, he passed out. By the time we got serious, when we got through the tunnels on after that first turn, I was trying to wake him up, and he did wake up, and he just went back to screaming. And as a parent, I would not have wanted anybody else to be sitting next to him except me, because it was really scary there for a second.
For sure.
Yeah, of course. I get that.
But that did not stop him. We went back on it shortly after that day. And going down the first hill, I see him holding his breath. And I'm like, dude, you got to breathe. Breathe, breathe. So he starts breathing going down the first hill, and he made it the whole way around.
So that is a cool story. That is a point for you, Jeff. That is an active father helping his young child.
See? And that poor kid, if he went on without his father.
All alone, passed out, traumatized.
Yeah, you know what's really fun?
I don't think you send them with a stranger. If they're going alone, they're going with
friend?
cousins, friends. Yeah, they're not going to go on a roller coaster sitting next to a stranger.
Like when Olive gets a little older and she will go on the bigger rides, I'm going to do the old bolt trick on her. You carry the bolt in your pocket and you say this came from your seat on the way up. Freaks him out a little. No, okay, maybe
do that.
Maybe that's a little
The
too
old
far.
bolt trick. You know that one, right?
I've seen the old bolt trick.
God.
What's he talking about?
Uh-oh. Text says, I'm with Gov. F going on uncomfortable rides at this age. Says, better to take the kids to Cedar Point and let them ride than not take them at all.
I guess.
Don't take your kids to Cedar Point if you're not going to go on rides with them. Rieger's right. Horrible parents.
There you go. Scumbags, I believe I said.
Says, scumbag is harsh, but yes, Jeff's right. Jim, I'm 33. I went to Cedar Point with 15 30-year-old friends, wives, and girlfriends over the summer.
There you go. There's Jim. Too good for Cedar Point, America's roller coaster.
I don't know if it's that I'm also hopped up on a whole bunch of cold medicine today, too. It just does not sound fun being on a roller coaster this morning.
The roller coasters are great.
I'm all like, whoa.
Okay.
You know what I would love out of this conversation? You just said the little Cedar Point tagline is for you to be the announcer for a ride.
Oh, I could do that.
Like,
we're going to take you up.
We
50,
could probably make that happen, like for a day.
Oh, that'd be amazing.
Through our media stuff, where
Let's
we could
do
reach
it
out
now when the kids in Ohio are back in school, so the lines aren't long, so we could ride the rides
Well, your
nonstop.
voice is perfect for Halloween weekends.
Yeah, I know.
Scare people.
Exactly. We're going to take you up 3,000 feet and drop you. Please keep your arms and hands inside the coaster at all time. Thank you for riding at Cedar Point, America's roller coaster. All clear. Burp.
Oh, a bolt! Wait,
Oh,
the old bolt trick.
By the way,
Hang on.
if you're going up that hill and it goes clickety click, don't look down because a bolt might have come loose.
Just imagine like different people at work here doing that. Like Valeni, this sucks.
Valeni would be like, "Get on the damn ride already!"
Seriously, you've been waiting in line for an hour. What are we doing?
My God, you people! What are you scared? That kid's crying. Get him out of here.
Let's get to Larry and Howell. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
What's up?
Good. Hey, I'm 68 years old. I've had a couple heart attacks, and I still go on every single ride, whether it's Cedar Point, Disney, Universal. I go on every one of them with my kids, my grandkids, because I can remember growing up as a child and my parents taking me and having to go on those things alone with some stranger and everything else, and it kind of sucked. So, you know, if that's what they want and it makes them happy, it makes me happy when it's all over with. Yeah, it's exciting. Yeah, it's thrilling. Sometimes you even sit back and go, I'm not doing that again, and then you jump on
That's
the
right.
next one. and you have a great time.
You know what, Larry? You're making Jim feel bad about himself. Jim at age 30 will not go on the rides, yet Larry has had a couple of heart issues, and he's down for it.
I didn't say I wouldn't. I said I don't want to. There's a difference.
I think we should all do a show from one of the roller coasters. Live from the Millennium Force, it's Costa and Jansen.
Now, this last ticket text I've circled, and I don't know if it's in reference to any one particular thing you've said today or if it's just a sentiment that people have. But if you'd like to, I know you're good about reading things people say about you. What does that one say?
Who let Jeff reproduce? ... What a mistake. This is poor grammar. There's no question mark or anything. It's probably a abundance of evidence that I've supplied them with over the course of the show. Yeah.
Right. Or the course of time.
Could you call this a career, what I do?
I would say, Jeff, you've carved out a nice career for yourself. I really would. I'm not saying that with any smarm. You don't have to push the alarm button, Greg.
The nicest thing you've ever said.
I try to give you one compliment when you fill in.
A career's pretty good.
Yeah, it's not over yet. We got at least another 45 minutes today, and you're probably going to be on, what, tonight, tomorrow? They work you to death, right? You were on last night.
Tomorrow, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Coming up next, some thoughts on the Lions' cuts. Hendon Hooker among them. We've got him next, 97.1. All right, Brightside Dental. Get a brighter smile without breaking the bank. Brightside Dental is your spot. 9 Metro Detroit locations, so there's one right around the corner from you. And if you haven't been to the dentist for your regular 6-month cleanings, it's not a problem. They're not going to judge you, give you a hard time, or lecture you about your flossing habits. They want to help you out. $35 new patient special that covers exams and x-rays, and there's no hidden fees. Nobody wants that. Make an appointment. Get back in that routine. BrightsideDental.com. 1-800-PAINLESS is the phone number. Tell them Jim Costa and the Morning Show sent you. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Langoliers getting his moment. It was set up from a play earlier in the game.
That was a soap opera.
Yeah, because early in the game, the third inning, Rieger,
Third inning.
Langoliers is at the plate, and Skubal's upset with the call. Feels like he got squeezed.
Yeah, on the batter before.
Oh, okay. And
AJ had to rush out there to calm Skubal down so he didn't get tossed from the game.
Skubal's amped. The ump lets him stay in. Langoliers hits a ball foul.
Yes.
They sound off all the lights thinking it's a home run. Skubal's irritated. Gets the punch out on Langoliers and then kind of gestures about the lights.
Yeah, he's like, sound the lights. And then Gleyber Torres goes yard for the Tigers. And Tigers on social media say, turn the lights on. Kind of like trolling the A's.
Yeah.
And next thing you know, Langoliers hits the grand slam that wins the game. Do we have a Skubal problem? Can I ask you this?
I'm going to say no, but go ahead.
So it's interesting. It's not a problem. Like yesterday, for instance, he gave up 6 runs, but only one was
earned somehow. Weird.
Yes, because of 2 Zach McKinstry errors, okay?
Yeah, but if you give up 2 home... Anyway.
His last 9 games, Tarek Skubal, he's got a 2.5 ERA.
That's very good.
Great. He's given up 7 home runs in 9 games.
Not great.
Not great. 74 strikeouts.
Lot of strikeouts.
Only 11 walks.
He never walks anybody.
Yes.
He's a great pitcher. What's the point?
But he's only 1-2. Is that bizarre?
Well, they've won more than one of the games. He's
They
just
have
credited with one of the wins.
Yes, they've won. Let's see. In those 9 games, they've won 6. They've lost 3.
Okay, so there's 6-3 in the Skubal starts. I don't care what his pitcher win-loss record is. I know you put this bug out there, too. You put it in my ear. I'm watching it now. Crochet is fighting him for the Cy Young.
It's close.
It's like... odds-wise, very close. And they could face off in the final series of the year with the Cy Young on the line, Boston and Detroit at the end of September.
Everybody is just assuming that Skubal's going to get it.
And I think he will.
It's very close.
To answer your question, no, there's not a Skubal problem. He's a damn good pitcher.
Okay. Skubal 5.8 WAR, Crochet 5.2, both 26 games. Both started 26 games, both pretty much the same innings pitched. Skubal's got a 2.28 ERA. He gave up 6 runs yesterday, but his ERA goes down because he only gave up one earned run. Yeah, Crochet is 10 points higher. Okay. Like, they're so even, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, he might not get the Triple Crown, and the betting market suggests it's very close for the Cy Young. Tigers lost last night. Royals lost last night, so it's still 10.5 in the division. And I only bring it up, like, Jeff, you said to me earlier, you're not still checking the standings every day, are you? The only reason I am is because I know it's going to happen. These like hyenas on the ticket text. See, it's under 10. You jinxed him yesterday. See. Guys, there's no jinx. There's no curse. They're winning this division. The sooner you accept it, the sooner we can move on and talk about the postseason push, setting a rotation, fighting for a first-round bye, and all the good stuff. But what if the Royals take 3? What if the Guardians take 6? The Guardians are a million games out. It's over.
Yeah, the Guardians really hard. They've fallen on hard times since that, like, what are they, 21-29? And then they couldn't win a game to save their life. They got blown out yesterday.
I'm shocked they didn't play 700 baseball for 2 months.
I know,
shocked,
crazy, right?
Shocked.
Especially when you lost your best closer and another starter and you have no offense.
Other than that, how's the play, Miss Lincoln?
Exactly.
Okay, speaking of surprises, not a surprise, Hendon Hooker, cut. It was foretold, really going back to the end of last year. When they brought in Teddy Bridgewater, it told you everything they thought of Hendon Hooker. And then, with his job on the line, he had no notable moments in the preseason. He looked like he was getting worse, and they cut him. This is a pick Brad Holmes made 68th overall. It's arguably the biggest mistake Brad Holmes has made as the general manager, but it's not one that I'm going to beat him up for. I think there's a whole lot of revisionist history going on. The pick made sense at the time. You didn't have to like it. The pick made sense at the time. They had not paid Jared Goff. He had not appeared in a postseason game in a Lions uniform. He had not won a couple playoff games in a Lions uniform. See, things changed the very next year when he anchored the team to a division title and back-to-back home playoff wins. But that's not the world we lived in the night they drafted Hendon Hooker. They were hedging their bets. They hadn't extended him. It made sense. It was a player who had some upside, some mobility, quick release. If you could ever learn to read a defense, maybe you found Jalen Hurts. Right? That's what you're hoping when you take a day 2 quarterback. You have Carson Wentz. What if it doesn't work? We have Jalen Hurts. It didn't work. Not all gambles are going to work. There's a lot of hindsight, revisionist history. That pick made sense. It didn't work. You cut bait and you move on, which is what they've done.
Well, the crazy thing is the people that think it's a blemish on Brad Holmes' resume, it's not. And if you think it's his worst move, then okay, no big deal. It's very nitpicky. It really is. A guy that gave you Penei Sewell and Ali McNeil in the third round and Kirby Joseph in the third round and Amon-Ra St. Brown in the fourth round. The list goes on and on. You have a litany of players, 6 of them, that you want and would love to extend. Holmes has done a great job. So if you're mad at him because Hooker in the third round, well, then be mad at him because Broderick Martin
we
in
can
the
take a
third
text.
round.
He blew 2 top 100 picks, okay?
Okay, so how many did he get right, though?
Do you know Howie Roseman took Jalen Rieger in the first round instead of Justin Jefferson?
Always go with the Riegers, yeah.
And I think... And I think Howie Roseman's a better GM than Brad Holmes.
Absolutely.
Like, if Brad Holmes had nuked a first-round pick on Hendon Hooker. Okay.
Yeah, now we're talking. Exactly. He waited to the third round. It was a position of need. And by the way, if he never got a backup quarterback, if he never drafted a quarterback at the time, you mentioned it, we weren't sure about Goff, even though now everybody thinks we were.
Of course.
But if he never got a QB to begin with and Goff didn't work out, then you're yelling at him because he never took a swing for a quarterback anyway.
Why didn't you try? See what you could get.
Yeah,
and it hasn't really haunted them at all because, again, they brought in Bridgewater last year as insurance, and they have Kyle Allen this year.
How'd you phrase it earlier when we talked about it? Is this a blemish on his record?
I said, are you holding it against him?
Yeah, see, that's crazy.
And some people are.
I guess it's the nature of the job.
He has very few of these. And then I did ask, is it his biggest mistake? To which I don't really know what else is. He's made very few of them. They have no bad contracts on the books right now. He doesn't have any first-round picks that are busts. I suppose second round, you could say Levi Onwuzurike is his worst use of draft capital.
Or not taking Jalen Carter and instead taking Jahmyr Gibbs, but
Gibbs
you point
and
out.
Laporta, which is at least a
100%.
push.
No, listen, I agree.
It may be a move he hasn't made. Could be the worst move that he's made.
Well, maybe he's to blame for being such a good GM that he hits on so many picks that you expect him to hit on every pick.
Right.
At the time, it made sense. I remember being on the radio. It was on a Friday, second day of the draft, and I was giddy. I'm like, okay, listen, I don't know if the kid's going to work out, and let's not forget he was coming off the injury, but you needed a quarterback. He was electric at Tennessee. Everybody's in love with the concept of a mobile quarterback, which he is, and it didn't work out.
No.
Oh, well. And by the way, it just did. I think why people soured on it so bad is because he's so bad. Like, that's the thing. Hendon Hooker has been dreadful.
He has been. People would have clutched to any glimmer if he had given it in the preseason. Like, people were waiting for one big drive or 2 big throws or a moment. He had none. He played in every game. They played an extra preseason game.
I think the death blow was the last game against the Texans late in the game where the Lions get a pick and they maybe have a chance to score in a preseason game. And the first pass, Hooker just sails a ball for a pick.
See ya.
And at that point, I'm like, ooh, that's it.
Goodbye.
His soul just left his body. Yeah. That's it. He's done. So he'll clear waivers. You can put him on the practice squad, I guess, if you want him.
But Campbell talked about maybe a change of scenery is good for him.
Yeah. Or so don't.
Or don't. Let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Foreman Mills. You guys, there's a couple who are under investigation after attempting to join the Mile High Club on a recent Delta flight from Minneapolis to Hawaii.
What do you mean attempted?
Well, we don't know for sure exactly what was going on underneath this blanket. They were trying to
Oh, they didn't
hide
even go in the bathroom.
No, right there in their seats.
Oh, go on.
Scandalous.
So apparently all of the other passengers sitting around them were appalled by what was going on. And one passenger got some video because she wanted to make sure she could show flight attendants or whoever she needed to speak to what was happening.
Oh, that's why she got the video. That's why she got the video.
So it sounds like once the plane landed, the couple was actually met by FBI and police. No arrests apparently have been made, but everything is under investigation. It's got to be reviewed by whoever it's got to be reviewed by.
I'm just curious. What would constitute being in the Mile High Club? Like, how far did they have to go for them to get in trouble? What
Greg's saying something back there. They were engaging in sexual acts, but not in sex itself.
Is it?
Does that count? Do you even get credit for being in the Mile High Club?
Right.
Mile High Club at that point?
Did they stamp your card?
I don't think so. You're just putting
apparently to
yourself in a
them,
bad spot
yeah.
because I'm not sure that it would count, and you're putting yourself in trouble with the FBI.
Why are you doing this?
I don't know.
People wait till you get to your hotel room.
Although
what are you
people like
doing?
the thrill
If you've
of it.
ever wanted to be in
Right.
trouble by the FBI, this is a good
there was
reason
a
to get in
third
trouble.
person, it looked like, sitting in that row.
Yeah, that's a
you
really,
guys, like they were.
Oh, we talked about the worst people you could sit next to flying?
Yes.
Those two.
This is it. Come on now.
So who at the ticket is a member of the Mile High Club?
He's
Go
done
ahead.
this all day
Come on.
today,
Come on.
inserting in. Remember,
Come on.
who are the ticket?
Who do you think? Name a name.
Have you done a Mile High swap?
Oh
no,
my gosh.
no, Tom.
The look on your face.
Nobody wants
Do you
to
have any
answer.
guess? Rico's a frequent flyer.
Oh, I bet you Rico's done it, yeah.
He's had more chances. That's all I'm
Yeah,
saying.
that's a good point.
John, because he
Ooh.
can fly a little bit more classy than we,
Oh,
Look at
first
her
class
calling
out
amenities.
John.
Well, I don't know. I mean,
Well, he always upgrades his seat.
Yeah, I listen, I'm not
You
not
haven't?
lucky
I don't
enough,
know.
no. I know
Were you
that's a
hoping
shock.
people would guess you?
I
Is that why
was,
you've been doing
actually.
this?
That's why I asked.
So you're also the person to have the biggest cult following. Is that what you
Yes.
wanted us to say earlier?
No, I didn't want that one, but I really wanted this one just for one person to believe that I was a member of the Mile High Club. What an honor.
Ohio State is banning one of its biggest haters from the shoe. You might have heard this. Dave Portnoy, who is going to be on Fox's Big Noon kickoff this season, has been banned. No longer allowed to enter Ohio Stadium for Saturday's season opener against Texas. So he can still appear on the show, right? He can do all of the stuff he does,
Yeah.
but as soon as his coworkers go inside, when the atmosphere's kicking up, he's got to stay outside.
So what? He's going to be in the parking lot soloed
Yeah,
out?
exactly.
Like he's going to end up using this as fodder.
Of course.
It's just going to make him a martyr. And it makes Ohio State look soft. Just put him in the building. He's
Did
going to
he
be
s-
obnoxious. Just deal with it.
Did you see Connor Stallions posted, "Do you need a ticket?"
Oh, God. Will he go away? Like, I'll give John this. He's been at the forefront of it. Why are we making this guy into a hero? You should be distancing yourself from Connor Stallions at every chance you get.
I kind of like that Ohio State did it. It just kind of adds to the rivalry. It's like almost like you can say whatever you want. We got a big game against Texas. You can say whatever the hell you want, but not in our building. I kind of dig it.
It's Heather with the news. One quick text. They want to know that the Mile High Club, it's a question signed John Jansen. Was she hot?
Was she?
You have to get that phone video, Rieger.
Wait,
It's
you guys
90
got mad at me for asking who's a member of the Mile High, but you can ask if she was hot?
Oh, that's a
I don't
John.
know the
That's what
rules.
John asks
That's a John
every story.
standby.
Oh, okay.
Mom murdered.
Was
she
she?
hot? I don't know. John, it's not important. It's 97.1.
Hey, Dr. B at Michigan Hair Restoration is celebrating 30 years of helping thousands of guys across Southeast Michigan regrow their hair and restore their confidence. And to celebrate, he's giving $1,000 off any hair transplant to mark the milestone. Now, Dr. B, you got to go meet him. He's a true pioneer, one of the first to use your own hair to stimulate new growth. What once seemed as like science fiction is now changing lives right here in Michigan. And he believes in it so much. Not only has he had the procedure himself, he's also performed it on his own son. So forget those outdated methods. No stitches, no staples, no embarrassing scars. Just real results with hair you can run your fingers through. He offers the most advanced treatments, including natural therapies that keep improving, and he guarantees all of them. So the sooner you go to see Dr. B, the more options you'll have. Book now at MichiganHairRestoration.com and mention 97.1 to unlock your exclusive $1,000 off before it's gone.
Dan Dickerson on the call. Do we have an update on that Ohio State story?
Yes. The AD at Ohio State, now Ross Bjork. I didn't know he was related. I wonder if he's related to the singer Bjork. Anyways, he said it is a Fox decision
to ban Portnoy from.
Yeah, and he went on to say that people who normally appear not on the main desk don't actually come into the stadium.
Oh.
That's how Fox does things. But he said flat out this was a Fox decision. Ohio State did not ban him.
Why would Fox decide this?
Yeah, Fox would have want him in there, I would assume.
Yeah, and the Lions Den poking the bear.
No, I think what he's saying is once they get more into game mode in the pregame,
they trim the desk.
Yeah, it's like.
But why is it being framed as a ban?
Well, somebody put bad information out there.
Okay.
Yeah. No, that does make sense, though,
That
because
happens.
it's Urban and it's the host and who is it? It's Reggie Bush, Matt Leinart. So maybe
Rob Stone.
Portnoy just doesn't make the cut to go inside the stadium.
Because he did a smaller desk and they're kind of like field level, and he won't be one of the 4 or 5 guys.
That's not as fun.
I don't think
that's not
Bush
as
is there
juicy.
anymore either. I think it's Ingram.
Yes,
I think
Mark
you're right
Ingram.
about that.
Yes.
Yeah. I remember last year watching the pre a little bit for the big game and how they had it set up on the field, like towards one of the end zones, and it was just the main guys.
Can we all admit, though, the fact that, and they've been doing this for a couple of years, but the fact that Texas-Ohio State is such a massive, fun, awesome first game, and it's at noon, it's such a joke. Like, come on.
Yeah, I hate that Fox has tried to change what primetime means. Right, your whole life, primetime is the night game.
Yes,
it's
absolutely.
It's all day long, waiting around, the build up, the anticipation.
Right.
Yeah,
The drinking,
waiting around.
the eating.
Why would he want to wait around?
It's called foreplay,
Yeah,
Greg.
exactly.
But that's the buildup. That's the point. And it's the end of the day under the lights, the scene setter that is playing late night.
It's the entree.
And they've decided, no, primetime's at noon because we say so.
Right. No, I agree. I mean, listen, usually the 3:30 games were always fun, but you're right. The night game was always special. The 12 o'clock games were just the appetizers. And now you're putting the biggest game. It's a huge game, and I get it. Whatever team loses is going to recover, but
the 12 o'clock games
stupid.
were nothing. They sucked. And now we have something to fill in a college football Saturday, noon to midnight.
Just growing up, noon felt like Northwestern Purdue.
Yeah, but in 91, Michigan hosted Florida State. That was a noon kickoff. It was colossal matchup. It was great to get that game going.
Sure.
First thing. I hated waiting around for it. It's like, I like sprinkling in. I'm with Greg, a little bit of everywhere.
All I know is I hope I have Fox. Everybody that has YouTube TV might not have Fox for that game.
Yeah, what's the latest? They've set this deadline of Wednesday.
Tomorrow, 4
What-
o'clock.
What does that mean? They could agree on Thursday or Friday.
I mean, I guess. But yes, YouTube TV raised their prices. They're in a dispute with Fox. So tomorrow at 4 o'clock, if they don't come to a deal, then you on YouTube TV will not get any Fox. You won't get the Big Ten Network, so you can't watch Michigan State. You won't get Fox, so you can't watch Texas, Ohio State. And YouTube says, don't worry, we'll give you a $10 credit. I'm leaving. I'm done with them.
Yeah,
There's
people
no
move
way
on.
people will stick by.
Well, a lot of people have switched to YouTube, right? Because
Then you got to switch the hell away.
There
You
was-
imagine days before college football, you make this announcement?
But doesn't this always happen? This always happens right before a big season or a kickoff or a big game. There's one of the cable companies is in dispute with one of the providers, and it's going to go to the last minute, and they're going to use us as hostages in the
Yeah,
negotiation.
we're pawns. I'm
Yeah.
just sick of it. I used to be one of those guys, when Michigan would play on Peacock, and I would say, hey, it's $5. Who cares? I'll watch it. I'll buy it. I didn't think it was that big of a deal. Now it's a freaking slippery slope, and you need 17 different apps, and now YouTube TV, days before college football, is saying you might not have Fox. F you, man. That's unforgivable. It really is. All the people that have YouTube TV that spend more money, and now they might have to switch TV providers to watch college football and pro football. That's such crap. What are you doing back there? What are the horns?
2 words: digital antenna.
No.
Get your locals.
No, that's more
An air
work.
feed is awesome. I love an air feed.
I pay to be able to turn on my TV. I don't want to have an antenna.
The antenna just gets you Fox.
Right.
2, 4, and 7.
What about
It
Big Ten
doesn't-
Network?
It doesn't get you Big Ten Network.
You don't want to watch Michigan State Western?
Classic Blue Wall Radio.
Wow.
Typical Greg. Yeah.
I
And
want-
Michigan's
to-
on NBC, so you're fine there.
To your point, though, you want your options. You want your full package.
Yes.
You want to be able to watch everything.
Yes. I don't want to have to watch my Tigers on the Bally's app or the FanDuel app and then watch everything else on YouTube TV. Like, can't we get something where we just all watch it together?
That's good. In some cases, yes.
Does he?
He's got all the upgraded stuff.
He's got the biggest package you know. Wow.
You want to watch all your stuff.
I do.
And you know what? It sucks because now it feels like they've made it so that cable's actually the right way to go.
Which is more expensive.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I don't even know if it is in some ways.
Do you think they're doing it just to screw with people? Just because it's fun?
No, they want to make money. That's all it is.
I mean, I guess, but
it's extortion on the eve of the season to do this stuff.
It's so obnoxious. It really makes you just want to quit, but you can't quit.
They got us. They got us right. What else do you need to watch live besides sports?
That's it.
Everything else you can watch later.
Right. Like, and I don't even need anything else. Like, I will get a Netflix or a Prime or a Paramount or a Peacock when I want it for a show. Then I'll cancel it. You can't do that with sports.
No. I guess right where they want us.
What do you have?
Hulu.
Oh, maybe I should switch. Take that YouTube
until
TV.
they decide at the start of next season that we can't watch sports.
Do you get the Tigers on Hulu?
No, I have to use. I get the FanDuel app, so it's an additional $20 a month.
Yeah.
On top of the Hulu, and the Hulu is live TV too. Now with Hulu, at least I get some of the ESPN and Disney stuff, but I don't have kids, so the Disney stuff's not that big a deal. See, it's just you end up getting all this stuff anyway.
It's crap.
You're building cable in the aggregate, is what you're doing.
Fubo.
You want HBO? You want to throw that in? You want Apple TV? All of a sudden, it's cable in the aggregate. And
But
are you
how we
actually
watch
saving
it
money?
has changed. That's the difference.
Yeah.
And the ability to pick up the Heather method, which I think I really like, is pick up and drop
but you can't do it
stations
with their
as you
sports.
please.
You know,
that's what the season is.
Right.
I mean, you say, well, when am I going I get a show and then I drop it. Well, that's the season.
Greg, you know what you also can't do?
What?
You can't use the last button anymore. Like on a Saturday when it's nothing but college football, you can't use last because you have to exit out of whatever damn app you're in, and then it's going to take a second. Then you got to go in the next app, and you've missed 5 plays. It's preposterous. Sorry.
You're saying you just pick up as you go when you need stuff. So like when Christmas rolls around, you get Netflix.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And get rid of it then.
And
when
then
you're
get rid of
sick
it after.
Yeah.
But you need it for Christmas.
Right. For the Lions.
Of course.
Exactly.
For the Lions. Who wouldn't be watching the Lions on Christmas Day?
I don't know.
Excited to watch the Lions on Christmas Day. You open your gifts and then you settle in. And
It's the Vikings, right?
yeah, it's a Vikings.
In Minnesota.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Everybody's happy about that.
Yeah.
Anyway, speaking of the
Are
Lions.
you working that day? I think you got to work. You're probably not.
Yeah, probably am going to work that day, yeah. Rico and I, a couple hours before kickoff, breaking it all down.
I'm
Santa
a Jewish
hats
guy.
and-
I'll work.
Okay.
Oh, hey, no. My daughter's birthday's on
When's
Christmas.
Hanukkah this year? Is it the same time?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I'm Jewish. What?
Anyway, this is a long way to get to a Lions topic I wanted to
Anyway,
get
yeah,
to.
sorry.
All right, so the Lions. You may have heard, we're going to play some Dan Campbell audio for people, that he loves this team. He's going into his 5th year. He looks at the roster, and he's excited, which is a stark contrast to a lot of the talk. The talk is the coordinators and the schedule and the offensive line and no help for Aiden, and fans betting for this team to miss the playoffs. They're the most bet team to miss the playoffs. So when Campbell speaks, it's like from a different universe. We want to know what you choose to believe. Here is Dan Campbell. Can you get me it? Sorry. So what do you make of it? Because I think that makes them one of the most polarizing teams in the NFL. You have people preying on their downfall, waiting for the step back, some going as far as to say they'll miss the playoffs, and this guy's going, we got a high floor. And who knows how high the ceiling could be. Very different messages.
It's crazy because it's all about what you as a fan choose to believe. Because I do think there's been so many negative talking points, whether it's schedule, whether it's coordinators, interior offensive line, Goff with pressure, blah, 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 blah. And I kind of feel that Lions fans aren't used to all the success, even though they've had success over the last couple of years. So a lot of Lions fans are choosing to believe the negative, which is the most bet on team to miss the playoffs.
And again, you're not getting paid a fortune to do it. You're not getting 10-1 odds
No,
or
it's 165.
or 5 extra money. It's plus 165. So people are doing it because they believe it.
Right, but it's the weirdest thing because people have forgotten how good this team is.
Oh, I'm with you. I think it's gone too far. I think the pessimism has gone to the extreme. I am concerned about the interior of the offensive line. I don't think they're going to win 15 games and have the 1 seed. I don't think they're the Super Bowl favorite. But how we've gotten so far in the other direction is bewildering to me. This team still has elite personnel on the field, offense and defense. They can't possibly be as injured as they were last year. If you want to point out the schedule's tough, I'll concede the point. But you got to give me that they have the biggest rest advantage in the sport. Days off more than their opponents. 13 of them for the course of the season. For a team that plays grueling physical football, that's a nice feather in your cap. For Ben Johnson leaving, okay, I still got Gibbs. I still got St. Brown. I still got Laporta. I've got J-Mo and this Tesla story. I've got the personnel. Defensively, Aaron Glenn made it work with all the injuries. They can't possibly have that many injuries. A full season out of Aiden Hutchinson. I choose to be much more positive about the season than the pessimism that feels like it's pouring in as we count down the days.
But I think you hit the nail on the head. I think it is the defense. There's no way you're going to have your entire defense decimated like last season. And the defense should be able to keep you above water while the offense tries to figure it out. There's no doubt in my mind offense will take a step back. They probably won't be the number 1 scoring offense in the NFL.
Top 5?
But what's that?
Top 5 maybe?
Yeah, exactly.
And if the defense picks up the slack?
Think about how good your secondary is. How good are your linebackers? And by the way, if Marcus Davenport actually stays healthy,
well, it's like a carried
how
away.
good can your defensive line be?
What do you guys choose to believe? End the show with that. It's 97.1. All right, Moran Chevrolet. Get ready for the football season with our friends at Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. If you're thinking about going electric, skip the gas station altogether with the 2025 Equinox EV LT, and you can lease it right now at Moran Chevrolet for $209 a month. That's a 24-month lease, $999 down. You can find your ride fast. MoranExpress.com. Stop by. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price. Period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. 8-3 final, Dan Dickerson on the call. Some ticket texts, including some people going at Dan Campbell.
About what?
How do you lose 2 Pro Bowl interior offensive linemen without replacing them with quality proven players, not make upgrades across the rest of the roster, and think you're better? I do not understand what Dan Campbell is saying. And another texter says, are you kidding? What do you think the coach is going to say? He's going to say we got a lousy team and it's the worst roster I've ever had? Are you guys morons? Here's the thing. Dan Campbell's a straight shooter. Nobody put a gun to his head and forced him to say it's the best roster he's had in 5 years. For him to say that is a choice, right?
I think he believes it, but I also think a little of him probably says it because he understands there's some negativity coming from the fan base.
You think he's blowing smoke?
Listen, the first text that you read, it's not the worst text ever because he is right. You knew Ragnow was retiring, and you didn't replace him to the extent that maybe you would want to. But
and to me, it's not just Frank; it's Zeitler too. Like, I don't think enough people lump them together, but that's an issue.
I would agree. I'm telling you, man. Like, there's so much positive, there's so much negative. Once we finally see the first game, it's going to be so interesting to see how people react. If they lose at Green Bay, it's going to be all out freak out. But if they win, like I think they can go in and win and beat Jordan Love like they normally do, then it's going to be whatever. We expect them to win again.
Well, you're Mr. Roller Coaster, so explain how this is going to go. They lose the first game.
Yeah, okay.
They
I
win,
like this.
They win the second game.
Okay, so they lose Packers, beat Ben Johnson.
But then they lose to Baltimore.
Okay.
And then they beat Cleveland. They're 2-2, but they've only beaten bad teams. Are we going to do this like extremes the whole first month of the season?
The people that are freaking out thinking they're not going to make the postseason will freak out more. And the people that are like us, that sees more positive than negatives, will be like, dude,
hang on.
It's 2-2 in a tough schedule, and everything's new.
Yeah, but
you
then
don't think this is going to look better in 2 months?
Then October is at Cincy, at Kansas City, and Tampa Bay Monday night. Like, there's going to be a lot of like little three-game little referendums. First of all, I'm not conceding the Green Bay loss, but if they were 2-2, then you get to that 3-game stretch, and people's emotions are going to hang by a thread in the month of October.
Yeah, but 3-3 is even fine after 6 games, considering the 3 games on the road are damn near impossible. At Kansas City, at Baltimore, and of course at Green Bay.
And then you start to paint the picture. I know the schedule's been out, but just so people understand, you get your bye week. All right. Minnesota's a home game.
Yeah.
Big game. Division. Take care of business. At Washington, at Philly, the Giants, Aleem McNeil coming back at some point in there. Green Bay, Thanksgiving. And you really start to put the afterburners. You beat the Giants. You beat Green Bay at home. You get Dallas, L.A., Pittsburgh, Minnesota, Chicago. Like, you rattle off 6 of the final 7, and you're right where you need to be. You're playing your best ball. And you should be winning the division in that case. So you get a home playoff game. You're playing your best ball. You're healthy. The O-line's got to look better at the end of the year if Hank Fraley's the guy we think he is. So what, I'm going to freak out because they're 3-3 at the start?
I mean, all you got to do is get in. We've talked about it already. Like, the 1 seed doesn't matter. You want it, of course. Home field doesn't matter. You want it, of course. Winning the division doesn't matter. Just get in. And you're going to be a much better team by the time you get to the postseason than you are week 1 at Lambeau.
Let's get to Corey in Birmingham. Corey, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Love the show.
Hey, Corey.
Real quick. Yep, you're welcome. Yeah, Dan Campbell's he's no idiot. He knows what to say. He knows how to play the market. He knows what he's doing. He has to say that. He's not going to say that the team is bad. The overall thing, guys, is it's going to be hard. It's just going to be hard. That's just the law of averages. They're not going to go 15-2.
Nobody's saying
they
that.
will make the play. Yeah,
right.
They'll make the playoffs, but it's going to be a hard road to get back. I understand the window's closed because the NFC Championship and all that.
No, it's not.
The Buffalo.
Don't say that, Corey.
No. I'm not. I agree.
Oh,
with
you know the
I'm
narrative.
not.
I get you. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not at all. It's just going to be harder. That's all. And they play a lot of teams on the road with good quarterbacks.
I guess
so it's just going to be difficult. But
Corey, the only thing I'd push back is like the idea that Campbell has to say that, because I think maybe to a fault he's been brutally honest. When they lost the NFC title game, he came out and said that might be our only shot, right?
So far it was.
Right, but when he comes out and says it's the best roster I've had in 5 years, I don't think he's doing that to like quote play the media.
No, I'm with you.
I think he legitimately believes that, and he might be wrong, but I don't think he's doing it to like spin zone the fan base.
But it's even funny. The last caller was it's going to be hard, tad negative, but even he admitted they're going to make the postseason.
Yeah,
that's what it's all about. Just make the postseason. Nobody cares the kind of season you have. Just get in, and you'll have a good chance.
Doug Karsh in the studio. Doug, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Good.
Game week.
Game week.
Was dialed in watching news conferences yesterday, coaches, and
East Lansing and Ann Arbor and
New Mexico
and Kalamazoo. Well, New Mexico's either they haven't had it yet or they haven't posted it yet, so I haven't seen what's going on there. But
what does New Mexico do well, Doug?
Well, they have 50 new players.
Oh,
yeah,
so
big
it's hard
turnover.
to know.
That's a problem.
Their head coach ran a lot of trick plays at Idaho. Scored on 2 trick plays at Oregon last year when it was 17-14
Game
in the
a
fourth
game.
quarter when it was merely Idaho. They've got sweet new alternate uniforms they're debuting
The
this
turquoise?
year. Yeah, it's a good look. So,
and their coach is finally in College Football 26. Did you see this?
yes, I did. We're gonna have some fun with that this weekend. Yep.
Easy on the bucket, man.
Yeah, but
Don't unload all the buckets.
Oh, this is all your prep for the game.
Yeah. I had a line. I think it was, I was talking to people about this, before I did my first game, and Mike Tirico made the comment to me, you're going to have this giant bucket of information. And when you walk out of that booth after a game, about 90% of that information is still in the bucket. And if you just start using stuff because you did the research and force it in,
it's going to sound weird.
So just accept the fact that most of your research will go unused.
But aren't you hoping for a blowout because then you can use it all?
Yes. But when that doesn't happen, we do something on the show called Unload the Bucket, where I find the most interesting things I didn't get to use during the game.
Empty the bucket.
Whatever.
Unload sounds a little different, but
yeah, whatever it is. And the most interesting facts I didn't get to use. The thing is, they're usually about the other team because if a kid from Michigan, I got some great,
of course, you got all season.
You got 12 regular season games to deal with. Yeah.
Yep. So anyway,
what's the plan today?
Deep into game prep. We will talk some Michigan and Michigan State about expectations in those 2 towns, East Lansing and Ann Arbor. We got the Tiger A's game, which is, and then the cuts, man. The cuts are always interesting. You don't know who's coming back. You also I've already seen one name released from another team I want in Detroit. So we will be on all of that today.
Karsch and Anderson next, 97.1.
All right, locked and loaded and ready to go. It is the Karsch and Anderson radio program. I am Doug Karsch, and that is Scott the Gator Anderson. How are you today, Scott Anderson?
All right, Doug.
Yeah?
Yeah, a little tired. Stayed up all night watching a game.
Yeah, frustrating.
I don't know. It was done by, 12:40 or something like that.
Yeah.
Frustrating.
Mm-hmm.
Frustrating. Wasting a Scooble start.
Yep.
And then they adroitly pointed out last night that Hey, remember last year when the Tigers lost a school start against Oakland and Colorado? While they were amid the great charge towards the end, they lost 2 school starts to those teams
Right.
at the end when they were going 33-11 or whatever it was.
Yeah.
So it's okay.
I mean, look, it happens in baseball. You're going to lose games to bad teams. It's snapshots in time, my friend. Snapshot. You gotta take big picture thinking with baseball. Otherwise, you drive yourself crazy with the ups and downs. And it doesn't stop us from being disappointed after losses, but especially Skubal starts, and especially one where he gives up a grand slam late when he was 1 strike away. He was 1 strikeout away. He went bases loaded, went strikeout, and then kaboom, gives up the grand slam to Shea Langoliers. I ain't gonna lie, I'd never heard of Shea Langoliers before last night.
I had, but what I didn't realize is how good he's been since the All-Star break. When they said he's got 16 home runs since the All-Star break, and now it's 32 RBI since the All-Star break. Yeah, that was and the way that
tree falls in a forest, right?
Right. Well, the way that
Ocramento is anybody.
The way that that at bat was going, you could see that Skubal was getting frustrated, and he just didn't have the command that he normally does, and clearly not the location that he wanted on that pitch because it was right over the plate.
God, he was mad too.
Yeah, he knew it right away. I can't believe I just did that. Didn't get the ball inside enough. I mean, it was inner half of the plate, but it was pretty close to center, and he just smoked it. It was a no doubt grand slam.
So anyway, welcome to the program. Gator's tired. I am not quite as tired. Got a nap in yesterday, knowing it was going to be a late night. But you're ready to go, which is good. Kang is here, of course. Kenny answering phones. Welcome everybody watching the video streams on Twitch and YouTube. Always welcome, and thank you very much. Participate in the streaming chat on both those sites, and welcome those of you listening on the Odyssey app from anywhere in the Metro Detroit area and outside. That's a great thing about it. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Probably the biggest story, I think, right now is Lions roster cuts. As the roster is getting shaped, most of this stuff has been reported, waiting for actual confirmation, but the list of names include, well, there's a lot of names that either had some acknowledgement that they were, going to make the team or had a good, I shouldn't say make the team. There were some good guys who played well in the preseason were let go. And guys who've been here for a while were let go. And guys who had some draft status were let go. There is still a chance that they will end up on the practice squad, which is fine, but those names include Hendon Hooker, Jackson Meeks, Broderick Martin, Ian Kennelly, Nate Lynn, Eric Hallett, Tom Kennedy, Anthony Pittman. And when I think about, I guess I'm just wondering if any of these hurt. Maybe not so much that you think they're going to rue the day, but they just hurt, or you're disappointed, or you were rooting for a guy. Which one made you go, oh, shoot, or damn it, or whatever? Any of these kind of catch you off guard here a little bit, and you had a reaction to them getting released?
I think I was surprised Dan Skipper was let go.
Yeah.
That might be the one that surprised me the most. I was disappointed the most by, I think, Nate Lynn. But if it just clears the way for Zadarius Smith, then I'm not going to be that disappointed. But I was surprised by Dan Skipper. He's a guy who's been here for a while and looked like has been a pretty serviceable extra tackle on this team, bit of a cult hero with the whole Dallas experiment. But obviously they like other guys better. And this is where I trust in Brad Holmes to make those tough decisions. Broderick Martin was waived. Hendon Hooker was waived. These are 2 guys from a draft 2 years ago that just didn't pan out, and they're moving on. They're not going to dwell on it. So I suspect that they have a pretty good hold on who deserves to be on this team for the offensive lineman.
Do you think it's a guarantee that any of these guys will end up on the practice squad?
Guarantee no. Maybe some of the defensive backs, maybe those guys like Kennelly or
Hallett,
Whiteside, a couple of those guys probably. But I don't think it's a guarantee that Jackson Meeks makes it to the practice squad because he put good tape out there out there for the other teams to look at during the preseason. So I think it's going to be little iffy to see if they can get some of these guys back. But for the most part, I think they get back who they want to get back.
Yeah, I'm going to be intrigued to see if nobody claims Hendon Hooker, is he on the practice squad? Is that a guarantee? If nobody claims him, do you think they pick? Because like Tommy DeVito got released. Who would you rather have, Tommy DeVito or Hendon Hooker?
Probably. It's a tough question. I would lean towards DeVito, but then I think the reason that Hooker gets it over DeVito is because Hooker's been here and knows the system.
Familiarity.
Yeah, and if you're going to come in as a third string quarterback, DeVito isn't terribly experienced. Where I've done that. I've been to 3 different stops. I know how to prepare when I, short on time with the playbook. So I would imagine it's probably between those two. It's probably still Hendon Hooker, but we'll see.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Any of these names make you go, whoa, or disappointed, or any reaction? Did you have any reaction to any of these guys that have been reportedly released? Broderick Martin. Does Broderick Martin do they want him on the practice squad? Are they hoping he makes it to the practice squad? Or do you think that if, he could clear waivers and that'll be it?
I don't know, because the position of defensive tackle, how strong is that for them? It's not just defensive line. I guess would they rather try to bring back like a Goudet or Nate Lynn, or is it Broderick Martin? Goudet and Lynn are more defensive ends as opposed to defensive tackle. So I don't know what they're thinking of is the bigger need for the team, but I'm curious to see if other teams are like, ooh, Broderick Martin was released.
Yeah.
None
of this is official yet.
Pick.
I think it all goes official today at 4, and then teams have like 24 hours to get their ducks in a row before they can make waiver claims. And then
I don't know when you can make a waiver claim. I would think that maybe that would be an advantage to waiving guys early. Is that if they were claimed by somebody else to be part of their roster.
What do you mean?
Well, because these players have to clear waivers in order to sign to a practice squad. If they're claimed, it means they're being claimed by somebody to go to their active roster.
Yeah.
I don't know how that works, but suffice it to say, today at 4:00, the roster should be set.
Well, the 53 and then
practice
waivers start. Practice squads. I'm trying to look at the timeline here. Starting at 12 on August 27th, teams can start signing players to their practice squad. So that's noon tomorrow. They can start setting their practice squad. So 248-539-9797. Who getting released or reportedly released do you have a reaction to? Whether it's disappointment or just, you were rooting for a guy or you think they'll rue the day. Which name caught your attention the most? Talk to the Lions fans next. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
I know that you see them because they're everywhere. You can't ignore them. The red, white, and blue trucks, they are all over the roads. And do you know if your furnace or boiler are ready to fight against the fall crisp air? Or the crisp fall air, for that matter? Well, the team at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, that's where the red, white, and blue trucks come in. They are going to help you stay warm this fall with the most up-to-date and efficient equipment on the market. But don't just take my word for it. You can check out their A+ rating that they have from the Better Business Bureau. Or how about some of those 5-star reviews they have on Google? So whether it's your furnace, your water heater, a boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts. I had left all the windows open overnight. The last 2 nights been done that as it's
cooler weather.
Yeah. I woke up this morning. It was freezing in my house. Yeah. I'm still cold now. Made a smoothie this morning, so maybe that didn't help either. But,
yeah.
I left the house. It was 64 degrees in the house.
Did you see the forecast for Friday night in East Lansing and Saturday night in Ann Arbor?
No, but during the day it's supposed to be nice, like mid 70s, mid to high 70s.
I saw 66 during the day Friday in East Lansing as the high.
This is changing.
And high in the 40s at night.
Ooh.
Yes. Now, sun goes down in just after 8 o'clock, so people need to dress appropriately.
Oh, yeah.
It's easier to have too many clothes and take some off, take a layer off, as opposed to having not enough.
Uncensored.
Yeah. In Ann Arbor, it'll be 71 degrees during the day Saturday, down into the 40s at night.
Yeah, this has changed. The forecast I saw, I looked at my weather app 2 days ago, and it was like 78 for Saturday during the day, and Friday night, where Friday was going to be like 75. That's just here locally. Mm-hmm. Now it's dropped like 10 degrees each one. And as you said, prepare. Night game in Ann Arbor, night game in East Lansing. Both are going to be chilly.
Yep. So a couple things here. What are your reactions so far to anybody that you saw was released? Do you have any emotions or disappointment or ruining of any of the guys or just a guy you rooted for? I mean, I know Tom Kennedy kind of has become sort of this cult practice squad heroes. Feels like he was first acquired by the Lions back in 2001, and he's been on the practice squad every year since. It's not quite been that long, but yes, he's been around, and he's been on the practice squad for a long time. Dan Skipper. Dan Skipper's cult hero. Dan Skipper's tackle eligible. Dan Skipper's throwing up in the locker room. Like, Dan Skipper's one of our guys, and maybe he ends up in the practice squad, probably gets signed by somebody else. Hendon Hooker. I mean, Gator, do you have any final emotions if this is it for Hendon Hooker, or are you just you've moved beyond it?
No, I mean, I'm beyond it for the Lions. I mean, they found somebody who's clearly better. Go with it. Do I think it's the end of his career? No, I think somebody will take a chance on him. Or he'll end back up with the Lions on the practice squad. But I don't think he's got a ton of opportunities here in Detroit. Obviously, Jared Goff is the man. And, having Kyle Allen, I kind of get the feeling that Kyle Allen is going to get the cult hero status too. And you're only going to get third-team reps, which means you're getting no reps, or you're running the practice squad. The demo offense is what you're going to do, which there is value to that, by the way. Mm-hmm. So let's keep that in mind. That as the Lions face the mobile quarterbacks during the course of this season, it does benefit the Lions to have a guy that has that skill set to practice against to get better. But I mean, it's a reason to hang on to a guy. It's not the reason, but we'll see what ends up happening with him. He still has a ton of talent. It's just the game doesn't slow down enough for him.
It would be really telling if Hendon Hooker clears waivers and the Lions elect to grab another quarterback for their practice squad, not named Hendon Hooker. Yeah. I mean, that would tell you, that would speak volumes, right, on where they think he is and where they think he could be headed. And because not being at practice every day and not seeing him in the film room, I'd rather have Hendon Hooker than Jake Fromm on my practice squad. But if they chose someone like DeVito or Fromm or whoever, I'd be like, wow, they just must not think highly of Hendon Hooker anymore. And it is disappointing. That's my most disappointing cut, Doug, is that he wasn't able to develop and be the backup quarterback for this team. And that sucks. But, I mean, it is what it is. He lost out, and they move on.
Yeah, I mean, if they got somebody better, you obviously want to keep somebody who's better. The first real tangible sign of trouble was the Teddy Bridgewater postseason signing last year. It was like, oh, he's not even there yet. That's too bad.
Well, talk about how good Kyle Allen's been.
He's
right?
been good,
This is the guy who came in who was awful in the first preseason game with a couple of, the one pick was almost a pick six, was just terrible. And all I did from then on out was be near perfect. And he was great. And, for anybody that would use this, well, I wish I could have seen Hendon Hooker play with the ones. I want to see Kyle Allen play with the ones. Mm-hmm. I don't need to see it right now because Jared Goff's healthy, thank goodness. But if Kyle Allen is this good with the backup players, How good is he going to be with the first team unit if he's ever pressed into that situation? And let's hope he isn't, unless it's big time blowouts at the end of games, or they got a healthy 4-touchdown lead after 3 quarters. Just let him play in the fourth. But Kyle Allen is the story. It's not Hendon Hooker's failure. It's Kyle Allen's emergence.
So other news, when you see guys who are let go, it makes you wonder, does that mean this guy's going to make it? Like, we'll start at the wide receiver spot. Jackson Meeks let go. Does that mean Dominic Lovett? I don't think that by any measurement could anyone say that Lovett outplayed Meeks in the games, but practice is another thing.
Practice is different.
And so is Dominic Lovett going to make this roster because Jackson Meeks was let go? There's still more guys to get there walking, but they reportedly will get released here.
The reporters who see the players on a daily basis have said that Lovett looks really good in practice.
Yep.
We didn't see a ton of opportunities go his way in the preseason, and he did miss a little bit
he dropped 2
of time with an injury that he dealt with. But yes, he also dropped a couple of passes that were pretty bad drops. But if he makes up for that in the practice, then okay, got it. And I think it also just speaks to them thinking that they could probably sneak. They're trying to sneak Meeks onto the practice squad.
Very well could be. What about Isaac Ukwu? Does he make it? Nate Lynn is going to get released. Is Isaac Ukwu going to make it?
I don't know. I think Ukwu is maybe a guy who makes it if they don't sign Zadarius Smith.
Mm-hmm.
Or if they don't go elsewhere to find a defensive end or an edge rusher, that Uku's got a chance. And Ukwu is, he flashes. There's no question. You notice him during the game.
With Ian Kennelly gone, does Lawrence Strickland make it? Is he a guy that is selected over Ian Kennelly? Who look, between Kennelly from Grand Valley, Pittman from Wayne State, and Whiteside from Saginaw Valley, there were some local guys that people were pulling for.
Yeah,
and so a shade of disappointment. But I don't think anybody would say give them a roster spot because they're local.
No, that's not going to happen. You do that for Tesla. Kidding. Tesla has earned it. But with those guys, I think it's going to come down to versatility, who can play safety and corner. And ultimately, to me, it would, if I'm the one making the decision, it's going to be who can play corner the best, because that's the area of attrition that typically happens.
All right, here's some feedback coming in, some emotions people have felt and conclusions that they are drawing. From an unnamed texter, I'm surprised to see Dan Skipper got cut, but maybe this is a sign of Manu's progress. Giovanni Manu, yeah, he got a ton of reps.
Well, yeah, I think Manu has definitely emerged as a guy they're starting to feel way more comfortable in, but I don't know if the comparison is to Manu. I think it's to other guys on the roster.
Really disappointed that Holmes cut Nate Lynn, especially with no real edge rotation. It's from an unnamed texter.
Well, don't be surprised Nate Lynn added to the practice squad.
Don't be surprised that Darius Smith added to the roster.
There you go.
Dan Skipper cut, broke my heart. That's from Campbell in Highland, Michigan. They just can't cut Dan Skipper, can they? I know they can, but come on, man. We need him for moral support. Was shocked about Skipper. Love him. Nice guy. Me and my son met him at Costco. That's from Chase. Unnamed texter is a little disappointed that Ian Kennelly didn't make the roster. Local kid, went to GVSU. I think he can turn into a depth piece if we get him. Turn into a depth piece if we, and that stops right there. I don't know what the rest is, but yeah, look, those local guys, you're always rooting for them. But did you have any reaction to anybody who was let go? All right, Gator, there are guys out there that get released, and you have to wonder, would they make sense in Detroit? I saw one name. Remember, I liked him out of college, and he just got cut.
I saw a name that I loved out of college, and I saw that he got cut.
So do they make sense in Detroit?
Is the same guy.
I don't know. We will get to that next, plus your phone calls and feedback, 248-539-9797. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1. There you go.
Well,
I mean, maybe he'll be back.
Who's going to be tackle eligible now? Or does that go away with Ben Johnson?
I don't know.
Do the Bears pick him up?
Probably.
Are the Bears going to pick up Dan Skipper now just so they can have that? And will the fans in Chicago cheer him like the fans in Detroit cheer?
I don't know. It's weird. Do you immediately, does cult hero status go with the player to a new town? Like when you get a guy, do they immediately know, oh, that guy? Or do they just like, who the hell's this?
Probably in Chicago. I mean, in Detroit, you got to earn it. But in Chicago, a bunch of cakeys out there. They don't care.
Wow. All right, so some names that got released that could make sense in Detroit. I'm not going to start with my personal favorite, but I am going to start with one who had a really good preseason. And I'm actually a little bit surprised to see him get released. The Falcons released quarterback Easton Stick. Easton Stick basically was their guy in the preseason. And they don't have a spot for him, right? They got Kirk Cousins, they got Michael Penix. And so maybe they're trying to get him through to the practice squad. Would you rather have Easton Stick than Kyle Allen? Or
No.
Easton Stick? No, you wouldn't.
No, Kyle Allen was great. There's not much better, I think, I'm going to find than what Kyle Allen was of guys that were released.
Okay.
I mean, unless you wanted to trade for somebody.
Okay. Kang, do you have any interest in Easton Stick?
No, not really.
All right.
I kind of feel the same way as Gator. I think, yeah, it's surprisingly Kyle Allen has won me over, man. Like I feel relatively comfortable with him as the backup quarterback.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, look, it is what it is. You're hoping for a veteran that can win some games for you if necessary. And they're no longer in the business of having sort of a development guy. I mean, they don't need that anymore. Now, the one thing I'll say about Hendon Hooker is if Hendon Hooker is done in Detroit, like if he's not on the practice squad, something we need to start thinking about is them drafting a quarterback in the next couple of years. Maybe you're keeping your eye on the sophomore class or junior class, like the Sorsby kid down in Cincinnati. I think has the NFL build and could be developed into an NFL. That's a guy I keep my eye on in the next couple of drafts. DJ Lagway of Florida was a very highly regarded recruit. He's just a sophomore, so he could be coming out not in this draft, but the next draft. I mean, you got to start thinking about, are they going to draft a quarterback relatively high in the next couple of years? As a guy that they're either A, planning on sitting behind Goff for a couple of years, or just to have a backup quarterback. I mean, that's something to keep in mind. That's sort of down the road, but it's a next step when your development guy doesn't work out.
But they have Kyle Allen.
Yeah, for now. I'm talking about draft.
I understand it. I'm just saying, I think you've got a backup that you really like right now. I think you try to hang on to that guy for a little bit. And I wouldn't be using anything higher than a fourth-round pick on a quarterback for a couple of years.
I have no problem with using a higher pick than that because his team doesn't have a bunch of screaming needs right now.
I mean, look, it depends who becomes available, right?
Yep.
You know, are the Lions ruining the day that they didn't use a pick to take Shedeur Sanders?
I don't know.
Are other teams ruining the day they didn't do that?
Don't know.
You know, because he lasted till what? Which round was he drafted? The fourth round?
Who's that?
Shedeur?
I think it was 6.
Was it sixth round he was drafted? I mean, all those teams passed on him, and he clearly has the talent. And I wonder if they're kicking themselves for doing it. But I guess my point is, it depends who's available. You don't know.
Yep.
I mean, it's too
I'm
early
keeping
to
my
say.
eye on
I'm
it.
not going to do it. Or
I'm keeping my maybe some part of old Carson Anderson old bit here. I'm dialed in on the draft already and what quarterback I might take in the next couple of drafts.
Just cut it. We're in week 0 for crying out loud.
And Hooker's, he very well could be done here in Detroit. They might be looking at their next young quarterback in the next couple of drafts. All right. Other guys that got released, according to multiple sources, the Bills have released Laviska Shenault and the Browns have released Deontay Johnson. These are two wide receivers that there was a time that they put up some numbers in this league. But do they need a wide receiver? Probably not.
They don't. And when I see the name Laviska Shenault, all I think about are the articles and the stories, everything that came out about this kid, from his time in college, and coming into the pros, and this great story that he is with his background. and all the talent that he's got, and he's never really lived up to it. And it's hard to live up to the hype that he was getting, but he kept getting injured when some of them were nagging injuries and some of them were more serious, but over the test of time, he never rose to the occasion. Like, he never had the one game you're like, oh my God, that's why. Like, he might have a play here and there, but Chanot is just one of those guys that I think ultimately it's going to go down as, wow, one of these guys had all this talent, but I hate to label a guy a bust when it was injury related.
Right.
So, but that's what I think about with him.
So there is a guy that I had a pre-draft crush on that got released today.
Mm-hmm.
And he is at a position that I think you and I have actually done a really good job at identifying players, and that is linebacker.
Mm-hmm.
Do we possibly have the same player?
Well, let's each give one attribute to know of the player. Like, for instance,
I think we should do 3, 2, 1.
You want to just do it that way?
I do.
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Chad Muma. Oh.
Isaiah Simmons, who I was saying.
Oh, okay. I got Chad Muma, the linebacker from Wyoming, who was a pre-draft crush.
Isaiah Simmons, who was the 8th overall pick
out
of Clemson, who was this tweener. Is he a safety? Is he a linebacker? What is he? 6'4", 239 pounds.
Nice.
Ran a 4.39 40 at the combine. Had a 39-inch vertical leap. 11-foot broad jump. He was unbelievable.
He was.
And drafted by Arizona, and they just didn't really know what to do with him, where to play him. He was great in college.
Mm-hmm.
He was great at Clemson. And played with Arizona and the Giants the last couple of years, and just has never really been a guy, again, because I think he's kind of a tweener. Arizona had a couple good years there, 105 tackles one year, 99 tackles another year. But, yeah. And I don't know if there's any need for the Lions to have him. I feel like their linebackers are pretty good.
Has anybody just used him as a straight edge rusher?
I don't think so. I mean, has he been used as an edge rusher? Yeah, I think he's come into blitz, and he only has 8.5 sacks in his career. But I thought that's what Arizona was starting to do a little bit more. But he's played like inside linebacker. I mean, this guy's size and speed with this guy, right? 6'4", runs a sub 4.4 40.
Well, I would admit I had not seen that he had gotten released.
Released by the Packers, which is another reason. Released by the Packers.
Take an old Packer player and turn him into something useful.
Well,
the Packer didn't want.
He was a Packer for 4 weeks, so
Yeah, well, that's true. And I guess the other thing is there is a report today, and this is maybe the most pertinent thing to Detroit. Well, there's two things. One, the Trey Hendrickson dream has died as he now has come to an agreement with Cincinnati.
What?
I mean, look, all of these things end the same way.
Wait a minute.
There's dreaming and there's frothing at the mouth and there's.
Well, what about Terry McLaurin?
And all of these things, especially with these edge rushers.
He re-signed with this.
Yeah. They all pretty much end the same way. But Jeremy Fowler is reporting today that multiple contending teams, have checked in on Zadarius Smith.
Couple things. Yeah, I think it's really just kind of funny and eye-rolling that every single one of these players ends up re-signing with their team.
The edge rushers.
The edge rushers. I mean, I threw out Terry McLaurin's name too, and he was in a contract dispute with Washington, wanted to trade, and what happens? Washington steps up, and now he's there. But the other thing I find interesting with Trey Hendrickson is that, all right, they worked out a deal effectively that pays him this year, so he's going to pay $30 million for this year, and he's a free agent at the end of the year. They didn't give him an extension.
No.
So, watch Cincinnati. If Cincinnati is off to a slow start, if their defense doesn't look good again, and they're wasting Joe Burrow and all that talent, if that's a team that is, 4 and 6 at the trade deadline, or whatever it is, I don't know when the trade deadline is, but if they're a losing team by the trade deadline and they're not trending in the right direction, Cincy's going to trade them.
They very well could.
And this is why it's important that you have some space available.
Hang on to the cap space so you can take on a player like that.
Yep.
I think it's an astute observation, and we've talked about the cap space that they seem to have that could be earmarked for something better than what might be available now.
That being said, he might be the reason that Cincinnati is in the playoff hunt again.
He could be. I mean, look, they got off to a brutal start last year, and I'm sure they're focused on fast start this year. But if they go in the tank and he becomes available, I would think that's where it makes sense. It makes sense on a 1-year contract now that he has agreed to play on the 1-year contract.
Yep, but the one guy they've had the opportunity to sign all along, they haven't, and neither has anybody else. However, Jeremy Fowler with ESPN has said that multiple teams, contending teams, with all that. Mm-hmm. So what does that mean?
The thing about it is, I think he's not going to cost that much, and I feel like it's a player that's been waiting for something better than what Detroit has to offer in terms of money. But I think it's pretty clear that Detroit liked his time here. We liked what we got out of him, and he liked being here. But it's a business too, and he might be looking for that last contract, and so you never know. 248-539-9797. Talk some college football next hour. Michigan and Michigan State. We'll get into expectations a little bit for the Spartans in year 2 of Jonathan Smith, and in Ann Arbor for the freshman quarterback. What is realistic to expect out of him? It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, all female sports fans, Tuesdays are the day for you at Twin Peaks. Grab your friends and join them every Tuesday at Twin Peaks for Ladies' Night. $4 Happy Dads, Twisted Teas, Mimosas, House Long Islands, Margaritas and Sangria, $5 Lemon Drop Martinis, green, white, and orange tea shots, 10-ounce draft ciders, 20% off all food, half off all wine. Twin Peaks doesn't just take care of the men and the ladies either. All summer long, they're offering up free kids' meals every day before 4 p.m. 1 kid's meal per adult entree, but the price of food with it going up, why not treat the kids yourself? It's not too late to book your fancy football draft party, special perks for league commissioners, as well as prizes for the rest of the league. Enjoy all of it with wall-to-wall TVs, coldest draft beer in the country like this month's featured beer, Twin Peaks Light. Not to mention, hands down, the best bar food in the state. And then, of course, there's the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. Come see the difference today. It's Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Dan Skipper, it's interesting looking at the feedback that's come in. This seems to be the one that has moved the needle the most with Lions fans, is the release of cult hero Dan Skipper. And he did score a big man touchdown. He was involved with that play down at Dallas, the miscommunication over who was eligible and who was not eligible. He also famously, what was it? Do we have the speech, Kang, where he got acknowledged for throwing up in the locker room? Do you remember that?
I vaguely remember that.
Wasn't there something with Campbell went to point him out? He's doing a post-game speech, and Campbell went to acknowledge him, and he was over in the corner with a bucket. I said there was something funny like that. Some of those great post-game speeches that Dan Campbell gives, but we'll see if we.
Yeah, he was trying to I'll try to find it, but he was giving everyone a shout out, and then he's calling out Skipper, and Skipper's throwing up in a trash can on the side. He goes, "Skip, just keep doing whatever you're doing over there." And the whole locker room went nuts. It was great.
Yeah, there's video of it. And
yeah. Well, anyway, it feels like Dan Skipper is the one that has moved the needle the most, which is, I guess, it's not unusual for this town. I think most sports cities are the same. I think Detroit elevates role players to hero status more than other sports cities. I think everybody likes their role players. I think we take it to the next level where the grind line becomes as big to people as Steve Eiserman or Ben Wallace and Dennis Rodman. I mean, Ben Wallace especially is basically a superstar who can't score. I mean, the stuff that Corey Schlesinger is a guy that Detroit falls in love with. And a guy like this, Dan Skipper, role player, swing tackle at best, right? And it's the most reaction we've got regarding any of these guys.
I know King's looking up the video, so I don't want to steal the line of what the quote is great from Dan Campbell.
We'll see if we can find it. It's probably in the system somewhere, but Hendon Hooker is released. I mean, what are the odds that he does make the practice squad? 50%, 100%? Like, if he clears waivers, are they keeping him for sure? Or if they just kind of like, we gave it a shot, kick the tires?
I think they keep him if he clears waivers. And I don't see why he wouldn't clear waivers. I mean, if he doesn't clear waivers, that means somebody else is putting on the active roster.
Right.
And I don't see that happening. I don't think he's done enough, anywhere near enough, for a team to say, oh, that's my guy. I mean, it's not like he's a 23-year-old guy that was released. He's 27. And he has hardly any experience.
Yep.
Even in preseason, there's not a ton of preseason experience.
Now, I don't want to get carried away because I haven't seen a ton of this, but I have seen some online criticism of the 2023 Lions draft, because in that draft in the third round, they took Hendon Hooker and Broderick Martin.
All right.
And I don't want to get carried away, but if you look at that and say, use that as any sort of indictment on Brad Holmes' drafting ability, you need to check yourself. The first 4 picks in that draft,
ridiculous,
were so freaking good. They're the kind of drafts the GMs dream about. And if you're mad, hey, but he traded up for Broderick Martin. Who cares?
Yeah,
he's going to take some chances. He's going to get some wrong.
He traded back to get picks too.
Yes. And the first 4 picks in that draft were Jahmyr Gibbs, Jack Campbell, Sam Laporta, and Brian Branch.
Is that good?
And so, again, I don't want to get carried away, but if any of your boys turn to you and say, what a disaster that draft or that third round was, blah, 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 I did see some criticism. I would just say, spare me. I hope every draft is that good.
Yeah, I thought I saw something online the other day that was it 2024 draft for New England.
Mm-hmm.
Is that when they took Drake May? That Drake May is like the only player from that draft to make the roster?
Is that right?
He's likely to be the only guy to make the roster?
Wow. Yeah, I mean, look, there's you don't have to look that hard to say that they're to find disastrous Detroit Lion drafts.
Right.
This is one of the best of all time that also includes Hendon Hooker and Broderick Martin.
Yeah, getting 4 Pro Bowl players in a single draft, let alone your first 4 picks, is pretty amazing.
Yep. So that the Broderick Martin thing, I always said that was the most intriguing pick to me because I couldn't figure out why Brad Holmes traded up for him, but he didn't want to let him get away. And that was like maybe his pet project and maybe his, it's a swing and a miss, but you're going to take swings and you're going to miss no matter how good you are. And the other thing is his third rounds have been great. They have been great. He has taken a Lee McNeil in the third round, Fatou Melifonwu in the third round, Kirby Joseph in the third round, Broderick Martin, Hendon Hooker in the third round, and Isaac Tesla in the third round. This is not the first round where people miss. This is the third round. And, we don't exactly know what Tesla is yet, but boy, is that trending in the right direction. 248-539-9797. Skipper getting cut broke my 13-year-old daughter's heart. He was the reason she started watching football. I was even thinking of getting her a Dan Skipper jersey. That's from Scott in Farmington. Wow.
Can still do it.
Jim walking the dog. Dan Skipper was the biggest shot. It's time for Hendon to move on. Biggest shock. I think I said shot. He's the biggest shock. Dan Skipper was a likable guy, but his pass blocking was horrible. I watched him get manhandled in the late season appearances, and I bid him farewell. Nobody else but Meeks is a surprise, but I'll trust they know what they need there. That's from Seabass in Northwest Indiana. So Dan Campbell said something really interesting about guys that they put out there. He said that Brad Holmes is batting 1,000 on knowing which guys will pass through waivers and make it to the practice squad and which guys won't. And now that doesn't mean that there might be guys that they might have just run out of room for Jackson Meeks. It might just be out of room and don't want to expose them to waivers, but just don't have any other choice.
I kind of joked about it earlier with the Dan Skipper. Hey, maybe Chicago picks him up. But I'm not going to be surprised at all if the Bears pick up some of the Lions cast-offs, because Ben Johnson has seen these guys, whether the defensive guys or offensive guys. And I think he also trusts that, they know what they're doing when it comes to wide receivers, and he'll have watched the film. There's no question that Ben Johnson's paying attention. So that's the one that scares me. Like if you think you're going to sneak Jackson Meeks in a practice squad, I'd like to think that's the case. But now you've got a reputation of finding wide receivers.
Yeah.
That maybe this is where it comes and hurts you. Not every team in the league is as deep as the Lions are on their 53 with wide receivers. There are plenty of teams out there looking for wide receiver 4 on their roster, or maybe even wide receiver 3.
Mark in Green Bay on Twitter says, Doug and Gator, you still think they put Hooker on the practice squad even after what Campbell has been insinuating? Like, he may need a change of scenery. Seems like they are saying goodbye.
Well, you understand it's a third quarterback.
Yeah.
It's not the backup quarterback. It's the third quarterback. And I'm just saying, to have a guy on that practice squad that understands the system, because he's been here for a couple of years and you should know the playbook at this point. Beyond that, I think there is a value to having a guy with his skill set running a demo offense against the number 1 defense, because it's not easy to find a guy who can, emulate Jaden Daniels or Lamar Jackson with his ability to run the football. So I don't look at, if they hang on to him for the practice squad, I'm not like, oh, here we go. He's still got his chance. No, I don't think that's the case at all. You're the third quarterback. You're break glass in case of emergency, period. And I would imagine there's probably a big discussion about other quarterbacks that are available that they could look at too. But I think that he does have a couple of advantages over guys from other organizations at this point.
Just because of the familiarity.
Yeah.
Thing. Yeah. I mean,
it's not a big deal.
I don't think it's 100. No, I don't. To answer the question, it is not certain that he is coming back on the practice squad by any stretch of the imagination. But one more here, because we're talking about guys that have been released from other teams. Tyler Huntley is the best quarterback wave right now. I'd love to see his legs and leadership in Detroit. That's from Mike in Dearborn. Huntley's bounced around a little bit. Last year in Miami, he started 5 games. Completed 65% of his passes for 829 yards, 3 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'd be surprised if they took him over Kyle Allen. He is a more mobile guy, but I would be surprised.
Well, what would you take him as a third quarterback though?
Probably not. 248-539-9797. Did we find it? Oh God. All right, so here's the Dan Skipper moment that we were talking about. Good work back there, by the way, guys. In the locker room after a game, Dan Campbell goes to shout him out, and Skipper's off in the corner throwing up in a bucket. But here's what it sounded like.
Keep throwing up whatever you're doing over there. We can laugh about now, but I'd ask the question, why is he throwing up after the game?
I don't know. Takes a lot out of you.
Dude, when you're a backup, you're not supposed to play that much. And they're in good shape, don't get me wrong, but there's still another level. And he was pushed to that level, man. I remember when Jeremy Lin, remember Lin Sanity, the whole thing happened?
Yeah.
The guy was like the 13th guy in the bench, right? All of a sudden, he had to play all these minutes. And he's already in professional shape, especially compared to your average Joe. But in the middle of that stretch, I remember him saying in interviews, I'm not in shape for this. I can't play this many minutes. You know, like he's not expected to play 30 minutes a game. So I think when Skip got pushed into the front, dude, he's like, just like Coach said, he laid it on the line. Just keep throwing up, doing whatever you're doing over there.
I hope we haven't seen the last of him. 248-539-9797. By the way, when you do get released as a vested veteran, which is 4 or more seasons of being on a roster for 6 games, if you're active for 6 games for 4 or more seasons, you're a free agent. You can choose where you go as opposed to being a waiver claim. So,
okay,
just a heads up. In the Skipper's case,
Heads up.
Yeah, he would qualify for that. All right, let's talk some college football. Expectations in year 2 for Jonathan Smith. Expectations for the freshman quarterback in Ann Arbor. We'll get to that in hour number 2 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. The Tigers look to rebound from back-to-back losses in the middle game of their series with the Athletics in Sacramento tonight. Charlie Morton starts for the Tigers one night after Tarek Skubal struck out 12, but gave up a seventh-inning grand slam and an 8-3 win for the A's. Manager A.J. Hinch says they found an answer for the A's. You can hear First Pitch from Sacramento, 10:05, right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The Lions have until 4 o'clock this afternoon to finalize their 53-man roster. The cuts so far include tackle Dan Skipper, quarterback Hendon Hooker, defensive tackle Broderick Martin, and receiver Jackson Meeks. Other notable cuts across the NFL: Giants quarterback Tommy DeVito, Browns wide receiver Deontay Johnson, Texans tackle Trent Brown, and Bucks wide receiver Trey Palmer. Michigan State's preparing to face 2 quarterbacks during its opener Friday night against Western at the Woodshed. The Broncos have a competition between redshirt sophomore Brock Lowry and JUCO transfer Brady Jones. Western coach Lance Taylor says both quarterbacks will play Friday. Pistons free agent guard Malik Beasley is drawing interest from a couple of teams and their Eastern Conference rivals of the Pistons. This after it was announced he's no longer under investigation for gambling. Multiple reports say the Cleveland Cavaliers and New York Knicks have interest in Beasley. They can both offer him a veteran minimum contract. And St. Louis Cardinals first baseman Wilson Contreras had perhaps the most dramatic ejection of the season against the Pirates last night, tossed for arguing balls and strikes. Contreras then throwing a bat to get an umpire, accidentally hit his hitting coach, and then he threw a bucket of gum on the field as well. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Happy Tuesday, everybody. It is game week in college football. I'm just thinking about, so you go to bed tonight, wake up Wednesday, and then Wednesday will be the last day before there will be like a bunch of college football games on Thursday night. And I'm excited. I think that Nebraska-Cincinnati game, they're playing in Kansas City at Arrowhead, could be a pretty damn entertaining game. I have an old a baseball player that I coached years ago who is now starting at guard for UCF. Now go figure, he was a big first baseman, and he was always one of the bigger kids, and then he went to Jackson Lumen Christi and was great there in Central Michigan, and now he's playing for Scott Frost at UCF, and they play Thursday night. Keegan Smith. Go big 77.
Good luck.
Did anybody you ever coach make it in any? When you coached baseball?
Oh no.
No?
No, not that I recall. There were only a couple kids on that team that were better than average. I would say way better than average. But neither of them went on to do. I don't think either. I know one of them didn't for sure.
Yeah.
It's my best friend's brother, but the other one, I don't think even went on to high school to do anything in high school.
Gotcha.
With that.
Well, Thursday night, I'll be locked in. Can't wait for that first real, more interesting night of college football. Certainly more interesting than Week 0. Week 0 is the starving man offered a saltine cracker. I'll take it. But Thursday's a little bit more appetizing.
When I moved to my new house 13 years ago or whatever, the kid who initially had offered to mow my lawn, I'm like, oh, sure, sounds great. He ended up playing at Northwestern. He was an offensive lineman at Northwestern. Didn't play a ton. Big kid, and he's made something for himself since then.
I bet. You get that Northwestern degree?
Yeah.
Look out. Okay. So the big news in Ann Arbor yesterday was that Bryce Underwood was officially named the starting quarterback. That started to leak out. I think the team got told Sunday. Started to leak out. Some reporters had it. And by the time Sherrone Moore made it official at his news conference at the 11 o'clock hour yesterday morning, it felt like everybody was reporting that he would be named the starter. And it sounds like they're willing to let him grow in that position, as in there's not going to be a quick hook. They're going to allow him to make mistakes. How did he earn this job? According to Coach Moore, He really started to separate himself at a scrimmage a couple of weeks ago where he made a few throws, and he started looking at Chip Lindsey, and the new offensive coordinator started looking back at him and saying, well, this could be our guy. I guess they were over in the big house when it happened. And it doesn't mean mistakes aren't going to be made. They are going to be made. But as Sherrone Moore said, and this is what's really going to be telling, because with freshmen, they will make mistakes. There's just no avoiding it. How many times do you make those mistakes? He said in practice, he doesn't make the same mistake twice. But I'll never forget hearing a story about a quarterback at Michigan who they knew this blitz was coming. There was an opponent that when they walked an outside linebacker up, outside on the hit the quarterback's left, it was always a dummy, like he was not really going to blitz, and that the blitz was coming from the right. So outside linebacker walks up, gets on the hip of the defensive end. That means the blitz is coming from the right. And you shift your protections to the right. They did it in practice during the week 10 times. 10 times. Every time the quarterback saw it, shifted the protections to the right. They get in the game. Outside linebacker walks up outside the hip of the edge rusher to the quarterback's left. This quarterback looked directly at him. Didn't shift the protections right after getting it right in practice every time, clapped his hands, took the snap, and got blown up by the blitzing linebacker. And it's an example of how practice is one thing, games are another. And, with Bryce Underwood, does he make the same mistake twice? They say he doesn't in practice. Does it translate to the games? Because he's going to make a bunch of mistakes for a first time.
Yeah. I mean, he literally just turned 18, right?
Yep.
Like a couple days ago. So he's got a ton of talent, but he doesn't have experience. He's got experience in high school, for sure. Great experience in high school. But it's a totally different scenario, stepping onto the field in front of over 100,000 people, looking across, your own line that is going to be 6'4", 310 pounds across the board. Mm-hmm. On the other side of that is a defensive line that's going to be, 6'2" and 290 pounds across the board. It's a totally different game. Everybody runs a 4.4 40 or a 4.5 40. So it's
what I can hurt
speed
you
of the game is amazing.
When you go to tuck and run. When you go to tuck and run in your previous football life,
mm-hmm.
you could tuck the ball and outrun almost everybody. That's not the case anymore. So where you really see it is young quarterbacks take unnecessary hits. Like, you should probably have stepped out of bounds. You thought you could turn the corner and get that extra 5 yards, but you should probably step out of bounds. That's where it could come back to haunt you. And, I know Mike brought up yesterday in a crosstalk what are realistic expectations.
Mm-hmm.
I tend to fall into the category of everybody just chill if he's not an All-American right away. Okay, everybody just chill. In fact, if he's not an All-American his freshman year. J.J. McCarthy as a freshman completed 58% of his passes in limited duty. DJ Lagway last year, who was a top quarterback coming out, eventually got playing time at Florida, threw 12 touchdowns, but 9 interceptions. Arch Manning has basically been sitting for 2 years and growing and seasoning. Cade Klubnik was a top-ranked quarterback. Yeah, he was a top-ranked quarterback a couple of years.
Clubber.
Yeah, he threw 2 touchdowns, 3 interceptions his freshman year in limited duty. I mean, the example of how it can work out is Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, but that's a unicorn.
Not only is he a unicorn, he had NFL talent all around him. And that was a loaded Clemson team. Kelly Bryant was the starter at the beginning of that year back in 2018, 2019, whatever it was.
He was good too.
And it was 5 games in before Trevor Lawrence took over. I will say this about Bryce Underwood and why I think there should be some grace and latitude provided for a freshman quarterback is there's still some questions about the offensive line. They have the transfer wide receiver in Donovan McCulley, who is expected to be wide receiver 1. But as much as the quarterback position got attention last year in Ann Arbor, the wide receivers didn't exactly help the quarterback play out. They weren't guys running wide open, and when there was a contested catch, when there was a ball that was catchable but it was going to get contested, they didn't make a lot of those catches.
No, which is why I think that people should, be very patient with Bryce Underwood, because I don't think he's got the cast behind him or in front of him, as the case may be, that is requisite of just hitting the ground running. He's going to hit some stumbles. He's going to have obstacles, and and he's incredibly talented. At some point, things are going to click well enough for him that he'll make the most out of it. In the meantime, you got to find somebody to step up in the receiver core. Hopefully, for Michigan's sake, they have a running game that helps. I always say tight end is quarterback's best friend. If you can find and Michigan has done a really good job of securing really good tight ends over the last 8-10 years. So he's got a chance to survive for a while until things slow down enough for him where he can take off. But again, it's the wide receiver room that's going to have to step up because Michigan hasn't had the wide receivers over the years that they used to. They used to have guys all the time, and now it's been a serious drought for them.
Yeah, they really love McCulley, and they really love Andrew Marsh, who is a freshman coming in this year that Sharon said will be on kick return. And my guess is he's going to get integrated into the rotation of wide receiver as the year goes on. The Browder kid is 6'5". He's a big target. The Washington kid is a track guy, can really fly. But this is probably going to be the least talented offense, least proven offense that Bryce Underwood will play around. Like, the recruiting is so good. The guys that they will lose this year are El Hadi, the guard, Crippen, the center, McCulley, and Max Bredesen, the fullback tight end. Everybody else has eligibility left. Incoming freshmen, next year's class. I think you're looking at much more talented offenses moving forward that he's going to have to work with. He can't try and do too much. The one thing that I would program my quarterback, actually, I'll tell you what it is. I program Bryce Underwood. We'll get to that today at 11:20. We'll talk about expectations for the Spartans. Jonathan Smith, year 2, in their game against Western on Friday. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Make Builders First Source your destination for professional window and exterior door installations. You can add value and beauty to your home with trusted brands like Anderson, Pella, Therma-Tru, and more. And then you can have your new windows and doors installed properly the first time with their expert Builders First Source installation team. Done right with quality products and services. You can visit one of their locations in Clinton Township or Shelby Township or online at buildersfirstsource.com. That's buildersfirstsource.com.
Talking college football here on 97.1 The Ticket. Here's an interesting college football trivia question. Scott, when's the last year a team from Florida went to the college football playoff?
CFP. Well, Florida State won the national championship with Jameis Winston, but that was not the CFP.
No.
That was the BCS. And they should have been playing Michigan State in that game.
I think the CFP came into effect in after the 2014 season.
Yeah, and Florida State should have made it a couple years ago, but because of the injury to the quarterback, the committee said no. And they would have gotten killed, but they deserve to be there. So no Florida State. I'm pretty sure Miami hasn't been there. Florida. I'm pretty sure Florida hasn't been there. I'm going to say never.
The first year of the college football playoff, Florida State made it, played in the Rose Bowl against Oregon and lost 59-20. That is the last time a team from the state of Florida has qualified.
So was Oregon and Alabama for the championship that year?
That was Oregon and Ohio State.
I thought Michigan State was one of the first teams in the college
Michigan
football playoff.
State was the second year.
Second year, okay.
And Ohio State beat Oregon 42-20 in that game. Okay, so we were before the break, and I just made a comment about Bryce Underwood. And look, don't need my coaching advice from me. But if I were Chip Lindsey, the new offensive coordinator, who said that of Bryce, he's literally one of the first in, last out kind of kids. He's a football junkie. He's in the building early, can't watch enough tape, stays late, etc. But I would program him that you have a defense that can win you any game. You have a defense that should be that good. And that years and years ago, I was interviewing Mike DeBoard, who was Michigan's offensive coordinator in another radio life. And he made a comment that fans freaked out about. He said, punt is not a bad play. And people lost it. How can an offensive coordinator say that punt is not a bad play? Well, it depends a lot on your team. If you are not turning it over and you have a great defense, it's not like you always want to punt, but throwing it away on third down, taking a sack on third down, checking down when everybody's covered on third and forever because you're either throwing the ball into trouble or trying to give a player a chance to make a play and he doesn't. I would program the quarterback that the defense can win you games. Always know that. You don't have to force the football. Now, maybe late in the game it's different. But.
Yeah, different circumstances. But, yeah, there's something to be said for being able to flip the field. It's great.
Yep. As far as I've said, I'm trying to keep expectations in line with reality. If you look at what quarterbacks have done their freshman year, how difficult it is, and if you look at like a Trevor Lawrence, I'm going to have to go back and look at his weapons. I know they had the Ross kid was with him. Trevor Etienne was with him. They were a loaded offensive team. When Trevor Lawrence, they went 15-0.
They have Sammy Watkins on that team?
They might have. They went 15-0. They won the national championship. On offense, they had Hunter Renfrew, a wide receiver. Amari Rogers played the NFL wide receiver. T. Higgins, who went to the NFL wide receiver. Justin Ross went to the NFL wide receiver. Cornell Powell. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They have 6 wide receivers that played in the NFL, some more than others. In the backfield, they had Trevor Etienne. I mean, they were loaded at the skill positions. Defensively, that was Christian Watkins was on that team. But anyway,
their defensive line was great.
So, Kang, is there any keeping expectations or in check at all, or am I just fighting a completely uphill battle?
Be yourself, man. You do you, man. Be you, Doug Karsh.
Yeah.
I would think that the expectations, you have to start with, I think you start up top and you build your way down. Like, what are the expectations realistically for a win total this year? Is it 8? Is it 9?
Mm-hmm.
I think what people want is to keep being in the playoff year after year after year. But because you've got a true freshman quarterback and you're rebuilding an offensive line and trying to rebuild some other areas, I think you start to back off maybe that double-digit win total and you come down. Okay, so let's say you settle in around 8. Well, you're certainly playing in a bowl game at that point. So what does it mean for the quarterback himself? You want him to take care of the football as best he can. Maybe he's not going to have 30 touchdowns or 25 touchdowns his freshman year. I mean, 20 touchdowns would be a lot, I think. I think Aiden Childs had 16 last year with Michigan State. So if he gets 20, that's a big goal to hit. But if it's 20, which actually isn't a ton on the season, but a good goal for a freshman.
Yeah.
If you couple that with less than 10 interceptions, I think you're on a pretty good track.
Well, Dylan Raiola last year, right? Huge quarterback recruit at Nebraska, and he started and he threw 13 touchdowns, 11 picks. These are typical of extremely talented freshmen. And so, as Kang said, I'll do me, and everybody's going to have their own feelings of what to expect. I expect there to be a share of struggles because that's typically what happens, even with a lot of quarterbacks who go on to have great careers.
I guess for me, an expectation would be the last 5 games, you look way better than you did your first 5 games. Yeah. And that's what you want, just growing in the right direction. Stats are just that. They're numbers, and really it all depends on who you're playing and when you're playing them and how healthy the teams are and all that. But, all things kind of being equal, you want to see growth in the right direction. And I think the Raiola comparison is interesting. Mm-hmm. I feel like when he came in there, automatically he was expected to be Patrick Mahomes. He looked like Patrick Mahomes, and people were saying he's Patrick Mahomes, and he wanted to play like Patrick Mahomes. He's pushing the ball downfield, and then the turnover started to mount.
Yep.
Don't put that kind of pressure on yourself. You've got running backs at Michigan that are pretty good. If the offensive line can get it together, the running game and your tight end should keep you in most games, if not well ahead in most games.
Fans, what are your expectations? 248-539-9797. Like, when do you expect him to start looking like a really elite quarterback? Because I don't really expect it this first year. But for Bryce, all that matters is Ohio State go 6-6, improve and beat Ohio State. That's from Newton Westland. Steve in Madison Heights says, I would like to see college and pro football have like they do for balls and strikes. You fast the pass. What? Oh, they want to see how fast the pass was. You want to see how hard they throw it? Okay, it's hard to read, Steve, but I think that's what you're getting at. You'd like to see pitch speed for quarterbacks. Interesting. All right, Michigan State, on the other hand, what are expectations in year 2 for Jonathan Smith.
Different
Sorry.
John Smith.
Jonathan Smith between
I
year
hope
1
he's not
and
anywhere near East Lansing is what I hope.
Jonathan Smith, first year at Oregon State, they went 2-10. Second year, they won 5 games. They improved by 3 games. This Michigan State last year, they won 5 games. Can they improve by 3 games and be 8-4? Can they do that again?
I think Michigan State fans would be very happy if that's the case. It's still like they're still retooling with what this roster is. Obviously, they've made additions the last couple of years with the transfer portal, like all teams do, and they're having to rely on it. But for Michigan State to take any step forward, it's got to start with the quarterback in Aiden Childs. He has got to be better with the football than he was last year. I love that he takes chances downfield. He likes to throw it downfield, which is fun. But sometimes, like you said, a punt is okay. A punt's not a bad play sometimes. So watching him take better care of the football, a higher completion percentage than what he did. I think he was 58% last year. That's not good enough. I think it was 13 interceptions. That's not good enough. But he puts a lot of pressure on himself, and he knows what he's got to do. The one thing he's got is a pretty good core of wide receivers. Nick Marsh, the sophomore, is outstanding. And a couple of the transfers they have coming in, and they've got 4 transfer wide receivers, but a couple of them are really highly touted. Omari Kelly and Krishan McCray are both guys that had really big years last year for the respective teams.
Omari Kelly was at Middle Tennessee. Krishan McCray was at Kent State.
And they both had over, I think it was 750 and 850 yards receiving.
Was it Kelly that started at Auburn? One of those two was an Auburn.
I think it was
commit.
Kelly.
Okay.
I think he was the one that was there first. But they've got a good receiving wide receiver room, which is good. There's some unknown with the running backs. They've got a transfer in Tau Tolliver. But Tullis is back. They like Chase Clarizzo, who's the true freshman, local kid. They like him a lot. We'll see what emerges there at running back. But the offensive line is kind of where they feel like they've made a big improvement, that they've taken a big step forward. They've got real depth there. They like as many as 8 guys on the offensive line through a rotation that they feel very confident with. The center, Matt Goldman, he's a transfer from Wake Forest, I believe. He's very highly regarded. So they should be better at the offensive line. And as you know how I feel, if you're better at the offensive line, you can do so many different things, and running the football is going to be key. But using those receivers, that could be a lot of fun to watch Michigan State's offense this year.
You touched on something I think is basically the backbone of what Michigan State needs to have, the area of growth that needs to have happen, and we'll get to that coming up. Next, it's Carson Anderson. We got open lines. Wolverine fans, what are your expectations for Bryce? What is realistic? At what point, how long do you give him before you go, okay, this is when I think he's really going to blossom? Because realistically, it's going to be very hard to do right out of the gate. Very talented, but short on experience. And we ran down some of the freshmen and what they have done. Some really guys who went on to have really good careers, but what they did early and the struggles that came with. Also, Michigan State fans, year 1 to year 2, it was a 3-win jump at Oregon State for Jonathan Smith. Could it be a 3-win jump? And would you take the 8-4 for them here in year 2? 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, you've heard me talk about it. FanDuel Futures Day. It is today. So today is the day where you can log on and go find all the deals that they have, and there's an opt-in at the top of the page. You got to opt in, and once you've opted in, you can look at some of those futures you've been eyeing and see which ones have moved. It's a good day for your the dark horses, rather, the parlays, your Super Bowl champ, your national champion, your MVP. Take a look, because some of these lines have moved. 24 hours of deals on your football season predictions. So today's the day. Your hunches, your hot takes, your calls, and more. Visit the FanDuel app today and start planning your futures bets now, because Futures Day is one day and one day only. FanDuel, play your game. Must be 21 years or older and present in Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. We talk a lot about the trenches when we talk football. Last year, it felt like Michigan State, we're talking Wolverines and Spartans here, and realistic expectations, would go through stretches where they'd play some games where they just couldn't sack the quarterback. They couldn't get to the opposing quarterback. And the offensive line had its share of struggles. You talked about the offensive line. What about the defensive line, Scott? Are you feeling better about that group?
Yeah, and they got a couple of transfers they brought in again. You got a defensive tackle and Kelly. And Grady Kelly, David Santiago also. Grady Kelly came from Colorado State and Florida State. In his career, he's got 9 tackles for loss. Decent sized kid, 6'2", 300. They like their defensive tackles. Alex Van Sumeren's the other one, who's another big kid, 6'3", 300, and he is powerful as all get out. So they like the defensive tackle group. Can the defensive ends do enough and get some pressure on the quarterbacks? Because, okay, if you feel good about stuff in the run game, fine. But the problem was Michigan State wasn't able to get to the quarterback at all. And it put all the pressure on the defensive backs. And they had so much attrition in the defensive backfield, and they have over the last couple of years. They need to find some kind of stability there. But it's going to start with getting a pass rush. Jalen Thompson is back, the junior from Detroit, I believe. And he showed a lot of potential as a freshman, didn't play as much last year. Quindarius Dunnigan is one of the captains on this team. They're expecting bigger things from him. So we'll see if they can get there. Jordan Hall, the linebacker, is another guy that you're going to lean on a lot. He's a middle linebacker, and middle linebackers in Michigan State are supposed to clean everything up. And we'll see how well he does. And they've got some experience now in the secondary as well. Malik Spencer, the free safety, is probably the best of the group there. So I like what they've got, but the big unknown is, can you get a pass rush? Because if you can't, then that's going to be a big trouble for Michigan State.
Okay, so talking about their offense here real quick, you mentioned the wide receivers. The tight end is a talented tight end. A quarterback's talented just as long as he doesn't turn the ball over, which has been this challenge. Hard to get a passing game going if you can't run the ball, if there's no threat of the run. Can the O-line run block? And there's not a lot of experience in the backfield. The one kid that they brought in from Sacramento State has carried the ball a bunch. Everybody else behind him really hasn't. So that is a huge thing for Michigan State, is try and find a way to run the ball.
Yeah, and everybody wants to see the hotshot freshman, whoever that's going to be. This year it's Jace Clarizzo, and he was highly recruited. Michigan State was able to hang on to him. I don't know how much he's going to play right out of the gate, but I expect that a lot of running backs are going to get a look, because I don't know if they feel like they've got that absolute front-running guy. And they've got different kinds of guys. They got guys that have speed, and they got guys that are kind of bowling balls out there. So we'll see how they're able to run the football. I don't know if they're going to be able to. They don't have the guy like a home run hitter like Nate Carter was. And Nate Carter showed flashes at times in the beginning of the seasons in particular, where he'd get off to great starts and over 2 years there, but then kind of flamed out towards the end when all the injuries would mount on the offensive line. They got to stay healthy. Like every team has to stay healthy.
248-539-9797. Let's go to D in Detroit. You're on 97 the ticket. Hi, D.
Man, what's really going on, DK, Gator, Kane? Hold on, bro. Before I get to my point, you remember back in the day, this great city, this great state, all 4 of our sports teams went through a playoff drought. Had us all frustrated. Like, damn, what the hell going on?
Mm-hmm.
Nah, the Lions back-to-back playoff appearances. The Tigers, back-to-back playoff appearances.
Oh,
the Pistons look like they're going to have back-to-back playoff appearances. Everybody put the Red Wings. I'm just saying, bro, this is incredible.
It's good. Things are good right now.
We're getting spoiled, DK, and I love it.
Yep.
Hey, I don't mean to switch the topic, bro, but I'm up here having another heated conversation with my coworkers about the Pistons. Yes, Gator. Heated, bro. Check this out. You would be a fool not to want Malik Beasley back. I got one clown in here talking about man, he can't pay as a barber. He can't pay his dinners. I don't want him on the team. What the hell does that got to do with winning games, bro? He shoots the three at a high rate, bro. Think about this. Him and Duncan Robinson together on the court with K dropping dimes. K to lead the league in assists if Malik Beasley come back. Him and Duncan Robinson, I'm telling you. But I got people up here talking some roll. We don't need him back. He's a problem maker. He's a troublemaker. Bro, he's not a troublemaker. He has a problem with managing his money like some of us do. So don't act like he's the only one who can't manage his money.
Well, D,
but bro,
I would just say I'm monitoring this situation. The lawyer came out and said something last week, right?
Yes.
I haven't heard much else. I know their team's still inquiring. I'm just kind of watching this one, wondering what's up. I'm
something fishy.
You don't think he's in the clear?
I don't know. I felt like we would have heard more, seen more movement if he was, but keep it. If I were a team, I'd be doing my due diligence. Yes, on Malik Beasley.
Well,
sure.
this little hiccup has definitely cost him money. The question is, how much money is it going to cost him, and do the Pistons really want to? After the Pistons adjusted, because they went out and they already got some guys, do they want to go and add another one to the mix, like Malik Beasley, who can clearly shoot, but there's some perceived baggage there.
Okay, but first, just one quick question. Are we a much better team with him on our roster?
Yeah, I would like to have him on the roster. You can't have enough shooters. Yeah. Can't have enough shooters.
If they can afford it, and they can afford it. They've got, what, $20 million in cap space or whatever. They can absolutely afford it.
We went out through a list of guys who are on expiring contracts this year. There could be better use of the money come the trade deadline. If they're turning out to be competitive again, they'll be one of the teams with cap space that could take on a big salary. Feedback coming in regarding the Wolverines and the Spartans. Heck yeah, I would take a 3-win jump. My expectation are 7 wins at best, cherry bowl at worst. That's from Dan and Novi. Spartan fan writing in, if they do not make a bowl game and the quarterback does not show a huge step forward, I want Smith and the quarterback both gone. You don't get a long time in modern college football. 2 years should be enough to at least make a bowl game and show you're a competent quarterback. Here's the thing you got to keep in mind. In this day and age of college athletics, buyouts with coaches' contracts are a big deal because money equals players. And I think you're going to see coaches get a little bit more leeway. You're right. You should be able to turn around quicker in the day and age of the portal. You should be able to. You don't get 5 years. Oh, you get a 5-year plan. You don't get that anymore. But contracts and what buyouts might be can save coaches because they don't want to spend money when they can spend that money on players.
But he's not Brian Kelly. So it's not like the buyout would be massive like
I don't know what it is.
For other coaches. But and the other thing is with a new athletic director on board, I imagine he's going to sit back and watch this thing play out because I'm sure he's got his own ideas. Hey, sure. I am the athletic director. If I wanted to change things up, I'm well within my right to change things up, and it's kind of how things work. So I wouldn't be surprised if Michigan State had a down year that there'd be a change. I don't expect it to be down. I think that they'll take a step forward. The question is, how big of a step forward are they going to take? They can take several steps forward, or is it going to be baby steps, incremental steps? And it's up to Jonathan Smith to get this team to play well, and it's up to Aiden Childs to get this offense to go because it means a lot to Aiden Childs.
I'm a lifelong Spartan fan. I just don't see it with Childs. He's way too inconsistent, way too loose with the ball. I have zero expectation for him. Hopefully he proves me wrong.
It's 1 year.
Joe in St. Clair Shores says the last true freshman to start at quarterback at Michigan, Chad Henne, threw 25 touchdowns and 12 interceptions his freshman year. That's what I want to see.
Wow.
Well,
did he have some guys to throw to?
He had Braylon Edwards, Steve Breston, and Jason Avant all as veterans. He had Mike Hart in the backfield. Now, I like Michigan's running backs a ton. Jordan Marshall and Justice Haynes, and we'll see who the third back is. There's a lot to like there. The offensive line should be better, and Jordan Marshall went for over 100 against Bama in the bowl game behind an offensive line that is probably worse than this year's offensive line. So there could be reason that he could run the football. Henne had a lot to work with his freshman year at the wide receiver spot. And that's one of our talking points, Joe in St. Clair Shores with Jason Avant in the pregame show is, hey, you worked with a freshman quarterback.
Hey, you.
How do receivers help along that freshman quarterback? But
remember, you and I watched that game together at Chad Henne's debut
up in the
photo deck.
Yep. It's going to be Matt Gutierrez. It's going to be Matt Gutierrez. No, it's going to be Chad Henne.
Against Miami of Ohio?
I think it was. And was that a Roethlisberger team?
I think it was right before Roethlisberger era, right before, right after. I forget how it worked.
Next text. I think that it's crazy to expect anything close to elite quarterback play out of a true freshman. Maybe we see glimpses of elite talent, but it's going to be littered with inconsistency. I think next year is when we see a major step. And that's probably more in line with what I think is reality.
I'd be remarkably surprised if he had quote unquote elite. If he's anywhere near Trevor Lawrence, then okay, get ready for the national championship talk to continue. I don't know why you would expect that.
If you look at like Trevor Lawrence and Chad Henne, okay, those guys had NFL receivers. Trevor Lawrence had 5 guys that played in the NFL running routes for him.
6.
Chad Henne, was it 6? Chad Henne had Preston Avant and Braylon Edwards running routes for him. These receivers have probably be better than last year's group, but we'll see how good they are. I think the run game can be really good, but it's a valid point. Yeah, you can do it. It just helps a lot when you have veteran pass catchers to go with.
Trevor Lawrence was a unicorn, was absolutely a unicorn. The only other guy that I can think of recently that stepped up and had that kind of had sort of a crazy freshman year didn't start the whole year, and that was Caleb Williams when he was at Oklahoma. Yeah. Remember, he got in, and then there was talk that, wow, he played so well in the limited starts that he had. People were like, he should be considered for the Heisman. Look how good he is.
So, look, and I'm not saying – that's why I would tap the brakes a little bit on the high-end expectation. That's all. 248-539-9797, 97.1, the ticket.
Let's talk about expectations for your garage door. If it's not working right and you call somebody to come out and fix it, you expect it to be fixed, right? It's exactly what happens when you call Precision Garage Door Service. 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or go ahead and schedule an appointment at your convenience online at precisiondoormi.com. Look, if your garage door is running slow or it's making loud noises or maybe it's just gone kaput altogether, give them a call today and they will diagnose the problem. They will fix the problem right there on the spot. And if you need a brand new garage door down the road, they can get that for you as well. They're amazing. I've used them both for maintenance and when I need new garage doors altogether. Lots of years in between there. I've got a great history and great relationship with Precision Garage Door Service, and I think you should give them a call if you need their services. Again, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or schedule that appointment online at precisiondoormi.com.
Read a text from somebody about Chad Henne being the last freshman to start. There was Tate Forcier and Denard Robinson in between, but this guy's was hoping for Henne-like numbers. Look, I think what you got to keep in mind when you have a freshman at quarterback, the number one goal each and every week is to win the game. Just find a way to win the game. And that seems to me to be don't get lost in the numbers and all that, because there's going to be shares of struggles, and we'll see what comes out of it. But I think that the offenses he will play around, this will be the least talented offense he will have in his 3 or 4 years at Michigan, whatever it may be. Meanwhile, Michigan State, they're taking on a Western team that their coach, Lance Taylor, they've adopted a philosophy. They want to have a lot of grit. They want to have a lot of grit at Western Michigan.
You want to be like the Tigers?
Yes, right. They have 33 transfers and 14 freshmen, so 47 new players, which makes it a difficult scout.
It's college football.
And they've got 2 quarterbacks, Brock Lowry, the Indiana transfer, who played 4 games at Indiana a couple years ago and was actually throwing practice passes to Donovan McCulley, who's now at Michigan. But the current Western Michigan offensive coordinator, Walt Bell, took him when he left Indiana, went to Western, and took the Brock Lowry kid with him. And then they got Brady Jones, a kid, a junior college kid who threw for 1 million yards in junior college. And they're both going to play this week. First weeks, look, there's great excitement for teams. I don't know that you overlook opponents in week 1, both Michigan and New Mexico. You're just so excited to be on the field that your attention you're on high alert at all times, because, hey, it's real bullets now, right? So I don't expect any first weekend upsets for either of these teams.
Well, there's no reason for Michigan State to be chesty after what happened last year, right? Everything has got to be businesslike. They better be businesslike.
Yep.
And for Michigan, you're starting over in a lot of ways. So again, no reason to be chesty. I mean, you can feel you've got a superior roster, which you clearly do, but you got a new guy running the show. It's going to take some time.
Yep. 248-539-9797. You want to keep talking college football, your expectations for the Wolverines and the Spartans this coming season. News out of Ann Arbor yesterday, Bryce Underwood officially the starting quarterback in East Lansing. They're getting ready for year 2 under Jonathan Smith. And can they make that 3-win jump the way he did, went from 2-10 to 5-7 at Oregon State? A lot of new parts there as well. Both teams looking to improve in the offensive line. Lions, the cuts, well, they've trickled in on day 1, and that's speaks to the how well that they have done drafting. That when a draft pick doesn't make it, it's a little bit surprising. Broderick Martin and Hendon Hooker both were released, or the reports were that they were going to be released yesterday. But Scott, that was still part of a great draft, and this is going to happen. This is going to be, there's not as many seats as there used to be, because this is a team that's trying to win the Super Bowl, and the talent level's gone way up. Reported today that Deron Gilbert, the linebacker, who's also a Detroit native, Dave Burkett, saying that he has now been waived. So the names continue to trickle in.
Yeah, and so Gilbert's not a surprise. A lot of these names have not been surprises, but there have been 3 or 4 that make you raise an eyebrow and go, oh, okay, interesting. Yep. See what that means, because you start to look at, well, how many wide receivers are going to carry? If they're not going to carry Jackson Meeks, is that limited to 5 wide receivers they're going to carry?
Yep.
With the 5th one, is that going to be Lovett? We'll see.
Yeah, Lovett, I think it bodes well for Lovett that Meeks got let go.
I guess that would be, if they carry 6, it might be Lovett, because if you're thinking Tim Patrick,
Khalif Raymond,
Tesla.
Yeah, he'd be the 6th.
So
I don't know if they can afford the roster spot. The one thing that Dan Campbell said last week that you have to keep in mind is, because of all the injuries on defense last year, it really impacted them, and they might save the last couple of roster spots for defensive players. And whether or not, there is no news to report on Zadarius Smith yet today. I know a lot of people have been monitoring that situation, but there's nothing new to report yet. The only thing is that Jeremy Fowler said that teams have checked in on him. Contending teams have checked in on him. So there is that, something to look for any news there, because I just feel like Detroit fans still worried about that edge rusher opposite, or they say they're worried about the edge rusher opposite. When we did that template thing last week and we said, what's the biggest concern for this team? Not one person who responded said edge rusher opposite of Hutch. So I don't know how much it truly is. I think people feel way better about the pass rush when they see Hutch back out there. And they're probably feeling way better because he's, by all accounts, healthy again. That does help. 248-539-9797. All right, Gator. I want to play something for you that I think is going to be rather disappointing.
Oh.
Did you happen to catch Stephanie Mead on Fox 2 the other day?
Likely. I mean, I watch a lot. That's usually the newscast I watch.
Did you see when the topic of college football came up?
I did not. I don't recall.
Okay.
Like on Sportsworks or?
No. It was on Fox. The anchor was Aaron Jordan. And what, Kang, was it him that tweeted out? Was Aaron Jordan that tweeted out? Is that correct?
Tweet out what?
The Stephanie Mead video?
Yes.
Okay. Here is an exchange between Aaron Jordan and Stephanie Mead on Fox 2 the other morning. Here's a question for the audience. Does your significant other, are they hostile towards football? 248-539-9797.
I think after hearing that, I feel like I need to talk with her about this and find out what the situation,
what the problem is with college.
Yeah,
she was specific to college football.
She was specific to college. Does that mean she likes the NFL, or and she was specific to all college athletics? It wasn't just football.
Yeah, true.
La 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 la.
Does your significant other not like is that because that wasn't just? It doesn't sound like she didn't like college football. It sounded like she was actually kind of hostile
to all college sports, but specifically college football. Yeah. And here, I mean, look, she's been here for a few years now. She knows that she's going to have to give weather updates about what the temperature is going to be like in East Lansing, in Ann Arbor, in Kalamazoo, up in Mount Pleasant, in Ypsilanti, Ann Arbor area, same thing. So she's going to have to do that, and she knows that.
Yep.
But I really want to know why is she so hostile?
Well, look, we do this week we're going to have the Gator Rant. The Gator Rant that came from a topic we did probably about a decade ago now, where people's significant others don't love football and don't love football season.
Sometimes they don't.
Yep.
We'll have advice and ways to try to put a deposit in the bank of goodwill.
Yep.
Gator, would you give Stephanie Mead the speech? I need my time too. This isn't working out. She really doesn't like college sports, specifically college football.
Again, that's why I'd love to have a conversation to find out
what's change your mind.
No, I'm just curious.
You just want the root.
I just want to know where she's coming from. Why she has this attitude toward it, and that's fine because I'm sure there are things that she wants and wants to be left alone with.
Well, it's give and take any relationship, right?
Yeah,
there's
I'm willing to hash it out.
There's certain things that she does that you're not into, and vice versa. But I don't know, whether it's hostility or however to describe it. We want to know if your significant other is hostile towards football.
I mean, I'll help you out this week because the Ohio State-Texas game is this week, right?
Yeah.
It's a noon start, right?
Yep.
You know what you should do? Head out to a cider mill.
In the morning? Cider Mill in the morning?
Cider Mill, 9:30, 10
Back
o'clock
for the
in the
news
morning.
start?
Yeah.
Is your significant
family.
other hostile towards football? 248-539-9797. It's that week, big week, college football starting, NFL right behind it. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. The Tigers send Charlie Morton to the mound tonight, looking to tie their series with the Athletics after an 8-3 loss in Sacramento last night. A 5-run seventh against Tarek Skubal blew the game open for the A's. Skubal, otherwise dominant with 12 strikeouts. Manager A.J. Hinch on the performance from the A's last night. It's a 10:05 first pitch tonight. Hear it right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The Lions face a 4 o'clock deadline to cut their roster down to 53 for the opener. Some of the cuts so far: tackle Dan Skipper, quarterback Hendon Hooker, receiver Jackson Meeks, defensive tackle Broderick Martin, and linebacker Anthony Pittman. ESPN's Jeremy Fowler reports that multiple contending teams are checking in on Lions free agent defensive end Zadarius Smith. He did not specify if the Lions are one of them. Fowler says Smith is training and waiting on the right situation right now. He had 9 sacks last year, 4 with the Lions, and a surprise player has emerged on Michigan's depth chart. Redshirt freshman wide receiver Channing Goodwin is in line to be wide receiver 3 for the Wolverines for their opener against New Mexico. Goodwin, who will start alongside Donovan McCulley and Samaj Morgan, won the job this summer over Fred Moore. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Got another edition of Who's on Top coming up today at 12:35. In the meantime, it's football week with college football starting up, and we just played a soundbite from Stephanie Mead of Fox 2, who basically admitted she doesn't like college football and almost sounded kind of hostile towards it, but having fun with it. And we're just wondering, is your significant other hostile towards football season? 248-539-9797. delicate balance, right? Got to find a way to make it work. Football season can be a trying time for couples, for families.
I think it's way different if you're married versus if you're just dating. You know, you don't have to spend every waking minute with somebody when you're dating.
Kind of know what I assume you know what you're getting into once you decide to put a ring on it.
Yeah, there's definitely that. And then that's, I think, when negotiations really kind of take place.
248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls. We go to Katie here on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Katie.
Hi.
What's up?
How's it going?
Good.
Well, I just wanted to weigh in because I am a fiance. We've been together for 7 years, and I actually look forward to football season more than he does.
And why is that? Because you love football or because it gives you some space?
I like it. I kind of got into sports betting, so that's what draws me in. But
there we go.
Yeah. No, not like big bets. I don't put 100 on it, but, it's entertaining. It's something to do on a Sunday, and I like it.
Yeah, and you listen to Heather in the morning, and she's the best of the bunch when it comes to picking games. So that works.
I do, actually.
So do you so you might be the one that likes it more than your significant other. Although it doesn't sound like he's hostile.
No, not at all. He introduced me into watching sports, so we do it together. It's something we enjoy, but I look forward to it more than he does, I think.
Gotcha. All right, cool. Katie,
good for you.
Yep, well done. And look, the topic is, we didn't say has to be your wife or your girlfriend. We said your significant other, right? Does your significant other not like football season? Feedback coming in. Aaron writes in, my wife, in her words, blanking hates college football. LOL. It's probably because I have it on from September to January. Next text, she wouldn't be my significant other, period.
Oh.
Tyler the cop in Southfield says, my wife scheduled our baby shower on the Lions bye week because she wants me to actually be attentive. My wife is absolutely hostile towards football season.
But smart. Way to go. All right, this is we're getting into the season, man.
Mm-hmm.
The fall wedding season and whether baby showers this guy's talking about as well.
Yep.
But really the wedding season, this is where you kind of test relationships.
Yep.
And you see where you're at.
Yep. My wife, all caps, hates football and all sports in general, but I'm super fortunate because though she hates it, she accommodates it. I get to watch and go to games all year long. Truly thankful. Everybody needs a wife like mine. That's from Justin in Masson Heights.
Nice. Let me ask you this. You got married in the fall, right? Or September-ish?
No.
Oh, it wasn't September.
No, I got married in July.
Your birthday's in September.
Yeah, no, it's all right. Good.
All right. So I got things mixed up there. So July, was it intentional? To avoid fall?
I don't remember the exact process, but fall wedding was never,
Just ask it.
This was not ever going to be in play.
I mean, you get married in July, so you can get the honeymoon in August or immediately after.
Yeah, that was.
Don't even threaten September.
I mean, we'd delay it until after football. So, there was no.
There wasn't gonna.
This time of year is blocked off.
And she's good with it. I mean, at this point, you guys have been married for over 20 years.
Again, she knew what she was getting into, and she was big time. She's big time into football too.
You guys are coming up. Did you just have 25?
Just had 25. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
So you guys have got this. You work through this. She knows.
Well, now,
obviously you work Saturdays.
Yep.
And Sundays. Look, the job that we do, you have to watch football.
There was a period in the calendar every year where she was like a single parent mom, and I felt bad about it.
Kang, I can't remember when you got married. What time of the year it was?
June.
It was
late June. Yeah.
After the NBA Finals.
Right before the NBA draft.
Yeah. Look at the dream June wedding. I want a June wedding. Yes, of course.
Yeah, our honeymoon was in Vegas for Summer League.
Yeah. Whatever it takes. Was there any discussion at all about potentially a fall wedding, or were you like, let's not do that? Were you deft at how you handled this situation to avoid the fall wedding?
No, I always wanted a summer wedding, and she's on board with that, so it just worked out that way, I guess. But yeah, I wouldn't really enjoy a fall wedding, even though a lot of people like fall weddings because of the colors, especially in Michigan, things like that. The weather's not too
very
hot,
attractive,
right?
Yeah, sure. And it can be very disruptive.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Is your significant other hostile towards football? 248-539-9797. Logan in Berkeley, you're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Logan.
What's up, guys?
Hey.
I was trying to say that I will not date somebody that does not like football. I just have it be something that is like so a part of my life that I think I really do want somebody that wants it just as much as I do, just because, I mean, it's not even just a Sunday thing. It's a Saturday thing. It's a Friday thing. You know, I want her to be able to want to go catch the Michigan State game on Friday, then watch Michigan on Saturday, and then, you know, Lions on Sunday, right? So I will not date somebody that, I mean, obviously if she can tolerate it, there's difference there. But, like, if they don't like it and they, you know, don't like when I'm watching it, see ya.
How old are you, Logan?
I'm 25.
Gator literally held up with his fingers 2-5 before you answered. And have you ended a relationship over this?
Oh, of course not. I mean, I've never had that actually be a thing, but I mean, it is now. Like when I'm talking to girls, I mean, it's part of my thing. I'm like, hey, I like family, sports, and, you know, a couple other things I won't mention on air. But yeah, I mean, they have to kind of like that as well. And I guess I haven't had a moment where I've had to cut anything off because of it, but
listen,
that's definitely what I'm looking for.
You're smart by saying family and then sports, because it already instills that you want to be a family man at some point, and that's the trade-off, right? Or it could
I mean, that's all I really do care about is family in the end. But again, football is just under that.
Logan, thank you for the phone call.
Thanks, guys.
And good luck in that search for Mrs. Right. 248-539-9797.
Yeah, we talked about the unicorn when it comes to a freshman quarterback coming into a situation. You don't have to, it's not finding a unicorn in plenty of women love football.
Yep. No question.
And even more are tolerant of our love for football.
We have a sort of a mutual acquaintance, my buddy Steve and his wife Laura. Laura has zero interest in football, but she'll go tailgate. And she'll talk about the outfits.
Sure.
She likes to discuss the outfits. She asks all the time, do I want to have her on the air to talk about the outfits? And I'm like, yeah, we're good. We got an outfit expert.
Yeah, outfits, yeah.
Yep.
Sure. It's probably really good if she's got somebody else to talk to about it at a tailgate.
About outfits?
Yeah.
No, everybody likes talking to her because she's funny, but, you know, there's some, again, she's not hostile towards it, though. 248, she's just not interested. 248-539-9797. Donna is next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Donna.
Hello. How are you today?
We're good, Donna. How are you?
Good. Well, I'm weighing in on this whole significant other. I think it's great. I love the camaraderie that it provides my husband and my boys and our family. We're all very into it, and I really enjoy that my husband shares all of his fantasy football winnings. So that's very encouraging. So, and he does very well with it, and he's got a lot of teams. I really like that.
Okay, so I'm trying to get a sense here. Do you watch the games with?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so you're into it too.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And then whenever my boys were dating girls, and if they were talking during the game, I would try to get them interested. Hey, you got to kind of act like you like this a little bit.
Wow, you start coaching. You start coaching your boys' girlfriends on what's important.
Yeah.
Priorities.
And then when they were younger, the girls that were chosen to be the water girls for the high school football team, I had them over and we did chalk talk, the whole 9 yards. I mean,
wow, look at you!
It's a great thing to be interested in. It's I don't know. I think it builds a lot for. I love it. So and if you're into it, it helps.
Donna, you're awesome
to talk about.
Thanks, Donna.
Yeah.
All right, I have a question going into the break that I want people to respond to during the break so they can get online and hang out.
You want to do the 10 text thing?
Well, we could do the 10 text thing. Well, why don't I ask the question? You determine if it's 10 text worthy.
What's the question?
How many guys are fine that the girl isn't interested in football? They enjoy having the time. Like they don't want your significant other to enjoy it as much as you do because it's like, hey, this is my thing with my guys. It's my thing with my boys.
How many guys are like that?
Yeah.
A lot.
Are they willing to admit it?
That you like that your significant other isn't into football?
Yeah, no, or that you don't want her to be into football. He's like, yeah, hey, I'm going to meet with the guys at the bar, going to watch the game. She's like, oh, I'll be right with you. Like, oh, okay.
I don't want that. I've always said that. I've always said I don't need my wife or girlfriend, now my wife, to love sports or like sports. I just need her to understand my love and like of sports. That's it. And I prefer her to go your route, to not even really be into it that much. Like, the worst thing to me would be having, like, my wife or girlfriend in my fantasy league. I do not want a part of that at all. At all.
It's a different kind of fantasy league.
That's me time.
So
could make losing or winning really interesting, though.
Is there anybody in your league that has their wife or girlfriend in your fantasy
Not
league?
in this league.
Okay. We got talking about this because there was an exchange on Fox 2 the other morning with Aaron Jordan, the anchor, and Stephanie Mead, and Stephanie Mead does not like college football. She doesn't like college sports. She actually sounded borderline hostile towards it, laughing the whole time. But is your significant other hostile towards football season? 248-539-9797. Another edition of Who's on Top today at 12:35 here on 97.1.
Well, you guys know which car dealership I love, Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield. It's because they give you real, honest pricing and the best deals around. And I'm talking about no gimmicks, right? No gimmicks, no surprises. It's really just straight up amazing offers, like what they got right now. A 2025 Equinox EV is only $999 down and just $159 a month. If you're more of a truck person, how about you get behind the wheel of a 2025 Silverado 2FL? It's also only $999 down and only $229 a month. That's right, $229 a month for a truck. And here's the best part. Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield is giving employee pricing for everyone on select demo Equinox, Silverado, and Trax models. You heard that right. Employee pricing for everyone. So whether you're upgrading to a sleek new electric ride with Equinox, grabbing that tough Silverado for work or play, or looking for a solid SUV, Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield has got you covered. These deals aren't going to last long, so head over to Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield and see why they're the best. And trust me, you're not going to find a better deal anywhere else. That's the Sarah difference.
Back to your phone calls in a moment. Something kind of interesting here. A bit of breaking news at this hour. Chris McCoskey, beat writer who covers the Detroit Tigers with the Detroit News. Chris McCoskey just tweeted out the following. AJ Hinch on MLB Radio said Alex Cobb was being pulled off his rehab assignment and shut down for a week. This allows the club to reset the assignment for another 30 days, but obviously a decision will have to be made before that. Time is about up.
So I think that's just strategic at this point. I don't know if Alex Cobb ever pitched for the Tigers this year or not, but if they think that he's just not there yet, but he might be, this is the move they have to do. Pause it for 10 days or whatever that it was. I think it was the time that they said. Mm-hmm. And then he can go right back on the rehab assignment and then perhaps pitch for the Tigers at some point in September. But for a guy that was signed to a one-year deal in the offseason, I think for $15 million to be a starter, and we haven't seen him because of hip issues that he has developed. It's disappointing. I'm sure it's frustrating for all parties involved, and for Alex Cobb in particular, because he's the guy. And this might be the end of his career. If he doesn't pitch this year, is he ever going to pitch again? I mean, would
seem rather unlikely, actually. I mean, because
and he kind of addressed that a week ago or so. He was talking about that with the reporters.
We're just looking at some of the responses to this, and boy, people are hostile. And I'm just like, dude, yeah, Scott Harris swung and missed. Got it. Yes. Look at the totality of the man's work. Look where this team is. Look where this organization is. I guess if you want to dwell on all his misses, go for it. But this is a miss. Yeah.
No, it's a miss, and it's a $15 million miss. So that's the thing. They don't even see him this year. If they'd given that much more money to Alex Bregman, that's the mentality of where people are going to go with it. But it's unfortunate that it hasn't worked out. Again, I don't know if we'll ever see him. We could still see him. They've narrowed it down to he would be coming out of the bullpen, be an inning or two at a time kind of guy if he's able to do that. But it's been a long recovery for him. He's dealing with pain in the hips that these injections aren't really helping a ton. And it's really uncomfortable for him to pitch, and he's fighting through it because he wants to make this his last final shot at it.
I think the hostility comes too, Doug, is like a lot of fans felt like they saw this coming. It's a $15 million mistake that they didn't think was worth the risk, because I think he was quoted saying like he was going to retire, basically. Like he wasn't even thinking about coming back, and then they got a call from the Tigers. So I think that's where the vitriol comes from with the text and the feedback.
I guess it's, we all have bad days at work and make bad decisions. If you're getting the job done in an overwhelmingly positive fashion, I don't really dwell on them. Some of our shows are better than others, right?
Speak for yourself, man.
But whatever you do for a living, you're going to do some bad things. It's just overall, is the totality of your work a net positive? And in the case of Scott Harris, so far it is. I mean, one of the things is, why don't you stop going on the cheap for 40-year-old pitchers? And I'm thinking, Chuck Money's been so good for them, and he's 41.
That's Charlie Morton to everybody else out there, and he's pitching tonight.
248-539-9797. Okay, here's the soundbite that got this topic started. There's an exchange, anchors, Fox 2, Aaron Jordan, and Stephanie Mead. Weather, we discovered in that moment she's not a huge college football fan, but here's what got us talking about this. Okay.
Thanks, Stephanie.
It's I mean, that sounded like borderline hostility towards college football, not just outright hostility towards college football. But is your significant other hostile towards football? 248-539-9797. Let's go to Lisa next on 97.1. Hi, Lisa.
Hello.
What's
Hello.
up?
Hello, you there?
Yeah,
Yep,
go
we
ahead.
are. Go ahead.
Okay, I have a dilemma. My husband and I both absolutely love football, watch it all the time. In fact, all sports.
Great.
My dilemma is when we're invited, and typically what happens, the women want to stay up in the kitchen and talk about family, whatever. The men are all downstairs watching football. I want to be down watching football, but it's not so comfortable then because I'm with a whole bunch of group of guys, and I don't know if they are acting like guys, and the women are upstairs, so I'm like caught on the steps.
Wow.
Never know what to do.
Interesting. Have you talked about this with your husband?
Yes.
All right. And
And what we typically do, and I hate to say it, is either stay home so we can watch it together. That's pretty much what we do.
okay. Because you don't want to intrude on guy time.
Absolutely.
But you want to be down there watching the game.
All right,
Absolutely.
So the guys are downstairs watching the game. Is there a TV upstairs where the ladies are at?
Usually, but then it's kind of rude because I'm not listening or partaking in the kitchen talk.
Well, but you can have it on in the background, and it's up to you to disguise how much you're paying attention.
Lisa, I just saw this from one of the women that post on Twitch. She said, blank that, just watch in the basement with the guys.
Well, and typically that's what I do.
Okay.
But it's just not, it's uncomfortable. I mean, it works. But yeah, it's just, but I feel that I am kind of like, like guys be guys for
You're
a bit.
encroaching on guy time.
I think so, and they're all respectful of that. But I just, guys sometimes just want to be guys, and I think they watch what they say.
Well, turn on the TV with the women. It's all right.
It's very nice of you to think about the guys and how they might feel, but I think it's awesome.
I don't.
Don't.
No, you got to stay upstairs or stay home. You are. Her instincts are right. You are intruding on guy time. No one wants to be the guy, and for him too. By the way, the husband.
Oh, it's
he's
a
the
trap.
dude that brought the wife to the. What are you doing? You can't.
That's what I'm saying. For her, just turn the TV on upstairs.
I don't care what she does.
Oh,
She
it
can't
might
be
be rude
downstairs.
to the other women. Who cares? Like, they already know that you want to watch the game downstairs with the guys. You're still hanging out with them. You'll give your input in their discussion about doilies or whatever it is you're talking about.
Oh, yeah. What kind of soap you guys use to wash the dishes, huh? Oh,
Exactly,
yeah.
right?
What's your vacuuming technique?
Yeah.
Oh.
What do you think? Like the Shark versus the Dyson? I mean, these are discussions. This is hot topics, right? Which Cuisinart works best for you? Do you actually use Cuisinart? Do you have a Vitamix? Do you like the Ninja? What are we going with? No, but have the TV on there. You're fine. Watch it up there.
What are you ladies doing? Baking?
Yeah. I just came upstairs and there was just a wonderful aroma up here. Is it Taco Tuesday already? You guys trying to discuss which is better? Margarine or butter? That we got? Anybody still a lard fan? No? Shortening?
Wow. I think she should go to the basement. Okay,
I'm
turn out
stay out of the basement. That's where the guys are. Guys want to be guys.
They definitely watch what
with the
they're
guys,
saying, man.
right?
Come
Yeah.
on.
I mean,
She's
it's-
down there.
Yeah. Watch what they say. Watch what comes out of
Hi,
their body.
Samuel, will you please pass the potato chips? They
Yeah.
don't talk like that.
No, they know they're being judged.
Yeah.
I guess I can't gorge myself on this entire bag of pretzels over here.
I'm not looking at the cheerleaders.
I got to admit, every time I'm in the basement, every time I'm in the basement watching football, I'm not doing like things that would be considered offensive to women.
Well, no, but you're not with a bunch of guys all the time,
Sometimes
are you?
I am. No, hockey locker room, we say and do very offensive things.
Yeah, well, I would say in my house when it's just the guys.
You don't want a woman there.
Women just stay on the other side.
Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, open the show talking some Tigers and Lions with the cuts. Everything gets official today at 4 o'clock. Players getting released around the league. And, you got the practice squads are set tomorrow, but we were discussing all of that. We spent most of the 11 o'clock hour talking about Michigan and Michigan State. Then we played that soundbite from Stephanie Mead that many of you just heard of. Fox 2's Weather Girl is kind of hostile towards college football and didn't want to talk about it.
Yeah, she was on with Aaron Jordan. It was on a stream. He's one of the producers.
Okay, gotcha. And long story short is we just wondered if your significant other is hostile towards football season, which is really, really gets going this weekend with the college game. And then after that, you got college and NFL. And it's that time of year. It's what leads to our the rant that we play every Friday that allows guys try and negotiate for more time in front of the TV. 248-539-9797. Anyway, we go to Jeff next on 97.1. Hi, Jeff.
How are you?
We're good.
Man, did that go off the rails last time?
What, last segment?
Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of did.
All right. Who's your guy that just said my wife needs to, or is that Kang, or who is that? Because I've been married 30 years, and my wife, Susie, pretty much looks at me and says, be prepared for football season. We're watching football Thursday through Monday. And she's been on our fantasy football team, and 2 of our boys are named after pro athletes, and we have the best time ever.
So let's remember what the context of that conversation was. That was all of the guys are downstairs. We're going to have to put you on hold here because of the wind.
Something.
Jeff, all the guys were downstairs and all the women were upstairs. And there was one woman said, I want to go. It was Donna. Was it
Donna, I think.
Yeah. Wants to go downstairs and watch a football game. And so there was a little bit of, she didn't want to make it socially awkward for the rest of the guys.
Yeah, but Kang said he wanted no wife allowed in the fantasy football.
Yeah, but so he was, you were against that, Kang.
Yeah, no doily time, right, Gator?
That's right.
Good God. Anyway, Jeff, so that was the context of the conversation.
All right. Hopefully the wind is gone. What my point is, put the caveman stick down and understand that if your girl wants to be involved with it, and I will tell you, my wife, she's big on fantasy football, and when we come home, from work, it's not we're talking about work. Like last night, she's like, "Can you believe Skipper's gone? What the heck is going on?" And we talk about football for like 2 hours.
Did you name your kid Skipper?
No, Brett after Brett Hall and Brett Favre, and Nick after Nick Lidstrom. So my wife, she's like, I'm giving you 2 boys, and we're going to be in sports the whole time. So I don't know if I have the best wife or, somebody that would consider the worst wife. But, I mean, she doesn't like golf, so that's my guy time, right? I go out and golf, all right? So
what if she wanted to golf with you? That's I guess the apples to apples question. What if she wanted to go with golfing with you and the guys?
9 holes, putt, fine.
We found a comp for him. He's got his guy time.
Yeah, golfing with women can be great. It can also suck beyond belief. It can be emasculating.
Well, golfing with some guys can suck beyond belief.
Well, yeah,
too.
yeah, but you know what you're getting yourself into. With the women, sometimes you don't know based on the skill level. Mm-hmm. Like if they're better than you, it's awful. You're never going to live that down. And if they're slow,
our buddy Hoffman,
that's no fun. Yeah. His wife's better than he is?
I think so.
Oh,
yeah. She's really good at golf. So, and anything to embarrass Hoffman.
And this is true. I wonder if I had one more question for the guy, which would have been, because he likes golf. Does she put the kibosh on him playing golf to watch football?
It sounds like
I gotta go out with the guys who are playing. No, it's football Sunday. You're not going anywhere.
Interesting. 248-539-9797. Jeff on a cell. You're next on 97.1. Hello, Jeff.
Hi, how are you today?
We're great, Jeff.
Wow, I got a horrific story. I was dating this girl for a couple of years. We got engaged. I had my place, she had her place, and she knew I loved sports and I like all sports and all that. And when we moved in together, she became my fiance. All of a sudden, the rule was you cannot watch any sports in here. And I'm going like, what are you talking about? That's my life. I mean, I love it. And so basically after a while I said, well, you know what? Sometimes the sports will be on. I'll go downstairs and watch it. So she put a lock on the bedroom door. So if I went down and watched sports, I had to sleep on the couch. I wasn't allowed in. I wasn't even allowed to check a score. Like I got to a point where I thought, do I have to put Gravol in her drink so I can watch the game?
What was it? What was her deal, Jeff? What was her problem?
Control.
Yeah, controlling. Huh? How long did that last?
Not long. I got out of there. I made plans. She went to work, and I was all moved out. And I've been single ever since. That was 8 years ago. Unless I find a girl that can at least, allow me to watch sports in the basement or a different room, but not controlling it. It's unbelievable.
What did she want to do instead?
Nothing.
No, she just wanted to keep you from something that you enjoyed.
Exactly, and isn't that sad? Come on.
That's a spiteful woman, right?
And
there.
you let that catch get away.
Oh yes.
Have you kept tabs?
Released, just like a fish.
Have you kept tabs at all? You know what she's up to?
No, not at all.
No, that's a full catch and release. That's what that is.
He totally ran.
But the thing is,
go back in the water.
To say about her last boyfriend, they used to go to sports all the time and how great it was, and she'd go on road trips and everything.
There it is.
And then when I liked sports, it wasn't allowed.
Yeah, because she had gone through it before. There's some trauma there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe you should have given her a little bit more time, Jeff. Was she a looker?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Maybe you should have given her a little more time and maybe a little more understanding to what her previous.
Who cares?
Hey. Maybe this could have worked out just fine for Jeff, and he stayed single for the last 8 years. Maybe it's time to call her back up and see if she's changed, if she's gotten over her previous. What's the problem?
This guy was miserable.
I would
she was
rather
smoking hot. You heard his reaction.
Then he'd be not a chance in the world. I'm happy. I love my sports. I love my family, and I'm willing to split time. I'm not going to hog the TV for the whole weekend or whatever. But you know, when you're together, you have to work things out and understand and respect what other people like. She knew what I liked. It's not like, oh, I love sports.
The only thing I question about this, Jeff, is there her side of the story that would sound different?
Not at all.
Okay,
Jeff, are you
not at all? Not even close.
Jeff,
it was unbelievable.
Are you Canadian?
Yes.
Was she? Is she?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. And she knows I love the Lions, the Tigers, and the Red Wings, and the Pistons, and but I didn't have to watch it all the time. I just needed a little bit of sharing, and understanding. How do you feel when you go to bed and the door is locked because you watched a game down in the?
Obviously, she had a previous experience was terrible. Her previous boyfriend really liked sports, and it didn't work out, and she wanted it to work out for you. So what she was trying to do was set up that boundary to ensure that was going to happen. And in reality, Doug, what she did drove him away.
She drove him away.
It's so sad. It's sad. That's why I think now might be the time you call her back up and say, I was just wondering about you.
Okay, I do not agree with this advice. I think he did the right thing.
He's still single. Why not?
So what? He's single and he sounds happy.
Happy he gets to watch sports. I don't know if he's fully happy, Doug.
Why don't you call her up?
Well, she's okay.
248-539-9797.
The whole border thing. I don't know if we can have that long distance relationship.
Hey, Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine. Why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization, it matters. Educated consumers will choose Michigan Auto Law. Do your research and learn more at autolaw.com. Once they take your case, they'll communicate with you. They are the best in the business in customer service and satisfaction because they put people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. I'm really, really working hard on two names that I've screwed up off the air all week. Okay?
All right.
And one is the head coach at New Mexico is named Jason Eck. And I realized that all my pregame notes I wrote David Eck. I have no idea why.
Because David Eckstein is the guy you're thinking of, probably. It just comes to your mind. Eck.
Maybe.
Is it ECK?
It's ECK.
Yeah.
And everything was David Eck, David Eck, David Eck.
And
Rob David Eck. That's what it is.
Blame WWJ.
It's WWJ's
News Radio
fault.
950.
Our news
brother
director
station.
over there. The other one is, and this one I really, really don't want to screw up, and I keep doing it again, not on the air.
I'm sure you won't.
It's a Michigan player.
Uh-oh.
And he's got a name.
Is he going to play?
Yes.
Okay.
And he's probably going to have the football in his hands. And Michigan years ago had a defensive back named Channing Stribling.
Yeah, I remember him.
Well, they now have a wide receiver named Channing Goodwin. His dad, Jonathan, played at Michigan. I cannot stop with the Channing Stribling. I can't. Like, this is my biggest challenge Saturday is do not call Channing Goodwin Channing Stribling. And he's he played a little bit last year, but he's going to start playing a lot more.
Here, are you open to advice?
I'm open to advice, yes.
Last names are great. You don't have to go the full name.
No, you're right. You're right. And that's,
You don't have to do it. Go all Jeopardy rules, When,
well,
when
you know what
you
else
don't have
is
to get
great?
the full name in Jeopardy, you just have to get the last name.
Now, first names are great.
Well,
If I say Channing, there's only one Channing on the team.
See, but first names make you a little too familiar with the team sometimes.
So you don't think I should call Bryce?
No, I don't. Not right away.
Because last year I was like Davis. I called Davis Warren Davis. But there was also a Jaden Davis, and that can confuse people. So
I think Bryce Underwood, you can get away with the whole name because you'll know it, and there's nothing that's gonna. It's not like you call him Pat or Tom Underwood, like former pitchers.
Yeah.
You're gonna go Bryce Underwood. That's fine. I think after a couple of years, you can go be familiar, and then Bryce under center, and that's fine. People understand what you are. It's like, hey, we've been here a while.
I don't know if you know this,
From
but
day one.
2 to 6 made fun of me because I called Donovan Dono, which is what they called him in the building.
Yeah, you should totally be made fun of for that. I think we've done that too when we heard you say that. Like, I'm sorry, did I catch a Dono?
You did.
Yeah.
Donovan was something else. Something else. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Let's get back to our open line calls. We were talking about this, and we're going to move on and get to the who's on top. High school football related who's on top coming up at 102. But we got sidetracked because of the story that we kind of found at Fox 2, Weather Girl. Meteorologist, Stephanie Mead, made it on the air, talking with Aaron Jordan, that she did not love college football. Is your significant other hostile towards college football? There has only been the one release today, right, by the Lions that we've seen reported. Is it the linebacker Gilbert? Other than that, no more to report. But they'll all be due come 4:00 today. So just a heads up there. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Sarah next on 97 a Ticket. Hello, Sarah.
Hey, guys.
What's up?
So I am a huge professional sports fan, and I stick with Stephanie Mead in this. I can't stand college football, especially with all the changes that have been going on in recent years. Just can't stand it. And then another caveat, I started dating my partner 12 years ago, and he was a huge professional sports and college sports fan. So we just got along, watched all the games together, and now all of a sudden he has no interest in it. And I can't understand it because I have to watch every Lions, Tigers, and Red Wings game.
He just stopped watching sports?
Well, he doesn't like all the rules that are going on. I mean, he'll still watch it if they're doing good. So he's watching the Tigers, and he'll watch the Lions, even though he says he's a Green Bay fan, but whatever.
Uh-oh. That's a red flag, Sarah.
Well, I didn't know it until months into the relationship.
Did he hide it from you? What else is he
He
hiding
hid a
from
lot from me.
you? Yeah, what else is he
He hid
hiding?
a lot from me, so there's that.
Well,
interesting.
Sounds like he had some real life decisions to make.
Oh, tell me about it. I'm making them.
And you're still together?
Yeah, we are.
Wow.
For now.
I'll hang in there.
Yep.
Hopefully you can overcome these tough times.
And you know what? He can say, so is this an attitude he's like, you can actually see when he's watching football on TV, he no longer cares? Or is this something he's saying right now because the offseason was around? I don't care about the new rules they're going to put in the kicking and whatever the rules are that he disagrees with.
He thinks that they're wussifying, they're weakening the league.
Oh, he's a tough
guy. He
guy.
doesn't like all those kind of rules that are going down, and he's like, I want old school football.
He doesn't care about
he
doesn't care about targeting. And CTE and concussions and just got his bell rung. Get him back out there, rub some dirt on it.
That's great. Good for him.
Well, there's some old school people that are like that.
I mean, there's a point where if you're talking like they protect the quarterbacks too much, or that's not a late hit, that kind of thing. I get it.
Yep. It's
another thing when if he's upset because they don't allow head slapping. Right.
248-539-9797. Bob is next. Hi, Bob.
How you doing, guys?
What's up?
I've been with my wife 46 years. With her 46 years. Been married 45 years. And my mama and I were before we got married, got an apartment. My mom and I were watching a football game, like Michigan State, whoever was on at the time. And she said at that time, and she just told me this on my birthday a couple of weeks ago. At that time, she said, "I knew I should have never married you because she didn't like football. She just doesn't like football. Or she likes baseball, but no football." And I told her, I said, "Crap, we would have never been married this long." I didn't understand it at the time, but we're together. But she just doesn't like football. The announcer, she said she could be an announcer. She can go back and say, "Hey, Turner's going back. Turner's hiked the ball to Turner. Turner looks around, passes the ball to Hooch, and he goes for a touchdown." I mean, that's what she thinks how simple it is.
I mean, it's a great combination, Turner and Hooch right there. The dog days of football.
You like it. Yeah.
And yet you still find a way to be married to this woman.
Yes. I got 2 kids. I got 5 grandkids.
It sounds like it's been a while then.
You've overcome, Bob.
Yeah. You've adapted.
45 years. Well, she adapted, not me. I didn't adapt. I just watch what I want to watch. If I don't want, and if something, if she gets upset at home, I just go to a bar, a sports bar, and watch it. Don't matter which one. Just get out of the house. You go to a bar and watch it. Stay
out of her way. Stay out of her way. Just don't tell her to make cookies.
Those kids made it work.
So, wow. 45 years, 5 grandkids.
Yeah. I think they're in it for the long haul.
I think you figured it out.
Yeah, I think they did. All right, so Tigers back in action tonight. Charlie Morton back on the hill for the Tigers. Been a really nice, unexpected find. The news today is that Alex Cobb, I guess they're shutting him down for a week. It looks like they're going to get nothing out of that signing, which is unfortunate. But still a team that's competing to win the American League, still a team that's competing for the World Series. They haven't completely ruled out, at least in an interview, as a Chris McCoskey tweet, an interview that A.J. Hinch did with MLB Network. They haven't ruled out him still making an impact this year, but that looks like it might be a real blow to him providing any assistance down the stretch. Has there been any update on Parker Meadows, the center fielder?
Last I heard is that he still has to. He hadn't started hitting yet. Like he still needs to get up to sprint speed, and things like that. But I think I don't know if it's today or tomorrow they come with a weekly report. But I would expect that he's getting ready to start a rehab assignment.
Just quick Google search. I'm seeing this. Meadows will undergo running tests over the next few days and could begin a rehab assignment after that if he checks out. He was put on the 10-day DL. Has it been, or excuse me, IL, yes, my apologies. Can you just keep putting somebody on the 10-day IL over and over and over again?
Well, no. I mean, I do think it's until they actually, I don't think the clock really starts to tick until you've started a rehab assignment.
Yeah.
So you can go 10-day, or was the other one the 40-day or 60-day?
Yeah.
Depending what you're going to do for roster manipulation. But for right now,
ESPN put together a list of returning players who could impact the stretch. Okay? And for the Tigers, it's Parker Meadows.
he can. If he comes anywhere close to what he was last year at this time, it'd be a most welcomed addition. However, he didn't play anywhere near that this year. Not even close. And then he got hurt. So we haven't even, at least last year when he started off horribly, went to the minors, at least he played really well in the minors. That said, we can bring him up. And then they brought him up and he was lightning in a bottle. But he hasn't come anywhere close to that.
No, he hasn't.
And he didn't have a spring training. He had the whole weird thing with the forearm and
the nerve.
Yeah, it's been strange. And it's too bad because he was so good for them down the stretch last year.
All right, another edition of Who's on Top is coming up at 102 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, that was an interesting hour of the program. Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hope everybody's doing well on this Tuesday. Yeah, tomorrow we return to college football questions. The transfer portal, NIL, live animal mascot, marching band thingy.
Something like that, yeah. There you go. Good job.
Looking forward to it. I don't know if we're doing the blitz thingy,
Not yet.
Wide 9, Omaha, 4 down around the league blitz.
That's up to
It's the
Kang.
NFL,
Yeah, I
it's
don't
the
know if
NFL version on Thursday.
We didn't do one for week 0 of college football.
I know. I'm just debating whether or not we should do an NFL one for this week. But, all right, you ready for another edition of Who's on Top?
Well, I am.
Okay. Here we go. This is straight data. Okay. Straight data. Looking for the top 10 most common high school football team nicknames.
So, like my team that I played for in high school were the Andover Barons.
Yes.
And our crosstown rival were the Losser Knights.
In Ann Arbor, there's the Pioneers, the River Rats, and the Eagles. But Scott, these are the top 10 most popular guesses only at 248-539-9797. Gator, I'm going to give you 2 guesses for the top 10. And whatever Gator gets, you can help him round out the top 10. Scott, what do you got?
I like animals. You said Eagles. I like Eagles. But I think the number one answer is going to be Bulldogs. Seems like everywhere you go, somebody's the Bulldogs. Even in college football, it's Bulldogs. So I'm going to go with Bulldogs.
Bulldogs is number 3 on the list.
And Eagles?
Eagles is number 1.
Look at that.
So you got number 1 and number 3. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 are still out there. What do you think are the most popular, most common high school football team nicknames in Michigan? 248-539-9797. Get your guesses in. We'll see if we can get the whole top 10, which we have never accomplished on this show once with a Who's on Top. But Gator got number 3, Bulldogs number 1, Eagles. I mentioned the new high school in Ann Arbor, the Skyline Eagles. They had to remove a whole bunch of native salamanders from the area.
Oh.
And I thought they were going to be the salamanders when they built the school. They had to displace them and put them somewhere they couldn't just plow over them.
Well, they have guys walk around with buckets and
Can
nets
collect all the
and get
salamanders. Maybe.
Did they know about what happened in your backyard
with the toads? Yeah, I didn't see the toads this summer. It was actually an easier mow. But anyway, what do you think it is? 248-539-9797. Let's go to Joe in Westland here on 97 The Ticket. Hi, Joe.
Hey, how are you guys?
We're good.
Good.
Chiefs, Gator. Do you think Chiefs made the top 10?
No.
Chiefs did not make the top 10. In fact, in this day and age, there's probably fewer Chiefs than there used to be. We go to Ryan in West Bloomfield. You're on 97 The Ticket. Hi, Ryan.
Good afternoon. The Falcons.
The Falcons, Gator. Do you think the Falcons made the top 10?
I do, and part of it is the logo is going to be easy. Everyone copies the Atlanta Falcons. The Groves Falcons. I think it's Groves and Birmingham is the Falcons.
Falcons check in at number 6, the most 6 common nickname of high school football teams in Michigan. 248-539-9797. John is in Roseville and is next here on 97 The Ticket. Hello, John.
Hey, guys. How about Wildcats?
Wildcats. Do you think Wildcats made it?
I think a Wildcat made it, but I don't think it's Wildcats.
Wildcats checks in at number 5.
Oh,
yeah. So well done.
I think we could have a lot of Wildcats in the top 10.
248-539-9797. Vince is next on 97 The Ticket. Hi, Vince.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
The Tigers.
Tigers, Gator. Do you think Tigers made the top 10?
Yes.
Checks in at number 9. Well done, Vince. 248-539-9797. We go to Kyle in Pontiac. You're on 97 The Ticket. Hello, Kyle.
Hey, Kyle.
Kyle?
Me?
Yeah,
yep.
You.
I said West Bloomfield, not Pontiac.
All right.
The Knights, my bad.
What do you got?
Knights.
Knights. Gator, do you think the Knights made the top 10?
I'm going to say no.
The Knights did not make the top 10. No, 248-539-9797.
Gator, did he say nice? I know you like to reply with nice sometimes.
This is true. This is true. I don't think proclamations are typical names for high school.
The Birmingham Nice.
The nice.
I like it.
Right?
Not bad. Kind of catchy. Kind of catchy.
Let's go to Rich in Hollier next. Hi, Rich.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Good. I got the Hornets.
Hornets. Do you think Hornets made the top 10?
Yes.
Hornets did not.
Oh.
These are the top 10 most common high school football team names in Michigan. We've got 1, 3, 5, 6, and 9. We got a chance at all 10.
No more buzz around the Hornets.
Let's go to Brandon and Shelby. Hi, Brandon.
What's up, guys?
Hey.
I got the Titans.
Titans. Do you think Titans made it?
No.
It did not. 248-539-9797. Rick on a cell. You're next. Hello, Rick.
I think we can get this, people.
Hey, guys, I'm going to go Warriors.
Warriors.
Yes.
Gator says
Come out to
yes.
play. Let's go.
Rick, Warriors is number 10. Number 10, Warriors made it. 248-539-9797. Curtis is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Curtis.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead, Curtis.
The Raiders.
The Raiders. Gator, do you think the Raiders made it?
I do not.
Raiders did not make it. 248-539-9797. All good guesses, but Larry is next. Hello, Larry.
Hey, buddy. Love the show. Mustangs is on the list.
Mustangs. You think Mustangs made the top 10?
Yes.
Mustangs did not make the top 10. 248-539-9797. Jeremiah is in Westland. Hello, Jeremiah.
Don't say bullfrogs.
I'm going to say Trojans.
Trojans. Gator, do you think Trojans made the list?
I don't think so.
Checks in at number 8.
Wow.
Well done, Jeremiah. Yeah.
And I went to Troy, New York, and that was my high school, Troy Trojans.
Yeah.
So we've got
Protection.
Number 2. Protection. Number 2, number 4, and number 7 are still out there. Most common high school
2, 4, and 7.
Yep.
We only have 3 to go.
Yep.
Let's go.
We can get this.
Come on, people.
Brian and Flint, you're next. Hi, Brian.
Hi. Bobcats.
Bobcats. Do you think Bobcats made it?
I don't. Wildcats didn't make it, so I don't think Wildcats did make it, right?
Yes,
and I said there's going to be a lot of cats, but I don't think Bobcats made it.
Bobcats did not make it. No. Close. 248-539-9797. Matt is next. Hi, Matt.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
What's up?
We're talking Cougars.
Cougars. Do you think the Cougars made it?
Yes.
Matt, Cougars is number 7.
There you go, Matty.
There it
So
is.
close.
Slanging it. 2 more.
So close.
Nice
Yes.
job. Kenny also had Cougars.
We go to Dave in Port Huron. You're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Dave.
Like Cougars.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up?
Hey, so shout out to Hazel Park and the Vikings.
The Vikings. Do you think the Vikings made it?
I don't.
It's number 4.
No kidding.
Yes, it's number 4. We are down to 1.
It's my own personal bias against the Hazel Park Vikings, I guess.
What's that?
Well, we should have won that game, and the referee screwed us because my buddy Tag made the interception. He said it wasn't an interception. It was. We would have sealed the deal with that. Instead, 2 plays later, they scored and won the game.
And how many wins did you guys have in high school?
Chris is next up on a cell phone. Chris, welcome to 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Chris.
Hello. I think Panthers.
Panthers. Do you think Panthers made it?
I like Panthers. I like Panthers. Did we do it?
We've done it!
Woo! Yes!
We've done it! Way to go, Chris!
Never happened. This has never happened.
First
Unbelievable.
time in show history.
18 years.
Yeah.
And we've been doing this bit for probably 16 years.
Yeah. And we've
Let's
never
go.
had a completed top 10. Chris, you got the ball over the goal line.
Wow.
Well done.
Thank you.
That is it. Yeah, there you go.
Woo!
Let's go.
There
go,
we go,
Chris.
Chris. You're the hero. Although everybody's a hero. But thank you.
Chris got the final one.
Let's run it down. The top 10 most common high school nicknames in Michigan. At number 10, Rick got Warriors. 18 high schools have Warriors as their nickname. At number 9, Vince got Tigers, also 18 schools. At number 8, Trojans with 19 schools. I guess some of these are tied. Jeremiah got that. Tied at 6 and 7, Falcons and Cougars, both with 20 schools. Ryan and Matt got those. Wildcats came in at number 5. John and Roseville got that. Dave got Vikings at 4 with 23 schools with the nickname. Bulldogs is number 3, 26 schools. That was you, Gator. Chris got Panthers, the number 2 high school nickname in the state of Michigan with 28. And Gator also got number 1, the Eagles, 48 schools. There it is. The people got the ball over the goal line. And nobody guessed Doughboys.
Not a single one.
Not a single person guessed the Persian Doughboys.
So, just to understand, there are 4 different felines made the list. The Cougars, Wildcats, Tigers, and Panthers.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
40% are cats.
I did find a list of the top 10 most unusual nicknames in Michigan, which we might have a little fun with. But congratulations.
That's fantastic. It's the first
Got
time
the
it's
job
ever
done.
happened.
First time it's ever happened.
We came close a few weeks ago.
Came really close. This isn't easy because when you're on hold, you're not hearing the other guesses that are coming in. Kenny's got to sift through so we don't get 45 people in a row saying Tigers, 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 Tigers. So it's a good job by all. Wow.
Guys, we have breaking news.
What's that?
Breaking NFL news.
Uh-oh.
Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift have announced their engagement on Instagram.
Have they?
Is it Instagram official?
Oh, yeah.
I hate
it does
this.
get more official than Instagram, dude.
I hate to even say this because it means that I paid a little bit of attention. I saw a story last week that said that she started some kind of countdown clock to a big announcement. I guess this is the big announcement. Well, we'll see if these kids can make it.
Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift engaged.
Do you guys still think this relationship's real? Like, what's going on? Like, they still,
I think it's real.
I'm starting to think it might be real.
All right, fine.
Starting to think he's going to retire after this year.
She wrote on her Instagram that your English teacher and your gym teacher are getting married.
Did she really?
Yes. And then with the dynamite emoji.
That's actually kind of funny.
Trying to think of my English teacher and gym teacher. Various.
That would be Mrs. Rebeck and Mr. Dick.
What?
That was his name. That was a gym teacher's name.
I was this close to taking a sip of my water before you said that. I'm so glad I did not. You'd be wearing it if that was the case.
This was Forsyth Junior High.
Our gym
teachers. Our gym teachers. Yeah, I guess it was 9th grade, so it was freshman year. But yeah, there was Jim Dick Dean, and Mr. Ball were the guys who
all right, you don't have to
football.
celebrate it, man. Come on.
Those were the guys that coach football.
Come on.
They are all awesome.
Come on.
True story. Well, that was a football staff. Mr. Ball was in home economics. No, he was shop, I think, but he also coached football with Coach Dick and Coach Dean. But all right, so there you go. Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift engaged.
Congratulations, kids.
Yep. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Hey, you heard us talk about the air quality control alert a couple weeks ago. If you've been concerned about the air you breathe, contact CGC Home Services. CGC offers Aeris Active Pure Technology, reducing 99% of airborne bacteria, viruses, and mold. Air or water concerns, contact CGC Home Service. They can definitely identify and prevent flooded basements and other water-related issues. Choose CGC Home Services and Connecticut for peace of mind. We did. You can too. Learn more at 855-339-4242. That's 855-339-4242. Okay, so an interesting way to put it, in breaking news out of the National Football League, Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift are engaged. Taylor Swift put on Instagram, your English teacher and your gym teacher are getting married, which is an interesting way to put it, and a picture of him down on one knee in what looks like some elaborate garden. Apparently this is the moment that he proposed to Taylor Swift.
So this picture is quite elaborate, right? With the gardens around, all the fresh flowers, and they're in vases in some areas as well. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful scene.
It's quite a set.
The second you walk there, if you're Taylor Swift, you know what's happening, right?
Did she know she was?
I'm saying you can't walk into a guy can't hold hands with a girl and walk into a situation like this and not pop the question.
You think it's a giveaway?
Yeah. Nothing wrong with it. I mean, it's a beautiful setting. These are great pictures to have for the rest of your life. But I'm just saying it's so perfect that it couldn't be anything but a proposal.
Probably. Yeah, it's probably pretty obvious. I mean, when you're sunset on a beach and you've been dating for a long time and he's dressed nicely and he walks you out onto the beach and your friend's there and they got they can't, there's got to be total
Sometimes it's
tip-off.
completely obvious and it's fine.
Yep.
I mean, maybe she called the shots in this one. I don't know. Who knows? Although he's the one on the knee.
I don't know. Now, if she's happily married, does that take away all her content for her songs?
It changes the content.
Right? I mean, it's no angry breakup songs, right?
No more angst. Just happy times.
Mm-hmm.
Unless she's going to make a song about, Travis having to retire from the NFL, and that's a breakup of some kind, right?
I mean, it could be. But, here we go.
Well,
I guess it's real. I guess it's not just a publicity stunt.
One more step closer to world domination.
They're taking this fake relationship very far. Very far. We'll see. We'll see if they walk down the aisle.
I'm pretty sure they're not going to get married in the next few months.
Maybe sometime in February. Early February.
Oh, you're saying he'll be free? Is that
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you think this is real? Not the relationship, Gator. I'm talking about the photo thing here, because you're talking about you walk into a place like this with your girl.
It's just too perfect.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Was this a photo shoot already set up?
Well, obviously the picture is taken from somebody who's far away. So, but that's nothing new. I mean, people hire photographers to, hey, I'm going to propose to my girlfriend tonight, and
they have their friends do it.
or whatever the case is. But I mean, this setting is so perfect.
I think people are pretty skeptical about the veracity of this relationship, and like you said,
Are they still really?
You think they still are?
I'm asking.
I don't think. No. I wouldn't imagine they are now. It's all publicity stunt, and then she kept going to games.
She can still do publicity stunts and go through with it. I mean, everything she's done has been a publicity stunt. However, it doesn't discount the fact that she loves her man Travis.
Well, neither one of them have allergies. There's a lot of flowers.
There's a ton of flowers. This is you will see it. In fact, we should just retweet.
Oh, it's everywhere.
Yeah.
Don't worry, it's already on your algorithm, people. You have no choice.
It's been retweeted. It was originally, I guess, it's an Adam Schefter tweet that we have retweeted, so you can see.
Dude, the NFL tweeted about it, man.
Everybody's tweeting about this.
I retweeted. I actually retweeted a guy named Kendall Rogers, who is the co-owner of Division I Baseball that we follow on Twitter. He covers Division I Baseball, and he had retweeted a Schefter tweet, and I accidentally retweeted his tweet instead of Adam Schefter, and he said, second biggest Cincinnati Bearcat news of the day behind Jordan Bischel's contract extension. Jordan Bischel's the baseball coach who came from Central Michigan and went to Cincinnati. And, of course, Travis Kelce played at the University of Cincinnati. Names all over their football facility there. I discovered this summer when I was touring the campus. But, yeah, so there you go. These kids are engaged, Kelce and Swift.
Who knew?
Well, here's the next question. Now that they're engaged, does that mean the camera's going to be more on her at games or less on her at games?
It's a good question. Will she be at games? She may not be at as many games. I mean, maybe she will. Maybe she will. I don't know. Wow. Well, I mean, all types of storylines out of this.
Yeah. Is the courtship, is the honeymoon over and she'll stop going to games? Which I'm sure many of you are saying, I don't want to hear anything more about her. You know?
Yeah. Oh, I know. I was just trying to check my Instagram and see if it came up on my algorithm, and it has not.
In what sense? Like,
there's a lot of suggested for you and pictures and stuff like that to come up when I start to scroll through my feed, and it does not come up, fortunately. But I actually kind of want to see how many people have reposted this or liked it or whatever.
Dude, it's got to have millions. I'm not sure that there could be a tweet or a post on Instagram that would get to 1 million likes quicker than that one. Seriously. That might be the quickest Instagram post to 1 million ever.
Yeah, it's got 2.7 million likes already.
When did it get posted? How long ago it got posted?
24 minutes ago.
There you go. 248-539-9797. Isaac in Royal Oak, you're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Isaac.
Hey, guys, we're missing the angle here. How does this news affect us here in Detroit? You thought it was insufferable last year. It's going to be Taylor Swift in the NFL. She's performing at halftime. The Chiefs are winning the AFC. They'll get married at the halftime show. Travis Kelce's the MVP. It'll absolutely be a movie. They'll play themselves. Puke. It's going to be horrible. I actually just put money on the Chiefs to win. I bet you the odds move. It's going to be terrible.
Hey, I mean, if you're going for the massive conspiracy theory, this is it.
Oh, yeah.
You're right. This is it. The Chiefs are destined to win the Super Bowl.
She's the halftime performance. Get actually married at the end of halftime. He scores the winning touchdown. Ugh.
This script, nobody's going to believe this year's script. They've gone too far.
You did not retweet this, did you?
I retweeted the Jordan Bishop one, yeah. Why? We can undo it.
I mean, literally everyone has retweeted this. Everybody. And now we're lumped into that. Gross.
Well, I can undo it if you want. I don't really care what we're lumped into. Since when do we have any pretense and care what people think?
We're just adding to people's feeds of this never going away story.
I'm going to retweet it again.
Oh.
From somebody else. Keep retweeting it. It's big news, man. Big news. Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift. Script is in. Bet the Chiefs to win the Super Bowl.
You know, Isaac's right. Like, as far as we're just going to get more coverage now because it kind of like, all right, they're dating. That was done with, right? We did a bunch of that every week. Always pan the camera to her, all that stuff. But now there's another step. There's another level. And every commentator is going to mention it during a broadcast. You know, Red Zone, Scott Hansen's going to mention it during Chiefs games or whatever.
What's going to happen? And they're going to be like, wait. In the next couple of years, she'll be up in the suite sitting there next to Brittany Mahomes, and they're going to be like, is she drinking? I think she's drinking water.
Oh, right. Yeah.
That'll be the next one. Is she drinking water? I think she's drinking
She's
water.
not drinking alcohol. Do you think she's pregnant? Ed Werder had a great tweet out there.
Let's retweet it.
I'm not going to retweet it. But it says, I didn't realize they were dating.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. The Ticket. So, if you haven't heard, Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift have been dating. And apparently they're going to take it to the next level. They are getting engaged. And it has absolutely annihilated everybody's timeline. Etta Gravitas on YouTube says, do you announce when Lions players get engaged? Get married? Who gives an F? Actually, we did when Jared Goff got engaged to Christian Harper.
Kristen, yeah.
Sports Illustrated swimsuit model. Yes, we did announce.
Yeah, and we announced when Kristen Harper gave birth to their child.
Yep.
Yes.
You don't have to. I'm telling you, you have to care. I'm just saying, yes, we did. We did do that. Let's see here. Is she going to change her name?
Taylor Kelce?
Is she going to be Taylor Swift Kelce?
I don't know. This is a part where I really don't care.
Come on, Gator. We need your insight on this, man.
Yeah. Or will he become Travis Swift?
2 T Swifts?
Listen, he's marrying into a couple $1 billion industry right there. Whatever she wants.
Yeah. Yep. So there you go. The Detroit Tigers schedule for next year has apparently been released. Tigers will open on the road in San Diego.
Oh.
Yep. They will open in late March 26th, 27th, 28th in San Diego. Then they'll have a day off. Then they go to Arizona for 3. And they will come home for interleague play. The home opener is Friday against the St. Louis Cardinals, Friday, April 3rd. So start planning now, people. 3 straight interleague series to open the season. I guess it's not that big a deal anymore. Then they're off to Minnesota. So their first 3, 6, 9, 13 games, 10 will be on the road.
Yep. I always interested with the schedule to start the season because every year Major League Baseball does something that just bothers me and riles me up, and that is they'll schedule warm city teams against warm city teams to start the season.
Yep.
Obviously, the Tigers go into San Diego. That's the way you should do it. But they have like Arizona and Houston or something like that, and the Dodgers are taking on I forget what the other team is, but there's like all these West Coast teams or warm city teams are taking each other on to start the season. Like, don't do that. Spread it out a little bit.
Well, yeah.
Send teams that are like from New York or the Midwest. Send them out west or to domes or whatever the case is, and down south, and
take advantage of the climate that you have, the games that'll be in good climate, and play open the season there.
And the season ends in September, like September 27th, which I think is interesting because adding more teams to the playoff mix, they want to try to end the season a little sooner.
I mean, this is just a little subtlety, but I'm going to say it kind of sucks. The Tigers end their season with interleague play. They play 3 games against Washington and 3 games against Pittsburgh. Now, we hope by September of 2026, the Tigers' lead is so big that these last 2 series don't matter. Like, we hope it's going to be the case this year, but it's not exactly backloading your schedule with interesting games in the division.
Nope. And with all the talk of, down the road at some point, probably sooner than later, of reimagining the divisions in baseball, when you add a couple of teams, expansion teams, how that's going to look, who knows. But, I don't even look at interleague play anymore because everybody plays by the same rules. It's like we don't call it interleague play when the NFC takes on an AFC team.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
It's just week 12.
Mm-hmm. What else of note? So people what teams they like seeing? They like seeing the Red Sox and the Yankees. April, May, it'll be when do the Yankees don't come to town till June. They play a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday series against the Yankees, June 22nd through the 24th.
Tigers are at Boston in April for Patriots Day. So when they run the Boston Marathon, the Tigers.
Is that the 11 a.m. start?
I believe so.
Interesting. What else do we got here? Does Boston not come to Detroit? Am I looking at this right?
Oh, they have to come to Detroit.
Oh, they do. My apologies. Beginning of May, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Boston's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Got Boston in town. How about Cleveland? People like those series. Cleveland will be 4 games set in the middle of May, 18th, 19th, 20th, 21st. And again, a 3-game set in August, 11th, 12th, and 13th of August. It's a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So there you go. Tiger schedule's out. What else are we missing? Anything else people are interested in? Interleague series. Miami comes to town. Philadelphia comes to town. Pittsburgh, there's our natural rival, Pittsburgh. Washington comes to town. So those are your interleague series. But 6 on the road, interleague play. San Diego and Arizona open up, and St. Louis for the home opener. Got this season to finish, but a lot to look forward to, right?
Yeah. They're at Wrigley in July 20th, 21st, and 22nd. People care about that.
Mm-hmm.
4th of July is a Saturday. They're in Texas.
Okay. You know what? I mean, the one thing that Detroit fans do, we really do represent well on the road. So that'll be a holiday weekend. I bet Tiger fans will travel to that. I bet they'll show up in Texas. Another new stadium to check out.
Sure,
get to that one.
Beginning of July in Texas.
Well,
Sounds
it's
great.
indoors. It's indoors.
That's
I mean,
true. I do.
But make sure you want to get down and see that stadium in Texas before they build another one.
This is interesting. A hiccup on that schedule, at least the way it shows up that I'm looking at it.
Okay.
So July 2nd starts the series against Texas.
Mm-hmm.
July 3rd, off. July 4th, Texas. July 5th, Texas. July 6th, off. They have a day off between games in the same series.
They have a Friday off?
That's what it looks
in the
like
middle
here.
of the season? That is odd. I don't know that I've ever seen that.
I don't think I've ever seen that either. I mean, beginning of the year, yeah, you see that all the time.
You get
but
Mondays off. You sometimes get Mondays off and Thursdays off.
maybe a Wednesday.
But you almost never get a Friday off.
I don't think I mean, aside from the first week of the season, I don't know if I've ever seen this or like an opening day situation. July 3rd is a day off, apparently.
All right. Well, there you go. We should retweet this as well, as we've been retweeting all the big news about Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce.
What?
Those kids are engaged.
What?
Yep. Now we've retweeted the Tiger schedule, which was put out by Evan Petzold, so you can see it and start planning for next year. Start times are not included. It's just the game time, or the games and the dates. 248-539-9797. We are 2 hours and 20 minutes away from the final roster cut announcements in the National Football League. There's been a few more today. Deron Gilbert got waived. I did see this. I wasn't aware of this, but Dave Burkett just put out running back Sione Vake could miss the Lions season opener against Green Bay. Hamstring he's battled all preseason is not expected to impact his place on the 53-man roster. The Lions have indicated to Vake that they do not plan to place him on the injured reserve with a designation to return when they set their initial roster today at 4. So there is that. 248-539-9797. Hey, it's Doug Karsh for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights, and they're coming in hot with summer send-off savings. Right now, lease the new 2026 model year Equinox LT for just $359 per month for 36 months with zero money down. $359. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights, 87-SAY-SARAH or SaySarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM Employee Discount financed through Ally Financial, 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends September 2nd. All right, I'm going to make one last Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce prediction.
Okay. Can't wait.
They will make their first public appearance as an engaged couple this Thursday night when Travis Kelce's Cincinnati Bearcats take on the Nebraska Cornhuskers at Arrowhead Stadium. That's my prediction. Kelce and Swift will make their first appearance. Do you hear that, Dad? You're going to want to watch Nebraska-Cincinnati now? The dad from our promotions department, big Swifty. Nebraska-Cincinnati, Thursday night, being played at Arrowhead. First public appearance. He played there. His name's all over their football building. So there you go.
Not Nick Lachey?
Not Nick Lachey's name, no. Also a Cincinnati Bearcat guy. Huh. Now odds are out for the Super Bowl halftime performer. This has been updated. Taylor Swift is 1-1 to be the Super Bowl halftime performer. Dua Lipa is 7-1.
Who else? Anybody else? What's door number 3?
Sabrina Carpenter is 8-1.
Next.
Mariah Carey, Miley Cyrus, and Oasis are 10-1.
Oasis would be interesting.
All right, here you go. Metallica is 12-1. Ed Sheeran is 14-1.
Ed Sheeran. Mm-hmm. In a world dominated by Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift, Ed Sheeran saves the day.
I thought it was time to come out of hiding.
Thank you, Ed Sheeran.
Let's see. Anybody else here? I don't know if there's anybody particularly significant on the. I mean, there's familiar names. Morgan Wallen, which Gator put on his show sheet the other day. Is there anybody out there that isn't sure if Morgan Wallen is a man or a woman?
Based on the name. Like if you're not a country, is that a country music star? Yes. If you're not a country music fan, like I'm not, and you just hear the name Morgan Wallen, I don't know.
Well, what about Riley Green? Country music star?
Right. I mean, my thought immediately would go to male because of Riley Green with the Tigers, but I hear you, Riley, it's a...
Well, there is a Riley Green country music
star. Yes, I do know that.
Just making sure you do that.
But I don't know if it's man
She's
or woman.
very good.
There's also Morgan Wallen also plays for the Mariners. I'm kidding. He's not friends with Doug's nephew.
And Riley Green for the country music I know is a male. I'm also just kidding.
But I mean, can you see what I'm saying? Like if you're not a fan of country music and you hear the name Morgan Wallen, I don't know.
Good God. You said something during the commercial break. This is the most viral story ever. Now my first 3 emails are about Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. If you go on social media, good luck sifting through all of these.
Your first 3 emails are about this?
My first 3 emails. New York Times. Well, there were the odds from Bet Online, The Athletic. So...
Anyway, well, how about this? We got some Lions news.
Yes, we do.
According to Aaron Wilson, who covers the NFL, over 100,000 followers on Twitter.
Male or female?
Gonna guess male?
Is a Lion engaged?
The Lions have waived defensive back Morris Norris.
Okay, so this is the guy who got hurt in the Atlanta game for people who missed it. Pretty severe concussion, and he's been back out on the practice field, but this is destined to be a practice squatter, right?
I think so.
Nobody's likely to pick him up.
I can't imagine that that's the case. So, but it's just another waiver wire to mention for the Detroit Lions.
Yep.
Justin Rogers tweets about it. He says, it's not that surprising. The optics might not be great on a national level, maybe even a local one because of the injury. Still, he was repping towards the back of the depth chart, and Campbell talked about the need to stop letting his aggression take him out of plays even before the injury.
Okay, well, look, they're trickling out. It goes final today at 4, and then tomorrow at noon is when teams can start to put together their practice squad. I fully suspect that they'll grab a player from another team based upon the way they were talking the other day. And by they, I mean Dan Campbell was talking about who eating bread, and they fall in love with guys out of college, And he kind of hinted he's not going to tell the last guys on the roster they've made it necessarily because he just doesn't want to pull the rug out from under him. But
got a couple hours.
Yeah. Do they need to decide on Zadarius Smith? Like, is today the day?
I said to be a Lion tonight.
Yeah, you did.
I mean, if it's Zadarius Smith, you're probably sitting back and talking to your agent and having your agent sit back and say at some point you need to say best and final offer because you got to get ready for the season.
Is it possible that it's all agent marketing and maybe the teams just don't want him anymore?
I don't think that's the case.
I don't think so either.
I think teams would love to have him. I just don't know if teams agree on the same price that his camp does.
It just seems so weird that the story is dragged out this far. I mean, kind of the same thing happened at the end of Ndamukong Suh's career. People are, where's Suh going to sign? He's just sitting out training camp, and then nobody signed him, and that was it. But, hey, I'd be in favor of it. It would seem like a low-risk, low-cost kind of thing. You brought up a great point, though, earlier in the show about Trey Hendrickson. Because that's a one-year deal, he cut with Cincinnati, if they get off to a slow start, he could be traded.
Yeah, and if you're Cincinnati, you should.
Mm-hmm.
Got to get something before he leaves for nothing.
It's a slow start.
Because he's a free agent at the end of the year. What this does is effectively it gives him, they gave him a raise, so he's getting paid $30 million for this upcoming season, which still seems like he lost money on this deal because there were reports that he was offered a decent amount of money on a longer-term contract that the guarantee would be up around here, but that there was like no guarantee past that first year. Whatever. Hey, Cincinnati, you keep doing you. They should be good enough to still be in the playoff hunt, I would imagine, even by the trade deadline, because their offense is one of the best offenses in all football.
It's really good.
But like any other team, injuries can set you back. And Joe Burrow has not been immune to injuries.
No.
And neither is of other players in the league. So who knows what happens where they're going to be at. My gut would tell me that they're still in the playoff hunt by that point in time, but there's no guarantee that's the case.
Their season was eerily reminiscent to that Lions season that they had a few years ago where they roared back and missed the playoffs in spite of finishing 9-8, strong finish. They got off to a 1-4 start, chipped away a little bit. At one point, they were 4-8, and then they won their last 5 games last year to finish 9-8, and they went into the last weekend of the season with a chance to make the postseason. So whether or not the momentum carries over, I know that's probably what I'd be selling, and I'd be excited about if I were in Cincinnati is, hey, finish the season strong, Hendrickson things behind him, another off season, adding to the defense and the players that they, brought in. Took a minute for them to figure out the Shamar Stewart deal, but anyway, I would be moderately optimistic if I was in Cincinnati. So, that's a team that has a chance to make some noise in the AFC. But if they are a disappointment again, I think you're right. I think this contract allows for them to trade him, and then maybe Detroit, all that accrued cap space that they've war chested could make sense because it would just be for the rest of this year.
Doug Farrar tweeted something out that I think is quite brilliant. It was a meme, a picture. It was like a quick video of Jerry Jones looking a little disheveled. But it asks a serious question about this. How long before Jerry Jones signs Micah Parsons because the Cowboys have been booted from the newsreel with the Travis Kelce engagement news? How long before he can't stand it anymore and says, all right, fine, I'll give you the money. Take the money.
He might. That whole thing's been a mess. I mean, that whole thing has been an absolute freaking mess.
Yeah.
And I'm so glad I am not a Cowboy fan. Even though they've been there, they've done that, but that the craziness that we have seen go on for years, there is, relatively speaking, relative to previous incarnations of the Lions, and relative to what's going on around the rest of the league. How about the fact that we don't have crazy, off-the-field, ridiculous distraction culture stories here? Pretty good.
It is good.
Yep.
We appreciate not having that.
Yes. And that stuff can get in the way. And right now, the contract stuff's gotten sorted out. Players are all about business. The tone has been set, and they seem to be locked in and focused on winning games this season. And all starts a week from Sunday. Can't wait, my friend. Can't wait.
Football.
I know.
Football. And real college football this weekend.
Yeah, so tomorrow's the last day before the big slate on Thursday. Spartans play on Friday. We had a preview of that a little bit earlier in the show. And everybody gets excited about the new season. Then, of course, Michigan and New Mexico, 7:30 start. We're on a tailgate show at 3:30. I usually try and get there before the tailgate show starts. I think I might have to take in all of Ohio State, Texas before that. That is one hell of an opening game.
So is the only game Thursday night Boise State and South Florida?
No, there's like 20.
But is that the only one that involves a top 25 team?
Oh, it might be. Yeah. But there's a couple Big Ten games. But, yeah, that might be the only ranked team is Boise. Neither Nebraska or Cincinnati are ranked. I guess not.
No.
Here's Rico Beard. He's made his way in studio. What's up, man?
Gentlemen.
How are you?
Good, man. How you guys doing?
We're doing great.
Yeah, I was playing along with the game that you guys were playing in the car, trying to guess the mascots or the nicknames. A lot more difficult than you could think. Like, because every name you're like, yeah, I can see that. No, not Gator. That's not it. Oh,
yeah. Well, that's a lot harder than people realize.
But I was in the car yelling, "Guess, Gator, take the Vikings, take the Vikings." So,
well, I was I had 3 that I picked, and Doug narrowed it down to 2, so I had to stop. I only was able to give the 2 on the air, but I did have 3 in the top 10.
Okay, that's all that matters.
On my own volition.
So what do you guys got planned coming up next?
We're going to lead off with the new guy like Portnoy at Fox and what's his name on ESPN? McAfee. Do those guys drive you to want to watch the pregame shows more, or does it turn you off? Like, is this really needed? Is this where the pregame show is going? We got that. Plus, more pressure this season between Sharon, Jonathan Smith, and the 2 coordinators for the Lions, offense and defensive coordinators. Who has more pressure on them this year?
You guys have fun with it. Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
It's a 2 o'clock tradition brought to you by Builders First Source. Major League Baseball has released their schedule for the 2026 season. The Tigers will start on the road against the Padres on March 26th and then travel to Arizona for a 3-game series. Opening day 26 will be against the Cardinals on Friday, April 3rd. Manager A.J. Hinch told MLB Network Radio that pitcher Alex Cobb has been shut down for a week on his rehab. It gives him and the team 30 more days to rehab if they want. Here as the team battles the A's in Game 2 of the series tonight, right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The NFL cut deadline is 4 p.m. today. According to Dave Burkett of the Free Press, special teamer and running back Sione Vaki is not likely to start the season on injured reserve, although he could miss next week's opener as well. Linebacker Deron Gilbert has been waived, along with defensive back Maurice Norris. ESPN NFL insider Jeremy Fowler posted the following on X earlier, quote, with free agency picking up a bit this week, one name to watch is Zadarius Smith, who finishes with 9 sacks last year. Multiple contending teams have checked in on Smith, who's training and waiting on the right situation, end quote. Detroit's at the Cornwall Health Sports Desk. I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97ontheticket or Odyssey.com.
That was pretty much my reaction when I heard about Alex Cobb, but we'll get to that later. Hi.
Hey, what's
that's Jeremy just reacted. Okay. The genesis of where is this now? Hold on, brother. Everything's out of whack now. Where the hell is your little deal? Here. That wasn't sensual in any manner. You were laughing about something, but for whatever reason, it came out like that.
Right.
Well, we were breaking Jeremy's balls Friday, and then he came out with this gem.
He sounds so disgusted.
So naturally, that has been on the board. People are very excited about it. Okay. And it's going to be a submission for the drop tourney probably. So, yeah. But we'll get to the Alex Cobb thing in a little bit. Let's... If we spent way too much time talking about this off air in how to do this topic, I felt guilty. Because at one point I turned to you guys. I go, guys, I'm 44. I don't do media drama. Like, I don't care. So I want to ask this question. And no, I don't know who banned who first. Did Fox say Dave Portnoy's not going to be in Ohio Stadium? Did Ohio State do it? Did the Big Ten do it? I don't care. I want to ask a different question, and the question is the following. As we all hurtle towards college football, it did start last weekend, but in earnest this weekend, you have these two personalities that each network has added, and it's in an effort to get you to watch. Clearly, you don't hire people for you not to watch, I don't think, but whether it's Pat McAfee and Dave Portnoy. Now, they're two very different people with very different views on how to do things, but they're both entertainers. The question we landed on was the following. When ESPN brought on McAfee, and now that Fox is bringing on Dave Portnoy, does it move you closer to watching or just simply push you further away from watching? Now, I think you and I are the same in this. You said what? It's been a while since you've watched pregame shows.
Man, it's been a long time. After Pollock left, I said that was a good time for me to go as well because I don't really care. Then it became background noise. Okay, I'll watch for the whole, the pick segment, and then that became so hokey. Like, what are we doing here? I got better things to do with my life.
Well, it's also, I'll tell you this, and it's a separate topic, but no, I'm not watching Saturday with Lee Corso. I don't care. Nothing has ever been more overblown than a guy putting on a mascot head. Lee Corso should have been off TV at least 5 years ago. So, thank God it's done because I feel for Lee Corso, and I shame on his family for allowing it. It's ridiculous.
It got awkward the final couple of years.
Yeah, so my point is, look, from a ESPN perspective, I think the show is terrible. It's not a McAfee thing. I get why they have McAfee there. He's a positive guy, but he's also like kind of a party guy. And yes, he played the game, so there is a qualifier there. Yes, he was a punter, but he played the game. Now, the other side of it is, look, Portnoy's going to do what he does, which is inflame and be acerbic. And, look, that's his game, and he's good at it. But here's my problem.
neither of these shows has anything to do with me. I mean, the Fox show, forget it. It was already hard enough to watch. Unless you're a Michigan fan, I don't know why you'd watch. I don't. The McAfee thing, if you want to say SEC fan, that's different. That still encompasses 16 teams. The Fox thing, if you're a fan of a team not named U of M, I don't know how you watch. So I'm asking you guys. We're probably just too close to it because we do this for a living.
Correct.
I don't want any part of it. But I'm asking the fans as a part of our college football kickoff. By the way, congratulations. I know you're excited about Friday. Just because Nona's not excited doesn't mean we're not celebrating Christmas this year.
Okay.
248-539-9797.
Nona will get you excited.
So, listen. Does it bring you closer or push you away? And the news today about Portnoy not being in the stadium and who banned who, and you can leave me out of it. I don't know what the real story is, and frankly, I'm not interested. I mean, if you're Fox, you know who you hired, I would expect you to back your employee. Otherwise, why'd you hire him? You knew what you were getting.
Yeah.
And Dave is unapologetic, and he's going to be who he is. And on that level, I respect it. I don't have to agree with everything he does. The point is, Fox, you know who you got in bed with. So stick up for your person. Now, if Ohio State banned him, that's soft. That's ridiculous. I know you disagree.
No, because I don't think we'll ever find out the actual truth. I think now Fox just kind of tried to get ahead of everything and said, well, we're just going to keep him away. And it's like, well, why did you hire him if you don't want him inside the other Big Ten stadiums? That makes no sense, because then he becomes a look at me, I'm not allowed in the stadium. So is that going to be a segment where what's Dave doing while we're here at the desk?
I don't know. I don't know, and I'm with you. I don't think we'll ever get to the bottom of it, and I'm not going to waste energy doing it. I'm more interested in the state of pregame shows in 2025. Whether it's the NFL or college, do you watch these things? And hiring a McAfee or hiring a Portnoy, does it make you want to watch more or less? I'm asking. It's not my purview. I don't do pregame shows.
No, Mike, to me, it makes me want to watch it even less because I get nothing from this. I mean, like I said, it used to be background noise, but now it's like, well, with nothing. And that's why I said, when David Pollack was there, at least I would gain some knowledge. I felt like I got something. Like, okay, whether it was helping you make a bet or you learn something about a team or a coach or him telling you about when he played. But now it's just a bunch of guys up there just laughing and yucking it up. And, hey, here we are. And here's the food. And they're serving us this. And it's like, okay, but in the end, it's 4 hours of what? Nothing. Or 3 hours of what? Nothing.
I mean, Kenny, you're an SEC guy. ESPN, Game Day, McAfee, is that, you're more the demographic, younger guy. Does it bring you closer or push you further away?
See, when it comes to like McAfee or when it comes to Dave Portnoy, either one, I mean, they're definitely their own brand of something. Dave Portnoy likes to rile people up. McAfee likes to hype the crowd up. Those are the brands, right?
Does either bring you closer?
So what both of those have essentially done is accomplished the exact same thing. Those shows that you're describing, those have always been background noise to me. Now they've cemented themselves as background noise to me. I'm not dialed in. I'll throw them on because I want something football related in the background while I, do my morning routine or whatever on a Saturday. But outside of that, I mean, they provide me nothing. They add nothing to my experience, and they also don't really take much away because those are people I don't care about. I don't care about Pat McAfee. I certainly don't care about Dave Portnoy.
But again, as a Georgia fan, at least the ESPN show is catered to you.
Yes, it is to a degree, and I will, I guess, watch when it's Georgia related, when it's my team, when it's localized for me.
But like if you're an Oregon fan, if you're a State fan, if you're a Penn State fan, if you're anyone but Michigan, I don't know what the draw is to watch Big Noon.
There isn't one. That's
my puzzle is like, Kenny, your job is not to cater to Michigan and Michigan State. Your job is to cater to America first, the Big Ten second. You're catering to one school. There's a 0% shot you're getting me. Like, why am I going to watch? I already know my team's bad. Like what? I'm going to turn it on and they're going to like hit Sparty with a cake in the face? Like what am I supposed to do?
I think
There's
each
no
one of
point.
these shows has, each year, as the years go by, has pushed me away a little bit more, has made me care less and less and less. And this is just another step in that process.
All right, David, you're a Michigan guy. Does Portnoy bring you closer to Fox, or does McAfee bring you closer to ESPN? Like, do you watch these? Because Saturday is supposed to be this big thing of, Lee Corso send-off and then Portnoy's debut, and you're like, look, it is OSU Texas, but I'll watch the game, duh, but I have no reason to turn that on pregame because what are you bringing to me? I'm not interested in a Wolverine perspective on OSU Texas. I just want to watch the game. I want to hear about the game.
I'm with you. I mean, it to me, David, real quick, it feels like it's almost a gimmick. Like, I don't know if Fox just felt the need. We got to make sure people watch. So let's ban Portnoy, and so you won't watch Lee Corso. But Lee Corso should have been gone years ago. It was painful to watch. It truly was. It was like, Herb Street had to literally prop him up and almost treat him like a puppet and say, okay, Lee, do this. Say, no, Lee, camera's over here. Say that. No, Lee, don't say this. It's like, or we can just stop it at COVID when you had to do it from his house. Let the man go out with some respect and dignity instead of how you did it the last couple of years.
248-539-9797. Dave, what are your early returns on Ticket Text?
ESPN Game Day is what I love to watch. I'm 27. It's not as much Pat, but he is very good and then gets everybody excited for the game. I love that part of what he brings. Fox is truly a propaganda show. I will no longer watch, not even give it a try. Definitely watching, someone says. I watched the Barstool pregame last couple years, so now it's even better seeing Dave on the main stage. McAfee gets me closer to watching Game Day because he's fun and makes it entertaining. I can't stand Portnoy, and I'm a Michigan fan. Never watch Big Noon Kickoff anyway. That is Kevin in Wixom.
I'll just never forgive Fox for taking games like Texas and Ohio State and putting them at noon. I just wanted to say that. Like, stop trying to make Big Noon a thing, please.
I voted against it in the meeting. I said, guys,
thank you.
We were doing this wrong.
I appreciate that.
Maybe the worst decision ever.
Possibly the worst. 248-539. When they said they were moving games to noon, here was Rico. All right, 97.1.
All right, yeah. All right, sports fans, listen up. Is your internet performance on a losing streak? Drop connections, lagging streams, missing those game-winning plays? Not with Xfinity Internet. We're talking the champion of Wi-Fi with the best in-class equipment, whether you're live streaming the game, video chatting with your fantasy league, or just downloading the latest highlights. Xfinity Internet means, guess what? No more timeouts. Do more of what you love faster than a touchdown dash. And if you're an Xfinity mobile MVP, even better. Xfinity brings the power of internet and mobile together, so you got victory level speeds at home and on the go. Combine Xfinity internet and mobile and supercharge your phone with Wi-Fi Power Boost for that winning edge. That's gold medal speeds with reliable home internet and a secure game-ready network on the go. Ready to score big? Call 1-800-XFINITY. Visit Xfinity.com or just drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Xfinity, the Wi-Fi, it's booming.
All right, we're going to get to a pressure index at 3 o'clock. Have some fun. 4 coaches. 2 of them are head coaches. 2 of them are coordinators, all local. And I need to know who's under the most pressure. I don't want to say pressure or not or hottest seat. We're not doing that, but the most pressure to perform. We opened with a conversation about college football pregame. Big noon versus game day. Obviously, McAfee hired a couple of years ago. Portnoy hired this year. Is it bringing you more in the mix, or are you just out? And look, hey, man, the meetings that take place and how you're going to be able to gather an audience, you got to do something because the pregame show is kind of a bygone thing. So I totally understand the why. Whether it's going to work or not, I have no idea. I know it's not for me. I do not watch. First of all, there's no reason to watch for me. But second of all, like if you're not a fan of U of M, you're not watching Big Noon. There's no point. And if you're not an SEC fan, there's probably not a point to watch ESPN. So you end up in a very weird space. Mm-hmm. So I needed to hear from those who do, but maybe nobody does. What's your favorite moment of the Alex Cobb era?
Well, I will say this. Probably maybe the best thing that ESPN did to try to improve their show was bringing Nick Saban on. Other than that, because at least he talks football. At least he's respected. At least, when he says something, I care. Other than that, I really don't care about what anybody else says.
David, go ahead, buddy.
I love the ritual of college game day. Sounds, the crowd, hearing Reese. McAfee is just a mascot. I'd give anything to have Boring Pollock back. That is from James.
Okay.
Greg from Cincy says, definitely prefer game day, but both programs are background noise to me now. Unless game day is at a cool campus like Cal, I won't really pay attention.
See, that used to be the thing for me, was when game day was on the road and they were somewhere new, it was interesting to watch it, see it, hear it, almost feel it. Mm-hmm. But the problem is, the show's been on now for over 25 years. They've been everywhere. They've done everything, seen everything. There's nothing new there anymore. Again, though, I'm 44. I mean, is Big Noon and hiring Dave Portnoy, yeah, you're going after 18 to 34-year-olds. It's a smart move in that regard. The problem is it's 18 to 34-year-olds who like U of M. If you don't like U of M, what is going to be presented there? Dave has already said what his game plan is, which I respect the hell out of the honesty. He's going to go on there, be a huge Michigan fan, and bomb everybody else. Okay. It's not illegal. This ain't North Korea, but it's just that's not for me. The game day thing, here's where I'll credit Dave. At least Dave's going to say things. Game day is pablum. I mean, it's Kirk Herbstreit. It looks like he's holding in a fart. Reese Davis is a traffic cop. Corso's a corpse. Yeah. Desmond can't form sentences. Desmond is atrocious. And what are you left with? Some country singer doing a bunch of picks. That shows. So at least Fox will win on that one. At least they hired a guy that's going to say something. I don't know.
No, you win. It'll tick you off other than a Michigan fan. But, yeah, you're right. That's one of the reasons why at least Saban will say something. But everybody at Herbstreit, I can't talk because I'm doing the game.
You could replace Desmond Howard with a soundboard. True or false?
Yeah.
It's not hard.
Virtual Desmond?
It would be 2 things, a cackle and him picking Michigan. There you go. And thanks for stopping by. David, go ahead.
I'm 32 and have been a Michigan fan. I've been a fan of McAfee, for about 6 years now. I've watched more pregame since he's been on the show. In the last 10 years combined, that is Anthony and Troy.
Okay. So McAfee brought him into it.
Yep. I am tuning in for Pat and Dave. It's a little edgier, a little more entertaining. I don't need a game preview. Dance for me. That is from Tom.
Okay.
He's honest.
And he's on point with what they are attempting to bring.
Aaron Livonia says, I've never watched Big Noon Kickoff because I've never found that to be worth anything.
No. Wow. What I hate is they don't start the game at noon.
That's the problem. See, because I don't
Drives me nuts.
I don't like watching the shows, and I turn on at noon to watch the game. And now I have a routine. Now I know not to turn at noon on Fox because they're done at 12-10
Yeah, but
or 12-15.
why don't you like it? It's all U of M people.
Yeah, I understand.
Don't you want to see Charles Woodson in his cravat?
No, I don't.
Waving a flag?
No, I don't. I want actual game coverage. Just give me the game. Now, I don't need all that extra fluff stuff. I don't need that.
My God, he sounds like Clint Eastwood in Gran Torino.
But
Get off my lawn.
Give me the game.
I do love how they've attracted people. No, we're gonna go at 12:05, 12:10.
It's something.
We're gonna string this out.
Let's go to Jason, 97.1. Jay, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me.
Yes.
I couldn't agree more with you about the state of the two shows. Fox is unwatchable. After Enrico, you're right. After Pollock left, I really could care less. But I couldn't disagree more. Lee Corso is an American legend, and I just can't wait to watch and then just let it wash over me.
So
The
you are
stories
going to
are
tune
amazing.
in. Okay. Hey, listen,
Army,
Jay.
Florida State, Indiana, those stories are amazing.
The problem is he hasn't told him in 10 years because he shouldn't be on TV because he's not well.
I agree, but I can't control that. Just like the end of Cabrera's, career, I can't control that. I'm just going to enjoy it.
Okay, and Jason, I'm not mad at you. I'm not. You're fine. I'm giving you my perspective on you. There was a time he brought a lot to the table, and he was fun.
100%.
But
100%. But this is
man,
just going to wrap it up. We're going to put a big old bow on it. He's like the Madden of college football. So I think we owe him, some reverence still.
okay, and that's fine. Jay, I'll be honest. It's just my perspective. I've been very uncomfortable watching that for a few years. It's not fun to watch Grandpa struggle. That's not. Come on.
And that's what it feels like. That's what it feels like. It's just like, guys, just COVID was the best time. He was sick. It was a graceful exit. Okay, we're gonna let him leave, but it's almost like it was a money grab. No. We just have to stick him out there, and it was why every year. Every game, it was just uncomfortable that I felt bad. I felt guilty because I kept watching this. I'm like, I'm the problem. Like, they're putting him on there for me. So I stopped watching because it was very uncomfortable.
Let's go to Bryce. He'll get the last word, and then we'll get some Tiger news for you. Bryce, what's going on, buddy?
Mike Rico, how's it going?
Good, stud. What's the word?
Hey, man, I used to love game day. I used to be one of those college kids, wake up, cup of coffee at 9 a.m., locked in for 3 hours. But nowadays, it's like what you guys said. You just toss it on background noise. And honestly, I don't know why they still do it for 3 hours. It could be condensed down to 90 minutes. Talk about straight football. I don't need to know about some kid from UNLV that died 2 years ago and they're playing for.
Oh, the Tom
Rinaldi.
The Tom Rinaldi stuff. I mean, my God. You could be having the greatest Saturday morning of your life. You flip on the TV. Here's Tom Rinaldi telling you about little Pablo who fell off a mountain head first. And you're like, why are you doing this to me?
Exactly. And then I'm so just not ready for football at that point.
No. They'll tell you about
Give me the
a bus full of nuns that got T-boned by an 18-wheeler, and they all incinerated to death. Right. And they were all BYU fans. And you're like, dude, it's 60 and sunny. Why?
Right, and then when everybody was at the funeral, the roof caved in.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right. I'm just trying to wake up, have my coffee, and pick some football bets, and now I got to hear about little Timmy.
That's right. Bryce. Is Tom Rinaldi? Tom Rinaldi's on Fox now.
Fox took him.
Oh, good.
From
Now he's going to make a
ESPN.
whole different audience sad. This will be exciting.
Yep.
You're gonna go from Dave telling people to F themselves into cancer victim. Yeah. Tom Rinaldi with sadness. Yeah. Sounds sick. Let me know how it goes. I want to tell you the story about Paula Smitherman. You're like, no, I'm not here for
I know
this.
you guys are happy right now, but let me tell you the real reason why they do this.
Right. It's a glorious day in Ann Arbor. Cutscene. This person has a brain tumor. Dude, just come on, man. Just please. Can you show me highlights? Anything.
Yeah, we're here live at the Iowa hospital.
Is he college Heather with the news? Is that what we're doing here?
No, Rinaldi makes Heather look like a ray of sunshine. Tom Rinaldi,
Seriously, Kenny, it's like we're here at the Iowa hospital, and this is why they wave to all the kids. We're here
There you go.
in the cancer ward.
They can't tell you about the football player who grew up poor and got a scholarship. We're actually going to flip the script here. Hey, this kid fell off a roof, dead, on Christmas Day.
Right.
And this coach lives with it now. And you're like, you know what Tom Rinaldi is? He's television version of Final Destination. Tom Rinaldi is Final Destination.
Wow.
When he's on your screen, you're going to die. Your happiness will die.
Just how?
I want to tell you a story about a trombone player. You're like, no.
He was on the freeway in a logging truck dismantled.
The night before the biggest game of his life, he was cut in half. Wait, huh?
That's so not funny. But it is.
But it's Tom Rinaldi. You think Tom Rinaldi's a good time at parties? Hey, Tommy, good to see you. Yeah, I got to tell you this story. No.
Your wife is cheating on you. Like, I'm here to party, man.
The day he took the job at Colorado State, he came home with roses for his wife. Except Mr. Williams was in his bed.
Right.
Thanks, Tom. It's homecoming. Thanks a lot.
She was sleeping with the AD.
How did this headboard get snapped into? All right, let's just move it along, shall we?
That's not your watch.
As Jeremy would say, 97.1. Yeah, it about sums it up, Jeremy. Let me give you some breaking news. Let me show you my surprise face. Per A.J. Hinch, Alex Cobb has another setback, and now they're going to take another 30 days to evaluate him. And maybe it's a bad perspective, but look, we were having this conversation to start the year. We're having the conversation in May. We're having the conversation a month before the trade deadline and how, hey, if Cobb pitches and pitches well, it'll affect my viewpoint of needing a starter. To now, I mean, we're sitting here on August 26th, and I'm done.
Yeah.
And it truly is a disastrous signing. I mean, first of all, congrats to Alex Cobb. You got paid $15 million to do nothing. If a guy pitches and gets hurt, that's one thing.
Yeah.
You never actually perform the act of pitching. Yeah. And look, clearly the team was bothered. But, let me take you back to May. Do you remember this Evan Petzold story? Petzold, and I had Evan dig this up. It shows you the team is very sensitive to it. We're all adults now. Look, Evan Petzold, this was on May 9th. Drama today at Comerica. The Tigers cleared the press box during Alex Cobb's live batting practice session, including 2 independent reporters. The TV crew was forced to stop setting up and leave. Cobb threw 2 simulated innings. Look, they've known it's been a problem. You know why they did that? They didn't want it out on social when the guy was out there looking like a gas can. But Rico, at no point has this guy shown an ability to get back on the mound. It's almost like signing a guy who was heading into retirement may have been a bad idea.
Yeah.
Guy who had 3 starts last year. Mm-hmm. Guy who's had 5 different injuries this year.
Good work for him. I'm quite sure that when his agent called, he said, do they know I'm retired? They know I'm injured. Yes. They're going to pay you $15 million. Are you serious?
We want you even more.
Okay. Well, yeah, they paid him $15 million to do what he was going to do for free and try to get himself better. I gave up on him a long time.
I know that.
And, I don't understand why he made this signing.
My point is, look, move forward. The whys and all that.
Yeah.
It don't matter. We needed him for the playoffs.
Yeah.
Because, look, it's been a consistent thing. And, again, Scooble is more human than not of late.
Yes.
Not just because of last night, but overall, teams have gotten to him more. And what I don't have faith in is, okay, if I accept that Scooble is Clayton Kershaw in his prime, fine. Who's starting game 2? Can I trust Jack Flaherty, who's been bombed 3 of his last 4 starts?
No, I think game 2 is the guy who's pitching tonight. It's Morton.
And I'm going to trust him?
Yes. I mean, because they're kind of setting the lineup that way. Last night was your worst case scenario. It's what I fear for the playoffs. What happens if Scooble throws one bad pitch that turns out to be that 3-run homer and you lose that game? Because we just assume every time he goes out on the mound, that's a win. But, yeah, if he loses, now you have to rely on Morton. You have to rely on somebody else to gain that first victory because,
it's whether it's Mize, whether it's Morton, whether it's Jack Flaherty. I can't trust any of these guys. They have good days. They have bad days. They needed Alex Cobb. You needed Alex Cobb the same way that the Guardians needed him and brought him off a year layoff. We need some innings. Can you come out and help us?
Yeah.
They needed another option, Rico. They don't have it.
Yeah.
And it just, my God.
Mike, even if it was just coming out of the bullpen and, okay, you're going to be our 5th, 6th inning guy. Give us some innings. Get this couple batters out. Now you got nothing.
So there's your update. I'm sorry it's not more positive. Could he still come back? I guess. I just, once again, anytime I hear his name, I just hear the Golden Girls theme, and I'll let it go.
I just hear the Titanic whistle.
You're in the water, guys. Just blow the whistle for help. And look, they've done a great job of continuing to just plug along, and they took advantage of a soft part of the schedule. They did their job. Took 3 out of 4 from KC. It's all fine, but that has nothing to do with the playoffs. And I still have a great degree of concern about them in a 7-game series because the pitching will show itself. Scooble's only starting twice.
Yeah.
So there's 5 games, and I got to trust who? Right now, if I said to you, your season's on the line, and you got Jack Flaherty out there, you feeling good?
No.
Charlie Morton?
A little bit better because you're seeing good Charlie Morton. But
Okay.
yes, Flaherty, it's good Flaherty, bad Flaherty. I don't know what I'm going to get. He is the true wild card. And that's why I said so much pressure is on Skubal. He can't have a bad day.
No.
Ever in the playoffs.
No, you feel like if he loses a game in a playoff series, the series is over. Because I have no faith that they'll be able to make it up. I mean, look, I hope to be wrong. But this Alex Cobb thing, I mean, it's August 26th. You're yet to pitch, and we're waiting 30 more days. They could bring him out of mothballs if that's what they want to do. But I really had hoped he could have been a stabilizing force later in the year. It's total nonsense. It's just a brutal signing. David, take a text, and we'll move along, pal. We'll get to a football today. What do you got?
Scott Harris has had great signings and then disastrous signings, basically nothing in between. LOL.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you put Maeda and Cobb together, I mean, that's $40 million of ether. Sure, you have a right to say it. And then you'll say, all right, well, he got Gleyber Torres. Yep, that worked. You know, the Jack Flaherty thing the first time around worked. This time around, hard to say a guy with a 5 ERA has worked. But I wasn't mad about it. Now, your problem is, and again, no one cares. Your problem, Rico, you're on the hook for a vested option next year that if Flaherty doesn't opt out, which I think he'd be insane to opt out, you're paying Jack Flaherty $20 or $21 million next year. Anybody excited about that? No. Go ahead, David.
Are we worried also about Casey Mize? Because he's a fine enough pitcher, but like it feels like he has the Flaherty syndrome of every other start you worry, is he going to be good Casey Mize or is he going to be gas can Casey?
That's why I said to you, I can't unilaterally trust any singular pitcher not named Skubal. Because if you're saying every other, for Flaherty, for Mize, for Morton, Kenny, you're saying you can't trust him.
That sets you up also for a series where you have two guys who possibly could put up back-to-back awful starts, and all of a sudden you're in a 2-game hole.
Yeah, I don't know. It's tough because on the outside you see a team that's 20-plus games over 500, and you go, well, why aren't you more confident? Well, because all year I've had the same opinion. It's beating up on garbage teams. That's great. And I'm happy to make the playoffs. But if we're talking about winning a World Series, it's just a different standard. I think it's okay to have concerns about the pitching staff. We know we have concerns about the bullpen. And by the way, Parker Meadows, there's another one. Well, he might start a rehab assignment soon. And if he clears A, B, C, and D, then he would get to actually start the rehab if he passes his running test. And you're like, first of all, he was terrible when he was healthy. He was nothing like the player he was last year. And now he's been riddled with injuries this year. Yeah. So, okay, what do I have there? That's the guy who hit leadoff for me in the playoffs last year.
He did. And now with all types of nerve injuries
ailments,
and I can't feel this. It's like, okay, wow. With this Tiger team, it feels a lot of hope, no certainty going into the playoffs. You hope that the pitching staff is good. You hope that the bullpen, you hope that the hitters get that key hit. You don't feel like, oh, yeah, you know what? I'm certain that this is going to happen. This guy's going to rise up. Man, this is just a lot of, kissing that horseshoe and putting that rabbit's foot in your back pocket.
So what you're saying is the same question marks we had going into the trade deadline, we still have.
I do, but I don't want to get yelled at by the Tiger loyalists. I have those same concerns.
I feel like Jeremy Otto.
Oh, okay. I can help you with that. 248-539-9797. Dave, a couple ticket texts. We'll go to football today as we continue our college football kickoff.
Alex Cobb is done. So what's Bartolo Colon up to? Someone says, I would absolutely have no problem starting Melton in game 2, the way the kid approaches the mound.
Oh, okay. You know what? How about this? I'm in a good mood. I'm not going to dignify that with a response. How about that?
I'll dignify it with a response. They are limiting his innings. They're going to limit his innings.
The more I hear that drop, the better it gets to me.
David?
And there's your response to the Troy Melton text. Someone else says, yeah, this is really sad. I thought we would go into the trade deadline and actually do something and improve this team, and we are no better than what we were on July 31st.
Look, thank God they got Morton, and thank God they got Finnegan. Think about what this team would look like without him. You can't say they did nothing. You can say they didn't do enough. Those are different things.
That's true.
248-539-9797. Elevate your tailgating this coming season at Moran Chevrolet. Ah, yes. What it is to be young and tailgate. The 2026 Silverado.
We're going to get you back.
$265 a month for 24 months. Check out the 26 Equinox as well. $295 a month, 36 months as well. Look, Moran Chevrolet has got you covered. Best deals of the season. Find your ride fast and easy. MoranExpress.com or stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. All right, let's touch the table on some football. David, music determines our direction. Oh, no. We know what this is.
What is this, Michael?
This is I know what you're about to do. Today is Futures Day
Yes.
on FanDuel. This is the
Yes.
prop bet stuff.
Yes. Well, you know
Kenny,
what?
you look like you're going to be ill. Are you okay?
I just forgot that this was part of our weekly diet for football. I'm just getting
yes,
used to it.
and the receipts will be kept.
No. There's no receipts.
Oh, there's receipts.
I'm just offering things out there for the people.
These are all on FanDuel today as a part of Futures Day with bonuses. These are real props,
right?
Not Rico fantasies.
Here
we
go.
go.
Real props. So you know what? If I say a team or a prop that you like today and today only
is the day.
Go capitalize on that.
All right, let's hear it.
Let's start with some college football, Mike. You're a big Texas A&M fan.
Wait, what?
Texas A&M, the odds right now for them winning the national title is plus 3,300.
Not enough.
For David, the University of Michigan.
Yeah, here we go.
With a freshman who is the freshman of all freshmen.
You ain't seen a freshman like this.
Ever. Plus 3,300 to win the national title.
The same as A&M with Marcel Reed returning?
Yes.
Lock it in.
Yeah, they know they got a big gullible fan base, don't they?
If you're a Michigan fan and you believe in this team and you believe in Bryce, plus 3,300 right now on FanDuel. Caller Rob, Notre Dame, to win the national title, plus 1,500.
Now that one I truly like.
By the Colorado to win the Natty.
He said Notre Dame.
Notre Dame.
I thought he said Colorado. I'm like, Kate
I said
Salter?
I said caller Rob.
I understand now.
Yes.
Yeah, Notre Dame, listen, we're going to know right away. That's a sneaky game this weekend. I know it's overshadowed a bit. Mm-hmm. Them at Miami, we get to see C.J. Carr, which I still can't believe C.J. Carr's at Notre Dame when you're Lloyd Carr's grandson. The point is,
you can't play him and Bryce at the same time.
Got Bryce Underwood.
I trust Marcus Freeman far more than I trust Mario Cristobal. And if I have to bet on projection, I look, of what you've mentioned so far, yes. Do I think Notre Dame is going to get where they got to go? Probably not.
Well, Mike, you may want to hold off because I think this is a Mike Valenti special.
Let me hear.
Clemson.
Yes, I'm all in. Plus 700?
Plus 1,200.
For the win the Natty?
To win the Natty.
I would do it right now.
You better lock it in today.
Returning quarterback, it's only them and Nussmeier up top. They get LSU at home. You play in a Rudy Poo ACC. I really love what Clemson's got this year. And they hit the portal, Rico. They actually hit the portal and got receivers. So it was plus 700. They've boosted it to 1,200.
Yep.
That I would do.
Trevor Lawrence ain't walking through that door no time.
You don't need him. You got Cade Klubnik.
I thought this had the most cookies value.
What, Clemson?
Yeah, I mean, right, because, it went from 700 to
what's
plus
interesting?
1,200.
He doesn't say nothing over there. He's the king of the South. He's Joe Dirt. Notice Kenny doesn't say nothing about Clemson.
That's because I'm worried about my team, that's all. King of the South.
Oh,
yeah, exactly.
Really?
Nobody's crying real tears for me after my pillow fight comments.
I think the fact that the SEC hasn't won a title in 2 years now, maybe that's got Kenny.
I feel like the Jeremy Otto drop actually right there.
Okay. The Ohio State, with a game up against Texas. Ohio State, their odds have now moved to plus 650 to repeat as national title champion.
What is no? Because I'll take that.
Okay.
We talked about this yesterday, whether it's Bryce Underwood, whether it's Julian Sayin. Hell, I'd put Dante Moore in that category. When you have this unproven quarterback or a guy who just hasn't played, there's no world I'm betting you to win it all.
It was funny because that's, Mike, one of the reasons why I'm a little excited for college football, because I don't know. There's a lot of teams in the top 10. And of those teams, I think only 2 return a returning quarterback.
Clemson and LSU, right?
Yeah. Other than that, I'm Tayshaun Prince. I don't know. Yeah. That's it. So I'm excited to see, especially this first weekend, who's for real and who's not. We'll get into this more as the week goes on, but that's one of the reasons why I'm excited. Texas is back, and Texas to win the Natty plus 550.
I still like Clemson better. Plus 1,200 to plus 550. And again, Arch played against UTSA. Meep. Okay, but how do we know? Now, You need to tell me I'm crazy. There's part of me, I kind of like them Saturday.
Texas?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
If the game were a neutral site or if the game was in Austin, I would agree with you.
The game was at night.
But it's noon. If this was at night, no way.
Nah, but if Buckeye fans are going to be there regardless. Because here's the thing about Buckeye fans. I not totally respect them for this. It's going to be a sea of red. They do not sell their seats. That
is true.
They go to every game. So it's not like you're going to sit there and it's going to be a half and half type of thing. It'll be the Texas section.
That's right.
And all red throughout the whole thing.
It'll be the opposite of 1995 season opener when Nebraska came to East Lansing.
No, actually, it'll be the same thing. All red and a section of green.
You remember that game?
I do. You remember what happened after?
The first play, the kickoff, Derek Mason fumbled the kickoff. State was down 7-0 before people took their seats.
Yeah, you remember what happened after?
After the game?
Yeah.
No.
It's unfortunate. That was the beginning of the Lawrence Phillips drama.
No.
They flew home and he got his first arrest right after the game.
Okay. They should have arrested him for killing the Spartans. I think they won like 52-7.
He did something almost as heinous.
David, worst part, I paid $4.99. I had to pay my dad to pay-per-view to watch the game.
Oh, my.
That was back when ABC had the pay-per-view option.
Yes. Remember that.
When you didn't have your coverage map. So I had to hand my dad an Abe Lincoln from the old paper route. And I watched it because State had this new coach and they had the little Spartan on the helmets instead of the S. I'm going, things are going to be new. This is great. And Tom Rinaldi.
Hey, Dad, here you go, $5.
And dead.
All right.
Love it. I may as well have walked into traffic.
Let me give you a couple parlays on FanDuel.
Yes.
If you believe these teams are going to make the playoffs, not win the Super Bowl, but just make the playoffs.
Playoff exactas.
Yep.
Yes.
Here you go.
I love crap like this.
You like Buffalo? Yes.
What?
Philly?
Oh, you're talking NFL?
Yes. I would say we're going to the NFL.
I'm like the
NFL.
University of Buffalo?
No. NFL now.
Bills are what? Minus 275?
No. This is a parlay.
Okay. Yes to the Bills.
Philly.
No.
Kansas City.
No.
Detroit.
No.
Washington.
No.
And Baltimore to all just make the playoffs.
Go ahead. I don't like this at all.
Plus 830.
You can have it.
Okay.
Now I did one yesterday.
Because see, to me, that's just that seems like it's money in the bank.
I talked about this with Cookies. If you did Bills to win the East, Ravens to win the North, value pick Packers to win the North, Chargers to win the West, pays plus 3,000. Oh. I'm just saying. But of the things you talked about, because who the hell really bets futures? I don't think many people. If you're going to do it, what you just did is the most enjoyable way.
Right.
Hey, these three teams are going to make the college football playoff, or these three teams are going to win the division. I don't know anybody who's got a wife, kids, a mortgage, and lives in real life who's going to be like, oh, yeah, I'm all in on the Browns win total. No, you're not. You're not. Cut it out.
Okay.
Stop it.
How about this one then, Mike?
Yes.
If you are a big fan of the NFC North.
Okay.
The Lions to make the playoffs, the Packers to make the playoffs, the Vikings to make the playoffs, and the Bears to miss the playoffs at plus 920.
I'm not doing that. That is no.
I like that.
No.
And finally, the Mike Valeni special.
Let's hear it.
The Denver Broncos to make the playoffs.
Okay.
The Washington Commanders. Minnesota Vikings, the Atlanta Falcons, and the New England Patriots.
Oh, my God. This is like plus 10,000.
Nope. Plus 4,800.
I wasn't far off. Holy mercy. I got to be honest. I'm worried about the Commanders.
They just got their wide receiver.
Yeah, he missed all of camp. Groin strain downloading. That's got soft tissue injury written all over it. Listen. That is the most enjoyable way to play. The thing I would tell people if you're going to do it, just pick 3 or 4 college teams to make the playoff. Okay. Or 3, like Rico did there, 3 or 4 division winners. That's the enjoyment.
I put something together for you. Last one. Going back to college to make the playoffs. College playoffs.
All right.
Alabama to make Texas.
Sure.
Ohio State.
Okay.
Clemson. Notre Dame.
Oh, my God.
Iowa State.
Oh, my God.
and Washington
retire
plus 40,000.
I hope you hit. Call me from the island. All right, that is your prop bet fiesta here on Futures Day, presented by FanDuel, because it's a one-day deal. 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Hair Restoration. The 2026 MLB schedule is out. The Tigers will start on the road for the first 6 games against San Diego and Arizona, respectively. Opening day at Comerica Park will feature a callback to the 06 World Series against the Cardinals. 4 of the first 5 series feature interleague play. Detroit back on the field tonight in Sacramento after an 8-3 loss yesterday. First pitch at 10:05 as Charlie Morton battles Osvaldo Bido. He struggled this season, carrying a 5.37 ERA. Hear the game right here on the ticket. The NFL cut deadline an hour away. One of the notable names today is defensive back Maurice Norris. Since his injury that halted the second preseason game against the Falcons, Norris had been getting in some work with trainers on the side in Allen Park. Former Michigan long snapper Will Wagner has won the first-team job with the Bengals. New Michigan State Athletic Director Jay Batt released a letter to fans in terms of football this Friday. He said, quote, "We've also enhanced the game presentation. I don't want to spoil all the surprises, but safe to say you'll definitely know it when you see it and hear it." And
Mike
quote,
is going to be flipping the coin, isn't he?
I thought he was a PA announcer. Detroit City FC is now accepting season ticket deposits for their new stadium, Alumni 5 Field, set to open in 2027. At the Corwell Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
3 o'clock, good to have you aboard. Odyssey.com Rewind. We talked a little bit about College Game Day, Fox Big Noon Kickoff, and, kind of where you're at with pregame shows. And look, they've made some bold hires. Dave Portnoy, Pat McAfee. Does it bring you closer, push you further away? Moving our attention, just a couple of notes here. A, thank God. I'd waited for this day for so long. Tommy DeVito, no longer a New York Giant. See you later. Up next, take that cartoon character agent of yours and ban him from MetLife. He's an embarrassment to all Italian people.
Wait. So does that mean
what?
That this guy made the team?
Famous?
David?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know what? That's an upgrade.
That's a win. We're good. Also, yesterday we talked a little bit about, the end of the Hendon Hooker era. And some people were a little bent out of shape, 3rd-round pick. We could have got something else. Hey, you know what? At least he was here for 3 years. The Jets have just released their 2nd-round pick from last year. Oh, my God. Malachi Corley, the receiver out of Western Kentucky.
Yeah.
Picked him 65th overall. Gone. Released today. Nice job, Jets. Really, really doing the Lord's work.
Not to hijack it. Did you talk about how Cookies is still defending the Hendon Hooker pick?
We talked about Cookies.
He defended it this morning.
He defended it this morning.
Yes.
See, we had David do a dramatic reading of his Twitter.
Oh, yeah.
What did he say this morning?
It was just saying that, at the time, it was a great pick because we didn't know what Goff was going to be.
You took a 30-year-old on a peg leg from a non-NFL style offense while you already had a quarterback playing Pro Bowl football. Yeah. Go ahead and defend that. That's good. Superb. So let's move along. I want to bring this up. First of all, Taylor Swift's engaged. I don't care. You can't go anywhere and avoid it. Anywhere.
Who's she getting engaged to?
It's just my whole point is it's like the cover of ESPN, and it's like, guys, are you serious? Mm-hmm. Then newspaper, you can't escape it. Fine enough. I'll just live in my bubble. I want to bring up the pressure index here because I think this is really interesting. If we aggregate and we take Sharon Moore, Jonathan Smith, and then I want to take both new coordinators, John Morton, the OC, and Kelvin Shepard, the DC for the Lions. I don't want to know whether you think a certain coach is under pressure. I want to know who's under the most pressure to perform this year. With Sharon Moore, you're at Michigan. Massive brand. You got a $15 million quarterback, and you're coming off a bad season. There's no other way to put it. Jonathan Smith. All right, you're a fish out of water. Nobody knows who you are. Last year was disappointing. I'm not going to call it a total disaster, but it was disappointing. It was.
Yes, very.
You seemingly had some money in NIL to retain your players, including pay your quarterback $1 million a year.
And you also have a brand new athletic director who has no ties to you.
There you go. And it's time. You got to, it's show or go. John Morton, you're taking over for Ben Johnson. You have all the candy, but you have an offensive line that looks in transition. And then Kelvin Shepard, which is, everyone said, if we're healthy, we win. All right, well, you're healthy now. Are you sure you're as good as Aaron Glenn? And you have no Aleem McNeil probably until the month of November. So I'm asking you guys, if I don't need a ranking, I just need you to tell me who is under the most pressure. That if they don't perform this year, they may not be here next year.
Yep.
248-539-9797.
Mike, for me, it's John Morton. Because you're replacing Ben Johnson, because the standards are so high here in Detroit for this Detroit Lions team, because people still chant Jared Goff's name, because you have all of these top 100 players on offense, because everything is all there for you. If you're John Morton, you're basically playing the role of stepdad this year. And the last thing you want to hear is Lions fans saying, "You're not my real daddy." Ben Johnson was. Ben Johnson can do it. How come you can't do this? Ben was running trick plays. Ben was running touchdown plays. Ben was making going to games fun. Now look at this team. They're struggling to score. I think Morton has the most pressure on him because expectation are through the roof for this Lions team. Now, the others have pressure. Shepard, because the defense was already so decimated, I think people are just happy that Aiden is back. And for Moore, I think that, and David, tell me if I'm wrong, but I think most Michigan fans realize you have a freshman quarterback and you have to lower the standards. You cannot walk in here thinking we're going to win the Natty. David, stop me if I'm wrong.
Do they realize that?
You're stopping me. Okay.
I thought he was Jesus. That's what I thought he was.
Okay.
I don't know if Michigan fans have lowered the bar. I think they've raised the bar. You're supposed to be this. You're supposed to be that. I don't know if they've lowered that bar on Bryce.
But to me, Morton is the guy. And for Jonathan Smith, I think most State fans are just, show me what you could do at the end of the season. I have no ties to you. If you're bad, you can go. And I'll just say this was a fever dream, plain and simple. But Morton, to me, is that guy because that offense was one of the best offense. It was pacing with the greatest show on turf last year. And if you take a step back, we're going to find out whether it was Goff or whether it was Ben Johnson. And you don't want to find out that it was actually Ben Johnson.
It's a pretty compelling case. And the NFL moves pretty quick. You're a coordinator, you don't do well, you're gone. Mm-hmm. I mean, look, they're all under pressure. You don't attain these jobs without it. It's just who's under the most. Rico says John Morton. I'm not going to put up a huge fight. I mean, look, would Michigan or Michigan State really make a move? I mean, look, if Michigan went 6-6, I don't know. Would you? I leave that to you guys. What is Sharon Moore exactly?
Would it be 6-6 and we're just going to make you the fall guy for all of this stuff?
I mean, I don't imagine they go 6-6. Their schedule's a joke. For Michigan State, I don't know. I mean, J-Bat didn't hire him, but it's also financially injurious to let go of a guy after 2 years. But I'm with you in that, like, I like Jonathan Smith, but he was not a fit here. This is just I made this comment yesterday, and I think you would have agreed if you were here. Is like he wasn't ready for this. No. And he certainly wasn't ready for the rivalry. No. If they go out and miss a bowl this year, you're fired. You're fired.
Yeah, Mike, to me, Jonathan Smith, and I hope he does well, but he kind of looks like the guy who knew that, you know what, my company is closing, so I'm going to take the first job offered to me, and then 2 weeks later realize his dream jobs opened up, but he had already accepted the Michigan State job. When the UCLA job and the Washington Huskies job both opened up, I think he would have been happier on the West Coast than he is now, but he had already moved his family.
Yeah, but and again, is there – hey, if you think one of these guys isn't under any pressure, maybe you think Sharon Moore's under none. I mean, let's face it. Like, it takes a lot to get fired there. Case in point, Ward Manuel has a job. Guy's got 8 million scandals, and he won AD of the year. Okay. I don't know. But I think there's immense pressure when you're at a legacy program, a blue blood program. Like, if you're Michigan, while I admit a freshman QB is a limiter, you can't have a year like last year, right?
You can't, and that's why I asked, hey, David, tell me if I'm wrong, that I do think that, look, we make fun of Michigan fans, but I think most Michigan fans are smart enough to know it's going to be a little bit of a learning curve.
They were very
with this
reasonable
young man.
And they were about Bryce. They were great yesterday.
Here's what I really don't want to happen. Don't turn on this young man. If he has a bad game or two,
Sparty,
ride it out and let this guy do his thing, because next year is where you'll reap the benefits. Next year is where you'll become that team.
I feel like you listened yesterday.
Well,
No, it's like we're
first-time caller, long-time listener.
Up. No, I made the point of Lenora Sellers and DJ Lagway last year. They got baptism by fire. But now this year, you talk about Sellers and Lagway as Heisman Trophy guys and playoff guys. That's the same thing for Bryce Underwood. Survive this year, learn. And next year, I think you have every right to talk about being all the way back. But in the short term,
well, that's just it. Like, Michigan fans eat their young. They eat the quarterbacks. Like, this guy is going to, Joe Milton is going to do all that. And then he loses. Well, Joe Milton's a bum. Oh, Shane Morris, he's the first 6-star quarterback until he wasn't. It's like every guy that comes in with the accolades, as soon as they have a bad game or two, he's a bum. This kid is not. Just temper your expectations.
248-539-9797. Of the four coaches we listed, Sharon Moore, Jonathan Smith, John Morton, and Kelvin Shepard, which one is under the most pressure? It's a very simple question. If you don't like that, we'll come back with Kenny's favorite chowder, and you guys can call in on that. Don't know what to tell you.
Chicken corn chowder.
Exactly that. 248-539-9797. If you've been injured in an auto accident, you're drowning in medical bills and dealing with insurance companies who simply just don't care, injury attorney David Femininio is who you need to call. David will fight for you and get you back on your feet. Get David, get paid. It's not just a catchphrase. It's a promise. So if someone you know has been injured, don't sit there and hope it gets better. Call David Femininio, 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, we're going to get to the people in a second. David, ticket text, we're asking pressure index. Lions OC, Lions DC, Michigan head coach, Michigan State head coach. 4 football coaches, 4 different levels of pressure. Who's under the most pressure? Rico makes a very compelling case with John Morton. You are following in the footsteps of Ben Johnson. Your team is in a Super Bowl window. Mm-hmm. If it doesn't look right, seems like, sounds like, feels like, the NFL moves on quickly.
Yep.
You know, the odds of Sharon Moore getting fired, very little. The odds of Jonathan Smith, slightly higher. It would be the 2 coordinators. I would only offer you this. People never appreciated Aaron Glenn. No. I thought Aaron Glenn was unfairly criticized in this town. So automatically, it's almost like the defense has a bigger burden this year because they are the excuse, meaning, oh, well, if we were healthy, we would have beat the Commanders. Really? Did the defense turn it over 5 times? The point is, if this defense isn't very good to great, you are a first-time DC. Your point's going to win. I think your John Morton setup is very good, possibly the best.
I think with the DC, Aiden comes out there and gets a couple sacks. Kirby Joseph gets a couple picks. Brian Branch with a couple big hits. And fans will be like, yeah, see, we're there. But if you're not scoring points or all of a sudden it's a struggle to get into the end zone, that's where you're going to look back and be like, well, you know, Ben Johnson was able to take these same guys and the game was fun. So I think that Ben Johnson is that weird thing because he's gone. So now you need Morton to show it wasn't Ben Johnson. We can move on without him.
You know what's going to be worse? What if the Bears' offense is actually electric and his isn't, and he's in division? It's just more support for Rico, and I feel dirty. I don't want to do that anymore.
Hey,
David Tickets.
I'm glad I'm back.
Welcome back. David, go ahead.
Morton easily replacing Ben Johnson, and Campbell has already shown if a coordinator isn't getting the job done, he will move on quickly.
Anthony Lynn.
Yep.
See it.
Jonathan Smith is under the most pressure for me. He wasn't hired by this AD, and J-Bat seems dialed in enough that he would make a move if necessary next year.
Yeah, I'll save my reaction to the J-Bat stuff. Nobody cares.
Yeah, we all care, Mike.
Nobody cares.
We care.
Only MSU would open up Munn Field a week before the season, and people would have no idea how to get a parking pass.
Mike wins.
Make the decision middle of summer, hype it up, and get people excited about it. You idiots.
They offered media members.
Wow, that's great. Yeah, I'm sure Wojo's going to get his parking pass. The guy would never show up when MSU was in the top 10.
Totally agree with Rico.
I got nothing, David.
He's spot on there, though.
He really is.
It's absolutely John Morton. NFL means not for long for a reason. And with that much talent on offense, you can't fall apart with a team and fan base that isn't ready to go back to the basement.
Yep. Let's go to people, see what everybody's got to say. We'll go to Jay in White Lake, 97.1. Jay, what's going on, pal?
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good,
hey,
Jay. What's going on?
Hey, so I was going back and forth between Morton and Shepard, but I think it's Sharon Moore, and reason being is because Sharon Moore has big shoes to fill. Like you're the head coach. You just recruited one of the best quarterbacks, one of the best players in the country, actually, and you paid him a crazy amount of money. You know, and we had a good, well, I'm going to say Michigan had a good ending to their season last year, you know, beating Ohio State and beating Alabama. And with the cheating allegations looming over their head, I think that they have to go out there and prove that they are actually still good. Like, this wasn't a fluke. We can actually win these games. We can beat and compete with the best of them. And could you imagine the scrutiny if they go out there and win another 7 or 8 games that Sharon Moore would face if they, you know, went out there and lost to Ohio State? And let's say they lost to Michigan State as well, you know, and didn't make the playoffs.
Hold on. I have a reaction to that. Thank you. Thank you.
You know, could you imagine that, though? You know, like, I think it's going to be a big problem if they lose to Ohio State because then the alumni and the fan base.
You'd have to set it up this way. And, Jay, I'm not predicting. I'm just talking through your phone call with you. You know, if you said to me they ended up 7-5 with losses to Ohio State and Michigan State, and you heard rumblings about Underwood being unhappy, then you're creating a different situation. But 8-4, you know, 8-4, you're safe.
See,
it's a freshman QB, man.
I don't know if. Well, that's why I said I don't know if 8-4 is safe for Michigan. Yes, freshman QB
I
makes sense.
Worked for Lloyd Carr.
I agree. think about this. Like, if you went out there and you lost to those guys, think about the alumni and the fan base saying, well, J.J. McCarthy and Harbaugh would have never lost to Michigan State or Ohio State. We beat them 4 years in a row. I think that those are kind of like expectations now. And if you're winning only 7 games and you're missing the expansion of playoffs.
Hate to break it to you. Jim Harbaugh had a losing record against Captain Hotel Room Penis.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, hate to break that to you. He had a losing record against Mel Tucker.
Keep chopping.
But I just got to say, I think it'd be Sharon Moore, bringing in a bunch of transfers with Justice Haynes, the Metcalf brothers, and a couple other guys. People are really expecting Michigan to go out there and win 10 games this year. I'm not one of those guys, but I think that, Sharon Moore is under an immense amount of pressure. He has to live up to those expectations.
Yeah, and look.
So thank you for having me on, fellas.
You got it, Jay. I'm not there with you on it, but if Michigan fans want to comment, it's their team. I think 8-4, you're golden. 7-5, it's the construct. 6-6, you get yourself in some real problems. And for people going, oh, come on. Guys, I didn't change the sport. The sport changed itself. You can't be at schools like that and have back-to-back bad seasons when you pay what Michigan's paying. Michigan has a great NIL program. You don't get to say they're not spending. Oh, they are. You can't do that.
Well, that's why 8-4, I'm going to lean to David, and David is 8-4, good enough for your fan base.
No, it's not.
You're not a real Wolverine.
It's good enough for me. I was actually just having that conversation with Kenny. I expect 8 wins. I have a freshman quarterback. I'm expecting 8 wins. I will be just fine with it.
You've never seen a freshman like him. Sorry. Read my column at Debt News.
Oh, man.
Ojo's got that thing queued up.
He doesn't have a computer. He can't write.
Bryce Underwood's so good, he'll strangle you with a cordless phone.
And still throw a touchdown pass.
Bryce Underwood is so talented, he once ate an orange from an apple tree.
And still ran for a touchdown.
Strangle you with a cordless phone.
Ojo's got that column already printed. It's just, I'm sorry. I apologize. David, continue.
Oh, man. 8-4 this year for Michigan, when you look at their schedule, will not be impressive. I am predicting 9-3, which I think is still pretty ho-hum.
Yeah, but again, you play who's on your schedule. I don't have to respect it. Like, I know what's coming. They're 40-point favorites over New Mexico. Let's say Bryce Underwood throws a touchdown on some guy who's going to be selling tents at Camping World next weekend. No, I'm sorry. Like, we're not going to do this Heisman thing.
Wait, the September Heisman is back?
It's already happening. Remember cordless phone? Like, it's already happening. Nothing will top the Joe Milton thing. Remember, who said it that summer? He was a combination of Josh Allen, Cam Newton, and Pat Mahomes.
Yeah.
What was that article? And then the first game they played, you had that idiot Gus Johnson, not your average Joe. No, actually, he's well below average.
Right. Yeah, that was 2020. And then they played State, and I never heard from him since. They made the quarterback change, and he transferred to Tennessee.
COVID. Wow. All right.
Tate 4CA, September Heisman.
That was a good one. The tater tot. The other one was Sam McGuffey. I was a big fan of that September Heisman phase. And then Greg Jones ended his life. Remember when they tried to pick up his arm and they're like, no, he's actually hurt. You don't pick up his arm. Right. You need a stretcher. He's knocked out. Right. It was horrible. I'm like, does anyone out here realize he's dead?
Hey, maybe stop doing that. That's not a great idea.
Oh, look, his arm's flying around. Yeah, guys, I think he's got a brain injury. Like, what are we doing here?
No, and I remember I actually asked Greg Jones that question. He said, yeah, we got sick of hearing about him. So, yes, wasn't a bounty, but they wanted to take him out.
Scumbag Spartans injure All-American Dream. A column by Wojo. 248. I'm sorry, Bob, if you're listening. I apologize.
Oddly enough.
Go ahead.
All righty. I knew you had that in you.
Yes.
All right.
As well as.
Not booming, but Specs at LTU, guys. Classes are starting right now. It's not too late if you want to try to get in for this fall semester. If you want to get a career in radio, TV, you're a graphic design artist, Let Specs at LTU get you started on your career path. Specs at LTU is dedicated to inspiring and educating and equipping future leaders in media arts with the skills needed to succeed in a rapidly evolving industry. You're going to learn from people like myself who work in the business from day one. Why is this going to work for you? Well, because in the lab, it's all about the hands-on approach. You're going to learn what it takes. You're going to learn the things, what not to do. You're going to get your hands dirty. We're going to find out very quickly what it takes to make it in radio, TV, a graphics design artist, and you'll finish with a certificate in the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, or graphics media arts programs. But you need to make an appointment today with an admissions counselor to discuss your next steps. Go to admissions@ltu.edu. That's admissions@ltu.edu or 1-800-CALL-LTU. Do that today and make an appointment with your admissions counselor.
Brought to you by Michigan Lottery. The NFL cut deadline 30 minutes away. Most of the big names for the Lions so far leaked yesterday, including QB Hendon Hooker and offensive lineman Dan Skipper. One of the more high-profile names around the league to be let go today was 2024 third-round pick Malachi Corley.
I thought you were going to say Shedeur Sanders.
Not yet. The Tigers and A's battle tonight for Game 2 of the series. Here's Charlie Morton starts for Detroit at 10:05, right here on 97.1 The Ticket. A.J. Hinch said injured pitcher Alex Cobb will take a week break from his rehab. That'll reset the 30-day clock allowed for him to keep rehabbing. ESPN released their college football broadcast teams for the 25 season, headlined by their number one team of Chris Fowler, Kirk Herbstreit, and Holly Rowe. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 4 at 97ontheticket.com.
Let's get right to the people. Talking about pressure and 4 options for coaches, and I'm certainly leaving the Sharon Moore thing to you, the Michigan fan. I don't feel like he's under that much pressure. I think you'd have to begin building a pretty out there case for him to be facing what? I mean, it's already proven you can cheat and keep your job. So for me, unless you start hearing rumblings like Bryce isn't happy and the team loses to their rivals, and guys, you don't even have a good schedule. It will be next to impossible not to get to 7, much less 8. And honestly, there's upside that if Bryce is a game manager and you don't throw it much and you pound the rock and your defense is good, maybe you get to 9.
But do you think they paid him that much money to be a game manager?
In year 1? Yes. Listen, yesterday I did this, and I'm not going to do it again because it's boring, but I can share the data with you offline. I did a prospectus of 20 years of the number 1 quarterback in the class and what their freshman year looked like. Rico, there's one guy that had a good year. Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
Most of these guys don't play. The ones who do play poorly or spot duty. Like I use DJ Lagway as the example. 12 touchdowns, 9 picks last year, 1,900 yards, and it was a baptism by fire. Florida had a ridiculously hard schedule. He survived it. He showed flashes. He also made freshman mistakes.
Yes.
The point is, Lagway's better for it. And now, if you told me Lagway's in New York for the Heisman, I wouldn't be shocked. But Michigan fans were very good with me yesterday. Very rational. I had no problems.
And that's why I said I hope that a lot of Michigan fans are like that, are like David. You temper your expectations. But Mike, I've had private conversations with Michigan fans. I'm just like, well, he's going to do this, and he's going to like in his first year. Yes, because this kid, and he's already been there for.
Why do you associate with morons?
They're not morons, Mike. I just didn't realize they were Michigan fans, and it was just like, oh, okay, you know what? I'm gonna walk over here. You stay there. I'm just gonna walk over here because
okay.
I don't want to have this kind of because I'm not here to argue with you, but you used to understand. Like, yeah, I saw his spring game, and if that's anything, he's gonna have a little bit of a long year. That's knowing that you can't get hit.
Just give the kid time. That's all I think a rational person can do.
And that's what I was trying to say.
They've got a good infrastructure. They're going to run the ball. They're going to play defense. No, I don't think Bryce Underwood will be in the business of throwing the ball 35 times a game.
He's going to be gone after his third. No, he actually said after his second year. I mean, you mean the third year. No, he's good enough to live as his second year. I was like,
okay. Again, go back on the flow chart to the whole hanging out with morons thing. You really got to look in the mirror. Let's go to Joe, 97.1. Joe, how you been?
Good, Mike. Thanks for taking the call.
Yes,
I would just like to make a point with you, Michigan.
Yeah.
I think this is a 10-win football team, and I don't think it's because Bryce is going to be some superstar. The quarterback room last year was the most pathetic quarterback room probably in school history. They won 8 games, and it can only go up from here. That's why I think we're winning 10, and the schedule is a lot easier than last year.
Not impossible. Joe, I'm kind of between 8 or 9. I can't laugh at you for saying 10 if it breaks right. I don't think you're crazy.
Our running back room of Justice Haynes and Jordan Marshall may be the second best in the conference at the end of the year behind Penn State. I think these two guys are going to be huge difference makers. But, look, Sharon is only going to get fired if they miss the playoffs this year and next year. But I think the most pressure coach has got to be John Morton. I mean, Ben Johnson left. A lot of people may dismiss it, but he was a great OC. And Morton's got arguably the best offensive personnel, the talent in the league. Maybe obviously not the best quarterback, but And let's be honest, it's got to be Morton because we're in the Super Bowl window. I feel like this year and next year are our last two good chances to win the Super Bowl with this current roster. Not this whole idea, well, we're just going to be good for 10 years, let Brad Cook, blah, blah, blah. But I also do feel like, though, that it's going to be Morton. But I do think Jonathan Smith has to make a bowl game this year.
Oh, minimum. Bowl game. He needs to win 7 or 8 games, Joe. 6 and 6, I tell him to pack.
If you tell me he's
possible.
Playing 6 and 6 down in Detroit is not enough.
Childs, I think, could take a huge step forward. And my thing, like I saw with Michigan, it doesn't have to do with Bryce Underwood being Trevor Lawrence. It has everything to do with the offense can't be worse than last year. And, Mike, one more thing.
Yeah.
Why aren't you a Wink guy? I feel like Wink really turned it on in November from last year.
All right.
And the defense got a lot better.
My issue with Wink, I am biased. He ruined my football team. I can't. He's very stubborn. He's very stuck in his ways. Joe, I'm the wrong guy to talk to. And here's my other thing. If Wink is so sweet, somebody would have wanted him in the NFL. You don't dovetail out as a career NFL coach in what used to be a well-thought-of DC and end up at Michigan if anybody wanted you.
And
So you got to understand, he came to my team and it was chaos. So I'm admitting bias, so I get some level of credit there.
Joe, let me help you out here. When you get on Mike's bad side, you cannot ever come back, sign Sadiq Bey.
Son of
Sadiq Bey ruined a parlay, and Mike never forgave him.
We had FanDuel craft a special thing and everything. He needed 1 point in the last 18 minutes, and he just couldn't do it. And you see where his career went after that night. Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mike, what's going on, pal?
Not much, guys. How are you?
Good, buddy.
Good. So one of the ticket texters did steal my thunder, but it's got to be Morton for me because Campbell has shown a propensity to fire OCs mid-season when there wasn't really any pressure on the team. He saw what they had, and he didn't like the way the offense was running, and he took over play calling. He's an offensive-minded head coach, and when there's pressure and expectations for a Super Bowl, that's what he has set that precedent. He will take over if he feels it's necessary.
So if it's Morton with the highest pressure, who was your second choice?
I think the second choice, it depends on your collegiate affiliation. For me, it's Jonathan Smith. I think Childs is going to be boom or bust. It's the equivalent of Riley Green or even a Brett Favre, where you got to take the good with the bad. He's going to make some mistakes, but then he's going to show an ability to, make up for those mistakes. That's his goal this year. Hopefully minimize them, but if you're going to minimize them, that means decreasing turnovers, not minimizing them by improving pass yards.
Mike, we talked about this a lot last year. And I appreciate that you heard it. It just, if he gets an ounce of supporting cast, I think you could see some of the physical tools that are there. He should be just fine. But anything less than winning 7 or 8 games, what's the point? So I'm with you, is that there should be pressure on him.
Yeah. And, one thing real quick about Kelvin Shepard, I think the defense has playmakers and game changers at all 3 levels. You've got Aiden going into what is going to be a contract year. He's motivated coming off injury. I think Jack Campbell with the green dot is going to take a massive step forward and hopefully change that defense. But then on the back end, you've got 2 ball hawk safeties that can force turnovers. With that ability, you can then put pressure on the offense and going back to Morton saying, we're turning the ball over, we're stopping offenses, you guys got to make points. And lastly, you're going to a party with your new girlfriend week 2, and you're going to go see your ex-girlfriend in Ben Johnson. If your ex-girlfriend's looking better, that ratchets up your pressure as Morton.
I like the way he described Mike. That's pretty good stuff there. I like that. That's not bad.
Ex-girlfriend. I just said, or the real daddy versus the stepdaddy. But Ben Johnson's going to be here. Don't let the Bears win.
All right, Futures Day happening right now on FanDuel. 24 hours of bonuses and bragging rights for your football season picks. All futures. An instant bonus today. For instance, Clemson was plus 700. I think they're plus 1,200 according to Rico today to win it all. If you like some kind of future bet, go bet it. You think Michigan's winning 10 games, then the over-under should be nice and easy for you. It's Futures Day. It's FanDuel. Log in and do your thing. It's FanDuel. Claim your Futures Day promos and lock in your picks. 21 and up, present Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, we're going to get to a football today, and then in a continuation of our kickoff week for college football, a Big Ten edition of Who Am I? People have enjoyed it. So we have a Stone Age category for the Stonies in the crowd. We have a Rico Beard division, which will specialize on mid-90s Big Ten classics. And then we have the Kenny Cott edition, a.k.a. the world only started 5 years ago. So
I'm going to say Drew Stanton.
No, mid-90s. Okay. I've got something I think really fun for you. We'll see. David, Ticket Text will knock out a couple of calls, then we'll get a football today. Then, who am I?
Yeah, regarding the pressure, someone says with the new AD, Jonathan Smith is easily under the microscope the most. Moore bought himself time by beating Ohio State and it being Underwood's freshman season.
Yeah, listen, the Jonathan Smith thing, I said this a few weeks ago. I say it again. It's why I laugh when people are like, Sparty Radio. If this were Sparty Radio, I'd be pandering and I'd be making excuses. There are no excuses. If Jonathan Smith doesn't go out and win 7-8 games this year, he should be fired. This Sparty Radio? Okay. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
You're lowering the bar. If it was Jerome Moore, you would say 9 or 10.
I wish I had their schedule. And second of all, I think with a freshman QB to say 8 wins, I'm being pretty positive there, and I think that would be a really nice year. They get to 9? My God. 10? Cosmic.
10, they're in the playoffs.
I think 9 they might be, because this is nothing more than SummerSlam. It's WWE. 9-3 Michigan will get in over 12-0 Texas A&M the way this thing's run.
Depends on how many good SEC teams.
David, you know what No, not 12-0, but like, I'm sorry. It could be like 10-2 South Carolina. They're taking 9-3 Michigan. Why? It's not even a real product anymore. This is a made-for-TV product.
If it was any other school than an SEC school, then yes, I would agree with you.
Correct.
Okay. They're not getting over an SEC school.
They'll get in over Miami. They'll get in over, Iowa State. Yes.
You watch your mouth.
There's one other team I think they wouldn't, and I know Brand, but if Bill Belichick gets his team to a 9-3, they probably go over Michigan.
You mean Jordan Hudson?
You know what? No, Bill.
She's
you're
coaching.
Right.
I'm convinced.
You're right. You're North Carolina
because it's Bill
or Colorado.
Correct.
Because see, Deion actually built a program out there.
I don't even think North Carolina wins 7.
They probably don't.
That's a bad football team, and they didn't go to the portal and get a lot done. Sorry.
Who wins more, North Carolina or Colorado?
Oh, geez.
North Carolina. I hate Caton Salter. I think Deion's a phony. I think he's nothing more than like a recruiting toy. I'm out. I think Colorado sucks. At least Belichick, I know, will have his hands all over the defense.
I could just imagine it now. Maybe that'll be a bowl game. North Carolina, Colorado.
Once again, it's a TV product. Oh, hey, look, we got Deion versus Bill.
Yeah, so ESPN can push it and pump it.
More than it.
Whoa.
More than the national title game. I'm going to be mature.
I'm not. David. Jesus. Go ahead.
I hate Kenny so much. I'm going to read this one because this is the only text I received on this guy getting pressure. Shepard has more pressure. He was there under Aaron Glenn, and now he has all the pieces back that were hurt last year. Shepard has the most pressure.
I think there's a case that could be made. You're replacing Aaron Glenn, who caught way too much heat, which means Shepard will take way too much blame. And if the defense is anything other than great, people are going to bitch and moan because they've convinced themselves, well, if we were healthy, we would have won it all. I must have missed where, Jack Campbell threw 5 picks.
Yeah, I think the defense was a security blanket for a lot of people. It was the easy out. Well, if we had everybody, we would have beat the Commanders. We would have won the Super Bowl.
I think Rico's made the most compelling case, though. It's probably John Morton first. Jonathan Smith, I would say second. Shepard third, Moore fourth. I'm giving Moore the year because it's a freshman QB. Do I think Moore was impressive last year? No. I'm shocked Moore still has a job, to be honest. I've never heard of a guy getting a show cause and still keeping his gig. But it's a whole new world.
But here's the thing, Mike. It is a freshman QB, but you also lost a lot of players to the NFL on their defense.
Whatever, Sparty.
Okay.
No, just stop with facts. They're mean. They don't go with the narrative.
Okay. And maybe I would feel different if game 2 was the Jets.
Look, even
and
if
not the Bears.
Even if they look, if Michigan lost the second game to Oklahoma, it means nothing.
No,
you've got to beat Nebraska. That's the game that matters.
Okay. I'm going to be called Sparty, but I don't care. But when you look at the freshman, 6 wins is a lot for a true freshman QB.
Okay, I'm saying they're going to win 8 or more. You're saying 7 or less?
Yes.
Put it on a board. Dinner bet.
Okay.
And don't just not some plastic fork dinner. Dinner bet. They're winning 8 games. You think they're winning 7 or less?
Yes.
Put it on a whiteboard.
Okay.
Can I jump in on this too? I'm on Rico's side. True freshman, hard to win games.
Yes, but you can't depend on him to pay the whole bill. That means you got to, whatever
you
you got to do.
You get a lunch from me.
Yeah, but which means you're going to have to go and sell a few squirrel pelts or whatever you do to raise cash on the side.
You know what?
I will not be slandered like this as a married man.
Well, the crazy thing is I'm at 8, so I guess it's 2 against 2.
David,
Let's do it.
They have to take us to dinner.
Or
we got to take them to dinner.
what about a hearty bowl of possum chowder?
All right, Rico, I'm on your side. What are you doing?
We're going to go to a nice place to eat, and Kenny's going to show up in a tuxedo T-shirt. It's going to be real exciting.
Yeah, okay, Kenny, we'll split the bill.
Well, speaking of, Roy in Clarkson says, can you make chowder with possum, or is that stew meat?
All right, get out of here, Roy.
And he says, go Gators.
Isn't there a call somewhere we got to get to?
No, actually, no. We're just fine.
So,
Dave,
okay, we'll put that on the board.
I like that. That's a good show bet. Sparty. All right, go ahead, Dave.
Regarding Bill Belichick, I still can't believe Belichick is coaching at North Carolina this year. Thought he was going to be gone after June 1st.
I'm shocked. But I, if you told me right now Jordan Hudson's wearing a headset on game days, I wouldn't be shocked.
I don't think he finishes the year. He just walks in. I don't feel like this anymore.
I don't want to do this anymore.
I'm good. And Bill, it's halftime. I know.
It's week 3.
Like that player, I think it was the Bills player that just retired at halftime.
I know. I'm just.
Was that Vontae Davis?
There it was. Yep. Just left. Like, what? Okay.
I'm a loser.
Or was it? It's not Chad John. Like, what was the NFL wide receiver that just walked off the field?
Oh, that was Antonio Brown.
Yes, took the uniform off.
It was waving at the crowd.
Stop. Too soon.
Okay.
I lost.
Is that a fantasy? Oh, no.
I lost our Super Bowl. I play one league with my father because I'm loyal and I know he enjoys it. I lost by 1/10 of a point in the Super Bowl because Antonio Brown decided he was going to go striptease in the third quarter. He'd already caught like 6 balls. David, I lost by 1/10 of a point.
You just had to give a yard, and then you would have been fine.
Yeah, so Antonio Brown is like in the pantheon of our fantasy league, which has gone on for like 15 years. Sorry. Do not speak his name. Sorry. Do not reference.
Okay. Well, David, I can see Belichick quitting like a certain wide receiver. Just taking the headphone. He's going up the tunnel. And then the sideline reporter, Bill, what's going on? I just don't feel like it anymore. Jordan called, said, I'm late for dinner. I got to go.
We're going to.
Oh, not so fun when it's you, funny man. Make another possum stew joke.
I didn't say anything. What's your problem? I didn't say anything. What do I care about Belichick? I wouldn't be surprised if Jordan Hudson's got him wearing a dog collar on a leash. I didn't like that call on 3rd down. I mean, it's a wacky situation.
It's like a certain wide receiver.
Right now.
Yeah.
All I see is him going tra-la-la off the field, half nude. Meanwhile, there goes my Super Bowl.
Like, what am I watching here?
You're watching the death of my team.
He's having a meltdown. He's really having a nervous breakdown on live TV.
Yep, that's good. Let me
know. Wasn't it crazy when that happened? That was wild, huh?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I hope your apartment caves in with you in it.
As a married man.
Yeah, I hope you die as a married man. I hope your apartment.
I mean, that is the
I
plan.
hope the ceiling caves in upon you.
Till death do us part literally is in the vows.
Yep. I hope a big beam crashes in on your head. Now, let's go to football today. No more Antonio. We are not going to discuss what he did against the Jets ever again. 97-1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. The NFL cut deadline has just passed. According to Dave Burkett of the Free Press, special teamer and running back Sione Vaki is not likely to start the season on injured reserve, although he could miss next week's opener. Linebacker Deron Gilbert has been waived, along with defensive back Maurice Norris. Those are two names that were waived today. ESPN NFL insider Jeremy Fowler posted the following an X earlier, quote, with free agency picking up a bit this week, one name to watch is Zadarius Smith, who finished with 9 sacks last season. Multiple contending teams have checked in on Smith, who's training and waiting on the right situation, end quote. The Commanders officially announced the contract extension for wide receiver Terry McLaurin today as well. Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce, they're getting married. Major League Baseball has released their schedule for the 2026 season. The Tigers will start on the road against the Padres on March 26th, and then travel to Arizona for 3-game series. Opening day 2026 will be against the Cardinals on Friday, April 3rd. The team released their slate on Twitter with a new version of Tigers Win Again by GMAC Cash, captioned Tigers on Tour. Manager A.J. Hinch told MLB Network Radio that pitcher Alex Cobb has been shut down for his rehab for a week. It gives him and the team 30 more days to rehab going forward. Here is the team battles the A's in Game 2 of the series tonight, right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, David, hit the music. Let's get some football, please.
So yesterday, I went over the most overrated teams going into this season. So what I want to do now is go through some programs that have been the most overrated programs of the past decade. So I want to get a couple guesses here before I go through
Texas A&M.
Texas A&M is number one. Now, they went 77-48, 10-year record. Average coach salary was $7 million. 0 college football playoff appearances.
Haven't won a conference championship since the early 90s. I think R.C. Slocum was the head coach. Wow. Nobody gets more shine than those cultist hillbilly oil barons. Enough is enough. Continually overrated. The only redeeming quality is that cute puppy that looks like Lassie.
I'm going to stick with the SEC, David.
Auburn, number 3.
Nice.
With a 70-57 10-year record. Average salary for their coach, $5.7 million. 4 losing seasons, 0 college football playoff appearances.
May I participate in this, David?
Sure can.
Give me Florida.
Florida's number 5.
Yeah, nice.
77-50, $6 million average salary, 4 losing seasons. Here you go, Kenny. Record versus top 25, 13-31.
Just hate to see that.
And honestly, between Auburn and Florida, who's got an easier situation? It's Florida. Auburn, you are in Alabama's backyard. With Florida, yes, you have Florida State. They don't play in the SEC. They don't have the cachet. And Miami's a tiny little rich kid school that hasn't been relevant in 20 years.
Did anybody guess Miami yet, by the way? Because they're always telling us how good they're going to be.
Miami is number 8.
Thanks, Kenny.
You got it.
77-49 record, 2 losing seasons, 0 college football playoff appearances, 10-17 versus top 25 teams.
You know the worst part, Rico? Anytime Miami does a single thing right, they're back. And you're like, back to what?
They're Texas. The U is back.
Yeah. You know what? You're right. They won the opening game. They're right back to wearing fatigues at the Fiesta Bowl in 87. I mean, come on.
The second Miami win, every former Miami player's on the sideline.
Including that loser Michael Irvin.
I was about to say, it was made from Michael Irvin.
He was celebrating in the end zone with Restrepo and Ward this past season. Like, what are you doing, man?
He got cut, by the way.
Yes, he did. He'll be on the practice squad.
Yeah. That's too bad. He was a good college player, man.
Let me go to the Big Ten. Nebraska.
Nebraska is number 2 on this list.
Wow.
Yes.
Nice poll.
10-year record, 50-69.
Whoa.
$4.4 million was the average coach salary. 8 losing seasons.
Oh,
this is in the last decade. They've only had 2 winning seasons in the last decade. 2-28 versus top 25.
What'd you just say?
2-28.
Oh, my Lanta. Oh, but what about the black shirts and the tradition? And, let's wheel Tom Osborne out. Go to hell. Win a game. Losers.
So you all are missing 1 in the top 5. Great guessing.
1 in the top. Okay. May I Let me make an offer.
Okay.
USC?
They are not in the top
Damn.
5. They are 6, though.
Okay. No, I was going to say
right,
USC.
not bad.
Yeah, they
Not
are
bad.
6.
Why don't we complete the Florida trifecta? Go Florida State here.
You are so good, Kenny. They are number 4.
Wow.
That completes the top 5.
But they should have made the playoffs.
Not with their quarterback dead.
Yeah, but here's the other problem, though. You're right. But half of the decade was a losing season.
Well, yeah.
71-53, $5.5 million average salary, no playoff appearances. Yes, they should have been in one. But when you're 10-25 versus top 5 opponents in a decade,
my God. It's almost like this segment makes me feel better about being a State fan. Like, at least we know we're bad.
And at least you made the playoffs.
Well, right. But my point is, these teams are supposed to be good, and then they're bad. That hurts twice as much. If your team just stinks, it's just what it is.
You're exactly right.
I don't know. I couldn't handle being a fan of some of these teams.
I had a couple of schools. I'm going to go.
Got 3 more here on this list.
Former Pac-12 school. I guess they're in the Big 12 now. Arizona.
Arizona is not on this list. Not on this list. I'll give you a hint.
Okay.
SEC, ACC. 2 SEC, 1 ACC.
Give me Tennessee.
Tennessee. Kenny, you're good at this game. Tennessee, or it's probably just your hate. Tennessee is number 10, 75-50, $5 million average.
Yeah.
So they have made the college football playoff.
Just say, largely irrelevant since the 90s.
Pretty much.
That's the reality.
And every year people have the same reaction to Tennessee. It's like, hey, you might want to watch out for Tennessee this year.
And then cutscene. It's Josh Heupel blowing his nose on his sleeve.
Correct.
By the way, their top 25 record, 18-29.
How about Ole Miss?
Not on this list. Not on this list. I can give you the final 2 if you want it.
No. An
ACC and an ACC. SEC, ACC.
Arkansas?
No.
They wouldn't have put Texas on here, although Texas hasn't done anything actually.
Texas is number 9 on this list.
See, that's right. It's at the bottom of the list. It's not at the top.
Correct. So the 2 teams at the bottom are Tennessee and Texas because they at least made 1 college football appearance. Texas was 2. But those right there, I mean, when you're 25-27 against top 25 for Texas and you spend average $6 million on your coach, you have 3 losing seasons.
They can be good teams, but
Correct.
they have largely in the last decade not been.
Correct.
ACC team. Pitt?
No.
Just give the
A
answer. I
team
can't
that
take
is
anymore.
Overranked.
ACC team.
North Carolina.
What?
North Carolina
I'm
is
glad
the
you gave that
ACC team. Yeah, you were never going to get
I was about
this.
to say Duke?
I'm like,
You're
yeah,
never gonna
like,
do this.
You have to be ranked to be overrated. When has North Carolina ever ranked?
Their average ranking says was 24th. So they've been ranked in the top 25 a number of times.
Okay.
8-18 versus top 25 teams, 68-60 record.
Aren't they the ultimate example of why these rankings are largely useless?
Yes.
They
Yes.
really only had a couple good years, a year under Sam Howell and Drake May.
Yeah, okay.
it.
That's fair.
Yeah.
What about Ronald Curry?
Oh, my.
Jeez, Mike. Basketball player.
He was America's best two-sport athlete in history.
You went way back
I
with that
know.
one. That's
I'm
good,
sorry.
though. That is good.
I apologize. I turned into Stoney there for a second. What
Those-
about Bronco Nagurski?
Those are your most overrated programs in the past decade. That is your College Blitz, 97-1.
I've mentioned Northville Lumber for a long, long time, the largest Trex decking outlet in the country. And in fact, Northville is Michigan's Trex superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time and at the absolute lowest prices. Northville's got you covered. You stop by their brand new showroom, you don't have to ask, oh, golly gee, is this in stock? The answer is yes. Everything's in stock. You see it, it's there, they have it. So call Northville Lumber today. Stop by the showroom. You can take home some samples or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, you gentlemen ready for this? All week we've been doing this. Well, we're going to do it all week. It's only Tuesday. In a celebration of college football and Big Ten action,
Okay.
I have brought back a reprisal of Rico's least favorite game ever. It's Who Am I? I'm going to give clues. You have to guess what Big Ten legend I am speaking of.
I am a man.
Right, no, hold on. Now, in fairness, David, have I not made these challenging but gettable?
I've gotten a couple, Rico. That'll tell you something.
There you go.
Okay.
Let's get the music. Okay, 3 categories. In honor of Mike Stone, we have the Stone Age. It's going to be more of a retro feel. We also have the regular Who Am I, the Kenny Cott division, where the world only started in the last 10 years. And then a choice curated selection, the Rico Beard division.
Okay.
So the Rico Beard division will be a Spartan predating 2000, but not before 1990.
Okay.
Your prime.
Okay.
Only 3 degrees deep.
Alrighty.
Where would you guys like to start? Stone Age, Rico division, or the easy one, which should be the last couple of years?
The Kenny division.
Let's do all right. Are we prepared?
Okay.
All right, here we go, Rico. I am 25 years old. Math equation lets you guys get settled into the years this player would have played in a range. I'm 25. I was lanky for my position. Very lanky. All arms and legs. Okay. I was a 2022 All Big Ten selection. A well-known player. Okay. You're smiling. You're going to do the unthinkable?
No. I've learned.
Okay.
I like to hear the smarm at the end.
I was supposed to go in the first round, but I slid to the second.
Wait, that's not who I thought.
Aha!
Glad I did.
Aha!
Yeah, I did the opposite, Rico, because now I'm thinking, I think I have a beat on something, but I want to see if I'm right.
All right. The next one. I have been a disappointment in the NFL.
I might. I'll wait. One more. I'll wait.
Now you're running the risk that this next clue everybody could buzz
All right,
in.
I'm out. Forget it. I'm out. I'm taking a little bit of a swing here, but I'm out.
Okay, I respect that though. That's part of what this is about. All right, here's the next one. My father played in the league.
Yep, got it.
Yep.
You're locked in. Kenny locked in one prior. David, you still want more clues?
Yeah, I'm bad right now.
This is shocking. I carry my father's first name.
I was right. Nailed it. Absolutely got it.
And the last clue. David, this is embarrassing. I live near a Permanente sandwich shop.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay. So
I wanted to hear the last clue. I had it on the second to last.
David basically
On the
wants me
second
to
to last.
reveal the entire Wheel of Fortune.
Because your final clues are funny, Mike.
Yes,
And
correct.
if we tap in too soon,
I'll
we don't
still
get
give the clues, but Kenny, this is his shining moment. Kenny locked in 4 clues ago. Kenny, who is it?
Joey Porter Jr. Let's
My
go.
man. Rico, yes?
Yes.
David,
Yeah.
you don't even get credit for it.
Well, I thought it was Marvin Harrison.
Hey,
Oh, got you.
Until he says second round.
I've gotten better at structuring these.
I got
All
a
right.
beat on it when he said he slid in the draft because I was thinking of a couple different people, and then when he gave the next clue after that, I was like, nah, now we're on to something.
Okay. No, it's a good job by you. All right. Stone Age edition. So you got to think older players, okay? But these are not, don't have any fear. This is not going to be a nobody, all right? But think. I am 50 years old. Okay, so that'll take you back to the mid-90s, okay? So we're talking mid-90s Big Ten. I was a local legend before committing to my hometown school. Local legend, born and bred where he played. My running back in college was a dead ringer for Cisco from Drew Hill.
So blonde hair.
Kenny doesn't even know who Cisco is.
I was like, that doesn't help me.
Kenny doesn't even participate in the Stone Age. I flourished for a bad passing offense. Now we'll hone in a little further. I beat MSU with a heartbreaking long touchdown. I also returned a punt for a TD in Super Bowl 33. Oh, the struggle's real. All right, here we go. Ready? I was a unicorn player for several reasons. I'll give you one reason at a time. Okay. I was only 5'8". I was a better returner than a wide receiver.
Okay, I think I'm
ready.
Screw it, I'm in.
Well, he didn't want the third one. Okay, you're going to know right away whether you're onto something or not. Anybody else want to lock in?
I think I've gone backwards. I think I have less clues than I was to begin with.
The third clue is I'm white. Okay. Wow. I wore the number 6 in college. Number 6, white guy, better returner than wide receiver, beat MSU on a heartbreaker. Running back had blonde hair on my team. And I've already told you he returned a punt for a TD in Super Bowl 33, and he had a decade-long career in the NFL. Kenny has given up. David, any guess? He's out. Rico, what was your guess?
Well,
Tell me you guessed a white man, please.
It wasn't a white man.
All right. Looks like nobody got this.
I was like, wait, is it Randall L?
No, it was Tim
Played for
Dwight.
the Broncos, yeah.
Tim Dwight, all Big Ten, great return guy.
Oh.
And his running back was
Banks?
Tavian Banks, who had bleached blonde hair, even though he was a black dude.
Thanks.
Back when Iowa used to have the winged uniforms. All right.
The big shoulder pads.
Yes.
Kenny, do you really have no clue who Cisco is?
Yes. Okay. I mean, I've heard. I've
Now
heard
listen,
of.
I want silence from you two. This is just for Rico. This is a specially curated.
Oh, they can't play?
Nope. Man, they ain't got a clue. I need you to put your thinking cap on. This is back when you were roommates with Doug Karsh.
Okay.
This is exciting times.
Okay.
This is a curated. Only the hardcore Spartan's going to know this, okay? I played 2 years in the mid-90s for MSU. 2. Just a baseline. Yet I rank as an all-time top 10 leader in tackles. Okay. So I'm trying to illuminate.
No. Okay.
Now this next one is just because you know me. I was Mike's favorite defensive player of his childhood. So this could have come up in a conversation. Possibly the greatest conversation.
I have a great guess, but I want to hear more.
You can wait.
Since there's no competition.
I wore a single-digit number.
Okay, that's not who I thought it was.
The same number that Mill Coleman gave me. So just to review, mid-90s, played 2 years, tackling machine, single-digit, same jersey number as Mill Coleman. I was a walking assassin / personal foul.
I'm going to lock in.
Okay. The last 2 clues then. You're locked in.
Yeah.
I famously, and I say this because dozens of articles have been written about him, I famously became, I believe it's a cardiology nurse after college. Works at Beaumont, Detroit. And my first name is how Canadians say this apology.
Yes! Sorry, Canoe!
My man. Sorry? Kenny, listen, I would get you videotape of this player, except it doesn't exist. You just have to trust me. Nick Saban's first teams, and this dude straight murdered people. I was going to put Nick Bolton 90s edition, and then he goes on to be nice to people after playing football.
See, I
love this dude.
The 2 years, I thought Julian Peterson.
But that's why I did it that way. That's back when we were taking the Prop 48 kids or JUCO kids.
Right, because I'm like, you love Julian Peterson.
Yeah, it was Julian Peterson and
But
Sorry
you said
Canoe.
the single digit. I'm like, wait, Peterson wasn't single digit.
Sorry Canoe used to murder people.
You could have made that name up.
Kenny, that's
No
why
idea.
you weren't invited to that party. It was the Rico Beer division. You got to be of a certain age to even partake in that.
I'll tell you what, that was a perfect game. That was well executed by you. I think everybody got a little bit of something.
Everybody had a good time.
Still 2 or 3.
You did great.
I missed out on the Stoney.
I'll have another Rico
But
Beer.
you know what? I half credit because I remember the running back, Banks.
That's right. No, you're good. I thought you would get Tim Dwight because he was such a pain in the ass to Michigan and Michigan State. I thought I'm going White, number 6.
Well, yeah. Just like, yeah.
It's okay.
I was like, Randall L? But no, he's not White.
Do you know the player who they benched Randall L for at quarterback? Cam Cameron's dumbest move in history. He moves Randall L to wide receiver for this player.
I remember I can't remember the name, but I do remember it was a horrible decision by
His name was Tommy, Tommie Harris, some white hillbilly from Indiana. I'm going, you took that kid who was untackleable and moved him to wideout for Forrest Gump?
Yeah, because
what, are you kidding me?
He wanted a real quarterback who can pass the ball in the pocket.
Up next, he's back at quarterback.
Yeah.
All right, that is Who Am I? 97.1.
Hey, guys, are you ready to turn your basement into something that's special and perfect just for you? You want to upgrade and you want to add a bathroom, a bedroom, or you want to go like me and you got an unfinished basement? You need to give my people at Matrix Basement a shout out. Go to matrixbasements.com. Tons of great ideas, great before and after photos. As a matter of fact, they were out there today. They were putting up the drywall. This thing's going to be completed in about a couple of weeks. And trust me, I love what I am seeing so far. I cannot wait until I see the finished product. You can as well. Give Matrix Basements a call. Go to matrixbasements.com and let Matrix Basement turn your basement dreams into a reality.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. The NFL cut deadline is come and gone. One of the last names to come in was sixth-round draft selection Ahmed Hassanin. He was waived with an injury settlement. Hassanin, one of the standouts this camp. Dave Burkett of the Free Press says he could be back once healthy, and the settlement period is cleared. Some of the big names cut yesterday, Hendon Hooker and Dan Skipper. Defenders Ali McNeil and Malcolm Rodriguez are in the PUP list, which rules them out for the first 4 games, while DN Josh Paschal is also placed on IR. Those aren't quite over yet, as the team has left 3 roster spots open. The Browns have named Dylan Gabriel their number 2 quarterback. Shedeur Sanders is able to dress as the emergency third option. Major League Baseball released their schedule for next season. The Tigers start on the road against San Diego and Arizona. Opening day is set for April 3rd against the Cardinals at Comerica Park. Here as the Tigers look to avenge yesterday's loss against the A's right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 10:05. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 97.1theticket.com.
So a couple of news items here. We've got the Lions' final cut-down day, and I wonder if it leads to something. I'm just throwing this out there. So for the people who promised me that the Lions' 6th-round pick would lead the league in sacks, that's going to be hard to do considering they waived him today with an injury settlement. Al-Hassamin, who I didn't think there was ever a guarantee he was making the team. He's a great story from Boise State. Well, he ain't here no more.
Correct.
And you have some injuries up front already, and now with training camp concluded, you get the Zadarius Smith reports out there. He's ready to play. It has to be the best situation. He might play for a veteran's minimum. Can we simplify something here on Cutdown Day?
Okay.
Outside of the fact that Broderick Martin can't play football for money.
Yeah, he got released as well.
Another 3rd-round pick gone bye-bye. The point is, isn't it time, no matter what you think the player is or isn't, or you think the team is or isn't, shouldn't the Lions just quit screwing around and pay Zadarius Smith?
Make the call.
What am I and I don't even like Zadarius Smith. I don't even care. I just would rather have him than not. What am I missing here?
I don't either. And this is according to ESPN Insider.
Tom Pelissero.
No, Jeremy Fowler. With free agency picking up in a bit this week, one name to watch is Zadarius Smith, who finished the year with 9 sacks. Multiple contending teams have checked in on Smith, who was training and waiting for the right situation. Don't know if that's the Lions, but there are teams out there, it appears, to be inquiring. And you're right. It's like, what are you waiting for? Like this, I was told, waiting for the end of training camp, and he just wants to sit out. No, I think he was ready to come out and train. I think he just wanted on the Lions, but the Lions didn't want him.
Yeah, so what am I missing? Josh Paschal's a question mark for week 1. Al-Hassamin is dead. McNeil is dead for at least the first half of the year. I guess my question would be this. What is the harm exactly? By the way, shout out Tom Kennedy. You've been released for the 48th time. I give him credit, man. He really wants to play ball.
He does.
He has set the record for being released. But look, what's the harm of Zadarius Smith if he only played on 3rd downs and gave you 15 snaps a week and your instructions are go get the quarterback? What am I missing? Can anyone help me? Or do we all in unison just agree? And believe me, not pounding the desk. I wasn't overwhelmed by Zadarius Smith here. I don't think Zadarius Smith is a star anymore. The point I'm making is you can get him for the cost of free.
Pretty much, unless they were looking for Cleveland Farrell, who just got cut as well. So
David just threw his hands in the air. So that tells me he's got nothing.
No, it's because I don't understand it. Look, I'm with you, Mike. I don't.
For him to get healthy, because they can sign him back once he's healthy.
You need a body now.
The beginning of your season, maybe I'm in the minority, but I don't look at these first couple of games and say, oh, well, this is easy. Yes, I am, Doug. But I look at the first couple of games, and you're going up against some of the best quarterbacks, not just in the NFC, in the league.
So let me ask the question.
On the road.
I want to ask the question to the people. No smarm. What's the harm? 248-539-9797. What is one reason, just one singular reason, as you're driving around this afternoon, What is just one reason they can't or won't bring Zadarius Smith back? That at the end of the rainbow, they didn't go out and sign anyone to play edge on this team. They just brought back their people, except Zadarius. Now your 6th-round pick, who so many people got seduced, he's dead. He ain't, not only not making the team, he ain't going to play in the league. Injury settlement. So, give me one reason. Give me one singular reason why you don't just sign Zadarius. Veteran minimum. What's the reason? Now, if he made a demand of a multi-year deal, no. If you got outbid, all good.
Okay.
But we're here now, and we are a couple days from game week. What's the harm? Give me one reason that you would say you can't do it or shouldn't do it, and here's why. My phone lines are open line format.
He is the equivalent. He is hometown discount. He will take whatever you offer him. He has made it clear. He has stayed in town. He is in shape. He is waiting from any call from the city of Allen Park to say, hey, Zadarius, can you get down here? Yes, I will be there in 30 minutes.
So what are we missing? 248-539-9797. Kenny just has a blank look on his face. David's got nothing. And here's the people's ability to give me a reason. You could ask people, give me one reason you don't like pizza. You'd have full phone lines. But people can't come up with a reason they shouldn't bring Zadarius Smith back. He's cheap. He wants to be here, and you have a need. And even if you didn't have a need, you know what you always have a need for? More pass rushers, more cowbell, more relief pitching. It's one of those things in sports, you can have more of more. Oh, 2 scoops of pass rusher? I'll take a third. What's the harm? I really can't figure it out. And look, I didn't go crazy all off season because I just hoped they would do better anyways. But now that you're here and you don't even get the hope at a 6th-round pick being that specialist, right? Being this year's James Houston, give me one reason.
You thought that he was going to be the defensive version of Tesla, where it's like, oh, just wait till this rookie hits the field.
Oh, it's Tesla season.
Yeah, well, it is. But
Tim Patrick made the team, didn't he?
Yeah, he's not on the cut list.
Damn it. Free Tesla.
I like Tim Patrick.
Then
I like Tesla as well.
I'll broker the deal because your bum-ass team has nobody healthy. I hope Tim Patrick goes to your team and catches 50 passes. Free Tesla.
Okay. I'll take
you
that.
got
deal.
injured receivers, suspended receivers.
Well, David, things were happening.
I think Rico's just pumped up. Nobody got shot in training camp this year.
Right.
Things
first round pick is healthy.
Things are looking up. 248-539-9797. We're going to get to you guys. Shouldn't the Lions just sign this guy? Give me one reason why they shouldn't. I just would like to know. And again, if your answer is this guy's a butthead, what am I going to say? Okay. But I just need something here. Because if he was that bad of a guy, why'd you trade for him? What do you think? You spun a wheel and went, wee, let's make a trade. No. 248-539-9797. All right, dinner. You guys are busy. Kids are back to school. It's soccer practice. Listen, we can solve your problems right now for dinner with Hungry Howie's. A large 73 classic for $9.99. That's a large pepperoni pizza with 73 pepperoni on it, in-house made dough, real mozz, and your choice of flavored crust for $9.99. So while you're schlepping all over town, it's lacrosse practice, it's soccer practice, it's 17 different stops, let Hungry Howie's take care of dinner in 20 minutes or less with that 73 classic, a large for $9.99, and you can thank me later for solving your dinner crisis. It's Hungry Howie's.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. According to Hoops Hype, the Pistons, Timberwolves, Cavaliers, and Knicks have all touched base on free agent guard Malik Beasley. The Lions released their full laundry list of roster moves after the 4 p.m. deadline. One of the more interesting ones that came in was edge rusher Ahmed Hassanin, who was granted an injury settlement. Defensive lineman Ali McNeil and linebacker Malcolm Rodriguez will have to sit out at least the first 4 games of the season as well on the PUP list. Same for defensive end Josh Paschal. He's been placed on the reserve/non-football injury list. Brad Holmes has left 3 roster spots open. Could that be a spot for free agent Zadarius Smith to be slotted in? For ESPN's Jeremy Fowler, he's training and waiting on the right opportunity. Rams receiver DeMarcus Robinson has been suspended 3 games without pay for violating the league's substance abuse policy. The 2026 MLB schedule is out. The Tigers will start on the road for the first 6 games against San Diego and Arizona, respectively. Opening day at Comerica Park will feature a callback to the 2006 World Series against the Cardinals. 4 of the first 5 series feature interleague play as well. For the first time since 2015, the league will start their season with 1 solo game featuring the Giants and Yankees. The Tigers are back in the field tonight in Sacramento after an 8-3 loss yesterday. First pitch tonight at 10:05. Charlie Morton battles Osvaldo Bido, who struggled this season, carrying a 5.37 ERA. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I can't tell anymore. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
5 o'clock. Good to have you with us. Part of our college football kickoff ramp up. If you missed Who Am I? Odyssey.com rewind. We also did some conversation about pregame shows in college. We'll get back to it. I want to just encapsulate a couple of things out of that update as you're hopping in your car, hopefully leaving work. One, nobody does a worse job of promoting their sport than baseball. I want you to think about this. If there was any time for you to unveil your schedule for next year. Now, the NFL does a scheduled date, a TV presentation. People get amped up for it, and they trickle release it, right?
Exactly.
Major League Baseball says, listen, Herb, here's what we're going to do today. We're just going to willy-nilly on a random Tuesday in August release the schedule. One problem. Taylor Swift got engaged. 6 minutes later, Major League Baseball releases the schedule. Do you know what no one's paying attention to other than Jeremy Otto? Like, baseball, it's almost like baseball is like MSU's athletic department. Even when they do something right, they do it wrong.
No, you know what? Good call on that, especially because you released it after Taylor Swift. That's one where the marketing department say, hey, guys,
wave it off. It's like when we're overtime and David's like, we need a break. Wave it off.
Not today, tomorrow.
Right.
But you're right. Like NFL, maybe you should just hire some NFL marketing people who are in the waitings to become that head person. Because, right, they leaked the schedule out with this game, and, okay, we're going to play these games overseas, and here's your Monday night games, and here's a couple Thursday night games, and you're waiting all week long, and then, well, oh, wow, it's today? But, yes, you pick, of all days, the wrong day.
I also want to just circle back on the Zadarius Smith thing. We had a couple of calls. They had better things to do. Respect. I just asked the question. Brad Holmes has left 3 roster spots open. El Hassamin, your 6th-round pick, the kid from Boise State, the pass rusher, he's dead. He took an injury settlement. Not going to work here anymore. What are we? You have oodles of cap space for this season, which I'm sorry, it has nothing to do with Aiden Hutchinson. You have the money. Give me one reason you don't sign Zadarius. Now, David, I assume we're getting some ticket text. And when I say cheap, understand something. Whether it's a vet minimum, whether it's $5-6 million, makes no difference. It's a 1-year deal. If Zadarius is demanding a multi-year deal, you tell him to kick rocks. I'll defend the organization. But considering he's unemployed at 5:06 p.m. on Tuesday, August 26th, and I'm not asking him to start. I'm asking him for 15 snaps a week on 3rd down, known passing downs. David, can I get one reason? What are ticket texters saying?
Mike, the only reason I can think of is maybe they're waiting for a defensive end to get cut from another team that they like. There's no other reason not to sign Zadarius Smith.
All right.
Thank you for at least saying what you are missing when it comes to Smith and the Lions. I've been thinking this all summer. Did this guy make a bad impression as far as behavior? I mean, the guy adds depth to a pretty important position.
That's my only point. You have Josh Paschal already banged up. Marcus Davenport could get hurt getting out of bed. You're without McNeil. You have 3 roster spots open. You're not getting anything from your 6th-round pick, who many people were excited about. What's the opportunity cost? For instance, bringing in Zadarius Smith, what is it costing you? Is it a 7th wide receiver? You already aren't carrying 3 quarterbacks.
Well, here's the other thing, Mike.
Oh, here he goes.
No, you got 3 spots available right now, and you can kind of kick the can and figure it out later, because you got 3 people on the PUP list. So you sign him, and it gives you a month to see if he's worth anything, and then if he's not, you release him after the 4th game.
Yeah, there's no yelling either. None of us are pounding the desk saying, if you don't do this, the season's over. This is more, I offer Kenny a 6-pack of unopened beer, and why wouldn't Kenny take it? It just doesn't make any sense. There's no opportunity cost. Oh, it's not my favorite brand. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you out of space in your refrigerator? Your defensive line room is your deer freezer. It never runs out of room for frozen deer that you've shot. You just add another corpse. More venison steak.
It's actually possum, Mike. Just get it right.
Oh, your possum mini
Yes,
fridge.
thank
Yes. But it's just, you never can have enough pass rushers.
Wait, did he just take a shot at himself?
Maybe. David, what else did the ticket text have to say?
Mike and Rico, there is no reason not to bring back Zadarius Smith. Sign him yesterday. David in Fowlerville says they need to sign him. They will need him by week 2 when Davenport is headed to the IR.
Oh, don't say that.
Oh, my.
Don't say that. That would be oh, my God, my head would explode. Maybe we can get 7 or 8 games out of Davenport. Will you please? Don't do this again where he gets hurt in the opening week.
I mean, unless Brad has his eye on somebody he's waiting to get cut from another team.
Who?
I don't know.
Lawrence Taylor? Did he just get released by the Giants?
None of this makes any sense. But I'm hoping that there's a master plan that in the end you're like, and that's why he did that.
Yeah, no, and we have to leave room for that. There's so much that happens that as much as we know, we don't know everything. And I haven't gone crazy about Zadarius all summer. In fact, I was like, look, if he were any good, he'd be employed. But you get to this point, he didn't even have to be that good. Like, what are you costing yourself by bringing him in? Like, who doesn't take the field if he does? Oh, my God, we're blocking the kids. Who?
Right. And you'll especially be upset if he ends up going to Green Bay. Not to say that he's going to light it up, but
no,
that's one less bullet that you now have that they do.
Fair. David, go ahead, buddy.
In all caps, he's yelling at us. Because we like our own guys, we don't want him taking Aiden's money. Okay.
Using all caps doesn't make you intelligent. It means you're stupid. Second of all,
are we still doing this?
Zadarius has nothing to do with Aiden's money. You would not be signing him to a multi-year deal. If that is the ask, you tell Zadarius and his fake captain's chain and his fake Super Bowl ring, and you tell him to take it to another city. I will defend the organization. But I don't think a player on August 26th at 5:10 p.m. has any leverage to ask for a multi-year deal. So unlock the caps lock and just figure it out.
Is that going to be the new thing? Well, we don't want to take away from Aiden's money all year long.
Yes.
Because
yes,
it won't be until next season.
Yes.
This year.
Yes.
This year's salary cap, guess what?
Aiden's
it expires at midnight.
No, it's all Aiden's money. How dare you? It's Brewster's Millions. All right, let's go to Ed, 97.1. Ed, what's going on, pal?
Oh, not much. Been thinking about this for a while, and the only thing I can think of is what is Brad going to say to the guys he has breakfast with at the Coney for doing something that makes sense?
The GM Summit, yes.
And he said, as one of his colleagues said to Zadarius Smith, nope and nope. Smartest guy in the room. So I can't think of a reason to not do it, because I play golf with all summer long. I've been saying, okay, he'll be there, and he's still not there.
Yeah, like I said, Ed, I'm with you. None of this makes sense, but yeah, maybe it is the Coney meeting. Maybe it is. Nah, just trust us. This will work. We got Aiden, and you only need one.
And that's fine. Support pieces matter. That's all. Hey, look, the only thing I can think of is maybe they had their own Coney meeting as a staff and they went, this guy's done.
Could be.
I don't know. It just doesn't make a lot of sense on surface. All right, this coming football season, evaluate your tailgate game and elevate it. Moran Buick GMC ought to be young and tailgate. The 26 Sierra Elevation Crew Cab. Lease it right now. Moran Buick GMC, $199 a month, $999 down. Sierra's perfect. You can tow everything, including your tailgate, all the things. Hell, bring a full barrel smoker up there. Do whatever you like, $199 a month. Or the 25 Buick Encore GX, $249 a month, $1499 down. Both are 24-month leases. Inventory, it rolls in daily. It's MoranExpress.com. You need service? Book online. Get a free loaner with Moran Certified Service. Quick, simple, done. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or online at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
So we've asked the question, why haven't the Lions just re-signed Zadarius Smith? Cut day was today. The final cuts have happened, and you're still thin on the defensive line. In my opinion, you still need a second edge rusher, somebody who can come in, even if it's for third downs, and gives you limited stuff. You can never have too many. He's out there. Reports are that, some contending teams are reaching out to them. Now, I don't know if the Lions are one of those teams, but you just got to wonder, why aren't the Lions just locking this man up and just eliminating everybody else? He wants to play here. He's got a fake chain saying he's a captain and a Super Bowl ring. He wants to be in Detroit. I think his girlfriend, they broke up. They're back together now. She's from here. Just make it happen. 248-539-9797. David, ticket text.
It makes no sense to bring Smith back after he did nothing last season. Okay. Omar from Clinton Township says, why do we need 2 pass rushers? Give someone else a chance to win. Okay.
He's not. Omar's not being serious.
He's being serious.
Why do we need 2 pass rushers?
Mm-hmm. Then here's another one.
I'm calling sarcasm.
Okay. Why are we talking about Zadarius? Doug and Gator told me we were all set on the defensive line.
See, that's sarcasm.
He was a bad influence last year, guys. Acted like he was the reason the Lions were good. Look for cuts from teams that have too many edge guys.
Okay, but the problem is that's like looking for relievers that get released.
I was about to say,
can't have enough of them.
You signed no team. We got too many edges. Get rid of some of these. Get rid of 3.
I have no qualms if you like your own people. But this is, I always go back to this quote with the Lions. We don't want, this is from Dan Campbell. We don't want to get seduced or fall in love with our own people. It's exactly what they've done. They have a very insular culture. And I don't quite understand it. I don't think it needs to be that way. Listen, if you want to just say Zadarius made a bad impression here, okay. That cool. I can't prove that. I have not heard that. But outside of that, the cost of acquisition is 0. So there would need to be a reason, a real reason why. And we're just not going to figure it out. So I'll let it roll. I thought it was interesting. They've got room there, and they lost a pass rusher to an injury settlement. And now, wasn't it Pascal's on the non-pup but can't play football list? Whatever.
Yeah, some non-injury, football injury thing. Yeah.
Right. So, that puts week 1 into question, correct? And you go, okay, well, what's the problem again?
Well, yeah, he has to be out 4 weeks now.
Right.
Pascal. So,
yeah. Whoa. I thought he wasn't on the pup list. The pup is 4 weeks.
I just read it on the reserve non-football injury list. You still have to be gone a minimum 4 weeks.
So now Josh Pascal's going to be out the first month.
Yep.
Okay, so real quick, in the inevitable, when Marcus Davenport trips over a water bottle.
No.
What?
I could be wrong in what I'm reading, but that's what I'm seeing.
David, I believe you're correct. Yeah, if you're on that list, it's a minimum of 4 weeks.
Is it bad that I've already penciled in Davenport as injured? Like just mentally, so that when it does happen, I'm already equipped and prepared for it?
Kenny, when a guy has missed over half of his total games as a pro, and a guy's played 3 games in 2 years, as toxic as it can sound, none of us are rooting for him to get hurt. And it's not disrespect. It's not suggestive that he doesn't work hard. Let me give you a different example. I'll give you a totally different example, and it involves a Michigan Wolverine, because maybe people will think differently about this. No. This was a guy who played for my team. Do you remember a famous Michigan Wolverine named Tyrone Wheatley?
Yes.
Okay. The Giants drafted Tyrone Wheatley very high. And it wasn't that Tyrone Wheatley didn't have ability. Do you know what he didn't have? Availability. Ty Wheatley could not stay healthy with the Giants. It just wouldn't work. He couldn't stay healthy. It's not that he didn't work hard. It's not that he was a bad player or bad man. Some guys you have terrible luck or your body betrays you. When you're Marcus Davenport and you just haven't been able to stay healthy, not over a year or 2, over 7 seasons, it's who you are.
It is. Didn't they take him like the 6th overall pick?
I don't want to talk about it. Okay. We also took Gerard Bunch. Okay. I've got a lot of problems with the New York Giants and drafting running backs. We also took David Wilson, who ended up breaking his neck. I don't want to talk about it. Scattaboo for life.
I remember David Wilson, yeah.
Yeah, he had like a kick return against the Saints and then basically career-ending neck injury.
Did you take Rondane?
Yes, we did.
But he won a Heisman, didn't he?
Let's talk about Antonio Brown again.
All I wanted was Sean Alexander. They took Rondane.
Well, I mean, they had similar careers.
Yeah, totally. If the competition was eating at Golden Corral.
One scored 100 touchdowns, the other scored a touchdown.
Right. The other set the all-you-can-eat shrimp record at Ponderosa.
Guinness World.
Yeah, that's what I got. Let's go to Ben, 97.1. Ben, how you doing?
I'm good. How about you guys?
Good. What's on your mind, bud?
Just wanted to share my thoughts. I know I'm kind of enemy number one around here. I'm a Packers fan, but I wanted to kind of share my thoughts on why Zadarius left Green Bay.
You're not enemy number one. You're a human being who likes a different team. You're okay, Ben.
I appreciate it. I feel like enemy number one a lot of the times, but getting to the point here is that so when Zadarius was in Green Bay, obviously he had a great career with us for a few years there, and then kind of all fell apart one offseason. It got really weird. He wasn't chosen as a captain by his teammates. Started skipping practice, started posting on social media. He went out and bought himself a captain chain, everything like that. Essentially, it was just a really ugly exit from Green Bay. Fell apart really, really fast. And I know that the culture is something super important to Detroit and the success that Dan Campbell's built. So my first thought when I'm thinking about it is I wonder if, they've had a bad experience seeing what he can do to the locker room of Detroit last year, maybe something we're not aware of. And that could be the reason why they're not willing to bring him back right now.
And Ben, look, step back from it and look at your own team. You guys are desperate for a pass rusher. You haven't called him. So, you know what? Maybe you're onto something. And that's what I asked for. I asked for a reason. Maybe that's the reason. But man alive, we're sitting here. We're going to be without our one defensive end for 4 weeks. We're without an all-pro D tackle. Yeah, the other guy who's going to start opposite Aiden is made of glass. It seems pretty obvious that, hey, Ben, here's the other problem. If Zadarius is such a terrible guy, the Lions did their diligence. They traded for him.
Yeah.
All right. Good.
Well, I mean, that's true. And you never know until you get the guy in the locker room. But it's interesting to see where he ends up. I could even see him waiting, knowing, a little bit of how he is with the stories from the locker room. I wonder if he wants a starting position. I mean, it feels like he doesn't get that with Davenport there. I wonder if maybe he's willing to at least the starting position.
Ben, you basically were worth 3 phone calls in one. There's another one. If the guy comes to you and demands to start, you say, kick rocks. The guy wants a multi-year deal. Kick rocks. If the guy's a bleep hole. Look, but at this point, we've reached makeup phase.
But it just appears to me that none of these seem to be true. These are like straw man arguments. Like, he is begging. I'll take whatever.
Rico,
I just want back.
Rico is a low-level staffer.
Mike wins.
I'm sorry. Did I got the topics mixed up. David, go ahead. Come on, people. It's okay to
Hey, by the way, did you know that Taylor Swift and Kelsey got engaged today?
It's embarrassing. Honestly. I have no problem if Entertainment Tonight covers it. I have no problem I have no problem at the end of SportsCenter if it's a blurb. This is wall-to-wall coverage like it's the king and queen of England. What? I'm not meant for the world anymore. I need to move to the woods with Kenny. And we're gonna harvest maple syrup and make bonfires. I can't do this.
I guess we're getting famous couples now of Josh Allen and Haley Statterberg.
Dear God.
I got to be honest with you. Josh Allen will never watch the movie Sinners, ever. That his wife was in.
Rico, I just yelled at my dad through text because he sent me this news. Don't do this to me. He's not supposed to be the one sending this to me. Yes, I'm yelling at my father.
What did he say? You were adopted?
No.
You're not supposed to be doing this to me.
Don't send me this news on my text message.
David, we found you on our front porch. We didn't have a choice.
What'd you send?
You were cold and hungry.
He sent me the Travis Kelce, that announcement. I'm like, you dare.
Hey, listen, all I got from Big G today was, hey, Tommy Cutlets is gone. Hope you're happy. Yes, I am. Up next, ban that goofball cartoon agent of his. An embarrassment to Italian people everywhere. He is.
So is the agent the equivalent of cookies? A fake Italian.
Oh, yes. Honestly, they kind of look similar, too. Sean Stellato, meet Jim Costa. I'm sorry. No Italian person dresses the way Sean Stellato does. That's a joke. That's a cartoon character. This whole nonsense.
You're right. I guess he just wanted to stand out and said, I'm going to embrace these stereotypes, I guess. It worked for him. I mean, he was famous for 15 minutes.
Yeah. David,
what are you guys going to do now with real quarterbacks in the room?
Win 6 games?
You
We got no hope.
You win it.
David, go ahead, buddy.
I'm just looking at this picture. He is a caricature.
He's a joke. It's ridiculous. Any real Italian looks at that. We're not proud of that. This guy's, he looks like he's in a low-budget mob movie. It's an absurdity.
Yeah, the movie's making fun of mob movies. That's what he's playing.
Yeah, exactly. Like, if you ever watched Peaky Blinders, you remember it was the actor. It was the worst portrayal of a mobster in history, Adrian Brody. And you're going, are they making fun of the idea of a mobster in a serious drama? You ever watch Peaky Blinders? You know the guy I'm talking about. He got a toothpick in his mouth, and it's the worst Italian accent you've ever heard, and you're like, dude, this has got to be a parody, right? It ruined the show for me. I stopped watching it.
He looks like he's about to report to Big Tony.
Hey, Tommy, 2 times.
I mean, it looks like he could
Can you imagine you're an NFL franchise and that guy walks in to negotiate a deal? I have to get out.
Maybe he wanted to be an extra on The Sopranos. I don't know.
He looks bad by that standards.
Yes, he does.
At least The Sopranos, it looked halfway realistic. This is a joke. He looks like, honestly, he looks like a character from Dick Tracy. Calling Dick Tracy.
He's like Robert Downey Jr. in Tropic Thunder.
It's ridiculous.
You people. What do you mean, you people? Uh-oh.
Please avoid racial slurs.
That'll be all. All right, let's get to a football today. Rico, tell him.
Hey, when you're looking for the best deals on the hottest Chevy models, there is only one place to go. Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Hamilton is leading the way with unbeatable prices, top-notch service, and a commitment to total satisfaction. Why? Because Andrew and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer. I was just talking to Andrew today. So whether you're looking for a sleek sedan, tough truck, spacious SUV, Hamilton Chevrolet has the inventory and the selection is best right now. So no more waiting months for your dream car. Hamilton is stocked up and ready to get you on a road that fits you, get you on a Chevy that fits your lifestyle and your budget, including the August Rico deal, a new 2026 Chevy Equinox LT. Get this. $329 a month for 36 months. You walk into Hamilton with $995 down. You drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mile. Man, go see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details and find out why Hamilton is leading the way. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together. Let's drive.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. According to Hoops Hype, the Pistons have touched base on free agent guard Malik Beasley along with 3 other teams. We've passed the NFL cut deadline. Perhaps the biggest news locally is the Lions still have 3 roster spots open. Defensive lineman Ali McNeil and linebacker Malcolm Rodriguez will have to sit out at least the first 4 games of the season as they were placed on the PUP list. Defensive end Josh Paschal also has that same fate because he's on the reserve/non-football injury list. Ahmed Hassanin was waived and granted an injury settlement as well. The Tigers and A's back on the field tonight in Sacramento. Charlie Morton on the mound right here on the ticket at 10:05. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 6 or at 97.1theticket.com.
All right, imagine driving the length of a football field blindfolded at 55 miles an hour. Terrible idea, but it would take 4.6 seconds. That's how long it takes the average distracted driver to respond to a text. Plenty long enough to kill you. So if you don't have life insurance, you're not doing your family any favors. Call Mike Papura, National Benefit Plans. He will take care of it for you ASAP, 877-734-2200. Mike will shop over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. He will guarantee you the best possible rate. And in the event of a tragic car accident or a devastating diagnosis, your family will be protected. Call Mike Papura now, 877-734-2200, or on the web at nbphealth.com. And remember, National Benefit Plans would like to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything? I don't know what am I missing? You're laughing, David's laughing, and I'm sitting here like an idiot.
No, Mike. In the commercial break, we were talking about beef jerky and just the various types.
Oh, doing this? Come on.
Different beef jerkies or different jerkies that he's had. He's like alligator, and I tried ostrich or whatever, and he was just naming all this stuff, and we're like, and go ahead and say it. I mean, he's like, no, I'm not going down that route.
His Uncle Cleo makes it. It's well known. Cleo Cott is actually the jerky king.
It's not my fault. I work with very small-minded people.
Wait, your uncle actually makes jerky?
No.
That's why the wedding
why
was
do you
in.
listen to this?
That's why the wedding was in Caseville. Cleo Cott runs that jerky store in Imlay City, so it was just this natural thing.
I thought it was like, Costa's brother. I was like, wait, your uncle actually does that?
No. Why do you believe this man's lies?
He kept going on the different jerkies.
And
I
that
didn't
was the
realize
funny
it was
thing.
just rakes set up in front of me.
Right, he just kept naming off the various jerkies that he've had. I'm like, Kenny, the jokes are writing themselves right now.
Just let Kenny keep going.
So David,
It's like when you're playing against the Lane Kiffin team. Just let Lane be Lane. He'll eventually do something stupid.
Small-minded humor for small-minded people.
As a married man.
He's just going to keep doing this. Like he does know what he's saying, right?
Right, I was like, Kenny, you're throwing yourself softballs.
Here I am thinking I'm amongst friends. As a married man, I do not approve of this behavior.
That's right. David, a few ticket texts. Wojo meanders in here. Ambles. That's actually a really good word.
Davenport getting injured is as common as the Lions re-signing Andre Fluellen.
Wow. Okay. We're going in the Wayback Machine here. Do we have any Gerald Alexander memories?
No, we do not have that. Someone else says, never seen Za'Darius on the other side of a healthy Aiden, so that's why you make the call.
I'd like Wojo's perspective on this. We were just asking, Bob. We are looking for one good reason.
Okay.
You don't just, at this point, sign Za'Darius. El Hassamin is dead.
Yeah.
Pascal, from what David read, is out the first 4 weeks.
Yes.
What's the opportunity cost?
Well, first of all,
you're yelling.
I'm yelling? First of all.
Oh, my God.
First of all, there's one reason you haven't mentioned why they haven't signed him yet.
Tell us.
He's mad they cut his nephew. Jackson Meeks is his nephew.
Wah. I'm sorry.
I mean, I'm kidding about that being a reason.
But that's a great find by you. Well done.
His nephew. Let him go.
Okay, well, guess what? Unk's going to be unemployed.
Yeah. Well,
and I'm not pounding the desk.
No,
on
I know.
this.
The fact that they only have right now, 3 edge rushers on their roster.
And Davenport's going to get injured tripping on a water bottle.
I'm going to stick with what I thought all along.
Tell me.
They're going to eventually just sign him, bring him back. He didn't want to go through training camp.
Which I get.
Yes, and they wanted to see who became available from other teams, because other teams actually might have extra defensive ends.
You know what you could do?
Lions.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah. They'll sign him, I think.
What if by week 6?
Oh, boy.
No, just hear me.
I'm scared.
By week 6, would you offer me a second-round pick for Kayvon Thibodeau?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's in the last year of his deal.
Oh, he's in the last year.
They paid Brian Burns. They drafted Abdul Carter. Dexter Lawrence makes a ton of money. The Giants get draft capital. You get a guy on a prove-it deal, and you give up an F them picks move. Maybe the Giants kick you a 4th.
Okay.
And you give a 2nd.
Work with it.
Would you wait 6 weeks to do that?
Can you promise he wouldn't be a jackass?
I don't think he is.
He isn't? Okay.
No. Listen, here's the thing. He had a 12.5 sack season 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And he got hurt last year.
Yeah.
Okay? It happens. But Thibodeau and Brian Burns, do you know they were the second best pass rush win rate duo in all of football? Behind only Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter.
I believe that.
So my point is, if you do the Za'Darius thing now, that is still a guy that I think is going to get moved by week 6.
Well, that is interesting. And the pause on Za'Darius, even though I think it will happen, is they probably think he's asking a little bit too much for a very one-dimensional player. He really is. I know it's a good dimension, and he had 4 sacks with
but
Lions,
you're
9
more
overall.
than fair. Plus, he's played for a bunch of teams.
He's 32.
But 1 year, $5 million.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I need 15 snaps a week,
But
and
see,
it's go get the quarterback.
I don't think he would do that, though.
Then guess what?
Because
then
while
take
the
your fake
Lions-
captain's chain
the Lions,
and head down the street.
Yeah, well, the Lions might be waiting for somebody else to pop free.
Who? Give us a name.
Anybody. He might
Alex
be,
Cobb. He's available.
Okay. He might. Oh, no. He's out again. He's
never been there.
Zadarius may be waiting for a better offer.
Is Alex Cobb the Marcus Davenport of baseball? 248.
Yeah, probably. I think Davenport, I'm not pinning my reputation on it. I think Davenport's going to have a good season.
Oh, he's back. Now, Woj.
Hello.
Hey,
Hello.
True or false, you have the following lines in your column ready for Friday's publish. Bryce Underwood is so good, he'll strangle you with a cordless telephone.
He
once ate an apple from an orange tree.
Strangle you with the cordless phone. I like that.
I'm here for you.
Did you make that up?
I've got plenty of these.
Oh,
no, because
my
listen, you and I have always delighted in the Michigan QB
The
hype thing.
Sure.
Remember when Joe Milton was a combination of Josh Allen, Pat Mahomes, Cam Newton, and Jesus pre